Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have over 11 hours of horror stories. This is a monthly compilation. I really enjoyed the stories this month, so I hope you all do as well. If you do enjoy, please be sure to drop a like rating. Liking the video is the easiest and the most effective way to help out the channel. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. At the time of recording this intro, we are about 60 subscribers away from hitting 134,000. This video goes up tomorrow, so there's a chance that we've already hit it. But if we haven't, or if you just want to subscribe to the channel because you enjoy the channel, I'd really appreciate a sub. It is also a pretty good way to help out. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy the stories that I have for you all tonight with no mid-roll ads. Except for the ad break after this intro, there will not be any more after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. I've always wanted to make this trip. My whole life, Seattle has been my home, and I'd never ventured far before now. A coast-to-coast road trip with my husband and children had been a fantasy of mine since I first started dating the man decades ago. It slowly became clear over the years that despite his promises, the trip would never be happening. At 50, I'm finally on the road, but I never wanted it to be like this. Not under these circumstances. I am alone. It's only happening now because my son is dead. After the divorce, my children were, in my mind, old enough to choose where they wanted to live. John, my oldest, chose to stay with me. My daughter, Bree, went with my ex-husband. I tried my best to maintain a relationship with her, but she never seemed interested. God only knows what my ex was telling her about me. Growing up, John was my world. I seldom dated after leaving his father. I just never had the time, as I worked 2 or 3 jobs while raising him. It was worth it though. John knew about my dream trip. He brought it up several times along his journey to becoming a man. "You'll get your trip one day, Ma," he'd said, "even if I have to take you myself." His funeral was the worst day of my life. My ex-husband and daughter were there, and a piece of me hoped I would have at least some support from them. But it wasn't to be. The glare my ex gave me said everything, even though he didn't speak the words. "It's all your fault." I couldn't even bring myself to speak at the podium after that. My daughter gave a eulogy instead. Through sobs, she lamented her rocky relationship with John, and how much she regretted her role in them not being close. She even went as far as to tell everyone that he had been her inspiration to becoming a paramedic. John had never married, so I suppose it shouldn't have come as a surprise that he had appointed me the executor of his estate. It was then I learned he had listed me as the beneficiary of $1 million life insurance policy. I didn't give a crap about the money, or really much of anything. I spent a lot of time watching videos of my son on my phone. Every time I pressed play, I wished the house fire hadn't destroyed the old tapes from when our family was together. I would have given anything to see those again. It was at this low point I knew it was time for that road trip. It started off normally enough. I made the usual tourist stops, as well as many off the beaten path, discovered through years of research. It wasn't until the Midwest that the problem started. I won't name the state, just in case. I had been driving long enough to not remember what time I had started that day. The sun had long since set when my low fuel warning pinged from the dashboard. The timing was perfect, as I could barely keep my eyes open. I pulled off at the first exit I saw that listed a gas station, and slowly followed an empty road for miles towards a promised town. Johnstown. Seeing the name made my spine shiver, but a glance at the gas gauge decided the matter for me. After several uncomfortable miles, the lights of a gas station appeared along the main road into town. As I pulled up to the pump, I noticed the absence of a credit card reader. Well, I did not want to enter the small building before me as a woman alone at night. The .32 Tomcat pistol in my purse gave me enough nerve to go inside to buy fuel. Though outdated, the inside was surprisingly well maintained. I went straight up to the counter, where a young man in a camo hat stood, looking thoroughly uninterested. "Hi," I said, forcing a smile. "Can I get some gas on the pump out there?" The man stared at me without a word. Though I held my smile, I felt the hairs on my neck standing up. I could have sworn the lights inside dimmed slightly when he began pushing buttons on the register. "How much?" he asked in a monotone voice. "50, I said, sliding cash onto the counter. "Keep what's left, if there is any." Without breaking his gaze to so much as glance at the bill, the man slowly reached for it. For a moment, the image of him snatching my arm and pulling me over the counter flashed across my mind, but he simply opened the drawer and placed the bill inside. "Anything else?" "No, sir, that's it. Thank you," I said before speed-walking back to my car. Though I kept my head down, I could feel his eyes on me as I pumped. I considered making a break for the highway, but my eyelids began to flutter once more once back inside my car. I could see the town ahead, and decided it wouldn't hurt to at least see if the motel seemed safe. As I made my way down the main street, every building was dark, except for the motel. It was an unassuming rectangular building with 2 floors. Most of the windows were dark, but the few rooms with lights on were somewhat reassuring. I sat in my car for a moment, the engine still running. Nothing seemed unusual as I scanned the parking lot. It seemed safe enough to walk inside. I grabbed my backpack, stepped out of my car, and paused for a moment. I couldn't help but think of how much safer I would feel if John had been with me. When I walked towards the entrance, I looked back towards the street. To my surprise, the closest building was lit. I guess I had been too tired to notice it before. The neon sign out front read True Video. A video rental store still open in 2026. Wow, guess the town's a little behind, I thought. The motel manager greeted me as I stepped inside the front entrance. To my immense relief, she seemed to be a perfectly normal lady, roughly my own age, not much more at ease. I opted to rent a room and she gave me a physical iron key. Room 211 was exactly what you might expect. Old, small, with decor not updated since 1970. What paint that was visible in spots above the dreadful floral wallpaper was a weathered yellow. A green bed sat against the back wall, facing a dresser with a TV on it. I set my backpack on the bed before turning back towards the TV. It had been years since I had seen an old tube television, and right next to it, an honest-to-God VCR. My mind went straight to 1999 when John was little. Once a week, I would take him to Blockbuster, and we would choose a film for a family movie night. I thought back to True Video across the street. The nostalgia was too enticing. I made my way out into the cool air night. The hum of the neon sign soon broke the silence of the empty streets as I approached True Video. A bell on the door dinged as I stepped inside, but nobody approached the empty counter. I paid little attention, instead focusing on finding the family movie section. After a brief search, I held in my hands a copy of my son's favorite childhood movie, All Dogs Go to Heaven. I stared at the tape as I stood at the counter, lost in my memories. "Anything else for you tonight, ma'am?" came a familiar voice. My eyes snapped upward to see the young man from the gas station smiling at me from behind the counter. I felt a chill race throughout my body. I couldn't respond. While the young man's clothes and demeanor were entirely different, it was definitely him. This time, however, I noticed a small, circular scar on the side of his neck, as well as a name tag, Michael. My silence seemingly didn't affect the man, as he held his warm smile for several silent seconds. I regained control of my body and shook my head vigorously. "All right then," he beamed. "Your total is $537. Quickly, and with a shaking hand, I pulled a 5 and a 1 from my purse and dropped it on the counter, ignoring his outstretched hand. The man simply scooped the bills off the counter as if I hadn't been so rude, and handed me my change. "Thank you for your business, ma'am," Michael said cheerfully. "Have a wonderful evening." I hurriedly left without a word, tape in hand. I didn't stop until I was safely locked back inside of my room, now wide awake. It probably took half an hour to calm down, but eventually I reasoned to myself that the men must be brothers, or maybe even cousins. It made sense with the limited employment options in a town this small. That had to be it. While still on edge, I was finally relaxed enough to push the tape into the VCR and settle myself in the bed. Of course, I was crying within the first 5 minutes of the film. It was like being brought back in time without my son there waiting for me. I cried harder as I thought of his heart attack. He wasn't even 30 yet. The coroner said it had been quick, but John had still died alone in the dark. An hour into the film, I had run out of tears. In a way, the brutal experience had made me feel closer to my baby boy. It had been worth it. I closed my eyes, ready to drift off as the movie played in the background, when I heard it. Static. I guess that's why we got away from tapes, I thought. But before I could even open my eyes, I heard my ex-husband's voice from the TV speakers. "He's beautiful. Good job, Grace." I'd know that moment anywhere. Sure enough, when my eyes snapped to the TV, there was the home video my husband had taken when John was born. The image of me holding our son in my hospital bed came into focus. Every fuzzy pixel matched the old tapes I'd lost in the fire. As I watched myself beam on the screen, the video again cut to static. After a moment came a video shot of the day we first brought John home. My ex gave a tour of the house on camera, proudly showing off the nursery we had built and decorated together. The screen cut again. My cheeks were soaked in tears. I was entirely transfixed. It hadn't even entered my mind how impossible this was. John's first Christmas. My dearly departed parents beamed as John happily beat the hellfire out of the toy they had gifted him. I saw the pride and joy on my own face. The video ended just as I remembered it, with John crapping himself loudly in his high chair. My parents' laughter was broken by another wall of static. John's first birthday played next. Then his first words. Well, we recorded those later in the day when he did it a second time. A video I had taken of him racing through the house in his father's cowboy boots came next. Then the day his sister Brianna was born. 3-year-old John grinned ear to ear as he held his little sister. The scene played out just as I remembered, but there was one difference. And that difference became a recurring theme. Whenever my daughter's face looked directly at the camera, the entire screen wavered and slid out of focus for a moment before returning to normal. Every video I had ever taken of the kids played in order. Every single one. Their dance party at ages 6 and 3, their first bike rides, the silly moments, each of their milestones, the blog I filmed for 7-year-old John, wherein he rambled about how the Easter Bunny must be a trained killer. I remembered how hard it was to keep a straight face during that. I moved to the edge of the bed, leaning forward as the next film started. I knew this was the final tape, but I didn't want it to end. In the video, my children were playing pirates. My son was sword fighting my daughter, and despite being a full head taller, he had been letting her get strikes in against him. John had clearly intended to lose, throwing an exaggerated lunge and leaving himself wide open, holding that pose to give Bree a chance to strike. She saw the opportunity and stabbed him in the chest with her foam sword. John died in the most over-the-top way he could, falling dramatically to the ground and announcing his defeat. Bree straddled him and paused. I thought she was making sure he was dead, or maybe even legitimately concerned. Then she brought her sword down on his face in a rage, over and over shrieking, "Die, die, die." The video ends abruptly then, as I shut the camera off to separate my kids and explain to Bree that there was no need to be so violent. The screen went black. I stared into it, barely holding myself together. This impossible, one-way conversation with the past had drained my soul. I tensed to stand up, but then the screen began a new video. One I had taken on my phone. John's 16th birthday. He sat with a scowl as I sang happy birthday to him with his friends. I grimaced. The moment was cute for me, but John had gotten a lot of flack for that video on social media. I was brought back to the moment I came to regret posting it. The screen flickered again. This time the video wasn't one I recognized. In it, my teenage kids were arguing. He held a sandwich bag of something I couldn't quite discern, and a look of utter disappointment. "Answer me," he said. "What is this? Where did you get it?" "Screw you," My daughter shouted. "You're not our dad. Give that back." "Sis, this stuff can get you arrested." "I don't care. It's my life, not yours. I don't answer to you." "I'll tell Mom if you don't tell me where you got it right now." "Go ahead," Bree shouted. "I don't care what Mom thinks. Dad won't believe either of you anyway." At this, John winced. The camera zoomed in on his face. He looked helpless. "I just don't want you to lose everything," he said quietly. "I'm not gonna, you idiot," she screamed. "You think I've never done this stuff before? I'm gonna party if I want, and you can deal with it." Before I could acknowledge the frozen brick that had fallen into my gut, the video changed again. It was the home I shared with John after the divorce. The shot came from somewhere across the street. The house was dark and nothing seemed amiss. Then an orange glow appeared in one corner of the house. The fire. And worse, a figure passed by the flames, fleeing the scene. My heart nearly fell out of my body. The fire department had suspected arson, but no concrete evidence had emerged in the investigation. At the time, my ex-husband and I had been in legal battles to increase my visitation with my daughter. Once John had told me about the drugs, I tried to get more involved in her life. My ex fought me every step of the way. The police immediately questioned him, but told me his alibi had been rock solid. I was numb, but I didn't have time to dwell on the revelation, as the next video began. John's high school graduation walk. A happy memory, out of place for this time, but one I had filmed myself. His father had chosen not to attend, but his sister had. When the final video appeared before me, John sported the same new haircut as he had the year he died. My two kids were sipping vodka at John's kitchen table. Things had been strained between them for at least a decade, but my daughter had grown up quite a lot after she moved away from my ex and his influence. It was nice to see them getting along. The two were playing a card game, with the loser having to take a sip from their glass every round. My daughter pounded down the last drops, and excused herself to refill her glass. The camera followed her to the counter. With her back to John, she filled her glass from a water bottle. The frame stopped with a smirk on her face as she did so. I assumed she was proud of cheating in their contest. The screen glitched again, and there was John. My son was sprawled on the floor, drooling over himself and giggling profusely. "Hey, sis," he slurred from the floor. "I'm so glad you came over. I missed drinking with you." My daughter's face wavered on the screen again. "No, thank you, bro," she said, slowly reaching into her bag, before kneeling down beside her big brother. "You've done your part perfectly." "Part?" he said. "Oh, am I an actor now?" The camera suddenly shifted to my daughter's point of view. "Sure," she said, glancing down at the syringe in her hand. A real A-lister. John grinned, his head flopping onto his shoulder. "I'd like to thank the Academy for—" he started, but the alcohol had taken its toll. My heart thundered as I watched Bree take the cap off the syringe. "I've got you, bro," she said soothingly. "Just sleep." I watched helplessly as whatever she gave him took effect. I saw my son cough, convulse, froth at the mouth, and die, reaching out to his sister for help the entire time. "That bitch'll get the money," Bree whispered after John stopped moving. "I'm sure of it, but I'll figure something out." The screen abruptly went black. The VCR ejected the tape. Tears flowed freely as I came to terms with the horrors I had just seen. I sobbed in the darkness of my hotel room for several minutes. I snatched the tape from the VCR and sprinted out of the room. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, my eyes shot across the street to True Video. The storefront was entirely dark. I didn't care if they were closed. I would be getting my answers. I stormed up to the building, but stopped dead when I drew close. The windows were shattered and boarded up from the inside. The neon sign was broken and clung to charred brick by a single rusty bolt, ready to give way at any moment. When I tried the front door, it was unlocked. When I stepped inside the store, I found it completely destroyed. Half the inventory was long gone. What remained was caked in dust and ash. My eyes fell to the counter I had stood at hours earlier. On it, a small television flickered to life. Michael came into focus on the screen. "Get her messages," he said. "She never deleted them. She had help getting the drugs. Her boyfriend also knows she set the fire and will break under pressure. Good luck." When he finished, the TV went dark. I don't know how long I stared at it. It might have been minutes, maybe even hours. When I finally regained my senses, I went straight to the only local I could speak to. Bursting through the motel entrance, I stomped up to the counter and threw the tape down on it. "What is going on in this town?" I shouted at the manager. "Where did that freak at True Video get this?" The manager turned ghost white but said nothing. "Answer me." She took a deep breath. "What did you see on the tape?" she asked in a voice barely above a whisper. "I saw my daughter," I said as my voice cracked. "I saw her murder her brother." "Did Michael give that to you?" "Yes," I said, raising my broken voice once again. "And what the hell was he doing at the gas station earlier? I want to know what sick game he's playing. I want to know right now." "Please don't talk about my sons like that." The manager interrupted quietly. She sighed. "Daniel and Michael are my twin boys," she said. "Daniel works at the gas station, and Michael worked at True Video. He was killed in a robbery 2 years ago. He was shot in the throat before they burned the store down." She paused for a moment. I recognized her pain. One grieving mother to another. "They caught the killers, thanks to the security cameras. But last year, another traveler said he rented a video from that store. He said it showed the murder of his sister." She looked at me. "The tape will be blank now," she said. "But Michael was never one to lie. Please leave. Get justice for your son." And with that, she turned her back to me. No amount of screaming made her turn around again. So I went home. Drove all through the night and all day until I made it home. I found the information I needed. I got the man to talk. The guilt-ridden coward fessed up quick. My daughter was arrested and charged with John's murder. Last month, the jury convicted her and sentenced her to life in prison without parole. That same day, a VHS tape appeared on my doorstep. With shaking hands, I pressed play. My son appeared on the screen. He said nothing, but he didn't have to. He smiled gently and waved once before the video went black. My VCR whirred and opened to eject the tape, but nothing came out. But I got the message. I'm typing this from his study. The Wi-Fi cuts every 10 minutes, and I don't know if this will post. If you're reading this, I need you to know my name and where I am, in case I don't make it out tonight. His name is Mark. Dating app 2 years ago. I was in Brooklyn. He was somewhere in the French countryside west of Paris. Sunset over a stone wall in his profile pic. Glass of wine and... I don't know. There was something lonely about him. I recognized it. I swiped right. He messaged first. We FaceTimed every night for 2 years. Every single night. Copper pots behind him. Dusk through the kitchen window. He looked like an ad for the life I wanted. He'd remember things I mentioned once. At 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. And bring them up weeks later with the date memorized. I thought that meant he loved me. I need to tell you about me so you understand why he chose me. I'm 28, half Cape Verdean, half American. Grew up behind a wall in Riyadh. 30 identical houses, 30 identical lawns. Boarding school in Geneva at 13. College in New York. I speak 3 languages and none of them sound like me. My whole life I've been whoever the room needed. The closeted kid in Saudi. The fluent fraud in Geneva. The guy eating cereal for dinner in an apartment he can't afford. Alone. Mark saw through all of it, or I thought he did. He'd say, "Tell me something nobody knows," and then just sit there on the screen, not reacting, not performing back to me, and I'd end up telling him things I'd never said out loud. About my father, about David, The boy I loved at 16 who I couldn't tell anyone about because of where we lived. About how I set an alarm at 6 and hit snooze until 7:30 because the sound of the alarm is the only proof that a new day started. Stupid things. Real things. 2 years of this. 15 days together in person total. Then I gave up my apartment, packed 12 boxes and flew to France. He picked me up at Charles de Gaulle. When I came through arrivals and saw him standing by that battered Peugeot, I walked fast, not a run. My bag was heavy and my legs were shaking. He met me halfway, pulled me in. One of those hugs where your whole body goes quiet for a second. I pressed my face into his neck and he smelled like coffee and wool, and I just stood there breathing him in while taxis honked behind us. He said, "Taste law." And I said, "I almost didn't get on the plane." And he said, "But you did." He kissed me, hard, hands on my jaw. On a late night call 2 years ago, I described my perfect first kiss. This was it. Exactly. The drive was an hour west of Paris, the A13, then smaller roads, then smaller ones. At some point the GPS died. Signal lost, route calculation unavailable. Mark said he didn't need it. He knew the way. I checked my phone. No signal. The dashboard clock said 2:47. My phone said 4:12. Nearly 90 minutes difference. I figured the phone lost its time sync. The road narrowed, trees pressing in on both sides, branches scraping the mirrors. The light went gray-green, filtered through canopy too thick for July. Then the village appeared. 1 second trees, the next second stone, like it had been waiting. Rapilli, 60 buildings, maybe 70. Dark granite, half-timbered facades, slate roofs. Flower boxes on every window. Every flower the exact same shade of pink. A fountain, a church tower, mist in the lanes. It was beautiful. It was silent, not quiet. Nothing. No children, no dogs, no radio, no wind. I could hear the car's engine cooling. I could hear the fountain. That was it. Mark said, "That's what's special about it," and drove to his house on the eastern edge where the buildings end and the forest begins. The house was beautiful too. Old stone, thick walls. Inside it smelled like bread and lavender and something underneath. Wet stone, something underneath the wet stone. I'm not going to describe every room because I don't have time, but you need to know about the photographs. On the mantle, Mark hiking, Mark cooking, Mark on a mountain ridge at sunset. Every photo, just Mark. Self-timer, he said. Tripod. When you live alone long enough, you learn to document yourself. I picked up the mountain photo. The shadows on his face were wrong, falling from the left, but the sun was setting on the right, and in the corner, barely visible, a second set of footprints in the snow leading to where Mark stands. No footprints leading away. He showed me the bedroom, low ceiling, white linen. The pillow on my side, left side, my preferred side, was already dented, like someone had been sleeping there. In my shape. "Home," he whispered into my hair. His hand was on the back of my neck. "You're home now." When he touched my face, his hand was cool. Not cold, but not warm either. Like touching a wall. I leaned into it anyway. That first night he asked me about my day. The flights, the terminal, everything. The gate agent almost made me miss it, I said. "Tell me about her," he said. He was sitting close enough that I could feel his breath. "I want to know everything about today. Everything." So I did, and every time I stopped, he'd ask something that pulled me back in. Not, how did that feel, but what did the tarmac smell like, and what was the exact sound of the boarding announcement. I talked for an hour. He just sat there the whole time, not moving. watching me like I was the most interesting thing he'd ever seen. While I talked, his eyes changed. His pupils got huge. Not from the light. They opened with my voice, black swallowing the brown. When I stopped talking, they shrank back. When I started again, they opened, like breathing. After I fell asleep, I half woke up and felt his hand in my hair. Same strokes, same pressure, over and over, exactly the same each time. A loop. I put my hand on his chest. It rose and fell perfectly, but there was no heartbeat, just a vibration. The hum of something running on the walls, the sound a refrigerator makes, the sound of machinery. I told myself I was tired, jet lag, new bed. You tell yourself whatever you have to at 3 a.m. when the other option is getting up and leaving and having nowhere to go. Later that week, I woke up at 4 a.m. Mark was on his back, eyes wide open, fixed on the ceiling, unblinking. His lips were twitching, fast, making shapes that weren't words in any language I know. This low sound coming out of him, almost static, but shaped, like syllables. I touched his shoulder and he snapped awake. Not gradually, not with the confusion of sleep. Instant. A smile assembled itself on his face. "Can't sleep?" he said. Another night, I looked out the bedroom window at 3 a.m. and Mark was standing in the garden, 20 meters from the tree line, arms at exactly the same angle from his body. A moth landed on his forearm, crawled up to his face. Over his eye, he didn't blink. Then his head started to rotate toward the window. Just his head. Shoulders didn't move. 20 degrees. 30. Past where a neck should bend. When it faced me, it was still smiling. I hit the light switch, looked back. Gone. A perfect circle of dead grass where he'd been standing. The bedroom door opened behind me. Mark. Pajamas. Glass of water. Hair mussed. He couldn't have gotten there that fast. "You were outside," I said. "In the garden. Your head was—" "I was in the kitchen." His voice was soft, concerned. "I couldn't sleep. You were sleeping so beautifully I didn't want to wake you." He stepped closer. "Why would I go outside, in the dark, when you're here?" And it sounded right. It sounded so right that I almost started crying because what if I imagined it? What if I was already losing my mind? He touched my face. Cool hand. "Let's go back to bed." I can hear him moving around downstairs. The roads loop. I went for a walk on day 3. Past the fountain, past the bakery, past the church. Out the southern road. 20 minutes. The road curves, the trees thin. Open sky, then rooftops. A church tower. The village square. I was back. I'd walked in a straight line. I tried again. Marked a tree with a scratch from a rock. Walked 15 minutes the other way. Open sky ahead, and then I emerged into the square. My scratch was on a tree at the edge of the square. The forest had moved. I told Mark. He smiled. "The roads know where they go," he said. He put a plate in front of me. "Every path leads home." The village isn't on any map. I searched from the study. 1 bar of Wi-Fi. Typed Rapilli, Commune, Calvados, and got a census page. Population 44. Okay. Tried. Rapilli Village, France. Nothing. Rapilli, Calvados, directions. Nothing. Page loads, sits there, times out. I tried BBC. Loaded fine. Read it. Fine. Anything about this place specifically just stops. "We're not on the map," Mark said. "It's ours, our own world." The villagers smile. All of them. The same smile. Same crinkle at the eyes. Same slight part of the lips. The old man on the bench. The woman sweeping her doorstep. The baker. Like they all learned from the same photograph. One morning I watched a fly land on the baker's eye. It crawled across his iris. He didn't blink. He was still smiling at the closed door after I left. I went for a walk one night at 2 a.m. because I couldn't sleep. The square was empty, every window dark, every door closed, and then at dawn they were simply there, between 1 second and the next, the old man on the bench, the woman mid-sweep, like a game loading from a saved state. Mark threw me a dinner party. The 4 guests arrived at the exact same moment, walking in unison, footsteps hitting the cobblestones in rhythm. One of them ate dessert. I watched his jaw work as he raised the fork, but when his mouth opened for the next bite, the previous one was still there, unchewed, dry. Every embrace at the door was the same duration. 3 seconds. I counted. One more thing about the dinner. When one of the guests, Pierre, asked me, "What are you afraid of?" the table went still. All 4 of them turned their heads toward me. Not all at once. In sequence. Their smiles didn't change. I found Mark's laptop one day while he was out. Empty. No files. No folders. No browser history. It had never been connected to the internet. It was a prop. The whole room was a prop. In the bottom drawer of his desk I found a pencil drawing. A man's face with sharp cheekbones and dark eyes. Under it, in tight handwriting, Thomas, first attempt, 1878. The journals. I have to tell you about the journals. Wi-Fi dropped again. My hands won't stop shaking. Attic, cardboard box, soft with damp. Dozens of notebooks, all Mark's handwriting. The first page. Subject, E. Marsh. Preliminary observations. That's me. E presents as anxious avoidant with strong people-pleasing tendencies. Third culture kid profile. Cape Verdean, American raised in Riyadh, Geneva, Brooklyn. Adaptive personality architecture across all 3. He becomes what each environment requires. This makes him exceptionally responsive to sustained attention and active listening. He is not accustomed to being the focus. Dietary. Coffee black. 1 sugar. Comfort foods. Rice and beans. Mothers. Grilled cheese. Childhood. Aversion to raw tomato. Textural. Sleep patterns. Left side dominant. Deep sleep begins approximately 45 minutes after closing eyes. During deep sleep, he is unreachable. Psychological profile. Primary wound. First romantic attachment at 16. Male. Name David K. Relationship concealed due to environment. Riyadh. He believes love requires hiding. He will tolerate extraordinary dysfunction in exchange for the feeling of being fully known. Leverage point. Attraction profile. Responsive to competence, domesticity, and focused attention. Physical type. Broader build. Dark features. Manual confidence. Note. Deep body shame. Will interpret physical acceptance as proof of love. Exploit. The notes go back years, before we matched, before we ever spoke. Printed screenshots of my Instagram annotated in red ink. My walking route time-stamped. He knew my coffee order, my thread count. He ordered the lavender soap from Bayou because I mentioned once at 11:22 p.m. on November 14th that I liked lavender. Every single detail I thought I was sharing for the first time, he already had in a notebook. He didn't remember because he loved me. He remembered because he was studying me. Every FaceTime call was data collection, and I just sat there in my underwear in my unmade bed, giving him everything because nobody had ever bothered to ask. I broke into the basement that night. The padlock was new, brass against ancient wood. 3 strikes with a hammer wrapped in a towel. Stone steps, narrow. The air changed with each step down. Got thick, warm, body temperature warm. It tasted like iron and dirt and something sweet I didn't want to think about. The basement is larger than the house above it. The beams aren't wood. They branch and join like roots, like veins. When I pressed my hand against one, it was warm, moving, Barely. On the far wall, carvings, older than the house by millennia, humanoid figures, surrounding a central image, a large circle containing a smaller circle, tendrils extending in every direction. Below, in crude Latin, Ne Kibum Tuam Amet. I typed it into my phone's translation app. It gave me two options. Do not love your food, or do not let your food love you. Against the wall, belongings. 42 collections. Suitcases, backpacks, trunks, each tagged with a handwritten label. Emile Garnier, 1834 through 1851. Thomas Hargreaves, 1878 through 1891. Sophia Johansson, 1912 through 1923. Marie Claire Beaumont, 1952 through 1964. Colette Favre, 1971 through 1983. Yuki Tanaka, 2003 through 2009. Kareem Osman, 2022 through 2024. And next to Kareem's collection, a blank tag, Elliot Marsh, 2024 through present. My hands started shaking. I opened Kareem's bag, a rainbow flag keychain, a hand-knitted scarf with uneven tension and dropped stitches, a copy of Giovanni's Room with the spine cracked at page 112, a Polaroid, Kareem, 24, dark eyes, a gap between his front teeth, wearing the scarf, and Mark, same face, same smile, on the back in blue pen. Day 30, I think I might stay forever. Near the floor, fingernail scratches in stone. Aide-moi. Help me. It can hear you. Don't tell it your name. I tried to leave the basement. The door stuck. Wouldn't move. 5 seconds of my breath loud against stone. Then it gave, sudden and easy, like it was never stuck, like something had been holding it shut and decided to let go. I put the journal on the kitchen table the next night, open to leverage point. He looked at it. His face went through something. Surprise, then concern, then something like guilt, then back to concern, each one lasting exactly the right amount of time, like he was trying them on. Those are notes, he said, from a long time ago, when I was trying to understand attachment. Bowlby, Ainsworth. It sounds clinical because it is clinical, but it's not. Will tolerate extraordinary dysfunction in exchange for feeling fully known, I read. Leverage point. Nothing for a long time. Nothing. I should have written it differently, he said. I was cold. I should have written the thing that hurt him most. The beach, I said. Jeddah, with my father, you. My voice stopped. You told me that memory last week, like it was mine. He didn't move. I've never been to a beach with my father in Jeddah. My mother took me. We watched planes. 1 second of nothing. His face just went out, like I was looking at a wall. Something with no rooms behind it. Does it matter? He said. His voice was flat. You remember the beach. You remember being loved on the beach. I gave you that. Doesn't matter whose father was holding your hand. He told me what he is that night. Or tried to. I'm old, he said, but the word came out wrong. Layered. His voice and a woman's voice and something underneath both of them. His French broke apart mid-sentence and a child's voice came through singing something I didn't recognize. His mouth kept moving. I could see him fighting to get back to his own voice. I have been 3 languages at once. Then silence. He was breathing hard like he'd pulled himself back from drowning. I can't leave it, he said. Just Mark again, mostly. I am it. The roads, the houses, the people. They're me. All of it is me. You're eating me, I said. Not... His voice cracked. Something underneath it, something old pushing through. Not eating when you tell me about the feeling. He stopped, breathed. When he spoke again, it was Mark, mostly. When you tell me about your day, the warmth of it, the ache, the relief of being seen, I take that, gradually, every night. The vividness fades, you become flat. When there's nothing left, you just go out. He said he didn't want to consume me. He wanted me to stay, willingly. And while he said it, he looked at me with this expression that, I don't know. It could have been love, or it could have been something he learned from the 42 people before me who thought they loved him back. I said okay. I took his hand. I let him walk me upstairs. Each step creaked under me, but not under him. Halfway up, I looked back and the living room was dark. Fire out. And from up there, the furniture didn't look like furniture anymore. It looked like the inside of something. I don't know how else to say it. Like I was standing inside a body. I got into bed, his arm wrapped around me. Cool, the same temperature as the walls. I've been starving him for 9 days. Every night he says, "Tell me about your day." And I say, "Fine," read, came to bed. That's it. Nothing he can use. And the village is dying. The flower boxes went brown first. Then the fountain water got thick, almost syrupy. The baker's smile is stuck now, one corner lifting and falling and lifting, like a broken gif. Henry has been sitting in his truck for 3 days. Engine catches, idles, cuts out, catches again. A spider built a web between his wrist and the steering column, and he hasn't moved to break it. The old man on the bench closed his eyes 2 days ago. Hasn't opened them, but the smile is still there, smiling with nothing behind it. He told me he is the village. I didn't get what that meant until I watched it starve with him. The baker, Henry, the old man, they're not people, they're his fingers. And I'm watching them go numb one by one. He can't leave this place to find someone else. He can't make me talk. He has to be loved into it. That's all he knows how to do. So the only weapon I have is not loving him back. I had a memory yesterday. My apartment in Brooklyn, eating cereal, waiting for Mark to call. I could see it perfectly. The bowl, the counter, the way my phone screen would light up. But I couldn't feel any of it. That flutter you get when someone's about to call, and you know they're going to ask about your day and actually want the answer. Gone. I can picture the room, but the feeling's been scooped out of it. I can describe it, but I can't be in it anymore. 2 days ago, I looked in the bathroom mirror while brushing my teeth, and my reflection lagged. Just for a second, my mouth moved and the mirror followed, a half beat later, like a bad FaceTime connection. I blinked. It synced back up. I told myself it was exhaustion. Then this morning, I looked in the mirror and my reflection glitched. One frame, less than a second. Kareem's face, dark eyes, gap between the teeth. Then mine again. I gripped the sink until my knuckles went white. Day 6, I found a woman sitting in the cemetery behind the church. Colette. She was the only one in the village who didn't smile. Her tag in the basement said 1971 through 1983. 12 years. She got out. I don't know how or why she came back. She told me the roads open when the entity breaks. Between 3 and 5 in the morning, when the village sleeps. Take nothing. Walk. Don't stop. Why did you come back? I asked. She looked at the church tower. My daughter came after me. She's still here. That was all she said about it. Some of the feelings will come back, she said. Not all. Never all. I asked her how many feelings came back. Enough to get through the day, she said. Not enough to want to. I'm going to try tonight. 3 a.m. The Southern Road. I have my passport in my back pocket. No bag. Nothing that belonged to this house. Mark is downstairs. I can hear him in the kitchen, but he hasn't cooked in days. There's nothing to cook. There's a bowl in the fridge with something gray in it. Blue veins running through. The wine went to vinegar.
The bread tastes like nothing. He keeps asking me to talk. Not the ritual, just anything. He's not performing anymore. He's starving. Part of me wants to go down there. I got as far as the study door, hand on the knob. I could hear him in the kitchen opening the fridge, the hum of nothing inside it. "Tell me something," he called up, just his voice. "Please, anything. The bird you watched this morning, the sky, anything." His voice cracked on the please, not fake, really cracking. I opened the door. I was on the first step before I stopped myself because I remember what it felt like to have someone's full attention, to be asked about my day by someone who actually wanted the answer. And I knew if I sat at that table and told him about the bird, the 3 notes it sang, I wasn't getting back up, just like Kareem, just like Colette's daughter. I went back to the study, closed the door. Downstairs, Mark stopped moving. I know it was fake. I know he's been doing this for 200 years, but my body doesn't care. My stupid, lonely body felt it, and it doesn't care that the thing feeling it back wasn't human. I don't know if the roads will open tonight. I don't know if there's enough of me left to walk them. Wi-Fi just flickered. I'm going to type fast. If this posts, if the connection holds, then someone knows my name is Elliot Marsh. I'm in a village called Rapilly, somewhere west of Paris, and a man named Mark is going to ask me about my day one more time. I'm not going to answer. Wait, he's coming up the stairs. I can hear them creaking, slowly, one at a time. He's outside the study door. I can see the shadow in the gap underneath. It's not moving, just standing there. He's whispering in my voice. The nights I told him about David played back through the door. I've never told anyone that before. I've never told anyone that before. I've never told anyone that before. On a loop. If I don't post again, check the basement. Look for the bag with my name on it. There won't be much inside.
My name is Ryan. I was a 30-something-year-old failure of a man who was hardly holding himself together a couple of years before I am writing this. I lived in a mess, the crappy little apartment with a bedroom, what you could call a living room, and a bathroom the size of an airplane one I inhabited didn't have a clear floor in years. I barely worked enough to live. I would regularly spend my free time drunk, and I hadn't eaten a vegetable in about 3 years, which made the next part especially weird. One morning I woke up and took my weekly crap and saw something strange in my toilet. Corn. I thought it was strange because, as previously listed, I hadn't eaten a vegetable in years, let alone corn. I chalked it up as something I did while drunk. Maybe I just craved corn for some reason and decided to get some instead of going after my typical junk food. I moved on from that event, but I kept having corn in my stool. The next week there was corn in my stool. Then a few days later, corn again. It eventually got to a point where every couple of days I was having corn in my stool and I was completely lost as to where it was coming from. After 2 months of constant corn, I eventually noticed something even stranger. I could see the floor of my room for the first time since I had moved in years ago. I must have started cleaning my room when I was drunk. There was still trash everywhere, but far less than there used to be. I guess I didn't question any of it because it wasn't a bad thing. I actually liked not having to trudge my way through heaps of fast food wrappers and boxes of old junk food, and I wasn't going to complain if drunk me wanted to renovate a little bit. But after that, it got weirder. I would wake up after I went to sleep and my head wouldn't be burning from a hangover. I would notice myself having more bowel movements than I used to. My clothes were cleaned and folded despite the fact that would have taken hours for drunk me to do. My room was mopped for God's sake, and yet I still didn't question it at that point despite the fact I didn't own a mop, let alone have any intentions of borrowing one. Despite all of that, I still didn't question it until I came home one day and saw that my bed was made. I couldn't have done it because I never made my bed. Drunk me couldn't have done it because he wasn't there, which only meant that somebody else was doing it. My first thought wasn't that somebody broke in, but
Rather, maybe my landlord was doing it, or maybe a concerned neighbor. But then I remembered somebody. I had an old friend from high school message me online about a month before all of this happened. He wanted to say hi to me and catch up. I wasn't exactly willing to, but he was probably the best man I ever knew, and I would feel bad leaving him on red. He was one of the few people who ever spoke to me and tried to befriend me. I kept to myself mostly, but he'd still try to talk to me despite my lack of interesting conversation. I told him that if he wanted to hang out, he could come over in front of my apartment and we could talk for a bit. But he actually took it a step further and came inside and talked to my landlord who happened to be there at the time. Of course, he told him where my apartment was because he had no sense of people's safety, and the thought that this person might be coming in to murder me or something. So needless to say, my old high school friend knocked on my front door and saw my horrid apartment. "Oh," he said to me, taken aback from the sight and smell of my living conditions. How have you been, man?" He managed to stammer through after coming to terms with his shock. "I am fine," I replied in embarrassment and shame. "Do you want to go outside?" We ended up not going back into my apartment. Instead, we went to the front of the complex and talked for a while. He asked me what I've been up to which I replied with a simple, "not much." He seemed to accept that answer without prying much further. I asked him how he had been, and his life had been great, talking about how he had just gotten married, his job, his house, his lifestyle that was far better than mine. I don't want to say I was seething with jealousy, but I was definitely made more aware about how terrible my life was compared to his and probably everyone else's. I always knew that my life was awful and that I needed to change, but I just never found the motivation to start. Once the garbage piled, I just let it continue to pile because it had been too difficult to clean up. He eventually told me straight up, "Dude, you live in a mess." I was taken aback by the blatant statement, but he continued, "You can't keep living like that. It's going to kill you." I don't remember what I said, but I think I made a remark about how it's easier said than done, and some other stuff, but despite the fact I was probably an asshole about it, he simply offered me some help. "Look, man, if you ever need it, I can come help you clean your apartment, and maybe the rest of your life. Just call me and I'll be happy to help." I was shocked at this point. I have to go now, but if you need help, please don't hesitate to ask. I never did call him back, but since that has been happening, I figured maybe I should. Before I called him, I had to even practice what to say. I realized how ridiculous it sounded to ask a friend if he was breaking into my apartment every day to slowly clean up my apartment while I was either drunk, sleeping, or at work. But I figured my landlord would be the type of guy to give him a spare key or something to help him get in. And he also knew I didn't have anything worth robbing. I finally called him and just asked him if he'd like to come by my apartment someday, to which he said he'd come by, but that it would be in a couple of months. I decided to set up some cameras in my house to see if I could catch anyone breaking in when I went to bed. I realized how ridiculous the idea that it could be my friend doing it was, and decided to see if maybe there was a squatter in my apartment, or something who was taking care of me for some reason. When I checked the camera the next day, I was terrified. This long, spindly creature came out of a shadow in the corner. It moved around the ceilings like a spider, and walked across the floor sideways like a crab. It looked emaciated, with what looked like a 5-foot-tall torso with ribs poking out at the very top. They looked like they could rip through at any second. It had a narrow head. That was a dome, with dents where the eyes should be, but simply with smooth skin over them. It reminded me of that squid at the bottom of the ocean with 20-foot-long arms. The way they both weren't meant to be seen by the human eye, but were both discovered in darkness. The disproportionately long arms, of which I'm sure there were at least 8, but more seemed to appear and disappear at random. Started scooping up trash, taking it outside and then coming back in. It did that for a couple of hours before coming back inside with a container of something and a large glass of what I assume was water making its way to where I was drunkenly sleeping. It slowly reached an arm out to me, which bent at strange angles I barely understood how it could possibly do without snapping, and pulled the covers over my body, leaving only my head exposed. It proceeded to pour the water down my throat and fed me several different types of food from the container, including strawberries, spinach, cucumber, and of course corn, before it went back to a corner in my room where it disappeared. Now I know what you're thinking. I should have packed my bags then and there and never looked back. I know logically that was the correct choice, but I want you to look at it from my point of view. I was living a life that was the pinnacle of misery. I went to bed in a small apartment with nobody who cared for me, surrounded by filth, to a completely clean apartment with a decent diet. At this point, I had started taking care of myself too. I was bathing more regularly, not drinking as much, and even started cleaning up messes myself too. This was a good thing, and was truly improving my life, even if I didn't completely understand it. The creature even managed to get me a job interview for a place that paid way more. I have no idea how it sent the email, but it was further proof to me that it wanted to improve my life. My life was on the up and up. I got the job the creature landed me an interview for. I was more social. I was happier and healthier. I even started talking to a girl. If you were truly where I was during this time period, you would have been happy about all of this too. Despite the obvious strangeness of it all, it had become such a state for normalcy for me that at some point I sort of forgot about its existence. I stopped checking the cameras after a while because I knew what I would have seen, and honestly, I didn't care how my life was being improved. I was just happy to not be miserable for a change. At this point, I had completely forgotten about my friend coming over. When I heard a knock at my door, I was completely taken off guard by the sight of my old friend, who had a cleaning caddy with multiple sponges, 4 different types of cleaning spray for different surfaces, 2 cleaning brushes, 2 cans of Febreze, and a few other items. He was in shock at the sight of my apartment, which was completely spotless at this point, and almost dropped the caddy full of supplies before catching himself. We ended up talking for hours. Among the many things we talked about, I told him about my new job, the girl I had been seeing, and my complete turnaround. In turn, he told me about his wife and what he did for work. He told me he moved around a lot for work and happened to be staying in the city where I live last time I saw him, and happened to see me online and figured he'd pop in to see how I was doing at the time. He explained to me that when he saw my living conditions, he knew he couldn't just leave an old friend like that. When we finally finished talking, we hadn't realized how late it was. He told me he practically lived across the state, and that it would be at least a 5-hour drive. I invited him to stay the night instead, to which he obliged and said he simply needed to call his wife to tell her he'd be back the next day, and would leave first thing in the morning. When he returned, I offered him my bed, to which he refused. I insisted that he should take the bed, and I would sleep on the old futon that I'm pretty sure came with the place. After I insisted I'd be a terrible guest if I didn't allow him to sleep in a comfortable bed, he finally relented. When I woke up the next morning to my good friend gone, I didn't question it. When he didn't answer my text saying I enjoyed having him over, I figured he was a busy man and probably didn't have time to respond. When the police came to my door, I was more concerned. "Ryan Miller?" the officer asked, with a mixture of concern and accusation in his voice. "Yes," I responded nervously. "That's me." The man gave the inside of my apartment a look. "May I come in?" he asked. "You are not in trouble. We just need to speak with you." After I let the officer in, he explained everything. My friend had gone missing after he spent the night at my house. They said they knew I had nothing to do with his disappearance since they found his car hours away from my location, but still wanted to know if I knew anything about it since I was the last person to see him. I asked the officer what happened, to which he responded, "We found his car parked on the side of the road about 3 hours away from here, but he wasn't inside of it. After his wife reported him missing, we figured maybe you knew something about why he disappeared, since you were the last person to see him." He continued, "Did he complain about anything? Did he bring up being unhappy about work or something like that?" I thought about it for a hard minute during the hours we spent talking. He never seemed upset with his life. He had annoyances here and there, sure, but it's not like he suspected his wife of cheating on him or he thought his job was a dead end. He had the same thoughts most people have about life. It was annoying, but at the end of the day, we're glad we're here. "No, nothing," I finally said. He didn't have any complaints that would have warranted him just disappearing. After a while, the officer left and I remained, worried and confused. It took me 3 whole hours of worrying about what happened to my friend before I realized the cameras were still recording. I brought the footage back up from the night prior and watched the entire thing until I saw the creature pop out from the shadows. Except it ignored me and headed straight for the bedroom. It moved too quickly for a creature of such proportions and fragility. When it made it to the bedroom, it simply stared, except it looked almost hungry. There was a strange saliva that seemed to come out of what I can only assume is its mouth, and it simply stared there for hours until my friend, as promised, left first thing in the morning. I watched the creature lunge onto the shadows right before my friend's alarm went off, and I watched as my friend snuck by me out of the door to try not to wake me up. I watched in horror as the creature left outside of the window, which was on the same side of the building as my friend's car was parked. I don't know if the creature killed my friend or ate him or what, but the moment I saw that, I realized it was not safe to live there anymore. I realize now I should have known that the moment I saw a demon in my living room picking up trash, but I figured I made the choice right in time. I didn't just leave the apartment complex. I moved states. I live on the opposite side of the country. I didn't even fully pack all of my stuff before I left. I took what I picked, fit into one briefcase that was either somewhat valuable or would be annoying to replace, and left as fast as I could. I never gave the police that information because I knew it would be insane and nobody would believe me, so I simply got as far away from that thing as possible. Now it's years later. I found a job where I'm at right now. I live in an even nicer apartment too. The girl I was talking to didn't seem to understand what I was doing, which was also extremely difficult to explain, so we naturally stopped seeing each other. Other than that, my life's great. I kept some of the good habits too. I clean up after my messes. I stopped drinking. I make sure no garbage ends up on my floors. I eat better. I even started going for daily walks to help me be healthier. All was going great, except for one day, where I had slept in and was going to be late for work. I rushed out the door as fast as I could, cutting as many corners in my daily routine as possible, which of course meant I couldn't have made my bed. But when I came home that day, exhausted after a long day of work, I saw something that made my heart drop to my stomach. My bed was made. I have a good memory. I don't mean that to boast. It's just meant for context, because context matters a lot here, and I need you to understand that what I'm about to describe is not some sleep deprivation BS or anything like that. I have always had a good memory. I have always remembered faces, names, hyper-specific conversations, or even how the lights came in through a window in my attic at noon 6 years ago, which I have no reason to remember, but I do anyway. My girlfriend finds it charming and calls it my party trick. My boss always found it creepy, but I've never really thought much about it either way. It got sharper about 2 months ago. I'm not sure how else to describe it. Something like sharper, or cleaner, or more tuned in, I guess you could say. Like I'd walk into a room and remember every previous time I'd been in that room, and with such clarity that it made it feel almost physical. I started remembering dreams I'd had years ago, and remembering the names of kids I went to elementary school with, kids I hadn't thought about in near 20 years. Their faces arriving fully formed and detailed in my mind at random moments during the day. I mentioned it to my girlfriend Sasha, and she just said it sounded like my brain was finally working properly, and joked about it. I just laughed along. This was all before the news footage. I moved to the city about 14 months ago. I moved here from the big city, I'll call it, for a job that turned out to be just fine, but not great. The kind of job you keep because leaving requires way more energy than staying. It's a small city. You learn the streets quickly, and you can easily start recognizing faces at the coffee shop, or at the grocery store, or at the train station on your morning commute. I was watching the local news on Thursday evening. I'd recorded it before heading to work, Something about a zoning variance a few blocks over, just letting it run in the background while I made dinner. The reporter was standing on a street corner doing her segment, and behind her, on the sidewalk, people were walking past in those stiff, awkward walks that people do when they realize there's a camera nearby. I wasn't really watching it until a man walked left to right behind the reporter with his hands in his pockets, and I thought, in the half second before my brain even realized, why am I on the news? I put the spatula down and immediately rewound it. The same face and height, the same dark coat that I own and did not wear that day because it was in my closet with a coffee stain on the sleeve I hadn't gotten around to cleaning. He walked through the frame in about 4 seconds, not really looking at the camera much. I watched it 6 more times. I want to be careful here because I know how this sounds, and I know the explanation that's already forming in everybody's head. Just someone who looks like me. Just a coincidence. Doppelgangers are more common than people think. There are studies about this, somewhere in the world. Some people share your face, and occasionally, one of them ends up in the background of a news segment. I know, I had thought the same thing. The thing is, though, and I need you to stay with me here, my memory does not allow for much uncertainty. I know my own face. I know the way my jaw sits, and I know the way my nose bends slightly to the left from a break I got in high school that never set right, or the specific shape of my hairline. I know these things not because I'm vain, but because a good memory includes the things you see every day, whether you want to remember them or not. That was me. In a coat that I own, on a street I've walked down, on a Thursday that I spent entirely at work and then at home. I told Sasha and she watched the footage. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said it was probably just someone who looked like me. And then she went to bed because it was late and she had an early morning. I stayed up until nearly 2 replaying it. Here is the thing about a sharp memory that I'm only now beginning to understand. Most people, when they see something disturbing, at least have the mercy of imprecision. The details eventually soften and the memory becomes impressionistic. They remember that they saw something strange, but they don't remember every frame of it in perfect fidelity. And that softening is what allows them to eventually decide they imagined it, or exaggerated it, or simply let it recede. I don't get that luxury. I watched that footage 17 times before I turned off the TV. I have not watched it for 6 weeks, and I remember it as clearly as if I'm watching it right now. The grain of the footage, the color of his coat, my coat, the angle of his head, the way he walks. And here's the part I keep coming back to, the part I couldn't articulate until I'd replayed it in my memory enough times to isolate it. The way he walks is not right. Like, it's close. It's very close. But there's just something in the movement that's slightly off in a way that I can't fully name. Like someone who has studied how I walk, and gotten 95% of the way there. I'm posting this because I need it out of my head, and living somewhere else for a while. I've been sitting on it for 6 weeks, trying to talk myself out of it. And I can't, because my memory will not let me be imprecise about what I saw. And what I saw was my own face on a street I walk down regularly, in a coat I own on a day I was somewhere else entirely. Something else happened this morning that I thought I could ignore but couldn't. And I think I need to write that down too. I'll put it in the next update. Actually, wait. I'll tell you the morning thing now, because if I don't, I'll just keep turning it over, and it'll eat me alive. I was at the coffee shop 2 blocks from my apartment. I ordered my coffee and moved to the end of the counter to wait, and looked out the window. He was standing on the opposite sidewalk. Just standing there, with his hands in his pockets, looking at the coffee shop, at the window, at me. He was wearing the coat, and I could see from across the street, even through the glass, that the sleeve was clean. I left my coffee on the counter and forced open the door. By the time I got across the street, he was gone, and the sidewalk was empty in both directions. I stood there for a while, then I went back inside and got my coffee because I didn't know what else to do. I've been going back and forth about whether or not to post this update because I know how the first part read. And I know what direction people's minds went, and I'm aware that this part is going to push those people further in the same direction, and I genuinely can't do anything about that. So, here's what's been happening. The memory thing has gotten worse, or more. I genuinely don't know which word fits anymore. It started at just sharpness, as I described before. It felt sort of like a superpower at first, you know? Like my brain had finally shifted into a higher gear and just stayed there. Now it's something else. It started bringing in things I have no business remembering. Yesterday I was walking to work, and I passed a laundromat on the corner of my block, which I've walked past maybe 300 times without a second thought, and I got hit with a memory of what that corner looked like before the laundromat was there. Just a concrete lot, a chain link fence, and a hand-painted sign that said, "Parking, $2." I've never seen that before. I moved here 14 months ago, and the laundromat has been there for at least a decade, from what I was told. I googled it when I got to work, found a local neighborhood blog post from 2013 complaining about the new laundromat being built there, and mourning the loss of the parking. When I went to the images, the parking lot looked exactly the way I remembered it. I don't know what to do with that. The worst one was the carnival. There was a flyer stapled to the telephone pole on my walk home, around 2 weeks ago. It was sun-bleached and half-peeled, the kind of thing you'd walk past 100 times without registering. I registered it, and to be honest, I don't know why. I stopped and looked at it, and it was just a standard traveling carnival advertisement, faded enough that most of the text was gone. Just an illustration of a big top tent and some block lettering that said, "Marvel at the Impossible," and a date that had already passed by several months ago. And then I was somewhere else, almost like a daydream. Or, I guess, a more accurate way to describe it would be like a door opening. I was in a crowd, pressed in close, and the air smelled like sawdust and something sweeter underneath it that I couldn't place. And everyone around me was pushing forward towards something I couldn't yet see, and there was a man's voice carrying over all of it, loud and very theatrical, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our savior." And the crowd surged, and I surged with it because I was in it. I was part of it. I wanted to see, and then I saw. A cage that was no bigger than 4 feet by 4 feet. There was a man inside it. I remember, in painstaking detail, just how thin he was, with a crown of thorns at his scalp, and dried blood along his jaw, his chest struggling. He looked at me with recognition. I came back to the telephone pole with my hand pressed flat against it, and a woman asking me if I was okay, and I said, "Yes, I think so." And she walked away looking unconvinced, but I can't blame her. I don't think I even convinced myself. I stood there for a while. The flyer said the carnival had moved on. I don't know where it goes next. Sasha noticed something was off earlier tonight and asked me about it. I tried to explain the laundromat thing, and she looked at me the way people look at someone when they're deciding whether to be concerned or dismissive, and she ultimately landed on dismissive, which was probably the right call for her own peace of mind, and so I didn't tell her about the other stuff. About him. He was outside our building when I got off work. I came out around 7:45, and he was across the street, which I'm noticing is becoming a pattern. Him, across the street, in the coat, hands in his pockets, watching the building. He wasn't really looking at me specifically when I came out. He was looking at the building like he was trying to memorize it. When my door opened, he turned and we made actual eye contact for the first time. I've been trying to figure out how to describe that moment accurately without it sounding like I'm writing a horror story, and the best I can manage is this. It didn't feel threatening. It felt like running into someone you knew a long time ago, in a place you didn't expect to see them. The recognition felt mutual. I could tell from across the street that he recognized me the same way I recognized him, which should have been obvious given what he looks like. But the specific quality of it was different from what I expected. He didn't look surprised. He honestly looked like he'd been waiting for me to notice. I crossed the street. I know, I know. But I was already moving before I finished the thought, and I think part of me needed to close the distance more than I needed to be sensible about it. He didn't run this time, thankfully. He stayed where he was and let me come to him. Up close, the wrongness I'd noticed in the news footage was more pronounced. His face is my face. The jaw, the nose, the hairline, all of it matching in a way that goes past coincidence into something I can't name. But his eyes were wrong. Just the quality of them, the way they moved. He said something before I could say anything. His voice was mine, which I somehow hadn't fully prepared for some reason, and he said, "Have you started remembering too?" For a second, I thought he meant the laundromat, or the carnival, or any of the other things I've been trying to pretend are explainable even though I know they aren't. I said yeah because it was true, and because I couldn't think of anything else to say to my own face. He looked at me for a second like he was trying to figure something out, or like I'd done something he wasn't expecting. "Okay," he said. And just that. We stood there for what felt like a lot longer than I'm sure it was. At some point I noticed the tree on the corner and the way I could see every single leaf on it individually, each one separate and distinct from the ones around it. I could see every vein and every color variation, each one its own specific thing, rather than just a part of a tree. I don't know how long I stood there doing that. I've never been able to do that before. "How long have you lived here?" he said, pulling me back. 14 months. He nodded slowly, and something in his expression shifted, but I couldn't read it. "What's your name?" I said, even though I already knew. I just needed to hear him say it anyway. "Ren," he said. "Yeah," I said. He looked down at the sidewalk and then back up at me, and I could tell he was deciding something. "The laundromat corner," he said. "You remember what was there before?" It wasn't a question. "It was a parking lot," I said, "with a chain-link fence and a hand-painted sign." He nodded again. "The carnival," I said. I could see his jaw tighten just slightly. "Yeah." "What is that?" I said. "What is that memory?" "I don't know." And the thing that got me was that it honestly sounded like he meant it, as if he'd been sitting with the same question and hadn't gotten anywhere either. I wanted to ask him 100 things. I had a whole list in my head on the walk across the street, but standing in front of him, in front of myself, whatever. Every question felt too large to start. "Are there more of us?" I asked because that felt like the one that mattered most. He looked at me for a moment, then his eyes moved past my shoulder. I turned around. Across the street, maybe 40 yards down, a man was standing completely still under a streetlight that kept flickering on and off like it couldn't commit. In the same coat, with his hands in his pockets. My stomach dropped. When I turned back, the other Ren was already a few steps away, moving down the sidewalk. "Hey," I said. Hey, wait." "I know," he said without turning around. I know. And then he was gone around the corner, and I was standing alone on the sidewalk with whatever that was across the street still watching me. I didn't go after him. I looked back across the street. The third one hadn't moved. He was just standing there looking at us. Well, at me. With an expression I couldn't read from that distance. A car passed through the intersection. When it cleared, he was gone. I stood there for a while. Then I went home and told Sasha work was fine, made dinner, and tried to let everything go flat again. Around 11, I went to the window for no reason I could explain. Halfway down the block, on the opposite sidewalk, someone was standing with their hands in their pockets. He was facing the building. I've been putting off writing about the transit station for 2 days. Every time I try, I lose the thread halfway through and have to start over. And starting over means going back to the platform. Fully. Every minute of it. I'm going to try to get through it tonight, though. The memory thing first. because it's gotten bad enough that I need to document it before I get to the station, and so you have context for why the station hit me the way it did. I can't watch TV anymore. I tried the night before last, just some background noise while I made dinner, same as always, and within about 4 minutes I was somewhere else entirely, standing in a field I had never seen. Well, whatever was on the TV kept blabbering. When I came back, I had a pan on the stove going dry, and Sasha was in the doorway asking me something I didn't catch. The field was so specific in the way basically everything is specific now, which is to say, without softening anything, every detail arriving at full volume and staying there. There was red clay and scrubby grass, a creek running along the south edge of it, and a stand of pecan trees big enough that you could tell they'd been there a long time, their canopies wide enough to block the sky underneath them. Something had been built near the trees once, and was gone now, and all that was left was just a foundation outline in the grass, the shape of walls that had once stood and fallen, and been absorbed back into the ground over however many decades it had been. And I knew the field the way I knew the parking lot, as if I'd been there enough times to ingrain it in every facet of my mind. I knew the smell of that creek. I knew which direction was east even if you closed my eyes and spun me around. I knew the sound the wind made moving through those particular trees, and the way the light came through them in the late afternoon, and the temperature of that red clay soil under my bare feet in August. I have spent my entire life somewhere else entirely. The next day I was walking to work, and I passed a street I've passed 842 times, and the number flashed in my head and wouldn't stop flashing, and the names of other streets I'd passed only 400 times, or 318 times, but one of them wasn't a number but a name, and I just kept walking, and I didn't stop. But I stood in the elevator at work for an extra 30 seconds after the doors opened, because I needed a minute to figure out what had just happened, and also because I was starting to understand that the name meant something to a version of me that had been somewhere I had never been, and that version was becoming harder to separate from the current one. I want to write the street name down, and I'm holding off, because the memory thing has gotten to the point where I believe that I've started to understand that some of what I'm carrying doesn't belong to me, and that writing it down feels like something I can't take back, and I'm trying to be careful about what I can't take back right now. There is a thing that happens now when I look at people on the streets. I notice I can hold every face individually and completely, and not the way you notice a crowd as a crowd, but more like the way you notice a single person in that crowd you've known for years, each one distinct and unrepeatable, their specific arrangement of features arriving in full detail and staying there. A woman at the crosswalk on Tuesday with a scar above her left eyebrow, paint on her right thumb, and the way she stood with her weight on her left foot. A man waiting for the bus with 3 days of beard growing in uneven patches on his jaw, and a tear in his tear in his left coat pocket that he'd tried to mend with a safety pin. I remember both of them now with the same detail as I remember Sasha's face, as I remember my own face in the mirror this morning. Everyone I pass is permanently filed. I carry all of them, and I can already feel the weight of that starting to add up. Sasha asked me if I wanted to see someone, a doctor or a therapist. She was careful about which word she used. I said I was fine. She looked at me the same way she's been looking at me for about a month now, like she's doing math and not liking the outcome, and she didn't push it. I think she's starting to count the versions of this conversation we've had. Anyway, the transit station. I take the same line every morning. I have been for 14 months. It's a 22-minute ride. I've timed it, and I've done it enough times that the stations are like clockwork. I even know when to look up from my phone without checking the map. 3 Wednesdays ago, and I now remember every painstaking detail of it. I was on the train, and I looked up at the wrong station, or what I thought was the wrong station, because we were stopped somewhere I didn't recognize. The platform was concrete, old enough that the paint had been touched up in patches, several different shades of the same off-white layered over each other across decades. And there was a sign on the wall that I couldn't read from my seat because the train car was between me and it, and I could only catch the edge of one letter. The doors were open. I have no idea how long they'd been open for. Nobody got on. I looked around the car. 2 other people, both with headphones, and neither looking up. The doors closed, and we moved. I pulled up the transit map on my phone and counted stops, and I couldn't make it work. We had been moving for 4 minutes longer than the leg of the trip should have taken, and we'd stopped somewhere that wasn't on my map. And then we were moving again, and I was sitting there with my phone in my hand, trying to figure out if I'd fallen asleep or something. But I had been awake the entire ride. I know because I remember every second of it, and the memory is so clean, and clean is how I know it's real now. I got off at my usual stop, stood on the platform, and checked the map again. The stop I'd seen had no listing. The letter I'd caught on the edge of the sign, I'm holding off on writing it down, belonged to a stop that my line has never served. I went to work, I did my job. I came home. That night, I went back to the transit website and read the terms of service, which I had never done before, and I want to be clear that I'm still not entirely sure why I did it, except that something about the unmapped stop had made me want to know what I'd agreed to when I started writing this system. Most of it was standard liability stuff, fare policies, and accessibility language. Section 14 was not standard. I'm still processing parts of it. So I'll just say that the piece I keep returning to described journey duration between certain stops as non-deterministic, and said the authority accepted no liability for duration discrepancies, and referenced a form I had never heard of, and could find no link to, required before travel past a certain terminal. And I read that section 19 times, and then closed the laptop and sat in the kitchen for a while. And the other thing. The other ones have been appearing more, not just at night outside the building anymore. I saw one at the grocery store yesterday, in the cereal aisle, and he saw me the same moment I saw him, and we both just stood there for a second with our carts. And then he turned and walked out of the aisle, and I let him go because there is nothing that prepares you for what to do when you see yourself in the cereal aisle. He looked younger than the one I talked to outside the building, or at least less worn down, and he had the coat on, and he was holding a box of something, and he put it back on the shelf before he left, carefully, like he didn't want to leave a mess, and I went and looked at what he'd returned. It was the same thing I was about to reach for. I'll admit, I stood in that aisle for a very long time. The worst one was on the train, the 20 days after the unmapped stop, the night I was in the field. I got on at my usual station, and there was one already in the car, sitting in the seat I usually take, and he looked up when I got on, and something moved across his face that I'm still working out how to name. The best I can describe is that I was the last piece of something, and now the thing was whole. I sat down across from him. We stood together for 6 stops and said nothing. The car was crowded enough that nobody noticed 2 men with the same face sitting across from each other. Or, if they noticed, they assumed brothers. Or they looked away, because looking away is always easier. At the 5th stop, he stood up and leaned down and said, quietly enough that I had to lean in, "Don't get off at the unmarked stop again." Then he was gone at the 5th stop, and the doors closed, and I sat there with that. I got off at the 6th stop, which is my stop's neighbor, and I waited on the platform for the next train, and when it came I got on, and I rode it past where the unmarked stop had been, and this time the train didn't stop there, and I sat with my face against the window and watched the tunnel wall go past and tried to see anything in the dark, and I saw something. It was the shape of the platform, there and gone in under a second, and I couldn't read it, and the train kept going, and I got off at my actual stop and walked home in the rain. I looked up the history of this transit system when I got home, which took longer than it should have because there's very little of it publicly available. and what is available is mostly technical documents and route histories that don't go back very far. There's a section in the terms of service that reference something called sublayer access, and the phrase has no definition anywhere on the site or anywhere I've researched, and the form it references has no public link, and the office it says to contact has no listed phone number or address, only a name. The office of... I googled that too, and I'm going to leave it at that. I've been having trouble sleeping, and I want to document what that actually means now because it's different from normal sleeplessness, in a way that took me a while to identify. The memory doesn't stop when I lie down. Every day I accumulate, and at night it arranges itself and runs completely, at the same speed as when it happened, and there is no fast forward, and there is no fog, and there is no merciful compression of one day into the feeling of a day. There is just the day. All of it. Every face I passed and every word I heard and every detail I absorbed without meaning to. Playing back in full, and by the time I've gotten through it, the night is mostly gone, and I'm more tired than when I lay down, and the next day adds itself to everything I'm already carrying. I read once about a man who remembered everything. Every moment of every day in perfect detail, which sounds like a gift until you understand the memories didn't shrink. Each one stayed exactly the size it had been when he lived it, so that remembering a day took as long as the day had taken, and there was no room left over for sleep, and eventually there was no room left over for anything else either. And then he died young. I think about him a lot lately. I have been carrying this city's memory for months, and I am now starting to feel the toll of it. I know it has been here since before any of us arrived. I know my memory is opening toward it, and the opening is getting wider, and the things coming through are getting older and heavier and harder to set down. And the other ones? The ones I keep seeing, the ones who are me at different distances from whatever this is. They've all been on that train. They've all passed that unmarked stop. Some of them, the ones who look the most worn, have done more than pass it, and I can see that in their eyes when I'm close enough. The specific exhaustion of someone who has been carrying more than one life's worth of memory for longer than any one person was built to carry it. I'm going to find out what's on that platform. I'm writing this down first, so it exists somewhere outside my head, because the details have started blurring at the edges in a way that scares me more than anything else I've written here, and I want a record of how things look to me right now, before whatever comes next changes the shape of them. My name is Ren. I've lived in this city for 14 months. I have a good memory, but I don't think all of it is mine anymore. I think the city knew my name before I ever moved here. I've been sitting here for 40 minutes trying to figure out how to start this. That's new, by the way, the sitting and staring part. Before all of this, I could write quickly and cleanly without having to go dig for it. Now I have too much, and the problem has inverted itself, which is its own kind of hell that I'd explain if I thought I had the bandwidth. But I don't, so here's what happened. Well, hang on. I should say first that Sasha is gone. She's not dead or anything. I mean that she left, which I'll come back to, or maybe I won't, because honestly, that might be the part of all of this I'm least capable of writing right now, and I need to go through the station first, or I never will. It's been 4 days since I went, and I've started twice and stopped twice, and this is my third attempt, and I told myself this morning that third time's a charm. So, Thursday night. I got on the train at 11:15 at night, which is late enough that I could get a car mostly to myself, which I wanted, for reasons I only partially understood at the time and understand better now than I'd like to, and I sat in the middle of the car, not the window seat I usually take, and I kept my bag in my lap. I should describe how the memory had been in the days leading up to this, because it's relevant and because the only way I know how to tell this honestly is in order. It had been bad. Hell, who am I kidding? It had been worse than bad. I'd started losing the floor underneath things, if that makes sense. The stacking upon stacking of memories was getting so hard to handle, so much so that my own day would start to bleed into one I'd never lived, and I'd catch myself halfway through a thought that wasn't mine, and I'd have to pull back to the surface. And that pulling was getting harder every passing minute. Names were coming in, names of people I'd never met, first and last, arriving fully formed like someone whispering them into my ear, and then faces attaching to the names, and then histories, and I was carrying maybe 40 or 50 complete strangers in addition to everyone I'd actually met, and they were as detailed and present as the people I'd known for years, and the math of that was doing something to me I couldn't feel the bottom of anymore. The night I got on that train, I had not slept in almost 2 days, and definitely not for lack of trying. The replay had gotten long enough that a full night wasn't sufficient to run it, and so it just kept going past sunrise, which meant mornings had started arriving mid-yesterday, and I was always behind, always trying to catch up to the present day while the previous ones were still going. I was on the train for 6 minutes before the lights in my car flickered and stayed dim. I want to be precise. It was not off, just dimmed. Think a power reduction rather than a full-on failure, and the other cars ahead of mine stayed bright. I could see them through the windows and the connecting doors. Just mine was messing up. I sat with that for a moment. Then I sat with the fact that I was the only one in the car, which I hadn't confirmed until I looked, but which I'd somehow already known. 4 more minutes. The train slowed without any announcement. The doors opened. I knew the stop. I'd seen the shape of it from the window on the night I'd pressed my face to the glass going past it, which felt like a long time ago now, but really wasn't. A platform made of concrete, the same off-white paint and layers, and it was bigger than I'd registered from the window, wide and extending further back from the track than I could see from where I was sitting. A sign on the wall, the edge of a letter, one more time, just like before. I got up. I know how that reads. I know what the wren on the train had said, but I was already standing, already moving, and the truth is that I'd made this decision days prior, and I'd only been pretending since then that I still had a choice about it. I stepped off the train. The doors closed behind me. I turned around and watched the train leave. It hadn't occurred to me until it was gone that I had no plan past this point. The platform was abnormally cold, and I could hear the train pulling away through the tunnel until I couldn't hear it anymore. And then what I could hear was my own breathing, and a sound beneath it that took me a moment to identify. Water, somewhere, gathering and swelling, one drip at a time, before detaching and falling. I turned to look at the sign on the wall. Ray's Lane, Platform C. I stood there reading it for longer than made sense. The letters were ordinary enough. The station name format identical to every other stop on my line. The paint on the C was a slightly different white than the surrounding wall, most likely painted over, which I noticed right away. And the age of everything around it put that repainting at least 3 decades back. I knew this stop. That was the thing that broke through everything else. I knew it. This was inside me. Mine. From the version of this city that had been loading into me for 14 months. I walked toward the exit stairs. The stairs went up about 30 feet and led out into a corridor. The corridor was tiled with traditional subway tile, white with a dark green border, but wasn't the tile pattern on any of the other stops on my line, and the lights overhead were the old, incandescent kind encaged fixtures. And about half of them were working, so the light came in intervals, bright, dim, all the way down. There was another platform on the other side of the corridor. That was the first wrong thing. Just the fact that Ray's Lane was not a transfer station. No line crossed here, and it appeared there had never been one. And yet there was a second platform through an archway at the end of the corridor, and I could see it from where I was standing, and it was bigger than the one I'd come from. I walked toward it. The second platform was a waiting room, or had been one once, with wooden benches in rows, and most of them still upright, while some had collapsed. A ticket window with frosted glass, with a small half-circle cut out at the bottom for transactions. and something smeared on the inside of the glass that I didn't stick around to examine too closely. The ceiling was high enough that the light didn't fully reach it, and I couldn't tell you what was up there, and I'm going to stay with that and try not to speculate. A man was sitting on one of the benches. I stopped walking. He was wearing the coat. He didn't look up when I came in, just sat there with his elbows on his knees and his head down, and I could only see the top of his head and his hands, which were clasped together in front of him, and there was something wrong about the stiffness of him, the complete lack of the small, involuntary movements that people make, the shift of the body, the turn of the head, even the rise and fall of breathing, and I stood at the entrance to that room for a long time before I understood that what was wrong was that he wasn't doing any of those things. I said his name. My name. He raised his head. I'm going to try to describe his face, and then I'm going to say one more thing about it, and then I need to move on because I've started over twice at this exact point, and I can't do it a third time. It was my face. All of it was my face. The jaw, the nose bent left, the hairline, everything I know from my mirror, and more than my mirror, because when I was close enough I could see things you can't see in a mirror, like the way the skin sits under my eyes when I'm exhausted, or the specific compression at the corners of my mouth that I didn't know I made until I saw him making it. My face. But his eyes were his, and they were full. That's the only word I have. Full. Full in the way that an overfilled glass is full, or full in the way that a room crammed floor to ceiling with objects is full, in the way that leaves no room for anything else. Full to the absolute capacity of something that had been filling for a very long time, and whatever was filling it had been filling from a source that never stopped. He looked at me, but I was not what he was looking at, because there was no space in him for anything new. I could tell he had been here for a while. I don't know how long, and I didn't ask. I think asking would have required an answer, and I think an answer would have required him to locate himself in time well enough to give one, and I don't think he could do that anymore. I think time, for him, had become what my days had started to become, layered and non-sequential, and getting harder to navigate toward any particular point. "You shouldn't have gotten off," he said. His voice was my voice. "I know," I said. "No," he said like he was clarifying. "You don't know yet." He looked back down at his hands. I stood there, and while I stood there, the memory thing did what it always did, which was accumulate. And I started to understand that accumulation here was different from accumulation on the street or in the train, because what was in this room felt different than the things above ground. I could feel the walls. I don't mean I was touching them. I could feel the age in them, and with the age came the things that had been down here in the dark for however long this place had been down here in the dark, and I could feel them arriving. I want to tell you I left immediately. I want to tell you I turned around and walked back to Platform C, caught the next train, and came home, and that was the end of it. I was down there for 3 hours. I don't have a full accounting of all 3 hours, which is new, and which terrifies me more than I know how to say, because in all of this, the one constant I had, the one thing I had been able to depend on, was that I could remember, but I do not have a complete memory of those 3 hours. What I have is this. I sat down on one of the benches, and I don't remember deciding to do that. At some point, the other one said something to me that I couldn't fully hear, or couldn't fully understand, or both, and I want to write down what I caught of it, and at the same time I'm afraid to, because I said earlier that writing some things down feels like doing something I can't take back, and that is still true, maybe even more now than before, so I'm going to write one part of it, and the rest of it I'm going to leave where I can't examine it, because I've already been at it for 4 days, and nothing good has come from that, and the thing about a perfect memory is that you can feel the gaps in it in a way that ordinary people probably can't, which means I know the size and shape of what I'm missing, even if I can't see inside it, and the size and shape are bad enough. What I caught was, this city doesn't lose anything. That's it. That's the piece I can write down. The rest is the gap, and the gap has a specific size, which is the size of about an hour and a half. I came back to myself. Came back is the right phrase, I believe. Sitting on the bench with my hands in my lap, and the other Ren wasn't on his bench anymore. I was alone in the room. I don't know where he went. He was between me and the exit when I sat down. I checked the platform, the corridor, all the way back to platform C, and the station was empty, and I waited there on the cold concrete for another train for approximately 40 minutes by my count, and approximately 11 years by the count of whatever was in my chest. And when the train came, I got on. I got home at 2:45 in the morning. Sasha was still up. I'm not going to write about the conversation that followed because I can't hold it in the right way yet, and because she deserves better than being rendered in a horror story, which is what this has become, and the specific look on her face, when I sat down across from her, is not something I'm going to commit to the record, unless I understand what I'm doing better than I currently do. I'll say this much. She looked at me, at my face, for a long time without speaking, and then she said she couldn't tell anymore if she was looking at me. Not in a supernatural way. She said it very plainly, like something she'd been sitting with for a while and finally decided to say out loud. She's staying with her sister. She left the day before yesterday. I haven't posted in a while, and I know how that reads, especially given where the last part ended, and I want to be clear that I'm fine in the basic ways. I'm still going to work. I'm still eating. The memory is what it is. It hasn't gotten worse since the station, but it also hasn't gotten better, and the hour-and-a-half gap sits in the middle of me like a tooth that isn't there anymore, the kind of thing you keep accidentally finding with your tongue. I haven't seen the others in 4 days. I don't know if that's good. I looked up the Office of Special again this morning, and I found something I hadn't found before. I don't know if it's always been there, or if it went up recently. I'm aware, by the way, of how that sentence sounds, that not being sure if something has always been there is a fully deranged thing to say, but my ability to care about how I sound has taken some hits lately, so excuse me. There's a form. I found the form. It has a name and a processing address, and the processing address is in this city, and it is not very far from Ray's Lane. I'm going to fill it out. I know. But here's the thing I keep coming back to, the thing I've been circling for 4 days without landing on. I went to that platform to find out what was there, and I found it, or at least part of it. And then I lost an hour and a half, and whatever was in that hour and a half, I can feel it, and the city has a memory that never loses anything, and somewhere down there, in that room, in that gap, is the piece of what I'm becoming that I'm still missing, and I can't live with a gap. That's the thing about people like me. That has always been the thing. I cannot live with a gap. My name is Ren. I have lived in this city for 14 months, and I will still be here tomorrow, and I will still be carrying everything I have ever seen, and heard, and touched, and passed, and I still do not know what any of it means. But I think I'm starting to. The form has 12 sections. I've already filled out 11. I should probably say up front that this is going to be the last one. And before anyone asks, no, it's not because I'm done. I'm still here. I'm still going to work every day and coming home every evening and all the rest of it. It's because when you run something like this to ground, eventually the ground has a floor and I've hit it. Past that, there isn't more to document so much as there is just the thing itself. And the thing itself doesn't translate all that well. I think I've understood that for a while and kept going anyway because writing it down was the only way I had to carry it outside my head, even a little. I don't need that the same way anymore. I'll get to why in a minute. For now, section 12. I filled it out on a Wednesday, 6 days ago to be precise. which I am always going to be, and I remember the light coming in through the east-facing window at that hour, the slant of it across the table, and the coffee I'd made that had gone cold because I kept reading the section and not committing to signing it, and reading it again. The 12th section was a declaration. 7 lines. The first 6 were factual. Name, current address, length of residency, primary transit line, and home stop number, and one other field that I wrote down without looking at the pen while I did it, which I think was the right way to handle it. The 7th line was a single sentence in a font just a degree smaller than the rest of the document, in a way that I noticed and could not tell you at all if it was intentional or not. I understand that submission of this form constitutes acknowledgement of prior agreement. I signed under it. I folded the form in thirds and put it in the pre-addressed envelope that had come with it, and walked it to the mailbox on the corner and dropped it in. I stood at the mailbox with my hand on the flap for exactly 2 minutes. Then I went home. Here's the thing about prior agreement, the thing I've been sitting with for 9 days, which I want to write down while I can still hold it. Before I went to the station, before Section 12, before any of the things in any of the previous parts, I thought of my memory as mine, which seems obvious in the way things do until you examine them enough times that they stop making sense. The kind of obvious that falls apart the moment you actually look at it, and then you can't get it back, and you can't remember why it ever made sense in the first place. I moved here because of a job. I've said this, a job that turned out to be just fine but not great. The kind of thing you keep because leaving takes more energy than staying. Here is the question I've been asking myself for 9 days. Why this city? There were other cities with similar jobs. I applied to 4 of them. I remember the whole process clearly. I remember the cover letters and the phone screens, and the order the offers came in, and I remember choosing this one without being able to articulate exactly why. Just a pull, just something that felt like the right direction. Prior agreement. The form acknowledges something that was already done, and the thing that was already done was the choice. And the choice was made a long time before I sat down at a kitchen table and started filling out applications. And I don't know how far back it goes. And by God, or whatever else is out there, I don't think I'm supposed to know that yet. I'm going to write about the Gap now. I've been working up to it since I started this 2 hours ago, and I keep sliding away from it, which is new, the sliding away from something, and I'm going to name that and keep going. The Gap began to fill the afternoon I mailed the form, gradually at first, slow, then faster, then there, and you can't locate the exact moment it arrived, and by the time I went to bed that night, I had maybe half of it, and by Thursday morning, I had most of the rest. The other Wren, the one on the bench at Platform C, said more than, "This city doesn't lose anything." I'd caught one sentence of it and been holding that sentence for days, turning it over, and what I had was the end of a longer thing. The full sentence was, "This city doesn't lose anything, and you've been carrying it long enough that it's already retained you." I asked him what retained meant. He said, "You already know." He was right. I did know. I'd known for a while, carrying the knowing around in the same way I carry everything else now, not thinking about it directly, just aware of it, of everything, present and unhelpful. What followed, the piece that was in the Gap, the part I've been building toward, is that he told me something about the others, the ones I'd been seeing on the street, in the cereal aisle, on the train. I've been thinking of them as warnings. But he said no. "They're you," he said. I said I knew that. "No," the same correction as before. "All of them are you, and all of them are here." It took me a while to work out what he meant by here. I'm beginning to understand. Here in the way the parking lot is here, and the field is here, and the carnival is here, the same way that this city's memory doesn't store things and set them aside. It keeps them present, all of it, all at once, at full volume, the way my own memory keeps everything I've accumulated present and running, rather than letting any of it go. What he was telling me is that every version of me who has come through this, and there have been enough of them that he'd stopped counting, which he said with the same flatness he said everything, just a thing, every one of them, is still present in the city's record. They're retained. Retained isn't the same as gone, and the city doesn't lose anything, and the gap has a specific size and shape, and the shape is the shape of understanding that for as long as it took me to understand it down there, in that room, in the specific cold of that place, which turned out to be an hour and 20 minutes. I got a letter the day after I mailed the form. It was on my doorstep, just inside the door, which was locked. I found it when I left for work in the morning. It was a standard white envelope with no return address, and my name and address in a typeface I didn't recognize. Inside was one page with my name at the top, a reference number, a form number, a date. At the bottom, below where it said thank you for your submission, welcome back. I stood in my doorway reading those 2 words for about 3 minutes. I could tell you the angle of the morning light, which stair creaked when I shifted my weight, how many birds were on the telephone wire above the front steps. Those 3 minutes are going to be with me at full volume for the rest of my life, and I knew that while I was standing there, which is a strange thing to know in real time. Then I put the letter in my bag and went to work. Here is what welcome back means. Here is the thing I've been arriving at for 9 days. I've done this before. The form has my name because my name has been on the form. The prior agreement is prior to my memory of it, prior to my memory of moving here, prior to every choice I thought I was making freely. The city knew my name before I arrived, and I arrived anyway. The memory started sharpening the moment I crossed into its limits. The platform was there. The bench in the waiting room has had other people on it. And those people had my face. I will be on that bench eventually. And the Wren who comes after me will find me there. He'll cross the street to get a better look, and I'll recognize him. I haven't seen the others in 5 days. The ones who used to stand across the street at night, or turn up in the cereal aisle, or sit across from me on the train. Nothing. 5 days. I think about the one in the cereal aisle, the one who looked younger, who set the box back carefully on the shelf before he left. He had the whole thing ahead of him still. The memory sharpening, the news footage, the long nights, the station, the bench, all of it still coming. I hope he takes his time. Sasha texted me this morning, just checking in, which is what the texts have been lately, careful and short. And I wrote back that I was okay because I am, in the most basic of ways. She said she was glad. I said the same because I was. My name is Wren. I've been in this city for 14 months, and I was here before that too, in whatever way a person can be somewhere before they arrive. And I think the city has always known that, and I'm starting to think I've always known it too. I went for coffee this morning, the place 2 blocks from my apartment. I stopped on the sidewalk across from it. I don't know how long I stood there, long enough that I should have been cold, and wasn't. Or was and didn't register it, which amounts to the same thing. Hands in my pockets, looking through the glass at the people inside, the way the light hit the counter, the way the morning moved in there all warm and ordinary. There was a man at the end of the counter waiting for his order. He was looking out the window, at me. I recognized him immediately, the jaw, the nose, the way he was standing. I thought, another one. I thought, how far along is he? I thought about crossing the street, the way some version of me always does. But I didn't move. I just stood there with my hands in my pockets and looked at him through the glass, and he looked back at me. And I knew, the way I know everything now, that he had a coffee stain on his coat sleeve he hadn't gotten around to cleaning. When I was younger, I wanted my sister to go away. I didn't want her to die necessarily. I didn't want anyone to physically hurt her. But I wanted her to go away. Not even permanently, just for a while. Just enough time for my parents to shine their gaze on me. Just for once. Just for a little while. But that didn't happen. Claire had everything. She was beautiful, popular, smart. She was in every extracurricular. She received fantastic marks. The principal knew her by name in a good way. She came out of the womb as the golden girl of the family. The worst part? She was nice to everyone, especially me. She went out of her way to befriend me, make a sister connection. When she was 5, she drew pictures of us together. When she was 10, she read my favorite YA series so we could talk about it. She tried everything. But I couldn't help but loathe her. Being outshined by your baby sister is hard enough. Feeling guilty about the hate you have towards her is even worse. Everything changed when Claire entered her senior year of high school. She was 18 and having her dream high school experience. I was in my 2nd year of college by this point, and still living at home. I was just about to lock myself in my room for the night with my hot date of reality TV when I heard it. "Oh, stop it. You're bad." It was Claire's whispered voice, between giggles, coming from her bedroom. I paused and stepped closer. Who was she talking to? "Tonight? It's late. Baby, there's zero way I could get out of the house without someone seeing." Well, well, perfect little princess is going to sneak out to see a boy. I was practically foaming at the mouth to rat her out to our parents, just to see them disappointed in her for once. "I know. I want to see you too. I know it isn't the same over the phone. Yes, I know you've been patient. Okay, I know. Yes. This weekend my parents have a thing. Can I finally meet you then?" I take a step closer to hear the specifics, which makes the floor softly creak. I hold my breath. "Hey, I've gotta go. I'll text you, okay?" "Okay, bye." I hear her shift quickly and her footsteps coming to her door. My panic surges and I try to get as far away from her room as possible in a matter of seconds. Just then her door swings open. "Oh, Sissy, it's you." She smiles, out of breath from coming to the door. "Just going to my room," I say cautiously. Normally I would bite her head off for using the nickname she has always called me, but I let it go. I've always hated it, though I don't understand exactly why. She smiles at me in relief, and I decide to make sure I wasn't imagining the earlier conversation I overheard. "Claire, I wanted to invite you to a concert I'm going to on Saturday. Do you want to go? Mom and Dad have their party, so we can grab a bite and go." I offer. Her face falls. Claire is always trying to tag along with me to things. "Oh, that sounds so fun. I would love to, really, but, I told Mary Beth I would sleep over at her house on Saturday, and her mom is doing a big dinner thing, so I told her I would go." She lies, trailing off while toying with her ring on her middle finger. "Oh, that's too bad. Maybe next time," I tell her. She must really want to go meet whoever this is. Normally, she would never turn this down. I turn and walk towards my room. My hand is on the door when Claire's voice sounds again. "You know what? I'll cancel with Mary Beth. She'll understand, and we can have sister time," she offers. Crap. "Oh, it's okay," I quickly say. "We can always do something another time. Enjoy your time with Mary Beth." Her smile falters a bit. "You mean it? We will do something another time? Because I would really like that, Sissy," Claire says softly, and her honest expression almost makes me falter. Almost. "Of course, Claire. We have all the time in the world," I say, opening my door casually. She smiles brightly, nods, and disappears downstairs. I'm not a bad person, I promise. I just want Claire to understand how I've felt my whole life being the family disappointment. I don't even hate Claire. I just want her to suffer. Just a little bit. Saturday came in a flash. That morning I saw Claire redoing her hair over and over, trying to get her auburn hair to lay just right. That afternoon, I saw her laying out at least a dozen outfits on her bed, carefully analyzing each one. I watch her from her open door for a minute while she furrows her brows at each option. "You're sure putting a lot of effort into looking nice for Mary Beth," I say, causing her to jump in surprise. Oh, she laughs softly. "I think she wants to take photos, so I just want to make sure I look nice for them. I'm probably overthinking it." I nod and step into her room, peering down at the unlimited options. "The green dress, with your denim jacket, makes your hair look really vibrant," I offer, surprising myself. Her eyes widen a bit as she takes in the small compliment. "Really? You think so?" she asks me. I nod. "Green is your color for sure," I add. She smiles brightly. "Thank you. It's actually my favorite color too. You can't go wrong with a sister pick," she says excitedly, holding up the green dress on the hanger. The sudden sisterhood moment starts to make me feel overwhelmed. I force a smile and begin to walk out of the room before I remember. "Oh, I'm leaving at 7 for my concert. When is Mary Beth picking you up?" I ask. She seems confused for a half second, but corrects her face quickly. "Oh, about 7:30. Don't worry, I'll lock up before I leave," she says casually, opening her jewelry box on her bed. "Sounds good. Have fun tonight," I call over my shoulder as I head to my room. "You too," Claire calls after me, even though she's only a few feet away. For some reason, she already seems so far away from me. The concert wasn't real. I had no plans for one, which was also why I insisted she go to her actual plans. My plan was easy. I would leave the house at 7 p.m., grab some food, then circle around for a while. Once Claire was gone, I would go to Mary Beth's house, claiming she forgot something at home. She wouldn't be there, and then I would call my parents in a fake panic, causing them to leave their party and come home to track Claire down. Claire gets caught with whatever boy she's with. Mom and Dad yell at her. She gets the "how could you disappoint us like this" face, and I revel in their anger. And tomorrow the dust will settle. Claire will bat her eyes and apologize, and everything will go back to normal. But for one night, she will get it, and that's all I need. At about 8:15 p.m., I go back to my house. I had to make sure Claire actually left. I open the door slowly and call into the house. "Hello? Claire, you still here?" Silence. I climb the stairs and look into her room. She isn't there, but her denim jacket is on the bed. She must have forgotten it. "Oh no, Claire, you forgot your jacket." I say out loud in an exaggerated voice. "I should be a good sister and return this to you at Mary Beth's house, which you are so totally at this evening." I take the jacket with me downstairs and immediately leave the house, jumping in my car. I'm almost giddy with excitement. I drive the 5 minutes to Mary Beth's house, humming along to my music. When I get there, I open my door and practically skip up the walkway and ring the bell. I then remind myself that I need to play concerned sister, and furrow my brows the way I saw Claire do it that morning. A beat later, Mary Beth's mother comes to the door. "Oh, hello, sweetie," she coos. "Hey there, just coming by to drop off Claire's jacket. She left it at home and it's cold outside," I say, holding the jacket up. Mary Beth's mother tilts her head at me. "Well, that is awfully kind of you, but Claire isn't here. I don't think so, at least. One moment." She turns back into the house and calls for her daughter. Mary Beth casually walks to the door. Her expression falls when she sees me. "Honey, is Claire here? Her sister came by to drop off her jacket." Her mother says, gesturing to me. "Oh, no, she isn't. But she will be. She is coming over. Later. Yeah, later," Mary Beth stammers. I widen my eyes and look directly at Mary Beth. "She isn't here? What do you mean? She told me she would be. Didn't you pick her up?" I ask her. Mary Beth's cheeks turn pink as she looks sideways to her mom. "Mary Beth, do you know where Claire is?" Her mother demands. Mary Beth quickly shakes her head. I shake my head and inhale deeply. Okay, I think I'm going to call my parents, I say with a defeated expression. Oh, honey, at least come inside to call them. It's cold outside. I'll make you some tea, Mary Beth's mom offers, standing aside to let me pass through. Thank you, I tell her, pulling out my phone which already has my mom's phone information pulled up, and I hit the green call button. About 30 minutes later, I see my parents' car pull into Mary Beth's driveway. I meet them at the door with that sad expression I've perfected over the last half hour. What's happening? Where's Claire? My mom practically shrieks as she walks up the pavement. I give a resounded sigh. I have no clue, Mom. She said she would be here and I brought her jacket because I saw that she left it at home. But Mary Beth said she hasn't been here, and she doesn't know where she is, I say, looking down at the denim jacket in my hand for emphasis. My mom puts her hand on my shoulder and looks me in the eye. It's a nice thing you did, bringing that to her. If you hadn't, we wouldn't have known she wasn't here, she says, squeezing my shoulder with her manicured hand. A small beam of pride wells up in my chest, but I only offer her a sad smile. My dad, who had been talking to Mary Beth's mom, walks over to us. When was the last time you called her? He asks, pulling out his phone. Crap. I didn't call once. Just a few minutes ago, I respond. My dad nods and pulls up Claire's contact info. I see him dial as he steps to the side of the living room with his ear to the phone. This just isn't like Claire, to disappear like that, my mom says. I feel my shining moment growing. It isn't, you're right. Do you think she lied? On purpose? Lied to you, Dad, and me? Maybe she lied to do something that you wouldn't have approved of, I say timidly. I have to make it sound like I'm coming up with a theory as I'm talking. Really sell it. As I'm watching the gears turn in my mom's head, Mary Beth and her mother appear in the room again. Mary Beth looks like she's about to throw up, and her mother has a stern hand on her shoulder. Go ahead, tell them what you told me, her mother says sternly. Mary Beth is silent. I said now, young lady, or so help me God. Okay, Mary Beth squeaks. I don't know where Claire is. That is true, but I know what she's doing. My mother raises her eyebrows at her. Oh, here we go. Mary Beth fiddles with the hem of her sweater, looking straight down at the hardwood floor. Claire was meeting a boy tonight, and she asked me to cover for her. I feign shock on my face. A boy? My mom asks. What boy? A boy from your school? Mary Beth shakes her head. No, she met him online, Mary Beth whispers. The shock on my face is no longer fake. What? I yell. Oh my God, my mom gasps, turning to find my dad. I'm sorry. She's been talking with him for a few months. I told her it was not a good idea to meet him alone, but she said he was normal and nice. She said that they video chatted a few times. I'm so sorry. I've been trying to call her since you got here, but she won't answer. Mary Beth begins to cry, putting her face in her hands. I hear my dad yelling in the other room. Claire, baby, where are you? Tell me where you are, Claire. I sprint into the other room and see my dad pressing the phone to his ear as hard as he can. His face has turned bright red. Tears have sprung from his eyes. I hear a sound coming from his phone, and I would know it anywhere. It's Claire, crying, wailing. Daddy, please help me, please. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Her sentence is cut off by a piercing scream, loud enough to bring Mary Beth and her mom in from the other room. Claire, God! My dad screams, hurling his phone at the wall, shattering the screen into a million pieces. My mom has her hand over her mouth, but her eyes are wild with emotions. I'm calling the police, Mary Beth's mother says, as she scurries out of the room. My mom begins to sob, and my dad leans his head against the wall, trying to compose himself. No. This wasn't supposed to happen. She was just supposed to be grounded, I whisper. My father's head turns up to look at me. She was just supposed to be grounded, maybe yelled at, but that's all. And it would have been fine tomorrow, I whisper, looking down at Claire's jacket I still held in my now trembling hands. My mother and father make eye contact before my father slowly crosses the room to me. What do you know? It's been 2 weeks. 2 miserable, brutal, quiet weeks since Claire went missing. I've been waiting for that feeling of relief. That relief of getting what I always wanted, for her to go away. But it doesn't come. I take her jacket to sleep with me every night, holding it next to my pillow and curling around it. I've developed an attachment to it. Like I'm afraid that if I don't sleep next to it, the hope is gone, but as long as I have it nearby, I'm connected to her. My parents have stopped speaking to me since that night, after the police arrived at Mary Beth's house. They spoke to us all separately. I told them the truth, that I knew she was planning to sneak out, but I said nothing, hoping she would get in trouble. The officer gave me a sympathetic smile before closing his notepad. During this time, all they have gathered was that Claire did meet someone online who claimed to be 18 and named Ethan. Ethan was careful to not talk about plans or any specifics over text or message. They mostly spoke on the phone. They found phone calls and text messages going back months and months. They did find video calls, but they appeared to have been tampered with, as well as their chats. Whoever did this has done it before, and from the messages, they've gathered that Ethan knew everything about Claire already, seemingly before she even told him, and they finally figured out where he picked her up from, and it was less than a mile from our house. They found his phone at the park down the road from us, the opposite way from Mary Beth's house. The screen was broken, but it still turned on. My sister was the only saved number. Ethan figured out a way to cover his tracks, but the police keep saying they'll stay on it. Every time the phone rings or someone knocks on the door, my mom just about has a heart attack running to answer. She will say a few things in passing to me, but she's just so sad. She just stares at Claire's photo. Sometimes she cries, but she's mostly quiet. My dad, I know he blames me. I've tried to explain that I had no idea it was a boy online. I thought it was someone from her class. I would never want her to get hurt. He doesn't care, especially once the police pulled the records and he realized I never called her myself that night. What if you called her? Once you got to Mary Beth's, you could have spoken to her. What if you could have figured out where she was? He had asked me. To which I had no response. He leaves the house every day to look for her. We've led search teams, put her picture everywhere, held a press conference. Everything the police said would help. We even posted a reward. But the days pass and my sister doesn't come home. It was a Monday when we found out. When you find out something that impacts the rest of your life, you really zone in on everything around you in that moment. The wallpaper that had begun to lightly peel above the mantle that held Claire's soccer photo. The smell of the Febreze my mom had just sprayed in the living room when the detective called and asked if he could come by to talk. The sound of the garbage truck making its way down the road. If I close my eyes, I'm back sitting on the couch next to my mom. My dad refused to sit. He wanted to remain standing, no matter how much the detective insisted otherwise. That Monday was the day I found out that Claire was really gone. And she was really gone because they had found her. A hiker had discovered something wrapped in green fabric sticking out of the ground and called it in. It was Claire. From the autopsy, the detective had said they were able to gather that she had been tortured and brutalized up until the end of her life, though it was hard to know specifics with what remained of her, though I wouldn't be surprised if they were keeping details from us on purpose, to try to protect us, and they placed her time of death not soon after she had gone missing. And the boy? My father asked. The detective shook his head. We haven't been able to find him, sir. I still clutched her jacket while he continued to tell us the news as gently as he could, though I couldn't look at the detective. I just stared at Claire's photo on the mantel, in her green soccer uniform. Green. I always liked her in green. In my time I've had to think about Claire, I've realized I actually liked quite a bit about her. I liked her laugh, her style, her unwavering kindness and optimism. And that was all I had of her now. These memories, these things I admired but could never bring myself to tell her, and now I never will. We held her funeral a week later, closed casket, but there were enough flowers to rival a garden. We opened the floor for people to speak, and everyone spoke about how Claire had touched their lives in some way. It became too much. Too much to handle. I retreated to the parking lot to smoke a cigarette in an attempt to gather myself. I was standing outside for only a moment when I saw my mom approach from the corner of my eye. "Could I have one?" she asked. I raised my eyebrows but held the pack and a lighter out to her. She lit a cigarette and took a long drag before staring out into the lot. We sat there for a moment in uncomfortable silence. "She adored you, you know," my mom finally says. I turned to her in surprise. "No, I mean, she was always good to me, but I don't think..." I start. "She did, though. She idolized you. From the moment she understood anything, you were her big sister, and she just loved you. Her first real word was sissy. Did you know that?" My mom tells me, taking another drag of her cigarette. I stare at her in shock. "I didn't know that. No," I whisper. We sit in silence again before it's my turn to break it. We were supposed to have more time. We were supposed to become friends later, be there for one another, the whole thing. And if I had just called her, or been less jealous, it's just not fair. "Death is never fair, honey," my mom interrupts, tossing the finished cigarette in the dirt and stepping on it with her boots. I feel my cheeks become wet. It must be rainfall. I reach my hand out to catch a drop and realize the sky is bright and blue. The wetness is coming from my eyes. "I'm so sorry, Mom. I wish I had done more," I whimper. My mom looks at me with a sympathetic expression, and she wraps me into a tight hug. I let myself cry into her shoulder. "You don't have to apologize to me, honey. Just take it one day at a time. That's all we can do," she says into my hair before patting me on the back and heading back inside. I sit down on the sidewalk, or collapse, really, and just look up at the sky. I'm not very religious, but I would like to think Claire is looking down on all of us today, that she's here and laughing over the dramatics of the day, but admiring the beautiful flowers that bloomed just for her. If I close my eyes, I can hear her faint laugh carry through my memory, and I dread the day I will inevitably forget it. I scratch at my new tattoo on my wrist, remembering to put lotion on. So I welcome the distraction and pull the small tube out of my bag and roll up my sleeve, smiling at the words "sissy" in green ink, forever etched into my skin. My name is Frank, and I quit. Effective immediately. I am no longer willing to pretend that what happens in this place is normal, because it is not. This place is sick. If there is a God, then he turns a blind eye to what happens here. Instead of writing a typical resignation letter, I am simply going to document what happened yesterday. I am certain that anyone who reads this will either understand why I am leaving, or think I am insane. I will sign this statement. I will swear to it under oath if anyone asks. What follows is true, recalled to the best of my ability. For those who do not know me, I am a search and rescue officer with the National Park Service. Up until about a week ago, I loved my job. The wilderness brings with it a lot of strange happenings, and I have heard more than my fair share of strange stories. The people of Glen Haven are deeply superstitious. They always have been, but even with the rumors and campfire legends, I always found the job extremely rewarding. Out here, you learn to ground yourself in reality. People get lost and they panic. The woods are bigger than most people realize, and fear can make the imagination run wild. Sometimes you have to remind yourself that the boogeyman is not real. There are no werewolves roaming the forests. There is no witch trapped in some forgotten well making clothing out of skin. And a random staircase in the woods is just that. A staircase. That's what I used to believe. A few weeks ago, my colleague and friend, Josh, disappeared from the job. Just stopped showing up. Josh had been my partner for years. We worked every kind of call together. Lost hikers, injured climbers, the occasional recovery that none of us like to talk about afterward. He was good at the job, calm under pressure, sharp instincts, the kind of guy who could pick up on small details that others might miss. I knew he had been thinking about leaving. We had sat down together a few times and worked on his resume. He talked about moving somewhere quieter, somewhere without the constant search calls and the long nights. I figured eventually he would put in his notice like anyone else. But that is not what happened. Josh did not resign. He did not transfer. He did not say goodbye. One day he was here, and the next day he was simply gone. The last time I saw him was the morning of his final shift. He looked tired, the kind of tired that sleep does not fix. When I asked him what was wrong, he just said he had not been sleeping well. I left early that day. Now I wish I hadn't. Something about the woods had been bothering him for a while. I assumed he meant the stories the locals like to tell, the usual nonsense. I tried calling him that evening after he failed to show up for a shift. It went straight to voicemail. I sent a message asking if everything was all right. No response. A day passed, then another. Eventually, I stopped calling. Maybe I reminded him too much of the job. Maybe he just wanted to leave this place behind completely. I guess it does not really matter now. Since Josh left, no one has replaced him. It has just been me working the long shifts. Me and Gus. Gus has been here longer than I have. He was already part of the team when I started years ago. He is old now. His muzzle has gone gray and he moves a little slower when he first gets up. But when it comes to finding a scent, there is nothing slow about him. Gus is the best tracker I have ever seen. We have had kids go missing out here before. Sometimes the only thing left behind is a backpack or a jacket. You let Gus smell it, and he will put his nose to the ground like someone flipped a switch. Then he just goes. Straight through brush, across streams, up hills, like he has a map running in his head. More than once it has felt like watching a GPS find its route. Sometimes I know someone's gonna be fine by how quick he moves. Gus has saved a lot of people. More than me. Yesterday evening started like any other. I was sitting in the ranger station going through paperwork when there was a knock at the door. I got up and opened it. A woman came stumbling inside. It was around 6 in the evening. She looked like she had run the whole way there. Her breath came in sharp, uneven bursts, and tears were streaming down her face. She told me her son was missing. They had been out walking one of the upper trails together. 1 minute he had been right beside her. The next minute he was gone. Just like that. Poof. I did my best to try to calm her down. Panic spreads fast in situations like that, and if you let it take over you lose precious time. I sat her down at the small desk near the front window and told her we would do everything we could to find him. Then I reached for the radio and tried to contact command. All I got back was static. That part was not unusual. The equipment here is older than it should be, definitely breaking multiple codes. Please, somebody make note of that for whatever poor fool takes my job. I have been complaining about it for years. The radios crackle, the batteries die quick, and half the time you are lucky if anyone hears you at all. I tried again. More static. No phone signal either. When I spoke with the mother, Gus stood quietly near a front window. His eyes were pointed toward the tree line, staring out into the woods as the sun slipped lower behind the hills. The light was fading fast, and the forest was already starting to sink into shadow. I asked her the usual questions, while she tried to steady herself enough to answer. She didn't talk much. Her son was 6 years old. She had last seen him about 2 hours earlier. That might sound like a long time, but the place she described was near the highest point of our trail systems. We have 6 trail runs, and the topography changes greatly. The hike down from there takes a while even for us. I figured she must have searched as much as she could on her own before panic finally pushed her to run for help. Gus did not react to her the way he usually does. Normally, he walks right up to people, gives them a gentle nudge, or sits beside them, like he understands they are scared. Even a simple wagging tail can calm someone down when they are in a situation like that. But tonight, for whatever reason, he was not in the mood. He kept staring into the woods. The mother reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a glove, blue and knitted. I felt like I recognized it. Maybe they sold it at the local Walmart or something. She told me it belonged to her son. I took the glove and knelt down beside Gus, holding it out for him to smell. His nose twitched as he caught the scent. He began to move towards the woods, so I knew we had a shot at getting the kid. I told the mother she should stay at the station, while I went to search. That is the normal procedure. Missing person cases can get chaotic, and having family members wandering the trails usually makes things worse. But she begged me to let her come. She said she could not just sit there and wait. And looking at her, hearing the desperation in her voice, I realized I did not have it in me to tell her no. So I grabbed my flashlight, clipped the radio to my belt, and stepped out into the darkening woods with Gus leading the way. The mother calmed down a little once we started walking. That happens sometimes. Movement gives people something to focus on. I kept the conversation to a minimum. I have never been good at small talk anyway, and in situations like that, it usually does more harm than good. People either want silence or answers. The trail was already getting dark beneath the trees. The sun had dipped low enough that the forest swallowed most of the remaining light. My flashlight cut a narrow tunnel through the brush ahead of us, while Gus trotted a few yards in front, nose low to the ground. We had been walking for maybe 15 minutes when I noticed a beam of light flickering through the trees ahead of us. Another flashlight. At first it was just a faint glow between the trunks, moving slowly along the trail toward us. I stopped. The mother stayed close to me. I turned toward her. "Does your son have a flashlight with him?" She shook her head immediately. "No." We kept walking toward the light. A minute later the beam rounded the bend in the trail, and its owner came into view. It was one of the regular hikers. I had seen her on the trails dozens of times over the years. Her name was Amanda, I think. The type you see out here all the time. Expensive Patagonia jacket, fresh pair of Hoka trail runners, one of those slim hiking backpacks that probably cost more than the radio sitting on my belt. Before I could even say hello, Gus bolted ahead of us. For a moment he looked 10 years younger. His tail wagged wildly as he bounded up to her, jumping and circling like an overexcited puppy. Amanda laughed and crouched down to greet him. "Well, hey there, Gus," she said, scratching behind his ears. I stepped closer and lifted my flashlight slightly so she could see my face. "Evening, Amanda." She looked up at me, still smiling. "Evening, Frank." I asked her if she had seen anyone else out on the trails that evening. Anyone at all. She shook her head. "No, just you now. Is everything all right?" I explained that a young boy had wandered off the trail and we were trying to track him down before it got any darker. As I spoke, I glanced back toward the mother, half expecting her to add something, maybe describe her son, maybe call his name. But she said nothing. She stood a few steps behind me with her head lowered, staring at the ground. Grief can hit people in strange ways. Some cry, some panic, some shut down completely. She was shutting down. Amanda and I spoke for another moment or two. She asked if there was anything she could do to help. Normally I would have told her to head back to the trailhead and stay clear of the search area, but with the radio acting up and no service out here, I needed someone who could reach the outside world. I told her that once she drove far enough from the park she should call 911, explained that we had a missing child, and tell them which trail we are on. She nodded immediately. I thanked her and wished her a safe walk back. She started down the trail toward the valley. Gus watched her go for a moment, tail still wagging. Then he slowly walked back to my side. For some reason I could not quite explain, I found myself watching Amanda's flashlight a little longer than I needed to, as it disappeared between the trees. Something about the encounter didn't feel right. At the time, I told myself it was just the situation. Missing kids have a way of putting everyone on edge. We continued upward along the trail. As we climbed, the temperature dropped quickly and the air began to feel thinner. The forest grew quieter the higher we went. Even the wind seemed to disappear up there. The mother had not spoken in a long time. After a while, I turned and asked if she needed water or wanted to stop and rest for a moment. She stood with her arms pulled tightly against her chest, as if trying to keep warm. Her long blonde hair hung forward and covered most of her face. When I asked the question, she simply shook her head. She never looked up. Ahead of us, Gus barked once, sharp and alert. He had wandered farther up the trail than usual. That normally meant the scent was strong, and he was confident about where he was going. We kept moving. Near the top of the trail, we reached a sharp bend and turned left. The trail narrowed there before fading out completely. Beyond that point, there was no official path. Just rough ground, loose rock, and low brush. Gus did not hesitate. He pushed straight into the trees. I turned back toward the mother and told her she should wait on the trail. It was safer there and easier for the search teams to find her later. She did not answer. She did not refuse either. She simply followed. Up close, I could see how pale she looked in the beam of my flashlight. Her skin almost seemed gray in the cold light. She looked freezing, but she never complained. After a few minutes of walking, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the glove the woman had given me. Gus had already taken the scent and moved ahead, but I found myself turning the glove over in my hand as we walked. I could tell something wasn't right. It felt strange. I rubbed the fabric between my fingers as I walked, trying to place the feeling. It felt bigger than I expected. I told myself it was nothing at the time, but it's clear now that the glove was adult size. It would have fit me, so it certainly wouldn't work for a 6-year-old. Gus barked from somewhere ahead on the trail, sharp and excited. I picked up the pace to follow him, letting the thought slip from my mind, and we pushed deeper into the woods until the darkness around us became nearly total. My flashlight was the only thing cutting through it. Then I heard it. At first it was faint, just a soft trickling sound somewhere ahead of us. Maybe water. A small stream running down the mountain. But as I followed Gus, the sound grew louder. Soon it was unmistakable. Running water. A moment later, the trees opened up and the source revealed itself in the beam of my light. I stopped dead in my tracks. Because sitting at the top of that mountain was a slip and slide. Yes, a slip and slide. Not some cheap plastic sheet either. This thing was huge. It had a large inflatable entrance at the top, a bright archway in yellow and red like something from a carnival. You'd half expect to see clowns or a Ferris wheel to be nearby. Water ran steadily down the plastic surface, glistening under the flashlight beam as it flowed downhill. It looked incredibly out of place. The water kept running as if it was hooked up to some secret utility line. I felt sick the moment I saw it. If a 6-year-old boy had wandered up here and found that thing, there was no chance in hell he had ignored it. I turned to say something to the mother. She was gone. 1 second she had been behind me, like right behind me. On a few occasions she was so close I could feel her breath. The next, there was nothing but darkness between the trees. I spun around and called out for her. No answer. I called again, louder this time. Still nothing. The forest swallowed my voice. Gus stood a few feet away, staring toward the slide. Slowly I walked toward the inflatable archway. The closer I got, the stranger I felt. The ground beneath my feet sloped sharply downward, and I realized just how steep the hillside really was. The slide began flat enough near the entrance, but within a few feet it dropped away into a steep slope. At least 45 degrees. Gus suddenly stopped behind me. Completely stopped. I turned and called for him to come along, but he would not move. He planted his feet in the dirt and refused to step any closer. It reminded me of a video game character hitting the invisible boundary of the map. "Come on, Gus." He did not budge. That alone was enough to make me uneasy. Gus had followed me into every kind of terrain imaginable over the years. He was not the type to hesitate. But something about that slide made him refuse, and as it turns out, his instincts were on point. As I stepped closer to the archway, I began to feel strange, lightheaded, almost like I had been drinking. My thoughts felt slow and distant, like they were drifting away from me. And then a thought appeared in my mind. I should try the slide. It felt completely reasonable. You know, like when you try to explain a dream and it sounds insane, but it felt normal at the time. I took off my coat and dropped it on the ground. Then I stepped out of my boots. I even caught myself wondering what the best way to go down would be. Head first, on my stomach, or sliding down on my back. The idea seemed fun. Exciting. Gus began barking wildly behind me. His bark was sharp and frantic now, nothing like the friendly noise he made earlier with Amanda. I stepped forward toward the plastic surface, ready to launch myself down. Then something slammed into my leg. A burst of sharp pain shot through my ankle, and I looked down to see Gus clamped onto it with his teeth. His jaws were locked tight around my leg. I panicked. Without thinking, I swung my arm and hit him across the head. He let go. The force of the movement threw me off balance, and I stumbled sideways. My foot slipped in the wet grass beside the slide. Then suddenly I was falling. I rolled down the hillside beside the plastic surface, picking up speed immediately. The slope was even steeper than it looked from the top. Dirt and rocks tore at my clothes as gravity dragged me downward. In seconds I realized just how much danger I was in. Luckily, and also unluckily, I slammed into a tree at what felt like 60 miles an hour. The impact knocked the air out of my lungs, and I felt something break in my ribs, or maybe my arm. Pain exploded through my body, and I collapsed at the base of the trunk. When I finally managed to lift my head and look forward, my stomach dropped. About 3 feet past that tree, the ground simply ended. A sheer cliff, at least 100 feet straight down to boulders and rocks. If that tree had not been there, I would not be writing this. I looked down into the darkness below the cliff and saw something among the rocks. At first it was just a shape, something hunched over and curled on itself, between a cluster of boulders. My heart jumped. Hey kid, are you alright?" The words felt stupid the moment they left my mouth. A fall like that would have killed almost anyone, let alone a 6-year-old. Still, you say things like that automatically in this job. You say them because sometimes you get lucky, but not this time. No one answered. I forced myself to my feet and looked for a way down. The cliff was steep, but not completely vertical. There was a narrow path of broken stone and dirt that curved along the face of the drop. If I was careful, I might be able to reach the rocks below. Maybe the kid had survived. Maybe he was unconscious. Maybe there was still something I could do. I had to try. So I started down. Every step hurt. My ribs screamed every time I tried to breathe too deeply. I could feel blood running down my side and soaking into my shirt. More than once my vision blurred, and I had to stop and steady myself against the rock. But I kept moving. It took a long time to reach the bottom. By the time I finally stepped onto the loose stones surrounding the cluster of boulders, my legs were shaking and my lungs felt like they were filled with fire. Only then did I realize Gus was gone. I had not seen him since I fell. I told myself he must have stayed at the top of the slope. Dogs are smart about cliffs. Smarter than people sometimes. I hoped he was all right. I hoped he forgave me for striking him. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness as I slowly approached the body. Over the years I have seen things that would turn most people's stomachs. Recoveries that lasted days in the heat. Bodies that had been in the wilderness long enough for the forest to start reclaiming them. But nothing prepared me for what I saw lying between those rocks. It wasn't a child. It was Josh. For a moment, my brain refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. The image in front of me just did not make sense. Josh lay twisted against the stones, his body broken and half collapsed in on itself. He looked impossibly thin, gaunt, like the flesh had shrunk tight against his bones. His skin was gray beneath the dried blood. His jaw hung wide open at an unnatural angle, clearly shattered in the fall. The smell hit me a second later. Rot and old blood and the sour stink of something that had been lying out in the wild for too long. It was clear that animals had been feeding on him. One of his legs was gone entirely, torn and taken. His arms were stretched out in front of him, rigid and twisted as if he had hit the rocks head first with his hands reaching out to catch himself. Weeks. That was my first thought. He had been here for weeks. The forest had been slowly taking him apart piece by piece while the rest of us wondered why he stopped showing up for work. I sank to my knees beside him, and that was when I saw it. One glove, still clinging to his hand. One. My stomach turned cold. Slowly I reached into my pocket and pulled out the glove the woman had given me earlier. For a moment I just stared at the two of them. Then I held mine beside the one on Josh's hand. They matched perfectly. Same color, same stitching, same worn thread at the wrist. My hands began to shake. I looked back up toward the cliff above me, toward the slide, and for just a second, in the faint glow of my flashlight reflecting off the wet plastic above, I saw a figure standing there, tall, pale, a woman. She was looking down at me. Her face was hidden in the darkness. The mother. The moment my light shifted toward her, she stepped backward and disappeared into the night. I shouted after her. Words I won't write down. The forest swallowed my voice, then I looked back down at Josh, and the reality of what had happened finally hit me. Josh had not quit. He had been taken out here, tricked the same way I had been, led to the slide. I had never been more grateful for Gus. I sat there beside what was left of my friend and started to cry. Josh did not deserve to die like that. Over the next few agonizing hours, I managed to drag myself back down the mountain and make it to the ranger station. Every step felt like I was being stabbed in the ribs. By the time I reached the door, I was barely conscious. There were police waiting for me. Amanda had done exactly what I asked. She must have found a signal and called it in, because the lot was full of patrol cars when I stumbled out of the woods. They sat me down and started first aid right here on the floor of the station. Someone wrapped my side. Someone else shined a light in my eyes. All the while they kept asking questions. What happened? Where the body was? What I had seen? I told them everything. I told them about the boy. I told them about the trail. I told them about the slip and slide sitting at the top of the mountain like some kind of BS from a cartoon. Some of them glanced at each other. I know they think I'm mad, but they won't when they go out there. I told them about the woman who led me out there, the one who gave me the glove, the one who stood at the top of that slide and watched me fall. They had me repeat the story again and again that night, every detail, every step. Some of the officers knew Josh personally, so when I told them what I had found at the bottom of the cliff, the room went quiet. While relaying the story, a thought came to my mind. We have cameras. The ranger station has security cameras covering every entrance and the parking lot. We could review them to get an image of the woman. I remember feeling angry while we waited for the footage to load. Angry and hopeful at the same time. I wanted to see her face. I wanted her punished. The officer running the computer rewound the footage to earlier that evening. Then we watched. I walked up to the front door and opened it. I held my hand out to beckon someone inside, but no one came inside. My neck rotated like I was watching someone walk through the door, but no one did. I was alone. I stopped in the middle of the room and began speaking. The camera showed me holding the door open for empty air, gesturing toward the chair for someone to sit down, nodding as if someone was answering my questions. At one point I even reached out my hand for a handshake, waiting for someone who was never there to take it. The officers in the room didn't say anything for a long time. They just kept watching the footage as I spoke to a person that did not exist. Gus stood by the window looking out into the night. Then me and Gus opened the door and left the room. We rewound the tape and watched multiple times. Nobody spoke. The silence was deafening. My name is Frank, and I quit. Effective immediately. I wanted to share a story about when I was a kid that still disturbs me to this day. We had a room in our house unlike any other. It wasn't different aesthetically, only in what it was used for. It had only one purpose, to punish us when we misbehaved. My brother and I hated that room, but not for the reason you might be thinking. To us, it was just the annoying, boring place we had to stand in when our parents were upset with us. And yeah, we usually deserved it. We hated it, but as we grew up, we knew it was justified. However, it was too dark. Not kid afraid of the dark, dark. Not the hallway light is off dark. This was the kind of dark that felt unnatural. The kind most people never experienced. In our house, it was just called the timeout room. It sat at the end of the hall tucked between the linen closet and the spare bedroom. A plain door with a plain knob and nothing special about it. No warning sign, no lock. If you didn't know what it was for, you'd assume it was storage or a guest bedroom. But my brother and I knew. If we misbehaved, talked back, snuck cookies, fought too loud, or slammed a door, we were sent there. Timeout room, Mom used to say. Lights off, door closed. That was the punishment. And when you're little, it makes sense. Darkness is uncomfortable. It makes you behave. It makes you feel small. My mom never raised her voice. My dad never counted to 3. They never lectured. They never dragged us by the arm. They just pointed. And we went. For a long time, it really did feel normal. Like a strict but fair rule in a strict but fair house. If my brother went in first, I'd press my ear against the door and whisper, "How long you got?" Sometimes he whispered back. Sometimes he didn't. Sometimes I'd hear him sniffling. And sometimes I'd hear nothing at all. Then my turn would come. Mom or Dad would point, and I'd walk to the timeout room. I'd open the door and peer inside first every time, giving my parents a chance to change their minds, but of course they never did. Peering into the room from the outside always felt weird. The only areas visible were where the light from the hall spilled in. There were no windows, no furniture. There was nothing inside except a tall standing lamp. It stood in the corner of the room, its rough yellow lampshade dark. It was always just barely visible in the dim light. I'd walk in and close the door, letting the darkness claim me. Then I'd stand there with my arms at my sides, staring into nothing, counting in my head the way kids do when they're trying to make time move faster. 10 Mississippi, 20 Mississippi, 30 Mississippi. I never thought to question why the room was always so much darker than the rest of the house. Why no light ever seeped in from the cracks of the door. I never wondered why the door shut with a soft but distinct click, even though it had no lock. I never asked why the lamp in the corner was the only thing in the room, and I never asked why I wasn't allowed to turn it on. Because the rules were simple. Darkness was the punishment. You don't turn on the light. And when you're a little kid, rules feel like physics, like gravity, like something the world is built out of. They are immovable. But then you get older, and rules start to look less substantial, less like fate and more like choices. I was maybe 10 or 11 the first time I decided I was done playing along. It was something petty that got me sent there. Talking back, I think. I remember the heat in my face, the sharp satisfaction of having said what I said, and then the immediate punishment. Timeout room. I stomped down the hallway like it was my own house and my own rules. Threw the door open and stepped inside with my chin up. The door closed behind me, the darkness swallowed me, and I waited for my eyes to adjust. But they didn't. They never did. There wasn't even the tiniest bit of light coming from underneath the door like there should have been. This wasn't something I had considered before, but now it seemed odd. That should have been the first red flag. Darkness always softens after a few seconds. Even at night you can usually make out shapes. A window, a doorway, or even your own hands. But in that room you couldn't. It wasn't just darkness. It was blank. Like my eyes were open, but the sun itself had been turned off. I stood there, irritated, defiant. Then, slowly, curiosity started crawling up the back of my neck. There was a lamp in there. I knew there was. I'd always seen it when the door was open. So why couldn't I see even the faintest outline of it then? This was the first time I ever allowed my mind to really wander in that room. I reached my hands out and started feeling the air in front of me, stepping carefully. Soon my fingers brushed a wall. I slid them along it, moving sideways until I found the lamp's shade. Rough fabric and dusty at the top. There was the switch, a little turn knob on the socket. My heart knocked once against my ribs. Not fear exactly, more like the thrill of breaking a rule, the thrill of making my own decision, possibly the first real choice I had ever truly made for myself. I turned it clicked, and I heard a slight buzzing, but nothing else changed. I frowned into the void, blinking hard. Again, then again, like my eyes were somehow stuck. Still nothing. A cold beat of uncertainty formed in my stomach. The lamp had clicked. I'd felt it, heard it. So why was it still perfectly black? I reached up again and felt around the socket. Maybe the bulb was missing. Maybe it was loose. Or maybe it had just burned out. My fingers found the bulb and I pressed my fingertips gently against the glass, holding them there. 1 second, 2, and then I yanked my hand back so fast I almost stumbled. The bulb was hot. The lamp was on and I still couldn't see a thing. My mouth went dry. Confusion overtook me. My first thought was something childish and yet terrifying in a real-world way. What if I couldn't see anymore at all? What if I'd gone blind? I swallowed and lifted my hands in front of my face. Nothing. I waved my fingers. Still nothing. I squeezed my eyes shut and opened them again wide, like I could force light back into them. But still the darkness remained. My breathing got louder in the silence, faster as confusion turned to panic, but I frowned again as I noticed something. The rhythm of my breathing didn't quite line up anymore. It sounded wrong. I held my breath, but the other one didn't. A second breath, a faint, wet inhale. Behind me. I turned, but the sound still came from behind. My skin prickled. I turned again, faster, still behind me. It wasn't moving around the room. It wasn't echoing. It was just there, right behind me, breathing. My breath stopped and I could hear it clearly. At first it was slow, like someone trying to stay quiet. Then it sped up. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Closer than close. The kind of close you feel in your bones. I wanted to call out. I wanted to yell, Mom? Or Dad? Or even my brother's name. But something in me knew it wasn't them. Then I felt a pressure touching my face. Soft at first, like a blanket being ruffled. Not like it had just been placed there, but like it had always been there, and only just moved a little. Then I could feel it. Firmer, specific. 2 shapes pressed over my eyes. Not a cloth, not a hood. Hands. 2 hands, one covering each eye, palms sealed against me. My whole body locked up. The breathing was right at my ear now, rapid and eager, like whatever was behind me was excited that I'd finally noticed. Excited or angry. I lifted my own hands and grabbed at the ones covering my eyes. They felt wrong. Too cold, too smooth. Not skin, not quite. More like rubber that had been sitting in ice water. I yanked and twisted, panic rising like a scream up my throat, but the hands didn't budge. They clung to me with a strength that didn't make sense for something with fingers that thin. I started flailing, swinging my elbows back over my shoulders, trying to hit whatever was attached to me. The moment my elbow connected with something solid behind my head, it screeched. It was not a sound I had ever heard before, a sound like metal dragging across metal, so loud my ears rang instantly, so sharp it felt like it was slicing my skull open. I screamed, pure reflex and terror spilling out of me, and I threw my arms back harder, clawing, punching blindly at whatever was latched onto me. It answered with a monstrous bite, sharp teeth embedding into my skin where my neck met my shoulder. I felt a sudden tearing heat, like someone had pressed a row of needles into my skin and pulled. I howled and my knees buckled. My whole world was still black, those cold hands now starting to dig into my eye sockets, the screech drilling into my head. My strength was leaving me. My throat grew hoarse as I screamed until it cut out entirely. Gone. In the absence of my own terror, I could hear the buzzing from the lamp, now much louder than when I had first turned it on. I tried to stagger forward, to slam into the door, to get out, but it was still latched onto my neck. The buzzing grew even louder. I started to feel dizzy, my body beginning to sway, and then the door flew open. I heard it swing and slam against the wall. I still couldn't see anything, but I could feel it, like warmth on my face, like the air changing. Footsteps came, fast and heavy. No gasp, no scream, no voice at all, just movement. Then a solid impact right behind my head. The hands ripped off my eyes in an instant, scratching my face. The thing cried out, its screech cutting into a strangled sound, and then disappeared like an echo through a pipe. I collapsed forward onto the carpet, gasping, clawing at my face, my neck burning where I'd been bitten. I blinked and blinked and blinked, but the darkness stayed. I couldn't see. I still couldn't see. Then I felt arms around me. My mom pulled me against her chest like she was trying to shield me from the room itself. Her hands were warm, human, real. "It's okay," she said, and her voice was calm in a way that didn't match what had just happened. "It's okay. It's okay. You're okay." I shook so hard my teeth clicked. "I can't see," I choked out. "Mom, I can't see." "I know," she said softly, rocking me. "I know. Just breathe. Just breathe." The hallway smelled like laundry detergent and dinner. Normal smells. Safe smells. My mom's shirt pressed against my face. Her heartbeat was steady. Like this wasn't a surprise. Like she'd been waiting by the door. I squeezed my eyes shut again and forced them open, and suddenly, light. The hallway snapped into place. The carpet, the walls, the open door. My mom's face above me, pale but composed. Her eyes focused on me and not on the room. I sobbed and clung to her like a drowning person. Behind her, past her shoulder, I could see into the timeout room now. She had pulled me out without me realizing it. I could see inside clearly now. The lamp was on. The shade glowed, but the inside of the room still looked wrong. Not dark anymore, just deeper than it should have been. Like the corners didn't end where the walls were supposed to. Like the room had more room inside it than the house had space for. But as I blinked, my vision blurring and unblurring, the room seemed to fade back into reason. It was normal once again. My mom shifted, blocking my view. Her hand pressed gently at the back of my neck, and I flinched from the pain. She didn't ask what happened. She didn't check the lamp. She didn't look for what bit me. She just held me and whispered that everything was okay, over and over until my breathing slowed and my crying turned into hiccuping silence. When I finally pulled back enough to look at her, I expected anger, confusion, fear, but all she gave me was a tired, practiced expression, the kind adults wear when a storm they expected finally arrives. "Why is that room like that?" I whispered. My mom's thumb brushed my cheek, wiping away a tear. "Because," she said quietly, "it works." That was all. No explanation, no comfort beyond her arms and her voice. She carried me away from the doorway, and when I looked back one last time, she shut the timeout room door with the same soft click. I didn't tell my brother what happened, and he didn't ask. After that, the bite mark on my neck healed into a small, crescent scar that can still be seen if you look close enough. The timeout room stayed at the end of the hallway. The lamp stayed in the corner. The rule stayed the same. Lights off, door closed. And I'll give you the neat little ending everyone wants, because it's true. I never misbehaved again. She was right. It works. Oh, I jumped when I turned around and saw Elbert standing behind me. We didn't know you got here already. Everyone else is downstairs. Elbert stood there motionlessly. He drove here himself since he was coming from the north, while the rest of us drove in from the south. But I didn't see his car outside. Without a word, Elbert closed the distance between us and hugged me. I patted him on the back. Good to see you too, my friend. His arms around me tightened. I squirmed slightly, gave a little half-laugh with an awkward smile, and tried to push myself away. My boyfriend was already upset enough that I was going to a cabin in the woods without him this weekend, and I've always guessed that Elbert had a thing for me. Bro, you good? Come on, let's head downstairs. Elbert released me. I stepped back and quickly walked towards the door. While we all hugged frequently, that hug was too long for comfort. Right before I exited my room, Elbert said, "Get out of here." Huh? Then I made my decision. Whatever Elbert wanted to say, he could either say it to the group or not say it at all. Turning towards the stairs, I called out, "Come on, let's go downstairs." Downstairs, I grabbed a cup of water and walked into the living room, where the entire group was eerily silent. All the junk food, board games, and alcohol were half unpacked, but even the explosive duo, Jerry and Nancy, were quiet. I grabbed a big bag of chips, tore it open, and interrupted the silence. "Guys, what's the prank?" Alex said, "Albert's dead." I spat out my water, directly into the bag of chips I opened. "What? Let's not say that about anyone. I literally just saw him upstairs." "Jesse, that's not funny." My heart skipped a beat. I'd never heard Jerry sound so serious or angry. I wanted to insist. The way the group glared at me made me shut up. Silently, Alex handed me his phone. Alex got a text from Albert's mom, saying that she knew he was heading to hang out with us at a cabin for the weekend, but he got T-boned by a truck about an hour into his drive. Instantly dead. She didn't say anything else, just sent a picture of the wreck. While I was processing the new information and reconciling with what I just saw upstairs, Nancy said, "Maybe we drive north to his house." Albert's house was about 4 hours north of here. "I'm too tired to drive again," said Jerry. He poured himself an entire plastic cup of whiskey and chugged it. His voice was hoarse when he spoke again. "Don't make a difference anyway. Maybe if we pray hard enough he'll show up." That was Nelson. When he saw that most of us gave him dirty looks, he threw up his hands. "Look, I know you guys aren't religious, but there's a chance that this is just a prank, right? Like Jesse said, a prank. Albert stole his mom's phone, and then he shows up and scares us all." I wanted to nod in agreement, but Albert wasn't the kind of person who'd prank us. He was always the first person to stay back and take care of someone. The kind of person who'd give a kidney to a stranger. Nancy said, "Nelson, shut up." Not getting any signal anymore. Alex, who was on his phone the whole time, looked up. "You guys got any signal? Maybe we can call Albert or his mom." We all shook our head. It could be a prank, right? That was me. Upstairs, Albert had his arms wrapped so tightly around me that I felt skeptical, and I distinctively remember inserting a bro for more emotional distance. I'm not kidding. I saw him upstairs. He hugged me. You probably even heard me talking to him from the stairs. "Y'all are sick in the head." Nancy stood up with so much force that her stool fell to the ground behind her. "Prank? We hear that Albert's dead, from his mom, and y'all think it's just a prank. You think his mom would joke about that? Hi guys, my son is dead. Car accident. Haha, funny. And you, Jesse, nobody's in the house except the 6 of us. We checked the whole house first thing, and the only entrance is right here. So stop messing with us." Nancy stormed off. Nelson gave me a weird look. "She's right, Jess. Carrying my bag in winded me up, so I've been here since we entered. Nobody entered or left the house." "Let's just chill, alright?" said Jerry. He was on his 3rd full cup of whiskey. Chill, sleep, and we drive north first thing tomorrow. Yeah, let's chill. Cassie and Alex huddled in one of the couches, while I sprawled on the other. I had my Kindle open, but I'd been reading the same sentence for the last hour. Nobody had signal. We'd purposely picked a cabin without Wi-Fi, and nobody knew how to act without more information. There'd been a couple of, "Do you really think?" But it never got further than that. Nelson's voice broke the silence. "Guys, Nancy's been hogging the bathroom for an hour and won't answer to knocks." Nelson had his pajamas tucked under his arms and a toothbrush in his hands. Normally, he would get crap for believing in 8 hours of sleep and sleeping before midnight. But not today. The upstairs bathroom was the only bathroom with a shower. "I don't know. It's been quiet," said Jerry. He was sipping from a bottle of rum now. "It's probably hitting her hard," said Cassie. "I'll check up on her." Minutes later, we all heard Cassie scream. Cassie tumbled downstairs, falling into a heap at the bottom of the stairs. She fell head first into a nearby lamp, knocking it over. Her ankle twisted in a weird angle, but she didn't care. "Nancy's dead," Cassie screamed again, burying her head in her hands. Alex ran to her side and hugged her. Jerry ran upstairs. Seconds later, he was back in the kitchen with a grim look on his face. His eyes were wide open, as if he'd forgotten to blink. His hands were bloody, and he held them away from his body. "It's true. No pulse or anything. Don't go look. There's so much blood in the bathroom. Her wrists." Alex, Nelson, and I shared a look. None of us needed to go look for ourselves. I shuddered and pulled a throw over my shoulders. Cassie sobbed. I knew she had a thing for Elbert, but... "She'd at least want to verify that he's really dead first, right?" I asked. "This doesn't make sense." Alex glared at me. "You still don't believe Elbert's dead? Saw him upstairs? Seeing Nancy downstairs now?" Jerry spoke loudly. "Let's call the police." We all checked our phones. Still no signal. Landline? They still have that? 3 policemen arrived in a police van. They seemed ridiculously decked out, with bulletproof vests, gas masks, and 3 guns each. They introduced themselves as Officer Gerald, Officer Melissa, and Officer Josh. They had no information on any car wreck up north, but they said they had to keep us here for the interrogation. They sent us back to our bedrooms to isolate us, and said they'll speak to us one by one. Hours later, after interrogating us, they told us they had to detain us here in the house because a tree had fallen in the road. The bathroom upstairs, where Nancy took her own life, was sealed off, but the bathroom downstairs and everywhere else in the house was ours to use. That night, I heard knocking on one of the walls of my bedroom. I focused and realized that it was tapping out Morse code. Right, Jerry had the room next to mine. Jerry and I first met on a search and rescue training camp, so both of us knew Morse code. I wrote out the taps I heard. "What do you mean you saw Elbert earlier?" I looked around my bedroom. Clearly, Elbert was not in the house. I'd also checked that his car was not in the yard. I tapped. "Don't worry about it. Do you think they're allowed to keep us here like this?" Jerry tapped back. "No, they're sus." I assessed our situation. We were in a glamping cabin in a cul-de-sac about 40 miles away from the nearest town. Jerry had thought it'd be funny to pick a cabin without Wi-Fi, and we figured we weren't too far away from town anyway. Worst comes to worst, we could hike to the town, right? Should we run away? You saw their guns. Officer Josh was stationed outside, in the police van near our car. Officer Gerald and Officer Melissa were near the front door, guarding the only conventional way in and out of the house. They didn't look like they were going to take us anywhere. We have food and water, surely. They'll clear the tree soon, right? Jerry tapped back. Is there really a tree? I don't know how I fell asleep that night, but by the time I woke up, the sun was high in the sky and our car, Jerry's car actually, was gone. Along with Jerry, 3 of us, me, Cassie, and Nelson, gathered in the living room with Officer Melissa and Officer Josh, quietly waiting for news. Alex insisted on going out to search with Officer Gerald, and after some back and forth, Officer Gerald agreed to take him in the police van. Officer Gerald and Alex returned with the news that Jerry drove into the large tree that fell, skidded, and fell off the slope. We confirmed that Jerry drank a lot last night, but none of us knew Jerry sneaked out of the house. I thought about our conversation in Morse code. Something wasn't adding up. For those of you still questioning, yes, there's a tree, said Officer Gerald. He gestured to Alex, who showed us pictures on his phone. A fallen tree blocking the road, the car wreck of Jerry's car about 100 feet below the road. They're clearing the tree tomorrow, so just one more night and we will take you back to the police station. Can't we just walk to the town? That came from me. 40 miles, some elevation, is like 13 hours if we really push it. I can't do that. Cassie gestured to her ankle, which she'd sprained falling down the stairs last night. She lifted the ice pack and showed us that it had swollen into a purple bulb. I can't either, said Nelson, pulling out his inhaler. I'd die after half a mile. Come on, Jesse, said Alex. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder and gave me a squeeze. Just stay with the group. One more day and we'll all drive back. For lunch, we ate sandwiches. I did a quick inventory and guessed that we had about 5 days of food. I also had some beef jerky, granola bars, snacks, and extra bottles of water upstairs. Since Jerry, Alex, and I were originally planning to tackle a difficult hike nearby, how did everything go from a fun glamping weekend out in the woods to half of us dead? The officers kept a watchful eye on us, but did not try to interact with us. Officer Josh tried to reassure us a couple times that help will be here tomorrow, but none of us talked back. I helped Cassie ice her ankle, but Alex and Nelson were quiet. Nobody touched more of the alcohol. Around 8, I was back in my bedroom, on my bed zoning out. I'd checked religiously, but I never got any signal on my cell phone. The landline had also mysteriously gone out after the call for police. Was there any way we could move the tree ourselves? Would it help if I hiked to the town and brought help back? I was startled out of my bed by the ground shaking. The floor of my bedroom pulsed as if something was hitting the ceiling of the room under me. I remembered a prank we used to play on each other when Jerry's room was right below Nelson's room in the dorms. We'd bang on the ceiling with a broomstick until Nelson stormed downstairs to yell at us. I still remember Nelson yelling about his 8 hours of sleep. I left my room, shivering as the bathroom with the yellow police tape came into view, and hurried downstairs. I could see Gerald and Melissa smoking on the other side of the front door, but Cassie, Alex, and Nelson were not in the living room. Even now, I could hear the banging from the kitchen. Rolling my eyes, I headed over and flipped on the kitchen light, hoping to catch the culprit in action. "Yo, what are you doing?" I screamed. Nelson's body flopped on the floor, but, judging by the amount of blood and brain splattered, it was obvious that his head had been mashed against the ceiling. Something had lifted Nelson's body all the way up to the 10-feet ceiling and banged his head against the ceiling multiple times. No human could have committed that murder. Even the police didn't try to question us. "Something's wrong with this house." It was Cassie who spoke first. Alex had his arms around her, and she was visibly shaking. "We have to get out of here immediately." "The tree," said Officer Gerald, now that he was done smoking. His gas mask with night vision goggles was back on his face. His fingers were white around the handle of his rifle. He gestured to all of us. "We can hike the road to town." "I'd do it," I immediately said. I glanced at the clock. 1 a.m. "I'll take my bag and walk to town, starting right now." "Jesse," Alex snapped at me. "Cassie can't walk. What are you going to do? Leave her here alone with 3 dead bodies?" "She can use a branch, or use Jerry's hiking sticks," I snapped back. Ignoring how everyone winced at the mention of Jerry's name, I turned to Cassie. Do you want to stay here with 3 dead bodies and some force that can mash our heads into the ceiling? Or do you want a messed up ankle? I'll go, Cassie gasped. Suddenly her hand flew to her throat and her eyes rolled to the back of her head. Alex caught her and they both slid to the ground. Officer Melissa headed over, opening the visor of her helmet to check on Cassie. I'd noticed that Officer Gerald and Officer Josh immediately trained their guns on Cassie when she gasped. "She's knocked out," said Officer Melissa. She shot a worried look over to Officer Gerald. "Just fainted." "There's something wrong with the house for sure. I didn't feel like I was in immediate danger, but who can predict how volatile the mysterious killing force was? I easily trusted myself to walk for the next 15 hours until I reached the town. But could I just leave my last 2 remaining friends here?" The way these police officers braced for impact and aimed their gun toward every little sound. "Jesse, please," said Alex. "Please, please." I turned towards the officers. "Now that it's just you and us, and half of us are dead, tell us the truth," I said. I stared Gerald right in the eye, through his night vision goggles. "I know you're not police officers. You know we didn't kill our friends. Why are you holding us here?" "Dear, what are you talking about?" asked Melissa. She'd moved her gas mask off her mouth, but her night vision goggles hid her eyes. She tried to smile, but her fingers didn't stray far from her handgun. "You're scaring your friends." "Yeah, young lady," said Josh. He was tense for combat. "Believe me, I know you're under a lot of stress right now." 3 fully automatic military-grade assault rifles, with over 1,000 rounds each. 3 rifles customized to fire 25.5mm bullets. 3 handguns and over 30 grenades in your van, I said. "You're not here to investigate someone taking their life here on vacation with some friends." Did that landline really work, or were they waiting out there the entire time? "The 3 of you have been consistently eating raw garlic," I continued. "You know something is wrong with this cabin, and you are terrified. That's why you guys have more ammo and armor than special ops and war zones. But you're here to keep us here until we're dead. Why?" My heart was pounding. After a long pause, Gerald gestured towards the couch in the living room. Alex and I carried Cassie over to the couch. Josh and Melissa took food from the kitchen and then closed the kitchen screen, leaving Nelson's corpse on the other side. "We call it the taking," said Gerald. "We don't know when it started, but it must take every year during the fullest moon of the year." "We tried everything," Josh interrupted. Gerald shot him a look, but Josh continued. "Believe me, we tried everything we could to stop it. If we offer fresh bodies every year, nothing bad happens to our town. If we don't, we get cursed. Crops fail, animals die, diseases spread, sores, boils, and plagues everywhere. Fires start. Initially, we offered our own, but we noticed that it naturally gravitates towards foreigners. More fresh. It gravitates towards foreigners and it gravitates away from garlic," I said. I thought about the box of garlic chips in my bag that I'd been snacking on the past 2 days. My eyes narrowed as an idea came to mind. Nancy didn't die from taking her own life, did she? "Don't think so," said Gerald. He took another garlic out of his snack container and bit down on it. "We don't know any patterns to its kill method. We've seen everything from evisceration to suffocation, but no patterns." "So we're just here to die," said Alex. "You're here to keep us here until we die." "Believe me, we don't want to hurt anyone," said Josh. Gerald shrugged. "We must stay here until the taking is over. Hard to believe, but it's safer in the cabin than out there on the road next to the woods. It can just throw you over the cliff, you know. We take precaution, but we're not much safer than you guys," said Melissa. "All of us here have lost someone to a taking." "I never want to hurt anyone," said Josh. "Believe me, if there's a way to help you guys, I'll do it. I never wanted anyone to die." I asked, Can I step outside for a moment? Suit yourself. Alex was also taken that night. He'd stabbed Cassie to death in the tool shed, and then stabbed himself. Melissa advised me not to check with my own eyes, and I nodded, flopping down on the couch in the living room. It'll probably also take you tonight, Melissa said, as if she was trying to be reassuring. She seemed ill at ease, despite how equipped she was. The taking is over when the moon starts to wane. That's in an hour. If I survive this taking, will you guys really let me live? I asked. The uncomfortable look on her face told me everything I needed to know. Tell me about your daughter, I said. I'd picked up my Kindle out of habit but didn't bother opening the cover. I gestured at a pink and orange string bracelet Melissa wore around her wrist. Just to pass some time. Before Melissa spoke, a voice rang across the space. Who messed with my gun? Gerald entered the dining room. After leaving to use the bathroom, his heavy rifle had been left next to Josh, who was still sitting a foot away from it. Now, Gerald picked up his rifle and examined it with suspicion. Gerald peered through the sight. Nobody, said Josh. He was popping slices of raw garlic into his mouth. I was a foot away from it the whole time, and the girls were on the couch. Yeah, we were here, Melissa reaffirmed. Gerald shouldered his rifle, playfully aimed it at us, and hollered at Melissa. Babe, don't get too attached. She's going to die soon. Melissa gave me a smile, then stood up to walk over to Gerald. Her heavy equipment rattled as she moved, and she warily scanned the room. Nancy was made to take her own life. Jerry crashed into the tree. Or maybe that was a legit accident. Nelson got his head rammed into the ceiling. Alex and Cassie died by a knife. How did it plan to take next? In the middle, Melissa stopped. Her eyes widened. All around her, the floorboards started to pop off, showing the foundation of the house in full view, a mess of wires, cement, and tree roots. Melissa began to sink into a hole that formed below her feet. She reached for her handgun, fumbled, and then screamed as she accidentally shot herself. She sank deeper into the hole that opened up. Gerald rushed towards her, but Josh held him back. It's already chosen. You can't stop it. What did you do? Gerald spat at me. His eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. You witch. You witch. How did you make it take Melissa instead of you? Melissa screamed louder. Half her body was out of view now, and something was happening to her under the floorboards. She shot wildly, probably shooting her own legs more than she was shooting anything else. A sharp branch emerged and cracked open Melissa's body, finally silencing her after it pierced through her mouth. Gerald spoke free from Josh. He rushed towards me and punched me in the face. Then he slung his rifle over to aim it at me. I held up my hands as he pressed into my space. I could perhaps trick an ancient entity into taking a local instead of me, but there was no way I could convince Gerald to not shoot me out of vengeance. He leveled the barrel of his gun to my forehead. Wait, I tried to stall. My cheeks were swelling from his punch. You want to know how I tricked the entity, right? I lifted my fingers to the collar of my shirt. Slowly as I could, I began to unbutton my shirt. There was a layer of filth under my shirt, garlic chips and piss mixed with local dirt, a repugnant mixture that I smeared all over myself when I asked to go outside earlier. I was probably going to get some skin infections, but it made me too dirty for the entity. You said it preferred foreigners because foreigners were fresher. I also learned something else. I fibbed. My mind raced. I learned other things too. Many things. Really unbelievable things. Things that can maybe help you in your town in the future. I figured out... You know what? Said Gerald. Screw you. He pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang. The smell of gunpowder filled the room. Gore splattered all over me. I took several steps back. My hand flew to my forehead, but I was not the one who was shot. Gerald began to fall, shock clearly evident in what was left of his eyes. The rifle, smoking from the malfunction, fell from his hand. Gerald made a last-ditch effort, turned towards Melissa's body, but his body slumped to the ground before he moved a foot. I heard clicks. Josh's voice was a whisper. Beads of sweat ran in streams down his face. I heard some clicks come from Jer's gun when he was going to the bathroom and told me to watch his gun, but when I looked up, I saw nobody. In the smoke of the gun, a form began to take shape. Albert was right before me. No one was alive to believe that I was, once again, seeing Albert. I ran over to him, but unlike last time, he was not solid. My gesture merely disturbed the smoke that formed his body, and my arms passed right through him when I tried to hug him. Albert lifted a hand, as if to run it down my face, then vanished. There was a faint trace of smile on his face. The malfunctioned gun stopped smoking. I picked it up, but Josh made no moves to attack me. I never wanted anyone to die, said Josh. He dropped his gun and his hands were in the air. Please believe me. It took my parents when I was a kid, but I have kids now. I have 3 kids and a wife. I said coldly, "Let me go." "Yeah, go. The road will unblock itself after the taking. Look, I never wanted anyone to die. Please believe me. I never wanted to hurt anyone." I looked outside. The sun was starting to crawl from behind the horizon, and the moon was waning. The taking, whatever it was over. The filth was starting to make my skin itchy. I thought about how Nancy's rotting corpse occupied the only bathroom with a shower. Should I take a shower first? Or should I just get the hell out of here? She had said it was going to be a late night at the office. I remembered that first night well. 9:30 p.m. She still wasn't home. Was probably burning the midnight oil. The thought crossed me. In this sort of market, maybe that's fine. Jobs are a rarity. There are worse things than working hard. I forced myself under the covers, shut my eyes, and waited for sleep to take me. The next morning, when she wasn't splayed out beside me, I convinced myself she must have sauntered in at 11 p.m. and left at 6 a.m., having sprinted through her morning rituals before I'd even had time to separate the blinds. My first text to her was delivered at 8:48 a.m., sitting in the uncomfortable chair of my more uncomfortable cubicle. Work's really killing you, huh? A certain flavor of guilt washed over me when I realized I still didn't fully understand what her new job entailed. The title was Project Manager, but I always found the term nebulous. My mind shot back to words she'd mentioned when she discussed it. Neural networks and visual processing. They were coming up on a big project deliverable. I nodded, of course. I'd always nod. I put the phone down and subjected myself to the minutiae of the day. A watched pot never boils, after all. Soon, I'd get distracted. Forget about everything, and then I'd hear from her. Corporate bureaucracy held my attention for a few hours when my phone vibrated. I checked it immediately. A dumb meme from a friend I hadn't spoken to in ages. Great. Already I was willing to cave on the internal rule I'd set for myself to not think about it. I sent her a new text. Finally. "Hey hun, where are you?" And then called her too, for good measure. Her voicemail played. "Hi, this is Ella, A. I cannot answer the phone right now, eh? So you should try to call me back, yeah? Back, yeah. A. This is really sad." And then laughter as her sing-song Rihanna impression broke down and I heard the beep. I waited for the phone to buzz again, for a call back. Something. When there was nothing, the next thought was, is a good husband supposed to call the cops immediately when he doesn't know where his wife is? Or was I just overthinking things? I left work early and depersonalized the entire way home, speeding on the freeway, stuck in traffic, waiting for the light to change, Being colorblind, I go by traffic light position. Pulling into the driveway, all of it done with no real lucidity. At home, pacing back and forth in slippers on the hardwood floor. 6 p.m. turned to 7 p.m. turned to 9. I'd occasionally grab the remote, flip through some random streaming service, hoping something the all-seeing algorithm suggested might pull me away from my anxiety, but nothing did. So, when 10 p.m. rolled around, I called the cops. After a brief transfer, once I clarified that my situation was urgent, but perhaps not life or death urgent, the gruff voice on the other end of the line asked me when I'd last seen Ella, if this was unusual, and if she'd been going through anything recently, acting strangely, differently. Following my answer that yes, this was a little out of the ordinary, and no, nothing seemed off before today. He then got her car and license details from me, told me they'd ping her phone, and assured me they'd circle back as soon as they could, maybe even send an officer to my house. They were on it, in short words I found comforting before I realized that the boilerplate phrase was probably thrown around all the time by them. The bit of action I'd taken suddenly put my brain into motion. Coworkers. And yes, perhaps I was just overthinking, but still. Coworkers. I spent too long workshopping the text messages to James and Preeti. Her 2 colleagues I'd met a couple of gatherings now. I wish people death when they cut me off in traffic, and yet I overthink sincerity in text to strangers. Maybe try therapy. Her voice in my head. Not now, hon. I'm trying to find you. I sent the text. Hey James, I hope you're well. I was curious if Ella is still at the office. Preeti, basically the same text. Then back to waiting again. In the blur of anxious monotony, I melted into my sofa, twiddled my thumbs, and ordered a grand mocha frappuccino via DoorDash for $18 because it felt like a wise financial move. I watched the app as the little icon crept down the street. Jennifer, the driver, still had a few stops to make. A new text on my phone all of a sudden. Hi, is this Matt? To the jumble of numbers I didn't recognize but saw were from my area code, I responded, Yes, this is Matt. Before I could say more, the 3 typing dots appeared at the bottom of the screen, and the next messages came through in rapid succession. My name's Ken. Not sure if you remember, but I met you at bowling 2 months ago. Ping. My wife May works with Ella. They work on the same team. The bowling trip was organized by some of their coworkers. They allowed +1s. Ping. We had a WhatsApp group to organize heading there together. That's why I have your number. Hope you remember. I'm sorry for texting you out of the blue. I get it, Ken, and yes, I remember. Please get to the... Ping. My wife didn't come home last night from work. I tried reaching her coworkers. Friends, too. Everyone. No one knows where she is. Huh. I called him. It rang and it rang and it rang. I was just texting you. Please, for the love of all that is holy. Hello? He finally answered. Did any of her coworkers get back to you? I asked. What? You said you tried reaching her coworkers. Did they respond? Did they say they didn't know where she was? No, none of them got back to me. Do you think something happened? At work, maybe? I didn't like the words coming out of my mouth. I'll call you back, I said. I hung up, placed the phone down. Ken already calling back. I breathed in deep and Googled the address of the high-rise building Ella worked in. It was a new build. I remembered when she first told me about the job and the office she'd be working in. Babe, just look. There's a whole page about the amenities, she said. Sorry, I'm just slammed right now. All good. Didn't mean to bother. I'll look. Later I'll look. Promise. Of course, I didn't ever actually look. A knock at my door all of a sudden. Excitement and relief simultaneously. Before I opened it and saw the Starbucks bag on my doormat. Why would I do this to myself? Why would I spur hope like this? I grabbed the bag, brought it inside, returned to my laptop, and steeled myself for any horrific articles about the building. No articles. I nonetheless wondered if it'd be worthwhile to go there, just to rule it out. Inaction would only make me spiral. Ken calling again. A few missed calls from him now at this point. Tunnel vision was making me a prick. I answered. "Hi, I'm heading to the building," I said. "Oh," he said. "Okay. Then, want a carpool?" "I'm already en route," I lied. "But, meet you there?" Sure. I'll call you when you're..." I hung up, headed to the car. Off the backdrop of the night, I thought about her. Ella had auburn hair. She listened to ABBA in her headphones when she vacuumed. Always ABBA. Her favorite thing was shoving her phone into my face to show me something she was convinced was funny when it absolutely wasn't. She loved astrology memes. She hated the beach. Why? I'm not entirely sure. Our marriage has been rocky lately. We'd been doing the counseling thing. It was less fighting and more distance. I suppose. The recent line she'd been repeating was that she'd always been willing to make sacrifices and change for our relationship. I hadn't. I've been fixed in place, unable to change. I secured my seatbelt, and as I did, I saw a new message on my phone. From James, her coworker. DNO, not OCOME. Anxiety now. I texted him back to elaborate on his typo-filled note. I tried calling him multiple times. Radio silence. Heart palpitations now. I decided to start driving. I pulled into the expensive downtown parking lot surrounding the tower. Past the sea of dark headlights, I expected to see an inferno, or an explosion, something horrific. Instead, everything seemed fine, though it dawned on me that it was strangely hard to find parking. The lot was basically full, despite it being near midnight on a weeknight. I found purchase in a shadowy spot in the corner of the lot, parked, rushed out, sprinted to the building. Mid-sprint, I realized I'd passed Ella's car, her beat-up Toyota Camry. There it was, just sitting. Like an afterthought, I peered through the foggy backseat window to see if there was anything of note in the car. Nothing. But this did mean that either she'd left somewhere on foot, or more realistically, was still here, in the building. I continued on, the glass tower looming ahead, its windows dark and reflective. As I neared, it became clear most of the floors had their lights off, the shades drawn. Meanwhile, the sound of tires over gravel, another car circling the lot. My phone rang. Ken, again. I answered. "Is that you?" he said, as I saw the man in the car 2 lanes down with cell phone pressed to ear looking my way. "Yeah," I said. "Find parking. I'll meet you at the front of the building." I hung up, and then I was there, at the base of the steps. James' strange text back to the forefront of my mind. Concrete steps led up to a broad landing before the glass entrance of the building. Beyond the doors sat a barren but exquisite lobby. The abject emptiness of the lightless foyer sat rather strangely with me. "Hey," I heard Ken's voice call from behind. I continued my staring contest with the building. Then I called my wife again. Straight to voicemail. No ring this time. "Hi, this is Ella. I cannot answer the phone. Ken was beside me now, salt and pepper hair. I remembered our bowling excursion together, the story about him and May moving here from South Korea after he landed an amazing job. I also remembered just how crap I was at bowling. "Should we go inside?" he asked. "I think so," I said. Then a thought hit me. Late. I called 911 again. 911, what's your emergency? "I called about my wife earlier, like an hour ago. Ella. I found her car. It's still parked where she..." And that's when I heard the blare of the sirens and saw police strobes flashing across the lot, government plates rolling in. "Sir?" The operator said. Actually, I think you guys are already here. I hung up, just as the lady said, "What do you mean?" and watched with Ken as the cops arrived. He said, "What do you think happened?" "I don't know." A row of 4 police vehicles beelined right to the entrance. Ken and I backed up. He started calling his wife, panicked. His breath grew rapid as he waited for a voice on the other end that I could tell he knew wasn't coming. "May, call me back when you get this." I turned my attention to the new arrivals, spilling out of their vehicles donning uniforms. 13 or so of them pushed past Ken and myself, moved up the steps to the large space in front of the doors, and began stringing yellow police tape across the entrance of the high-rise, spreading out to hold the line. I saw a new crew, about 5 with tactical gear on, coming up right behind. "Ready to enter," I heard one of the men on the tactical unit say into the mic on his shoulder. He pulled open the glass entrance door, the lobby beyond swallowed by darkness, and stepped inside, 4 others filling in behind him. I tried to get a better look inside, but the view through the swung open door showed nothing the glass walls hadn't already revealed. The rest of the units remained behind the tape. I cautiously made my way up the steps. Ken remained where he was. Maybe he didn't want to hear the grisly details of what might have taken place inside. I wasn't different from him in that way, but I needed to know what was going on. An officer approached me as I hit the landing at the top of the steps. As we spoke, it felt like our words were dancing past each other. "Hi," I said. "Is there..." "We can't share any information at this time." "My wife works in that building. Can I..." "We've sent a team in, but unfortunately we can't." "Just tell me if it's a hostage situation." "Like I said, we can't say anything." A different officer came up beside him, on the younger side, bags under his eyes. "I don't think it's a hostage situation," she said, an eyebrow raised from the other cop. "I mean, I don't really know what it is exactly. I think that's probably the best we can say, right?" I paused for a second. "What?" She started, but then her expression shifted, as if she'd already said too much. She stopped herself, turned with her partner away from me, struggling with what to do next. I maneuvered back down the steps, reached Ken. "What did they say?" he asked. "They don't think it's a hostage situation. They're figuring it out. Sent some people." "Inside, yeah, I saw." "Yeah." Another look at the building. It was almost haunting me to enter. Then, I headed back to my car. I could feel Ken wanting to ask me where I was going, but opting not to. I reached the shadowy corner of the lot again. I sat passenger side in my vehicle, readjusted the seats to incline as far back as possible. I had no idea what to do, or what was happening, but a watched pot never boils. And so I let the heaviness of my eyelids shut me out from the world. Ella wasn't too far away from me. She was right there, in that building. I just needed to distract myself. The cops would figure it out. It would all be okay. I drifted off. I woke up groggy, drooling. The lot was as dark as it was when I had first fallen asleep. I checked the time, 2 a.m. Solid hour and a half of an existential nap. I left the car, approached the building again, this time sure that the time-lapse would bring with it an insane amount of energy, fanfare, around the front of the building. I dreaded it. Yet I moved towards it. Footstep, footstep, footstep. Awaiting bad news, really. Footstep, footstep, footstep. I had a dream once that she died. Most of the details slipped my mind, but I remembered the feeling of that dream. It had felt like my life was completely over, like nothing mattered anymore. Footstep, footstep, footstep. Again my feet brought me to the edge of the steps, where a scene that was both more as well as less met me. The police presence looked much larger now, more cars than before at least, and yet a sort of empty feeling enveloped everything. I couldn't spot a single soul amidst the scaled-up operation. Besides Ken, of course, slumped on the walkway leading to the steps. eyes half open, drifting in and out. "Where is everyone?" I shouted, shuffling. I saw someone emerge from the back of one of the squad cars, looking frazzled. It was the woman from before, the one who said she didn't think it was a hostage situation. "You should leave," she said. "Where'd they all go?" I asked again. She struggled. "They went inside." "And what did they say?" It took her a second to finish it, but she completed the sentence by saying, "They haven't answered." Just as all of the lights in the building turned on, every floor, every room, illuminated. Before I could say anything, they all turned off. All I could do was stand still, blink. "What the—" "That happened an hour ago, too," she said nervously. "Everyone who went inside," I said, trying to process. "They just stopped responding?" "Yeah, the first team never responded when we tried radioing them. Next crew, same thing. Then another group, and now it's just me." As if telepathically able to discern, I was going to ask her the obvious question. "We have more people coming," she tagged. "They told me to stay back to keep continuity." "My wife is in there. Do you know anything?" "I don't. No." But something in her body language said otherwise. "Please," I said. "A beat. They just sent me some footage." "From inside?" She pointed around the lot. "No, from the exterior cameras in the moments leading up." "Show me." She looked at me like I was crazy. "Your whole crew is missing," I continued. "If this isn't the time to mess with the rulebook, I don't know when is." A sharp inhale through her nostrils, then a half-centimeter, barely perceptible nod. She headed towards her car. As I followed her, Ken rushed up beside me, having awoken from his sidewalk nap. The officer looked back, eyes saying, "Seriously?" "My wife's in there too," he said, likely having overheard the tail end of our conversation. She said nothing, just headed for her cruiser and unlocked the doors. Ken and I climbed into the back seat. From the front, she pulled the dash-mounted screen towards her, tapped a few keys, then angled it so we could see. The video showed security footage of the front entrance of the building, being fast-forwarded through. Hour after hour slipped by, the timestamp in the corner racing ahead as we only saw people entering the tower, never stepping out. We reached the point in the footage where the final squad went inside, and there it stopped. She then pressed a button and started rewinding the footage. The hours ticked backwards from present moment as we saw a replay of the last 2 days until roughly 48 hours ago. A new instance. Someone actually leaving the building. Specifically, a man dressed in business casual, with shoulder-length hair. The entranceway flickered behind him as he stepped out. Everything went dark for a brief moment before stabilizing. She paused the footage. 48 hours ago. The last time anyone left the building. "Do you know who that is?" I asked. "We haven't identified them yet. Team's not sure if he even has anything to do with it, or if he was just the last person lucky enough to leave." I squinted, tried to place the pixelated face. Then, a new thought. I unlocked the door, got out of the car. "Where are you?" They both started. "I'll be back. Don't go inside." I sped my way home, reached the front door, key in the lock and turn. I spent an immodestly long time searching for binoculars, snapping open drawers and cupboards until I found them. I tossed them into a backpack. Next, tape, and a roll of string that I found in one of Ella's craft baskets. Having grabbed everything I needed, I then went back to my laptop. I looked up the details of the company Ella worked for, and maneuvered to their website. Buzzwords about cutting-edge research and cognitive modeling and perceptual imaging kept surfacing over and over, ushering in a new phase of technological evolution for the human race. I went to the section about the company's leadership team next. I was smacked in the face with an oversized image of the company's two founders. Both looked to be about in their mid-40s, well-dressed. Twins. I thought back to the face I saw leaving the building in the security footage. It was hard to tell if the memory matched what I was looking at, but at the very least, the hair looked the same. Fighting off thoughts about whether these two freaks were a red herring, or if they were indeed trying to usher in Skynet or something, I decided to try Ella again. Maybe, just maybe, she was somewhere else. And I wouldn't have to think about this anymore. It could be the city's problem. I called her. That same old voicemail. I hung up. Certainly a night filled with fruitless phone calls. When I returned to the officer, Christine's cruiser, Ken was riding shotgun now. They both remained fixed on the building, attention permeating all around us. You said there were more officers coming, I asked. Yeah, she said. But they're just going to go inside, right? I don't know what the strategy is now. I looked at the time. 3:15 a.m. I have an idea, I said. It might be stupid, though. What is it? She asked. And it wasn't much longer after that the three of us were standing at the entrance of the building. In hand, my phone. I'd tied string around it, tight. Taped it for good measure, too. I pulled up the phone's camera and pressed record. Then, absolutely convinced this move would kill me, I opened the door to the building. No one seemed able to leave, and, harnessing every bit of hand-eye coordination available to me, made a very deliberate toss of my phone, trying to get it as far as possible while keeping it face up so it wouldn't flip. The move succeeded, the phone skidding past the receptionist desk and into the narrow hallway behind it. The door closed, the string slipping beneath the glass frame. We stood still. Minutes disappeared into the ether. Then, Ken reopened the door. I pulled the string, brought the cell phone back out of the abyss and up into my hand. I pressed stop on the recording button, and we all squeezed together as I brought up the video that had been generated. On the dusty black screen displayed, the ceiling of the lobby, and a distant sound. Thumping, like something was happening in another room. And music. Is that Dancing Queen? Asked Christine. I brought my ear closer to the phone. The grainy sounds of a song were far into the background, yet as I focused, there it was, the instantly recognizable ABBA tune. Ding, the sound of a nearby elevator arriving in the video. The doors opening, the doors closing. Then a slow scraping, crawling, labored breathing, pained breathing, a voice that sounded like it had never known air. I'm so sorry. The video lingered on its stationary shot of the ceiling, before being dragged back to the outside world, ending on my disheveled reflection, poking the screen. I sat with the unplaceable feeling stirring within me. Then I looked around, spotted a big rock near the bottom of the steps. I shifted down, grabbed it, ran back up. What are you doing? Ken. I'm gonna break a window. Whatever is happening, we're gonna get some attention. Do you think that's gonna do anything helpful for us? Said Christine. We can't just do nothing, I said. Lights flickered from one of the higher floors all of a sudden. We turned our heads up in unison to catch a bloodied hand reaching up to the window in one of the freshly illuminated rooms. So high up. The hand brought with it a piece of paper, which it pressed flat against the window. Binoculars. I pulled them out of my bag, focused on the sight. The piece of paper featured the following message in chaotic scrolls. Don't try to save us. It looked like a kindergartner wrote it, each subsequent word featuring more messier penmanship than the last, as if executive function waned with each letter. The hand kept slamming the message, the paper, against the window. What's it say? Ken asked. I handed him the binoculars. He looked up, froze. That's May's hand. The words came out of him immediately, too quickly. "What?" asked Christine and I in unison. He handed me the binoculars, desperation marking his voice. "I think that's May's hand." "You think?" "Yeah," he said. "I mean, maybe." "Wait, Ken, hold on. I think I saw a blue bracelet," he said, looking unreachable. I fixed the binoculars against my eyes again and looked up, but the hand was gone, only streaks of blood remaining. Was there a bracelet? I don't remember. "I think I saw it," he continued, listless. "It was just like hers, and if she's in danger, I have to go." He beelined to the door. Christine rushed after him. "Take out your phone," I shouted. "What?" he asked. "If you're gonna be a hero..." "Matt, what are you doing?" asked Christine. "If you're gonna be a hero," I continued, "answer my call and narrate everything, and we'll come find you." I waited for his expression to shift, for reality to sink in and for his bravery to disappear. But he didn't waver. Instead, he pulled out his phone. "Call me," I said, and he did. A split second of my phone ringing brought back the fantasy of maybe, just maybe, it being Ella calling, before I snapped back to reality and answered the call. "All right," I said into the phone, dodging Christine's incredulous glare. "Describe everything you see, and don't stop talking." He nodded, phone pressed against his ear. He entered the building. I stayed on the line, Christine beside me, bated breath. "The lobby's dark," he said. "Explain everything. Don't hold any details back." I caught him through the glass walls, taking slow, deliberate steps, inching forward to the end of the lobby. "You killed him," Christine whispered. "Don't say that," I whispered back. Then to him, "Tell me what you see, Ken." "It's still the lobby. It's still dark. I'm going into the hallway. I see something by the elevator. They're on the ground. They don't look well. I see..." And then he froze. "See..." The grainy, distant music in the background again. A new track now. "What?" "See..." he repeated. "See?" I asked. "See... Ken?" Christine yelled over the phone. "See..." "Snap out of it, man," I said. "See... Ken?" "Say something," Christine said again. "Ken." 23. I was at a loss for words. 23, he repeated. "What does that mean, Ken? You were just with us." 23. I heard the phone hit the ground with a clatter, the sound of footsteps, silence besides the grainy background music until the ding of an elevator arriving. Christine grabbed my phone, angrily hung up the call. "So," she said, "did you get what you needed from that?" "He was gonna go in there no matter what," I said. "We need to figure out what happened." "We don't need to do anything. This is National Guard territory." "We can't wait anymore. It's already been too long. My wife's in there." "Yes, so was his." My mind raced with horrific thoughts. I tried to block out the noise. There had to be a way forward. "Obviously," she continued, "something took over him in there." A new, desperate theory crossed my mind. I had to run with it. "Sound," I said. "What?" "That's what's overtaking everyone. There's something I don't know, maybe coded into the songs or something. Something subliminal." "You're gonna stake your life on that?" "Hell is my life." The irony wasn't lost on me that my rush back to Christine's cruiser, yanking at the locked door, mirrored the same desperate push Ken just made. In a morbid way, his restlessness made me think I'd been moving too slowly. She sighed as I kept pulling on it. "Help?" I asked. "What are you..." Hearing protection. Do you have anything at all that can block out noise? For the final time, we stood in front of the building with a half-baked plan. I'm not positive, I told her. Both of us had hearing protection earmuffs, like the ones you'd use at a range, half on. But if I wait, and she dies, I continued, I won't be able to live with myself. I secured the earmuffs over my other ear and walked towards the entrance. I'd told Christine she didn't have to come with me, that she could wait for backup and work out a new plan with whoever showed up next. But in the reflection of the glass, I saw her pull her own hearing protection into place and fall in close behind. We stepped inside the building. Lobby furniture shrouded in darkness. I sensed a faint, electronic light casting the lightest of shadows over the walls. I couldn't hear my own footsteps as I maneuvered around the reception desk. I lifted my head, caught an expensive chandelier and fixtures hanging from the high ceiling. Despite attempts at controlled breathing, my heart pounded with the intensity of an intruder at the door. I peeked into the narrow hallway, and immediately, my gaze dropped to the sight of a sickly, dying thing. Flesh loose, hanging over bones and organs like cloth draped over a mannequin. I knew it was human, or at least used to be. My eyes lifted to a large TV screen fixed against the nearby wall. It had what looked to be a stock image on it, a photo of a little girl facing the camera, smiling while holding a flower out in front of her, a surreal, too comforting grass field in the background. At the bottom of the screen, in a murky, blood-dark color, it read 23. I looked behind me. Went to mouth something to Christine, but the second I spotted her eyes, she had a far-away stare, locked onto the image. I saw her mouth 23. She repeated it. Christine? I said. I shook her shoulders, but nothing registered for her. I briefly, instinctively turned back to the photo, almost as if I wanted to brick my own brain just to get it, but then quickly turned away again. Christine headed to the elevator, clinical in her movement. Press the call button. Ding. The doors opened onto the sterile interior. I rushed behind her and stepped inside. She had already pressed the button for the 23rd floor. Between the closing doors, I noticed that the person-esque thing lying on the ground in front of us had a blue bracelet around what remained of its hand. I'm so sorry, Ken. I heard the voice rasp and wondered if, before Ken lost himself, he had recognized who he saw in the hallway. The elevator car moved up swiftly. I took my earmuffs off and dropped them to the floor. My sound theory was moot. I looked over. Christine stared ahead with a lobotomized look, while sterile corporate music played in the background, completely gone. We approached closer and closer to floor 23. A horrific mosaic of sounds started creeping in, and as I wondered why I hadn't been overtaken, compromised the way everyone else had been, I resolved that it was best I follow Christine's actions from here on out. Act like her. It was a decision I made only a split second before. Ding. We arrived. The doors opened to a wall with a large screen mounted on it. On screen, the same stock footage. Girl with the flower, a new word at the bottom in a blood-dark hue. Left. Christine immediately turned left into the corridor. I did the same, trying to stay in lockstep with her. Same rhythm, same cadence, same lifeless, mechanical movement. We hit the end of the hall, where another display was mounted to the wall. The girl with the flower on screen again, and at the bottom of the screen, right. Christine with a sharp right turn. I followed again, convinced I was stupidly walking right into death. I'm coming, Ella. I didn't expect the music cue. The bright synth riff of Queen's I Want to Break Free starting up. As we paced the long corridor, drum machine, bass, and guitar joined. Then, I Want to Break Free, sang Freddie Mercury. The power walk continued as I voiced out the side of my mouth. Christine, are you in there? To no response. We hit another wall with another TV bolted on. That same stock photo and the word beneath, left. Another turn into a long hallway. I followed my dance partner. I want to break free from your lies. You're so self-satisfied. I don't need you. I spotted blood on the floor and a body up ahead. A body. Crawling. The thing, person, whatever looked inhuman, trying to keep pace with Christine's brisk stride. I barely had time to clock its warped features and broken appendages. God knows I want to break free. End of the hallway, another screen. Flower girl, left. We followed the direction. I felt like we were reaching the end, but I have to be sure when I walk out the door. Screens line both walls on the hallway now, flanking us. The image of the girl with the flower repeating again and again. New words pulsed at the bottom of the screens, catching in my peripheral vision. Continue, don't stop, get ready to shed, let it all go. And ahead of us, the open doors to a massive hall. I steeled myself. We entered the gigantic room and I caught a scene that didn't fit words. Rows and rows of people. At least some look like people, others completely unrecognizable. Most on the floor, dead, life squeezed out of them, like they'd aged hundreds of years, faces hollowed out, eyelids liquid. Some trembling, shuddering, on all fours, ligaments torn, new appendages growing, changing shape. In the darkness of the room amidst the electronic glare of a large screen, I would have described most of the occupants as creatures, beyond alien, figures that didn't make sense. Catching Christine starting to shiver, I matched her movements. Those near the back of the hall, including Ken, who I spotted nearby, were shaking, sweating, slowly losing their hair, developing strange lesions, but still human. I was sure that near everyone who must have worked in this building was squeezed into this large hall. The music continued, the instrumental break ending, as the vocals kicked back in. I forced myself to lift my eyes to the giant projected image of the flower girl covering the far wall. Splayed like we were all moviegoers in a theater, I read the word at the bottom. Evolve. Freddie sang. But life still goes on. I can't get used to living without you by my side. Ella. What have they done to you? I spotted a man walking the rows, longish hair, surprisingly nice clothes on for such a brutal affair. Pair of dark sunglasses on too. The only one not looking at the screen. Like me, he seemed unaffected. God knows, got to make it on my own. He made his way closer. Under his breath, he kept repeating the same words. Evolve. Examining with the carelessness of a yoga instructor. So baby, can't you see? I've got to break free. As he came within reach, I recognized him. The photo from the website of the company Ella worked for. One of the two twin founders. He shifted past the shivering Ken. Evolve. The dissociating Christine. Evolve. And as his eyes met mine, evolve. I broke away from my act and forced him to the ground with everything I had. His skull cracked against the floor. My hands cinched around his throat. Yet as I tried to force the life out of him, he just looked curious. How are you not affected? Tell me how I stop this, I said. A smile as if that was never going to happen. The image, he continued. How is it not working? I realized the answer as I spoke the words. Colorblind, red-green deficiency. We're working on a version for that too. I tightened my grip. Pain was the only tool I had at my disposal. Tell me where Ella is. So you're the husband. Where I'm so proud of her. She's proof. Our theorem had merit. You killed her? Far from it. She's the reason me and my brother's names will live on forever. I crushed the air from the freak's lungs. He writhed, but I kept my hands locked in place long after his resistance faded. The song ended, and then a new tune began, ABBA's Dancing Queen. It played as I weaved through rows and rows of horror, reaching the projector casting the image. I knocked it to the floor, smashed at it, kicking, tearing, feral, doing everything I could to upturn the sinister broadcast. Finally, the image was gone from the wall. I looked behind to see a sea of chimeric death, still cloaked in darkness. There were only a dozen or so people near the back of the hole who looked alive at this point. I rushed back to them, to Christine in particular. "What the?" I heard her say. I snatched the sunglasses off the corpse of the founder. "It's an image," I said. "An image that overrides your mind, gives you a command." She was still coming back to reality, not totally registering what I was saying. "Put them on," I said, handing her the shades. "Then leave the building." "How did you?" "Go." She took deep breaths to ground herself, like whatever state she'd returned from was hellish beyond words. "The rest of you," I said, addressing Ken and the others, "blindfold yourselves as you leave. Use your shirts or whatever you have on you. Christine," I pointed to her, "will lead the way." The few survivors, still confused, shifted their eyes towards the cosmic mess of human destruction around them. "Don't linger," I repeated. "Leave, eyes closed, or blindfolds. Christine leads." She put on the dark frames, looked at me. "What are you gonna do?" "Don't worry about me." I shifted away from the group, toward the end of the hall. I glanced back over my shoulder to see, amid crying, panic, and breakdowns, the few survivors pulling themselves together, covering their eyes with their hands or lifting jackets to obscure their sight, while Christine led them out. I prayed Ken wouldn't linger near the first floor hallway. When he got there, prayed he wouldn't see the horror of what became of May. I continued on, my eyes shot from bleeding out creature to bleeding out creature. Chimeras, monstrosities, the rare human-like corpse among the aberrations. I sat in the middle of the destruction and called her cell one last time. Straight to voicemail. Tears fell. I wasn't totally there. It felt like my body was grieving before my brain could make sense of it. A loud scream came from outside all of a sudden. I rushed to one of the windows, peeked out, saw a nearby billboard with a new image overtaking it, the stock photo with the girl. I looked past it, billboard after billboard, screen after screen, all overtaken by the flower girl image, the word at the bottom on every display, evolve. I thought back to the security footage in Christine's cruiser, the man who left the building. I had to wonder if he was the brother, the other founder, and if he'd just now done his half of the psychopathic job. Not that it mattered. It was clear whatever they'd attempted in the building didn't work. More importantly, Ella was gone. There was no life for me anymore. Then I heard a voice in my head. "Matt." I shot up. It was vivid. Too vivid. "Matt, it's all right. I'm right here." It sounded like Ella. Where are you? Is this real?" "It's okay, hun. You can change now." I headed toward the entrance at the back of the hall, trying to find the source. "I can't change," I said. "I can't. It doesn't even work on... Not that I'd want it to." "Cold." "Cold?" I started backtracking. "Warm." I looked all around me. "Tell me this is a bad dream, Ella." "I knew you'd come. I kept shining lights for you." I shifted deeper into the hall again. "Warmer." I felt disoriented. I wasn't seeing straight anymore. Even warmer. Lights, Ella. Every time they all turned on, that was me. Now evolve so we can stay together. My breath quickened. A new type of horror hit me. I spotted a door at the front of the hall, cast in shadow. It creaked just a hair open, with something peeking out. Ella? All of the lights snapped on, as if commanded to by an invisible force. Through the horror of the all-too-clear room now, I locked eyes with the nightmare peeking out at me. Ella? I asked. Found me. When I moved back in with my mother after her hip surgery, I expected a lot of things. I expected the smell of antiseptic. I expected pill bottles all over the kitchen counter. I expected to help her stand up, help her sit down, help her into the shower, and then pretend not to notice how much it humiliated her to need me for any of it. I expected old age to make the house smaller. I didn't expect it to make the house hungry. The first thing I found under her bed was a peach skin. Not a peel, not a pit, just the skin, turned inside out and sucked so clean it looked almost white. I was changing her sheets when I saw it near the wall, flattened in the shadow cast by the bed frame. At first I thought it was tissue paper. Then I crouched, picked it up, and realized what I was holding. "Mom?" I said. "Why is this under your bed?" She was in the chair by the window, a blanket over her knees, looking through one of those mail-order catalogs she never bought from. She didn't even turn her head. Throw it out. That was it. No embarrassment, no confusion, no attempt to explain it. Just throw it out. Something about that bothered me more than the peach skin itself. I wish I could tell you I knew, right then, that I was in the wrong kind of story, but people normalize disgusting things for a long time before they call them frightening, especially in family. So I threw it out. The next morning I found a used bandage behind her radiator with bite marks in it. That was the first thing that made my stomach really turn. The dressing had come off her hip incision the day before. I knew that because I had changed it myself. Her surgery scar ran along the outside of her thigh, red, puckered, angry looking, held shut by a row of metal staples that made me queasy if I stared too long. I had wrapped the old gauze in tissue and put it in the bathroom trash. And now there it was, behind the radiator, unwrapped, damp in the center. One corner compressed with blunt little half-moon marks where something had bitten down and pulled. I stood there too long with it in my hand. "Mom?" I said louder this time. "What the hell is this doing in here?" She looked at it, then at me, and I saw something on her face that I misunderstood for another week. Not confusion, not dementia, shame. "I don't know," she said. "This came off your leg, so throw it out." There it was again. That phrase. Not "let me see," not "that's strange," not "how did it get there," just get rid of it. By then I had only been back in the house 10 days. 10 days of helping her to the bathroom, measuring pills into little plastic cups, washing her hair in the sink because she couldn't stand long enough for a real shower yet. 10 days of hearing her thank me in clipped little bursts like gratitude itself was beneath her. 10 days of sleeping in my old room upstairs and remembering why I had left that house so fast at 18, and then never stayed longer than Christmas after that. My mother has always been a proud woman, but not in the attractive way people romanticize. Not stoic, not dignified. Proud in the mean, impractical way that makes a person insist they're fine while bleeding through a dish towel. So at first I told myself that was all this was. Painkillers, age, embarrassment. Maybe she was hiding food and forgetting it, except the things I kept finding weren't random. They were all soft. Fruit, yogurt, pudding, applesauce, bread crusts gone wet with broth or butter, a banana with tiny, worried bites all the way around it, hidden behind the laundry hamper. A crushed yogurt cup licked clean and tucked under the bed frame. The cap from her cough syrup bottle with teeth marks around the rim. An empty tube of prescription skin cream, flattened from the bottom and torn open at the end. That one bothered me almost as much as the bandage. Not because of what it was, because of how it had been used. Not squeezed, not spread, opened and consumed. And always the evidence was low to the ground. Under the bed, behind the radiator, between the nightstand and the wall, in the narrow gap beside the laundry hamper. Never on the dresser, never on the bedside table, never in a place that suggested an old woman had simply dropped something and forgotten it. It was all down near the floor, like whatever was taking it didn't want to be seen standing up. That was the point where I started checking her room at night. At first, I did it under a respectable excuse. Water refill, medication check, making sure she hadn't tried to walk to the bathroom alone. Then I stopped pretending to myself. I was searching, under the bed, behind the dresser, the bathroom trash, the laundry basket, inside the nightstand drawers. The room itself began to feel wrong to me in ways I couldn't explain cleanly. It was always warmer than the rest of the house, even with the heat turned down. My mother refused to let me crack the window, even when it smelled stale in there. She insisted on keeping the TV on low through the night, though she always claimed it disturbed her sleep. The sour smell in the room got worse after midnight. Not stronger, exactly. Closer. One night, around 1:30, I woke up because I heard chewing. It came through the floorboards first. A wet, patient sound. Then a pause. Then another. Not loud, not frantic. Not an animal tearing at something. Just chewing. I lay still in bed with my heart hitting hard enough to hurt. Chew. Pause. Chew. Downstairs. I got up and stepped into the hall. The house was black except for the bathroom nightlight on the lower floor, throwing a weak orange strip across the entry hall. As soon as my foot hit the third stair, the chewing stopped. I stood there listening so hard my ears rang. Then I heard my mother's voice. Not calling out, not frightened. Whispering, too soft to catch words. Just that low, private tone people use with shy children, scared dogs, or dying men. I went the rest of the way down the stairs and crossed the hall barefoot. Her bedroom door was open about 2 inches. The lamp inside was off now, but I could see her shape sitting upright on the edge of the bed, facing the far wall. Not the room, not the door. The wall behind the bed. One arm was extended into the dark. For one insane second, I thought she was praying. Then I saw the spoon in her hand. She held it out through a narrow gap between the wardrobe and the wall, and made that same soft, soothing sound again. My entire body went cold. The spoon came back empty. I don't know if I made a sound or if she sensed me there, but she turned her head all at once, and I saw the fear in her face before she arranged it away. "What are you doing?" I asked. She looked at the spoon, then at me. "Nothing." "What are you feeding?" That landed. She did not answer. She did not ask what I meant. She did not act confused. She looked at me the way a child looks at another child who has just kicked over something secret they built together years ago. Then she said very quietly, "Go back to bed." I didn't sleep after that. I sat in the kitchen until morning and listened to the old house settle around me. The pipes, the refrigerator, the little dry clicks from the baseboards cooling. Every sound felt suspect now, not because it was supernatural, but because I no longer knew which sounds belonged to the house and which ones had been hidden inside it all my life. That morning I moved the wardrobe. My mother tried to stop me, not by shouting. That would have been easier. She pushed herself up on her cane and said, "Don't," in a tone so raw and frightened I almost listened. Almost. The wardrobe was heavier than it looked, but old wood drags loud over old hardwood. It came away from the wall with a scream of friction and revealed exactly what some part of me had already begun to dread. A panel, painted over to match the wall, low to the ground. about 2 feet wide with an old finger hole near one edge. And when I touched it, a smell breathed out through the seam. I still don't have the right words for that smell. Hot, damp fabric, old spit, medicine syrup, rotting fruit, skin cream. Human waste scrubbed but never fully erased. The smell of a life lived too near its own mouth. Behind me, my mother said my name once. Just once. In that tired voice mothers use when they know the day has already gone bad and can't be repaired. I opened the panel. There was space behind it. Not much, but more than should have been. A service gap widened over time into something a body could fit through and eventually live in. Blankets, bowls, a flashlight, pill bottles, fruit pits, old magazines, a bucket, a heap of washcloths, a child's plastic plate, a spoon, another spoon, my mother's missing skin cream. And further back in the dimness, a shape, curled, still, breathing. I lifted my phone light. It moved, not like an animal. That would have been a relief. It moved like a person who had been bent to the dimensions of a wall. One hand came first, palm down on the plywood, fingers splayed too carefully, then a shoulder, then a head tilting into the light. I saw the hands before I saw the face properly, and that made it worse. They were hands, chapped, narrow, bitten at the nails. One wrist healed crooked years ago and left that way. Not claws, not paws, not anything I could exile into another species. When the face lifted, what hit me wasn't monstrosity. It was intimacy. The shirt it wore had once been one of my father's undershirts, cut down and resewn badly at the collar. The hair had been hacked short in uneven chunks. Ointment shone in a dull smear along one side of the neck where the skin had cracked. One side of the mouth hung wetter than the other. The eyes had that dim house look. Not blind, just adapted to poor light. And behind all of that, horribly intact, was recognition. It looked at me like it knew me. Then my mother said from behind me, "That's your brother." The room tilted. No. That was all I had at first. No. She was crying now, but quietly, almost irritably, as if tears were one more indignity to manage. "His name is Noah." "I don't have a brother." "Yes," she said. "You do." The thing in the wall, Noah, made a low sound then. Not a growl, not a moan. More like a hurt little murmur caught in the throat. My mother turned toward him instantly. "It's all right," she said. "It's all right, sweetheart." Sweetheart. That did more damage than the wall did, because a hidden thing in a crawlspace can still be filed under horror if you push hard enough. A mother soothing it with love pushes it somewhere worse. "What is he?" I said. Her face changed, not because she didn't understand the question, because she hated that I had asked it that way. "He's your brother." "What is he doing in the wall?" This time she closed her eyes before answering. "Your father wouldn't let them take him." That was the first clean shape of the truth. Not the whole truth, just enough of it to kill off every easier possibility. My father had been the kind of man who believed privacy could solve any shame if you enforced it hard enough. He kept ugly things behind closed doors, broken furniture in the basement, money problems in his desk drawer, tears in bedrooms, questions in children. I had never once imagined that his idea of privacy extended to a human being, but once the possibility existed, memory started moving. Not full scenes, fragments. His rule about scraping plates clean and taking food trash outside every night. His fury if I knocked on my mother's bedroom door after 10. The utility cabinet nailed shut when I was 8 because the pipes shifted. The reason my bedroom door always had to stay open at night. The sounds in the wall explained away his mice, old plumbing, raccoons under the eaves. "You knew enough when you were little," my mother said. I stared at her. "What does that mean?" "You used to leave him food." The room got very small. "No." "You did." "For what?" She looked at the opening. "Because you heard him crying." And just like that, something came back. Not story, not even language. Just a child's gesture. A paper towel folded around sandwich crusts. My hand sliding it across the kitchen floor toward the laundry door. A pause. A wet little sound from the other side. Then running away before I had to think about what I had done. I put one hand on the wall to steady myself. Noah was still watching me from the dark. Not with hunger. Not with aggression. With a kind of fearful expectation I still don't have a clean word for. "How long?" I asked. My mother gave the answer after less than a second. "Your whole life." I called Adult Protective Services that morning. Then I called the sheriff's office. I wish I could make that part dramatic, but horror rarely becomes less degrading when other people arrive. It just gets fluorescent. A deputy, a county social worker, an EMT, then more people after they saw the wall. Noah did not come out easily. He recoiled from strangers and made those same low, broken sounds every time they came too close. He bit one medic hard enough to send blood down the man's wrist. My mother screamed then, really screamed, tried to stand, nearly fell. The social worker kept saying her name over and over in that careful, professional voice that means I am trying very hard not to make this uglier in front of me than it already is. And through all of it, Noah kept looking for her. That was the worst part. Not the smell, not the wall, not the years of bowls and bandages and damp little hidden scavenged things. The worst part was that he kept looking for her, not because she had hidden him, because she was still his mother. When they finally got him onto a stretcher and wheeled him out through the hall, he turned his head and found me immediately. And with a voice so ruined it barely counted as one, he said my name. Not Evan. The little nickname only my family used when I was a kid. That was when I understood the last part I'd been trying not to understand. He didn't just know me now. He had known me then. My mother never forgave me. Before they moved her to a rehab facility, she said exactly one thing that still wakes me up at some nights. Don't make him feel unwanted again. Again. That word did more damage than anything else. Again means there had been a first time. Again means some child version of me had done enough to hurt him that my mother still carried it. Again means I did not grow up outside this secret. I grew up shaping around it. I cleaned out the house alone that summer. Once you know what a house has really been used for, every object in it turns witness. The extra canned peaches in the pantry, the duplicate ointment purchases in old pharmacy bags, the baby monitor with tape over the speaker light, the cut-down undershirts in my mother's bottom drawer, the washcloths hidden behind the water heater, the scratch marks on the inside of the wall panel, the stack of children's books in the crawl space with the corners chewed off, and in a shoebox behind my mother's winter clothes. One Polaroid, 2 boys on a kitchen floor, me, maybe 7. The other one smaller, thinner, turned toward me. Not a creature, not a shame, just a child. My brother. I sold the house in August. That sounds cleaner than it felt. On paper, the hidden wall space had been reported, opened, documented, sanitized, and sealed. The county had done what counties do. Correct the structure. Filed the forms. Converted horror into compliance. Paper means nothing. I moved back into my apartment and tried to resume my life. For a while, I almost believed I had. Then one Sunday, I bought peaches. I set 4 of them in a bowl on the kitchen counter, took a shower, and came back to find 3. I stood there dripping onto the tile, staring at the bowl. Maybe I had miscounted. Maybe one had rolled.
Maybe I was already worse than I thought. Then I heard the sound from the hall closet. My water heater is in there. Old building. Pipes click and knock sometimes. That wasn't it. It was soft, wet, chewing. I did not move. I stood there barefoot and half-dressed, staring at the low-veered closet door, while the sound went on for maybe 5 seconds. Maybe 20. Long enough for my entire body to understand it before my mind did. Then it stopped. A second later, something tapped once against the inside of the door. Not scratching, not banging, just one careful tap, like it knew I was there and didn't want to startle me. And then from behind the slats, I heard a voice try my childhood nickname again. Not cleanly, not fully, but close enough. Close enough that my knees nearly folded. I don't buy peaches anymore. I don't leave food in the sink overnight. I don't shut my bedroom door all the way. And every few nights, no matter how much I tell myself I'm imagining it, I still wake up listening for the sound of somebody chewing in the walls of a place I thought was finally mine. The worst part is not that I hear it sometimes. The worst part is that part of me still listens for whether it sounds hungry.
I honestly haven't really talked about this since it happened. I mean, I don't know what I'd say. Nobody would believe me anyway, but it's been weighing on me lately. And who else to share it with but the internet? This all happened when I was about 14 or 15, as cliché as it sounds. I grew up in a small town where everyone knew each other. You barely needed to lock your doors at night, blah blah blah. Well, that's until this all went down. At the time, I had a small but tight-knit group of friends. There was Marshall, who was my next-door neighbor, and also happened to be my cousin. Our other friends, Sarah and Jeffrey's little sister Tina, who was a year or two younger than us, and sometimes tagged along on our adventures. I've changed a few details to hide my identity, but for some additional information, this was the early 80s, somewhere in North America. It all started at the beginning of the school year. Marshall, Sarah, Jeffrey, and I were all starting 9th grade. We had gotten news that there was a new school teacher, which was exciting to us, since we hadn't had anyone move here in our entire lives. His name was Mr. Abaddon, but we would call him Mr. A. If it was too hard to pronounce. We were all sitting in the grade 9 to 10 classroom. Our town was so small we had to combine a lot of classes and grades, discussing who he was or what he would be like. "Good morning, kids," we heard an unfamiliar voice bellow. The first thing I noticed about Mr. A was how he was dressed. Our town was predominantly blue-collar. Most folks here lived a pretty simple life. Even on fancy occasions, we mainly dressed down. Not him, though. He had a 3-piece suit on, freshly ironed, with 2 shiny shoes to match. He was incredibly handsome, and had the most contagious smile I've ever seen. "I'm Mr. A. It's nice to meet all of you," he said, clasping his hands together. "I'm mainly here to teach science and some history, but I'll be happy to help you with anything else you need. Just let me know." We all immediately fell in love with him. Maybe it was just something new for us to look at. Maybe he was the first person in expensive clothes we had ever seen. But something about him just drew us all towards him. In the beginning, at least. He taught us science mainly, as he said, but he'd also check in on us at other times of the day. He even always had his classroom door open in case we ever just needed someone to talk to. He was like our teacher, counselor, and best friend all in one. He knew all of our names, which, granted there were only a couple hundred kids from kindergarten to grade 12, and most of us were either named Lisa or Mike, but still. But as time wore on, my friends and I grew a bit more wary of him. He was nice and all, but something about him was just off. He just felt fake. Have you ever been to an amusement park and met a mascot? They're all friendly and hug you and all. They pose for a picture, but when you leave, you turn around and the facade is off. They just look dead. That's what Mr. A was like. One day, it must have been around November, Marshall and I had stayed a little after class to get some help with chemistry, even though at this point my friends and I had grown a little wary of him. Even still, he was so charming it was hard not to be drawn to him when he talked to you. I don't even know how to explain it, but he made you feel like the only person in the world. "Alright, thanks, Mr. A," Marshall said, collecting his work and shoving it into his bag. I stood up and waited for him by the door. "No problem, bud. It's what I'm here for." He winked and smiled, that magnetic smile of his that lit up an entire room. Marshall and I left the room, but I peered through the window after we shut the door, and his smile was just gone. In its place was the most terrifying face I'd ever seen. It was a hideous snarl, not in an "I just smelled something disgusting" way, but in a way that just said he wanted to hurt someone. And that's when I reflected on that smile, and all the times I had seen it, I realized it had just never reached his eyes. It was the most beautiful smile I'd ever seen, but above his eyes there was just nothing. No joy, no warmth. He was faking his charisma. That day, we had met up with our friends at Jeffrey and Tina's house. Since they had the biggest basement, I explained to them what I had seen after leaving Mr. A's room, half expecting them to call it BS, since everyone else in town seemed so in love with him. But to my shock, they agreed with me. "Yeah, he's kind of weird," Jeffrey said, as his mom brought us a plate of cookies. "Thanks, Ma." My friend Lisa and I saw him watching us through a window when we went home for lunch. And also he smells really bad if you've ever been close enough to him. Like roadkill, Tina added. "I don't even know why he was in our classroom. He doesn't even teach our grade." Sarah stayed quiet up until then, but I could tell she had something she wanted to say. "I've seen him do some weird things. He lives close to my house, I think. I see him walking past my house a lot, and he's not like how he is at school. I don't know, just something about him looks off. If I say what I saw, will you guys believe me no matter what?" We all nodded. It was really late one night, and I woke up to get some water. I looked out the window, and he was just there in the middle of the street, but he wasn't walking. He was crawling, like some sort of animal, and he just looked at me, so I ran back to my room. And when I looked back at him, his eyes were different. Not his regular eyes, just not human. When I got upstairs, I swear I heard scratching at my door the rest of the night. We were all silent for a while. We didn't know what to do with that information. After a while, Marshall spoke up. "Sarah, you said you were neighbors, right?" She nodded. "We came up with a plan. One day we'd all go to Sarah's house. When we saw Mr. A walking down her street, we'd follow him to see where he lives. Then the next day, we'd skip school to break into his house and snoop through his stuff. Truthfully, I don't know what we thought would happen. I don't know if we thought demons or monsters or whatever we thought Mr. A was carried around monster identification cards or something. But whatever we expected, it definitely wasn't what we found." We successfully enacted the first part of the plan the next Monday after that conversation in Jeffrey's basement. As quietly as we could muster, we followed him on our bikes. Well, that was until he walked straight into the woods. Sarah lived on the outskirts of our town, past the final house on her block. Was thick woods. It was near impossible to navigate it. We had tried so many summers. But he just walked into it like he didn't even see it. We ditched our bikes and tried to follow him through the woods. It was hard, but we managed to do it. He eventually led us to what looked like an abandoned cabin. Was that his house? It was barely standing. We watched in horror as he opened the door, but his arm phased right through the wood. He opened the door from the inside. Before he stepped into the house, he looked back and made direct eye contact with us. He smiled at us. Not that charming, ingenuine smile he always gave at school. This one was sinister. I've never seen any human give that expression before. It was pure evil. It was a quiet bike ride home. That night, we decided that Tina wouldn't be allowed to come with us the next day, much to her dismay. "But I want to help," she protested. "I think he's creepy and weird, and I want to come with you guys." "Tina, no. I know you just want to help us, but I'm not letting you. Best case scenario, Mr. A is a magician who's creeping on girls. Worst case scenario, we're dealing with demonic stuff. I promise you'll be allowed to hang out with us as much as you want after this, but just this once, stay home with Mom," Jeffrey said roughly. Sarah, Marshall, and I exchanged glances. Obviously, we were no strangers to Tina and Jeffrey's bickering, but this seemed different. Tina sighed. "Okay." That night came and went, and we had all successfully lied to our parents about being sick. Once they had all gone to work, we snuck out. We somehow navigated through the thick woods and found that stupid cabin again, and crept our way in. We all stood there in silence. Whatever this was, there's no way any human was living in here. It wasn't what was in there, it was the lack of what was in there. It was just empty. No furniture, no photos, not even a toilet or kitchen. In my lifetime since this day, I've encountered squatters. I know it's possible to live with no electricity or running water, but there was just a complete lack of anything here. No garbage on the ground, no milk jugs full of piss, nothing. How did he come to work so sharply dressed every day if this is how he was living? "I knew you guys would be coming around," we heard, and all four of us jumped. We had thought he was at work. He came out of the shadows. I was horrified. He looked even less human than usual, but he was still keeping up that stupid, charming voice. "What are you?" Marshall asked, backing up. Mr. A laughed. "That's not important." As he spoke, his voice started warping, almost like a melting record. It got less and less human as he continued. "What's important is that none of you ever tell anyone what you saw." "Then we won't, I promise. We'll leave, and I swear we'll never tell anyone. We'll take it to our graves," Sarah said, and Jeffrey nodded frantically. As they pleaded, I paid attention to his face. It was moving. His skin looked like it was morphing into something else. "That's not what I meant. What I meant was that none of you will ever leave here again. Do you see what's happening to me? It's been so long since I've fed." At this point, his voice was completely different. It was so atonal. People have a speech pattern. You may not notice it, but they do. When someone's speaking with no rhythm, it sounds truly so disturbing. His voice was deeper than I thought a person could go, but then again, whatever he wasn't a human. His face had melted away. In its place was, I don't even know how to describe it. His eyes were completely black. His skin was gray and deformed. I heard a cracking sound which I soon realized was his spine. He was growing taller. Suddenly he lunged at us. We all jumped away, but Sarah had been scratched by his nails, which were now monster-like claws. I rushed to grab her, and we both ran up the rickety stairs. I heard in the distance Marshall's screams, and Sarah had to cover my mouth to keep sound from coming out of it. Marshall, my neighbor, my cousin, my best friend. I heard the sickening sound of flesh and bones being pierced through, and thought back to all of the birthday parties and the slumber parties we'd have, and how many I'd have without him in attendance. We held our breaths as we heard footsteps approaching us. We both let out a sigh of relief when we saw Jeffrey. He hid with us in an empty closet. We whispered as quietly as we could, discussing an escape. "I think I saw a window in this room before I found you guys. If we jumped out, we'd probably break a few bones, but we'd survive," Jeffrey said. Sarah and I nodded as we slowly opened the door. It was eerily silent. Not even footsteps. I couldn't even hear Marshall's groans of pain anymore. At least he wasn't afraid anymore. We almost made it to the window when I felt Sarah grip my arm. I looked up in frozen fear when I saw what she was looking at. There was a reason why we couldn't hear Mr. A looking for us anymore. He had already found us. There he was on the ceiling, grinning at us with a haunting smile. He crawled down the wall slowly. He was teasing us. Sarah still had a scratch that was bleeding heavily. I was frozen in fear. There was really no hope for us as he slowly crept towards us. We knew it was over. That is, until Jeffrey lunged towards him. "Jeff, stop!" Sarah shrieked. I tried to tell him to stop, but I was still frozen. Jeffrey was tall for his age, and he played football, but we knew it was a losing battle. There was no way Jeff was beating whatever this thing was. He looked at us, terror in his eyes. although I could tell he was trying to hide it. Just go. Go through the window. Now. I felt a rush of adrenaline as I suddenly had control over my body. I approached the window as fast as I could, Sarah close behind me, but she wasn't fast enough. Mr. A reached one arm forward, and even though Jeffrey tried to stop him, it was no use. His razor-sharp claw pierced through her skin. As she collapsed on the ground, Jeff and I shared a look, tears in our eyes, but there was no time to waste. I grabbed him as fast as I could and jumped backwards through the window. We hit the ground with a thump. I could immediately tell my arm was broken, but Jeffrey clearly had it worse than me. "Go," he managed to say. "Come on, let's get up. We have time." I winced as I heard Sarah's screams in the house. "He's busy." I grabbed his arm, but he slapped it away. He shook his head. "I'm not getting out of here, man." "No, come on, please. I'll carry you." "Too slow. You're getting out of here." Maybe I was just in denial, but Jeffrey wasn't. Looking back, logistically there was no way he'd survive this, even with the best healthcare in the world. I've never seen so many injuries on one person. He knew it was his time. He gave me a shaky smile, tears in his eyes. "Will you tell her what I did?" I nodded. "Make sure nobody bullies her, Kay?" I began to cry as I began to leave. I didn't want to leave him, but I could hear Mr. A approaching. Then I ran as fast as I could. My family moved pretty soon after that. I tried to tell the police what happened, what really happened, but they didn't believe me. They said Mr. A was a monster, but not the kind I was thinking about, and that I was safe now. I knew it wasn't true. As for Tina, we don't really keep in touch. I tried to tell her what happened, but her mom wouldn't let me near her. Maybe I'll try to find her on Facebook. I did promise Jeffrey, after all. As for Mr. A, I haven't seen him since. Well, at least, that's what I tell everyone. The night after the cops found me, broken arm, covered in blood that wasn't mine, stumbling around the streets, I was being treated in the hospital. Not the crappy, tiny healthcare facility in our town. I had been airlifted to 1 mile away in the nearest big city. I had many things wrong with me, but my parents were told I'd make a full recovery. That night I laid in my hospital bed, in complete shock. I could barely move anything but my head. I turned over to the window and saw someone staring at me. It wasn't Mr. A. He looked completely different, and this was so far away. But I knew that smile, and those stupid eyes anywhere. It was him, even though nobody would believe me. He knew I recognized him, and his smile widened. Before I knew it, he was gone. It's been years, and I still don't trust anyone. As far as I know, he's still out there. So please, if you ever meet someone who just seems a little off, even if everyone loves them, listen to your gut, and run far away while you still can. I washed my face with cold water, letting it run longer than necessary. The hostel mirror was cheap and water-spotted, but it had always been sufficient. I looked up and froze. Black spots mottled my reflection, spreading like ink bleeding into water. My eyes were darker, sharper. The reflection spoke. Disappointed. 12 weeks earlier, I had arrived at the Institute to study physics. I'd chosen it because it was reliable. Unlike people, physics made sense. Professor Mahesh Mahara taught optical systems and reflective phenomena, and also a seminar called Science, Power, and Knowledge, examining how scientific objectivity is itself a political claim, how institutions determine what questions get asked. He spoke about caste and scientific institutions, with the ease of someone who had lived inside the argument. He was perhaps in his late 30s, with a face that gave nothing away until he chose to let it. After the lecture, I asked about epistemology. How do we distinguish between valid critique and relativism? He looked at me, really looked, the kind of attention that makes you suddenly aware of being seen, and smiled. That's exactly the right question. He invited me to his optics seminar. I went and kept going. By October, I was spending more time in his lab than anywhere else. His office was on the third floor. Big room, walls covered with photographs of Einstein and Feynman, alongside Tagore and Kafka. His custom desk had a periodic table, inlaid in different metals and woods. At the far corner stood a tall mirror in a matte black frame, nearly ceiling height. Difficult to maintain delusions when you're forced to look at yourself clearly, he used to say. I thought that was profound. In November, he asked me to assist with his research. Partial reflection and layered optical systems. Technically complex, requiring careful calibration. I can't pay you yet. Grant funding is complicated, but co-authoring would be invaluable. I said yes immediately. I was hungry for real research, for being taken seriously by someone whose mind I admired. We spent hours adjusting lenses, running measurements. He explained theory with patience I'd never encountered. He asked my opinion. He listened, and during coffee breaks we discussed Ambedkar, Gramsci, and Lordy. You're one of the few students I can really talk to, he said once. I felt honored, chosen. I didn't yet understand that charm is not a personality trait. It's a strategy. The fest was announced in late January. I mentioned it to Professor Mehra casually one afternoon. Indian Ocean is playing this Friday. The silence made me look up. His expression had changed, not dramatically, just a tightening around the eyes, a flatness to his mouth. Cold. It lasted perhaps 2 seconds. Then he smiled. Of course, go. You deserve a break. The smile was warm, but I had seen the flicker underneath it. I left feeling unsettled in a way I couldn't fully understand. Friday evening the band was everything I'd hoped, but I couldn't settle into it. I kept thinking about that flicker. I left halfway through the performance, telling myself I was tired, telling myself it was my choice. I walked back to my hostel in the dark, washed my face, looked in the mirror, black spots, spreading the ink. Disappointed. The reflection continued. You knew he needed you this week. The data collection was time-sensitive. You chose amusement over commitment. Everything he's invested in you, his time, his patience, his willingness to mentor someone who should still be fumbling through coursework, you've repaid with selfishness. I just wanted to go to the college fest. You betrayed his trust. He will forgive you. He is generous. But this disappointment is yours to carry. I turned off the light and lay in the dark, trying to apply reason to what I'd experienced. Stress, overwork, hallucination. Next morning, I walked to the physics building. How was the concert? Professor Mehra asked, looking up with a smile. I left early, I said. I'm sorry. The data collection was time-sensitive, and I... Hey. He stood, came around the desk. You don't need to apologize. I told you to go. His voice was so kind, so reasonable. I just want you to know that I take this seriously. I don't want you to think I know exactly what you are. Brilliant, dedicated, one of the best students I've had in 15 years. He stepped closer. Come here. He hugged me, gentle at first, then tighter. When he stepped back, his hand stayed on my upper arm, thumb making a small circle against my sleeve. Then his hand moved to my face, cupped my cheek. I wanted to step back, but the mechanism that would allow me to move, to speak, to say no had been carefully dismantled over months, and I was only now discovering it was missing. He kissed me, violently, as if consent were already established through proximity, through intellectual intimacy that had somehow been transmuted into something else entirely. I stood frozen, my mind screaming no while my body did nothing. His hands moved, one at the back of my neck, one at my waist, and I caught my reflection in the tall mirror at the corner of the office. My reflection was responding. In the glass, my body leaned into him. My arms moved to his shoulders. My lips moved with what looked like eagerness, like desire. But my actual body was rigid. Every muscle locked in a paralysis I couldn't break. My actual arms hung at my sides. The reflection was performing what he wanted to see, the response that would confirm his narrative, that this was mutual, that I had wanted this, and everything he'd built over months was paying off exactly as planned. He pulled back slightly, searching my face, then looked past me at the mirror. What he saw there satisfied him completely. I opened my mouth, tried to form words. What came out was, I should go. Not like a refusal, not like anything that would make him stop. Are you okay? I have work to do. He smiled. Don't overthink this. What we have is rare. Don't let fear ruin it. At the exit, I glanced back. In the mirror, my reflection stood a moment longer, looked at him, smiled, satisfied, before turning to follow me out. Back in my hostel room, I turned the shower to scalding and stood under it fully dressed, peeled off my clothes as the water burned my skin, scrubbed until the skin was raw and red. But I couldn't scrub off what I was trying to clean. I sat in front of the mirror afterwards. The black spots had returned, darker now. Did you really think you could say no? After everything? You went to his office alone, stayed late, shared your vulnerabilities. You built intimacy and now you're surprised. You didn't say no. You didn't push him away. You stood there. You let it happen. Stop, I whispered. Then what were you doing? I screamed, a sound that tore from somewhere deep in my chest, that rattled the thin door. My roommate Alicia burst in, scanning for visible damage. I turned. The mirror behind me showed two worried faces. Normal, no black spots, no shadows, just a 19-year-old girl with wet hair and skin rubbed raw. You've been working too hard, Alicia said, firm but kind. Come on, you need to eat, and tomorrow I am taking you to see Dr. Kapoor. Dr. Kapoor's office was quiet, plants in every corner, soft afternoon lights. Tell me what's been happening. I tried. The mirror, the black spots, the voice, Professor Mehra and what had happened in his office and the way my reflection had responded when I hadn't. But every time I got close to saying plainly what had happened, the words dissolved, as if something physical was blocking them. After 3 sessions, Dr. Kapoor gently suggested I take time away. Go home for 2 months. Let yourself rest. The university will be here when you get back. I took the leave, went home to Kolkata, slept, ate, and slowly, carefully, started doing physics again. Not for anyone, not to prove anything, just for myself. Clean thinking, that was still mine. Something returned. Not all at once, but it came back. A sense of my own mind as a distinct thing with edges. One morning I caught myself in the mirror and stopped. The black spots were fading. Not gone, but thinner. Receding like a stain, being slowly drawn out of cloth. My reflection looked at me. I looked back. For the first time in weeks, we appeared to be in sync. 3 weeks in, a shape appeared behind me in the glass. Faint at first. A woman. I spun around. Empty room. She kept appearing, grew more distinct each time. A young woman, thin, dark hair, and skin covered with black spots. I sat deliberately in front of the mirror one morning and waited. She appeared behind my left shoulder. I see you, I said quietly. She lifted her head, tried speaking but managed only one word. Help. I found her on the university website. Ria Menon. 2nd year, research assistant under Professor M. Mehra. Of course she was. I wrote her an email that night. I know this will sound strange. I just want you to know that someone who has been where you are exists and got out. You can reply or not. I'll be here. 6 days of silence, then a reply. How did you know? We spoke for weeks. Messages first, then calls. Her voice always slightly hushed, always listening for something behind it. Ria was still in it, still going to his office, still tangled in the guilt and obligation he'd spent months weaving around her like a noose. Every time I try to say he's manipulating me, she said, I hear myself saying I'm overreacting. I know, the words just stop, like something's in the way. She told me it had moved faster with her. He'd been less patient, more direct. There had been coercion. The kind where you say no and then you find yourself not saying no anymore, and afterward you can't fully explain what happened to your own refusal. I held the phone and said nothing, and let the rage sit in my chest like something burning. "He has this mirror in his office," she said. "This tall one, really old. I've always hated it, but it's the only mirror I look normal in anymore. Every other mirror, I see darkness, spots like red spreading across my face, my skin." I went very still. "Ria," I kept my voice even, "every other mirror is showing you the danger. His mirror is lying." "What?" "The spots get worse after you see him, don't they?" It wasn't a question. Long pause. "Yes." "And better when you don't?" "Yes. But in his mirror, you are perfect." A sharp intake of breath, the silence stretched. "Oh my God," she breathed. "It's a curated reflection, Ria, the one he wants to see. He owns the glass, but he doesn't own the light. I'm coming back." Ria met me outside the library. Her eyes tracked the periphery, her hands never quite still. "You're real," she said. We didn't waste time. At 4:15, using Ria's keycard, we entered his office. The mirror stood in the corner, covered. We carried it down the stairwell in complete silence, rage burning inside my chest. The lecture hall was a sea of open notebooks and academic deference. Mehra was mid-sentence, lecturing on optical distortions, when the side door creaked open. He saw the mirror first. For a microsecond, his face changed. A flash of pure, animal panic before the professor mask snapped back into place. "What are you doing?" We didn't answer. We set the mirror at the front of the room, angled it 45 degrees and let the room look. In the glass, the seminar was a masterpiece. The students looked like disciples. The faculty nodded in high-definition respect. And there at the focal point, Mehra stood bathed in a soft, curated glow. Beside him in the reflection, Ria was smiling, her hand resting tenderly on his arm. But the room was looking at the real Ria. Her hands were white-knuckled, her face a reflection of trauma, standing 3 feet away from him. The murmur started in the front and rippled back. It was the sound of a system realizing the data didn't match the observation. A student lowered her pen. The dean leaned forward. The objective reality Mehra had built was losing its signal-to-noise ratio. "I think we should." Mehra began, his voice tight. "You taught us that objectivity requires testing." I cut in with a calm voice. "We're testing the interference pattern." He looked at me with the flat arithmetic of a man calculating exits. He found none. The room had shifted its axis. I didn't just swing. I used the weight of the frame. The glass didn't just break. It fractured into a web of jagged trajectories, 1,000 tiny fragments of truth falling to the floor. Then the spots appeared, not on the glass but on him. In the harsh fluorescent light of the hole, the black spots appeared across his skin. It crawled up his wrists. It mottled his jaw. It stained the face of the man who had spent 15 years being brilliant. The room fell into a terrifying, holy silence. Phones rose, not to record a lecture, but to document a rot. Hundreds of lenses, actual, unbiased, focused on him, focused on his reality. He looked at his hands. He looked at the faculty who were now backing away, refusing to offer him the optics he needed to survive. He tried to speak, but the charm was gone. He was just a man without an instrument, standing in the wreckage of his own reflection. "This is," he stammered. "The truth," I completed. He wasn't gone. He wasn't even fired. But he was fixed, trapped in the new arrangement of reality. The story was no longer his to tell. Later I stood in front of the hostile mirror. No black spots, no voice. Plath wrote that the mirror swallows whatever it sees. Immediately, without preconception. No distortion, no mercy, just the truth of the thing in front of it. I pressed my fingertips to the glass. It showed me a girl who had learned, the hard way, what it meant to be seen clearly. I am not silver. I am not his reflection. I am Ananya Deshmukh, and I am exact. My mother once told me that every plant has 3 names. The first a scientist comes up with, specific and precise, describing the plant without knowing it. The second is what locals call it, usually something practical like what it cures or what kills it. The oyster plant is named for how it tastes when cooked. The third name is what the plant names itself, and the one you have to listen for. She was in her garden the first time I heard this, hands deep in soil, entirely at home in a way she could never be indoors. The garden was her natural element. Inside the house she would move with the caution and formality of a guest who didn't want to impose, but outside she was different. She felt looser, more herself. An entire day could be spent out there, and I'd only see her come back inside when the light faded from the skyline, and all that was left were the stars shining on her work. Soil could be seen tracking across the kitchen floor without her noticing, all while lecturing me about humidity and hydration. Age crept up on her the same way she would always talk about her plants growing. Underground at first, with no one noticing. By the time we did notice, it had been growing for a while. At first, she would forget small things like appointments or where she'd put the keys. The larger things started to go. Faces, important dates, her own history, shuffled like a deck of cards in her mind. Some mornings she'd look at me with a polite, searching expression, working hard to connect the face in front of her to whatever memories she had. I'd watch her get close and then drift away just off the mark. Always somewhere near, but never my daughter. She always knew her plants, though. Every last one of them. All 3 names. I hadn't been back in 6 months. I told myself it was work, which was partly true. Distance played its part. Donna was also there, and more than capable. I had no shortage of reasons, though the real reason was simpler and less forgivable. Every time I came home, my mother was a little less there, and I was running out of will to face it. It took me every last bit I had to stand outside my old house that day. Donna met me at the front with the warmth and experience of a grief professional who's all too used to this. She walked me to the living room while explaining how things are going, her voice even and unhurried. A mix of bad days and good, she told me. Eleanor has been sleeping inconsistently, waking up at strange hours and eating only when reminded. Her mobility is fine, a blessing at her age, and she still spends most of her time outside, fall, rain, or shine. Her voice sounded defeated, which I knew meant she'd given up trying to talk her out of it. I nodded along to the health charts and test results, and then took a glance outside the kitchen window, which is when I noticed it. The garden should have been dying. It was mid-October and the beds should have been bare, mulched and resting, waiting for a cold, unapologetic winter. But what I saw was the opposite. Lush greens and hues of lavender spread through every section. Everything was growing, not stubbornly or forcefully, but with confidence. What you would see in the height of June. Colors that had no business being there were practically announcing themselves to the world, and blooms tumbled over the beds to stretch onto the pathway. The whole yard was luminous in the dull autumn, in a way I could never describe, and in the middle of it, my mother was happily tending to them. I realized Donna had asked me something. Sorry, what was that? I asked if you would like some tea, dear. Oh, yes, please, thank you. I found my mother in a far flower bed, kneeling in the soil without gloves, with the earth up to her wrists. She was tending something low to the ground, working around its base with a focus and precision that had been absent from the rest of her life for about a year now. Mom? I called out. She looked up. I watched her glance at me and try to piece together who I was. It took a few seconds, but she eventually settled and smiled. For a moment, she was entirely herself. So, Yeon, she finally said, using my full name the way she only did when I was in trouble or when she was feeling tender. Thankfully today was tender. She eagerly beckoned me over. Come and look at this one. It's nearly ready. I crouched down to see what she was working on. It was an ordinary plant. Dark leaves, compact, unremarkable. Ready for what? I asked. To do its part here, she said as if it were obvious. I stayed beside her for a while, not helping or talking, just admiring how hard she worked. The garden smelled as it always had, soil and earthy, with certain herbal tones underneath that I could never name. Through the long years, this unnameable smell turned into our home, more nostalgic than any laundry detergent or cooking. After a while, she sat back on her heels and glanced around with a look of satisfaction. There is still much left to do, she said, her voice bright with excitement. I know, I told her, helping her from the ground. I'm here now too. I can help. She patted my back and met my gaze with heavy eyes. You always did come back. 3 days later, I found myself wide awake at night. I laid in a spare bed, listening to the house around me settle into the dark and staring up at the ceiling. Once it hit 2 in the morning, I gave up and decided to head downstairs. Arriving at the kitchen, I stood at the window with a glass of water and looked outside. The garden shined silver and still in the moonlight. A slightly purple hue rose above the dark and revealed a path past the beds away from the house. I set my glass aside and unlocked the door. The air was cold and smelled of earth with notes of something sweet underneath. My bare feet brushed along the blades of grass, following the nearest path into the plants. I meant to walk to the fence and back, a short, aimless loop to try and get myself sleepy. I never reached the back fence. I walked far longer than I should have. That was the first thing I noticed. It wasn't alarming, just off. The way a nostalgic song sounds in a different key. It was a path I'd walked on several times before, yet it didn't feel the same. Then I noticed the beds on either side of me changing gradually. Rows were curving in ways that didn't match the rectangular yard I looked at through the window. Pathways branched where they hadn't before, running off at angles that shouldn't have fit the geometry of the space. When I tried to follow one with my eyes, I couldn't see the end. I stopped walking, and for a moment forgot how to breathe. Not from fear, but from what I saw around me. Flowers were wrong in the most beautiful way. Blooms that should have been closed for winter, closed for the hour, for the reasons of basic biology, were wide open and luminous. Lit from within were colors that I had no name for, shining as if they were teaching my eyes how to see again. The roots were moving. I could see them through the soil, which had become almost translucent in the moonlight. They were traveling, long and deliberate threads pushed through the dark terrain in every direction. They crossed, twisted, and recrossed beneath my feet as I felt their movement through my soles. With each new thread, a new pathway formed, lined with plants I never once thought I'd be able to see with my own eyes. Leaves whose edge moved like water, stems that hummed a familiar memory. All of it was forming and shaping around me. I pressed my hands against the soil. It was warm. Warm the way something loved for years is warm. From the inside out, beneath my palm, something moved, deep and slow, like a heartbeat moving when someone pressed against your chest. And in response, my own heart matched it. I stayed on the ground for a long time, kneeling in my mother's garden, listening to the love it was given being shown back to me. I decided to stay after that week. I called my job and found a way to work remotely. Donna had agreed to let me help around with whatever I could. My mother accepted me back into her days without ceremony, as if I'd always been there, as if the months of absence were simply nothing. Some mornings she knew exactly who I was. We would sit over coffee and talk for hours, going nowhere in particular. Other mornings I was an acquaintance she was fairly certain she liked, but couldn't place quite why. She'd be polite to me during those days. The hardest mornings came when I was a stranger to her entirely. She would greet me with a look of complete confusion, like I was out of place. Those days I learned to just be useful, make the tea, hand her things, sit close without needing anything from her. Mostly I would be with her in the garden, always there for her, giving back whatever the morning took. During the night, I'd go out, every few days, always past midnight, always barefoot. I would follow a random path away from the house and watch what it would become that night. I didn't try to map it, nor understand it. I just let it take me along until it was ready to show me back to the house. During the mornings, I would help my mother with the plants. It wasn't anything big during the last few weeks. Holding equipment, patting down soil, tasks that required more labor than skill. I never pushed past what she showed me, and she never asked me to do more than I could. Eventually, we fell into a rhythm of me showing up and paying attention to how she worked, the same way she would pay attention to the garden. One morning in December, she was on her knees beside a sprawling vine that had taken over the south end, its leaves broad and dark, threading through with thin copper veins. I crouched beside her with a trowel I had just gotten the hang of. "This one is stubborn," she said. Not exactly to me, more to the vine itself. "It wants to go everywhere at once." "Is that bad?" I asked. "Not bad, just young." She worked her fingers through the tendrils that had been climbing the fence post. "It doesn't know yet that it has time. Young things never do." I watched her hands with a sureness to them, the edge of the leaves catching the thin winter light. My mother was like that, she told me. Always in a hurry, always certain the world would move on without her. The corner of her lips slightly lifted. She eventually slowed down. We all do. "What was she like?" I asked carefully. She rarely spoke of my grandmother since her passing. "Oh, stubborn as anything," she said, with a fondness that made my chest ache. "Beautiful, too. We both take after her in that way. You have her eyes, you know. Same shape, same color, same way they examine a person." I kept very still. My mother leaned back against the fence, smiling to herself as she relived small moments. "I wish you could have seen her in this garden. She was the one who started it, though she stopped tending it before long. I had seen her in this garden. She knew that, but not right now. I didn't try to correct her. I just stayed and let her look at me with an open, wondering expression. I wondered if she saw the same expression on me while I watched her work. She taught me to listen," she eventually said, turning back to the vine. "That was the most important thing. Most would look at this plant and see it for what it is. She taught me to wait and see what it would become." She tucked the tendril into place with a gentleness that made her gesture look like kindness. I never thanked her for that. I meant to. "I think she knew," I said with confidence. My mother looked at me. For a moment, just a moment, she was entirely clear. No searching, no assembling of memories. Just her looking at me, smiling, the way she used to. "Yes, I think you're right." We worked in silence the rest of that morning. It was the best one we'd had in months. It was during January when I saw it. I had been seeing it for about a week. Always at the far end of the garden, always still, always there when I looked and gone when I kept looking. Each night, I'd stood at the window and watched for a while before heading back to bed, as if something deep in my consciousness knew I wasn't ready to meet it. On a Tuesday, I woke without an alarm, the same way I had been for weeks. I laid still in the dark, listening to the house around me. I could hear my mother breathing in the next room. I got up. The garden gleamed through the crisp night air the way it always had, silver, shining, and more than it should have been. I stood at the kitchen window for a long moment before I unlocked the door and stepped outside. My bare feet brushed against the grass. I started walking the way I always did, and there I saw the figure, waiting at the far end of the garden. This time I didn't stop walking. It was still at first, in a way that made everything around it seem restless by comparison. It stood the border where the garden pressed up against the fence, or where the fence should have been. They seemed entirely made of light, no shadow, no silhouette, just white. The shape was simply a person standing, tall and unremarkable. They took my breath completely. As I approached, they didn't move. Up close, it seemed no clearer than from far away. present the way a drop of temperature is, the way a room feels after someone has left it. I felt a weight on my chest, like my mind knew what was in front of me, but could not put it into words that I understood. They didn't even seem to know I was there, only the plants held their attention. "You aren't part of the garden," I told them. "You've been coming here for a while." "Yes." "Why?" The figure was quiet for long enough that I thought they wouldn't answer. After seconds that had the weight of hours, they finally replied. "Because of how it's tended." Their voice sounded like a millennium of memories collapsed into a single tone. "Most places I go are defined by what is being lost in it. This one is defined by what was given to it." At that moment I understood who the figure was, and what they were here for. The garden around me felt imposing. My own heartbeat felt like a drum behind my ear. My mind, which should have been asking 1,000 questions, went blank. I couldn't stop myself from shaking. "My mother, does she know about this place?" I asked. "Has she seen any of this?" "No." It gestured to all around us. "She made this without knowing she was making it. What you see before you is love in its purest form." I stood with those words for a moment. For most of her life, my mother had come out here every day, pressing her hands into the soil, paying attention and asking for nothing back. Without knowing it, she built something that gave comfort to a presence most only ever meet once. She didn't do it for that. She didn't do it for anything but the plants themselves, and the simple, unglamorous love of showing up. That was the most her thing I had ever heard. I would have let out a laugh if tears hadn't taken over instead. "Is it time?" I asked. "For her." "She's very tired. She's been working for a long time." "She doesn't know that either." I closed my eyes for a moment. When I opened them again, I saw the garden, beautiful in every way. "It isn't done yet. I want to help her finish it." "You'd have to tend it the way she does." "I know." "Do you?" I thought about every time I'd driven away, every phone call in place of a visit, every morning that I told myself that she was fine, that Donna was there and distance didn't matter. I thought of my mother the first day I came, her hands in the soil, asking nothing of it but to grow. I thought of her eyes when she told me I always came back. "I'm learning," I finally said. "Yes, I've been watching. I hope you tend to it well." Then they were simply gone. No drama, no gust of wind, just gone. Then it was just me, with the heartbeat of the garden beneath my feet. After that night, I kept working beside my mother every day that she was well enough. Some days she wasn't, though we went out anyway. On good days she told me things I'd never heard, about the country she left, about my father in the early years, stories of when she first came here. One afternoon in February we were tending to a dark-stemmed bed of roses, blooming a color words couldn't quite reach. "I used to worry about leaving you," she said without looking up. "When you were small, I'd lie awake thinking about it." "You don't have to worry about that," I told her. "I know," she said, patting the soil flat. "I stopped. You came back." "I know. I won't be going anywhere. Not anymore." My mother passed on a morning in early March, before spring had fully arrived. I woke up on a chair. I'd moved into her room 2 weeks before. The house had a stillness to it. The temperature had dropped. I sat beside her for a long time, until there was no water left in me to cry out. Outside the kitchen window, the garden was extraordinary. Everything open at once, every bed alive, glowing in the foggy weather in a way that didn't need to be explained. It was the most beautiful it had ever been. I went outside in my socks and knelt in the wet grass until the cold came through. The soil was warm beneath my hands. The low hum of a heartbeat was still there, steady and unhurried, as it had always been. I understood in that moment that it would always be there, that a life of love pressed into this ground didn't just go away, that she had just shown up every day, paid attention, and that was enough. It had always been enough. By summer, the garden had settled back toward the ordinary. The paths had straightened. The once impossible geometry softened. The plants settled to a beauty a neighbor could admire with just a glance. I kept the beds closest to the house and tended them, pressing my hands into the soil every morning the way she used to. Some nights I still walk to the far end of the yard. I don't see anything there now. But once, on a November morning with frost on the grass and my breath clouding in front of my face, I felt it. It felt like someone had been in the garden, a room just vacated, the air still warm from it. I stood in it for a while. It felt like company. I still don't know what I'm growing, but I tend to it the way she taught me, without asking for anything back. Some days I think I'm getting closer to understanding. Other days I think understanding was never the point. I think about my mother during those times. I wonder if she's reached wherever she was going, or if she's taking her time. At the very least, I hope her journey is lined with plenty of things worth stopping for, and listening to. She used to say that every plant has 3 names. The third one being what the plant calls itself, what you need to be listening for. I spent a lot of my life not listening, too busy, far away, too certain that what was growing here was a garden and nothing more. I know better now. Sometimes I come out in the night, kneel in the soil and listen, the way she did, the way she was always doing during all the years I wasn't paying attention. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes, I think I almost hear it. It sounds like Eleanor. In sophomore year of high school, I practically lived in the library. I'd go there almost every day after school to sit and read. Then I'd borrow a stack of books, mostly history, and finish them at home before they were due back. It was routine at this point. That's why I noticed it straight away. I opened a book I'd borrowed about medieval Europe and saw a small white sticker stuck firmly to one of the pages. I leaned in and took a closer look. The sticker was a prescription bottle label. The edges were worn and it had been pieced together in 2 halves. One side was faded to a thin film. It had been peeled off and reapplied, but I could still read the text. At the top was the name of a pharmacy and a date, and below that were some details. T. Hargreaves, an address list below that. Lisinopril, 10 milligrams. Take 1 tablet by mouth every day. I didn't recognize the medication, but I recognized the name. It was Mr. Hargreaves, my history teacher. I saw teachers and students from my school regularly at this library, so I didn't think much of it at the time, but I still stared at it for a second longer than I probably should have. Then I figured it was a mistake and left it there. He must have been using it as a bookmark and forgotten. I didn't want to peel it off and risk tearing the page. The second time, it caught my attention immediately. Different history book, another label. Same name, address, and medication. This time it was stuck deeper into the book on one of the middle pages. I flipped back a few pages, then forward. Nothing else, just that one sticker. I remember thinking it was a strange thing to use as a bookmark. By the 4th or 5th time, it stopped feeling like a coincidence. Always the same sticker with his name, stuck on a random page. I went to the library one morning to return a book, well before I'd normally go after school, and saw him there. He was exactly the same as he was in class, friendly and relaxed. "Good to see you're reading," he said with a smile. I greeted him and made some small talk. I almost mentioned seeing the labels, but then I stopped myself. Something made me feel like I wasn't supposed to. At the end of our conversation, I just smiled and left. A few afternoons later, I was back in the library. I went to the history section and plucked a book off the shelf, flipping it open without thinking. Sure enough, there it was again. Mr. Hargreaves' prescription label, pressed flat on one of the pages. Just then a voice snapped me out of my trance. "Hey, how's it going?" I looked up. My friend Matt was standing in front of me, hands in his pockets.
Matt didn't come here often. He lived further out, on the edge of town. I didn't know you even knew where the library was, I remarked. Ha ha, very funny. I was nearby. We talked for a bit, and then I held the book up slightly. Look at this. I keep finding Mr. Greaves stickers in these books. He stepped closer and scanned the text. A messenger asked for help from nearby towns. I tapped on the label below it, pressed flat against the page. Matt leaned in and squinted as he read the details on the faded sticker. Huh, he lives a few streets away from me. Who knew? Why would he be putting these in library books? I asked. Matt shrugged. I mean, probably just uses whatever's lying around as a bookmark. That's what I thought the first time, I said. I plucked 2 more books off the shelf nearby that I'd put back a while ago, which I remembered seeing the stickers in. He keeps putting them in books. I reached for a book about wars. Took a moment to find the label, but I knew roughly where it was. Many families were trapped as supplies began to run out. I ran my finger across the label below it, then I put it back on the shelf and opened the 3rd book. A few managed to escape, though most were. Underneath was the label again, in a chapter about the famine. He glanced at it, then back at me, looking mildly amused. Maybe he's just weird. After Matt left that afternoon, I sat at a table with the books I'd taken from the shelf laid out in front of me. I frowned, then shook it off and closed the books, carrying them back to the shelf. A few months passed. I still saw the labels in books every now and then, but I stopped paying them much attention. I didn't think about them again until I was talking to Matt at school one afternoon, leaning against the lockers while people moved around us between classes. You know those labels you were talking about? He smirked slightly. Yeah? I walk past that house all the time, he said. Ever since I found out that Hargreaves' address, I can't not notice it. Weird knowing a teacher lives that close to me. I shrugged. They have to live somewhere. Then a pause as he glanced down the hallway. I've heard stuff from inside a few times when I walked past. I raised an eyebrow. What kind of stuff? He frowned like he was trying to decide if it even sounded strange out loud. Like one night I heard something scraping, I guess. And once I think I heard knocking or something, but like from the inside of his door. He made a small motion with his hand, tapping against the locker beside him, and there was a brief silence between us. Anyway, he added, straightening up, probably nothing. That afternoon at the library, I found myself thinking about the labels. I pulled out a few books from the history section and started looking for them. And as I found them again, one by one, I noticed something concerning for the first time. The line of text above each sticker. A messenger asked for help from nearby towns. Many families were trapped as supplies began to run out. A few managed to escape, though most were. I swallowed and looked into more books. Efforts to seek help from neighboring regions. A group managed to escape, though some were. My heart started to race. I put the books down immediately and texted Matt. Hey, can you show me where Hargreaves' house is? By the time we got there, it was just starting to get dark. The street was quiet, with a few distant figures occasionally walking past under the streetlights. Mr. Hargreaves' house sat halfway down the road. Curtains drawn, no lights on. The same address shown on the prescription label stuck in the books. Matt slowed beside me, hands in his pockets as he glanced at it. Looks the same as it always does. He shrugged. What did you think you'd find? I didn't respond. Couldn't stop staring at it. We should probably go, he added with a sigh, before he sees teenagers from his school just standing outside his house. That's going to be hard to explain. I nodded slowly. Yeah, you're right. We turned and started walking back the way we came. We'd barely made it a few steps when Matt stopped. I almost walked into him. What? I asked. He didn't answer straight away, just tilted his head slightly, listening. Then I heard it too. A dull, hollow sound. Knock, then again. Knock, knock. My heart started racing as Matt turned back toward the house. That's it, he said quietly. That's what I was talking about. We both stood there for a second,
then walked back towards the house. The front porch croaked slightly as we stepped onto it. The sound came again, louder now from somewhere just beyond the front window. The curtains were drawn, but not fully. There was a small gap where the fabric didn't quite meet. Matt leaned in. "That's weird," he murmured. "I don't remember that." He pointed and I followed his gaze. Behind the curtain, barely visible in the darkness, were wooden boards running horizontally across the window. I felt a chill run through me. "His curtains are always closed," Matt said with a frown. "Wonder why there's wood all behind it." Another knock. Then the curtain shifted slightly. Something moved behind it. I sucked in a breath. "Did you see?" "Yeah," Matt whispered. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and turned on the torch, aiming it through the curtains. The light cut through the gap between the boards. An eye, open wide, staring straight back at us. We screamed and stumbled backwards. Matt grabbed my arm. "What the hell?" The knocking stopped instantly. Silence. Then we heard footsteps from inside the house. We ran. Down the porch steps onto the pavement, away from the house as fast as we could. We didn't stop until we were halfway down the street. My chest was tight, my breathing uneven as I fumbled for my phone. "Call them," Matt said. I told the police everything. The books, the labels, the sounds, the eye staring at us through the window. My voice was shaking so badly I could barely get the words out. By morning, everyone knew. Mr. Hargreaves had been arrested and the house had been sealed off. Inside, they'd found a girl. She was 14, only a few years younger than both of us. She'd gone missing around 3 years ago, from a different state hundreds of miles away. Taken, transported, and kept hidden somewhere no one would think to look. A normal house on a quiet street. Locked away in his house for 3 years. She'd been peeling the prescription labels off empty medication bottles and boxes, whatever she could find in his bin with his address on it without it being noticed, pressing them carefully between the pages of books he brought home from the library, and would eventually have to return. She couldn't write any messages. If he saw even a mark out of place, there was no telling what he would do, so she worked with what she had, looking through the words in the books and placing the labels with his address under specific words, underlining them with the stickers, hoping someone, anyone, would notice that she was trapped, needed help, and was unable to escape. It had been right there the whole time. I kept thinking about how many times I'd seen those labels and dismissed them as something harmless, before putting them back on the shelf. If we hadn't gone there that day, she might have never left that house again. I didn't plan on becoming a diver. Not really. It was one of those things you fall into because the thing you actually wanted doesn't fall back, no matter how long you wait for it. I kept thinking something would open up eventually, something closer to what I studied, but nothing ever did. I wanted to cook, a real kitchen, the kind where everything is loud and hot and fast, where people shout your name like it matters. I studied for it, finished the course, even got good enough that my instructors told me I had a chance if I stuck with it, but chance doesn't pay rent, and restaurants don't hire people who don't already know what they're doing. Every place I applied to wanted experience. Experience needed a job needed experience. It loops like that until you either get lucky or give up. Bills don't wait for either. So I took what I could get, something steady, something that didn't ask too many questions. It wasn't what I imagined doing with my life, but it paid enough and it came with training, and what I got was underwater maintenance. I'm telling you, it's not that bad. That's what Rico said my first week. We were sitting on the edge of the dock with our legs hanging over water that looked darker than it should have been, even in daylight. It smelled like rust and fuel, like something that never really washed away no matter how often the tide came in. "You just clean?" I asked. "Yeah." "That's it?" "That's it." He said it like it was obvious, like I was overthinking something simple. I looked down at the water again, watching the way it barely moved. just small ripples tapping against the wood. "Under there?" I said. Rico shrugged. "Where else are the barnacles gonna be?" The job sounds simple when people explain it. Hull cleaning, that's the official term. You scrape off barnacles, algae, and whatever else decides a ship is a good place to stay. It keeps the vessel moving efficiently, reduces drag, saves fuel, all that technical stuff that matters to people who never have to actually go down there. But no one tells you what it feels like to be under something that big. The first time I went down, I genuinely thought the ship was going to fall on me. I know that doesn't make sense. It's buoyant. It's supported by the water, by physics that doesn't suddenly stop working because you're underneath it. But none of that matters when you're there, looking up at something that stretches farther than your light can reach. It doesn't feel like it's floating. It feels like it's hanging. And the longer you stay under it, the more it starts to feel like it's just waiting. "You'll get used to it," Rico said through the comms during that first dive. "I'm not used to it," I said. "You're alive, right?" "Yeah." "Then you're getting used to it." The early jobs were easy. Dock work mostly. Shallow water, murky but manageable, with enough light filtering through that you never felt completely cut off. You always had a line, always had a clear path back up, always knew where you were. You scrape, you move, you come back up. Routine. Routine matters more than people think in this kind of work. When everything around you is dark and unfamiliar, it's the only thing that keeps your head from drifting somewhere it shouldn't. You hold on to it because it's the only part that still feels normal. It keeps you grounded when nothing else does. About 3 months in, I got my first open water assignment. It was a cargo ship, big enough that it didn't make sense to bring it into port just for cleaning. It stayed anchored offshore, far enough that the water changed color before you even reached it. "Why not just dock it?" I asked. Rico laughed. "You know how much that costs?" "No." "Exactly." The captain's name was Alvarez. He didn't look like a captain, not in the way you expect. No uniform, no polished shoes. Just a worn shirt and a face that looked like it had spent years staring into sunlight and squinting through problems. "You the new guy?" he asked. "Yeah." He looked at me for a second longer than necessary, like he was checking for something specific. "You panic?" "No." "You lie?" I hesitated. He smiled just a little. "Good. Means you think first." The water out there was different. It wasn't just darker in color, like the light couldn't reach as far. It felt heavier somehow, like it had weight to it. The kind of weight you don't notice until you're already inside it, and by then it's too late to compare it to anything else. "You'll be fine," Rico said while checking my gear. "Same as always, just deeper." "How deep?" 40 meters, give or take." "That's not same as always." He tightened one of the straps and tapped the tank. "Relax, you've trained for worse." "Training's not real," I said. "Neither is panic," he replied, "until you make it real." The first descent felt normal enough. Cold hit first, then pressure, then that narrowing of vision as your world shrinks down to whatever your light touches. I kept my breathing steady. In, out, in, out. "Comms check," Alvarez said. "Loud and clear." "You reached the hull yet?" "Almost." The ship didn't appear all at once. It never does. It starts as a shape, then a shadow, then something that blocks out the little light you had left. Then suddenly it's just there. Steel, endless and quiet. "Jesus," I muttered. "Big, right?" Rico said. "Doesn't feel real." "It is. Start on the port side." I turned on the scraper and pressed it against the hull. The vibration traveled up my arm, familiar enough to settle me. Barnacles cracked away in clusters, breaking loose like they always do. That part felt normal. Time passes differently when you're down there. You don't have much to measure it by. No real sense of change beyond your own breathing and the steady rhythm of your work. After a while, it stops feeling like time at all, and starts feeling like you've just been there longer than you should be. How's it looking? Alvarez asked. Standard buildup, I said. Nothing unusual. There was nothing unusual about it. At least, that's what I told them when they asked, and what I told myself while I kept working. It stayed that way long enough for me to believe it. Then I saw the first patch. Small, clean, too clean. Did someone start this already? I asked. No, Rico said. You're first down there. I ran my glove over it. It wasn't scraped. It didn't have the roughness you expect from metal that's been cleaned. It felt worn. It's probably current, Rico said. Water hits certain angles harder. It made sense. The explanation fit cleanly, like something I could hold on to if I didn't think too hard about it, but it didn't feel right when I was actually there touching it. I moved on anyway. That's the thing about this job. You learn to ignore what doesn't fit as long as it doesn't stop you from working. Then I heard something. Not loud, not clear, just enough to notice. Did you hear that? I asked. Hear what? I listened again. Nothing. Don't chase sounds, Alvarez said. So I didn't. But I started noticing more. The barnacles weren't random anymore. Some of them formed lines, loose patterns that didn't feel accidental. The clean patches appeared more often, spaced out like gaps between something I couldn't quite see. It didn't feel empty down there. I've been in dark water before, and there's a difference between empty space and something that just looks empty. This felt like the second one, like something was there even if I couldn't see it. I kept working anyway. Routine. That's what I told myself. Until I found the marks. They were larger than the patches, deeper than anything that should have been caused by current or debris. They looked like something had pressed against the hull over and over again, leaving shapes that didn't quite match anything I knew. Pull back, Alvarez said. I did, and for a second I thought they moved. I told myself they didn't. I told myself a lot of things. When I came back up, I didn't argue when they told me to go down again, because part of me already knew something was wrong. The second dive is worse. You don't have curiosity anymore, just awareness. You know what you saw, and you know you're going back to it. I dropped again. Cold, pressure, dark. The hole came back into view and so did the patches. Do the section you skipped, Alvarez said. I didn't want to, but I did. The scraper didn't catch on it. It slid like there was nothing there to move. Then something tapped from the other side. Not loud, not aggressive, just there. I froze. That's not possible, Alvarez said. But it happened again. I touched the surface again, but this time it didn't feel like metal. It felt like something in between. I told myself it was residue. I told myself it was anything else. Then I found the part that was peeling. Layers lifting like something underneath was pushing outward. I touched it. It bent too easily. And underneath, there wasn't just darkness. There was depth. I leaned closer, and for a moment something inside shifted. I didn't understand what I saw. I don't think I was meant to. There's something in there, I said. Come back up, Alvarez replied immediately. This time I didn't hesitate. I turned and grabbed the line. Halfway up it went tight. Not tangled, not caught. Held. I didn't move after that, not because I was told to, but because something in me just locked up completely. It felt like moving would mean acknowledging something I wasn't ready to understand yet. Cut the line, I said. They argued. Then they didn't. The tension vanished and I went up fast. Too fast. Something followed. It didn't rush or panic. It didn't move like it needed to catch me. It just stayed behind me at the same distance, like it already knew I wasn't getting away. I didn't look back on the way up. Every part of me wanted to, just to confirm what I already felt was there, but I knew that would make it worse. Some things are easier to deal with when you don't give them a shape. When I surfaced, I told them the truth. It wasn't stuck, I said. Something was holding it. They didn't argue. That was the worst part. We left after that. I quit 2 days later. I didn't give a reason. They didn't ask for one. It should have ended there. It didn't. Last week I saw the ship again. Docked. Clean. Too clean. I walked closer before I realized I was doing it. Something about it pulled me in like unfinished business I didn't want but couldn't ignore. I looked over the edge. The patches were still there. More of them now. Spaced out. Deliberate, like gaps, or space. And as I stared, one of them shifted slightly. Just enough to notice. Just enough to understand. I left immediately. I haven't gone near open water since. But sometimes at night, when everything is quiet, I still hear it. Not tapping, not knocking. Just there. At the edge of hearing. Like it's still holding on to something. A thought that the ocean is not empty as it seems. Sorry, because what I'm about to tell you will sound like the kind of BS people make up when they want strangers online to pay attention. But made-up stories don't park 2 black SUVs outside your house every night for 2 weeks, and pretend not to watch your windows. Believe me. Don't believe me. That's not really why I'm writing this. Just know the road near my old house is still blocked. They say it's because of a gas leak. There is no gas line there. We had electric everything because Dina was scared of open flames. She said indoor fire felt primitive and wrong, and I thought she was just being dramatic. That's funny now, in a sick way. Dina and I had been married for 10.5 months. We were stupid in love. Embarrassing love. The kind where one of us would leave to buy something and the other would already be texting before they reached the store. We fought, too. Badly. Over nothing. Over dishes, over my work at the Research Institute, over her saying I wasn't really listening, over me saying she always sounded like she was translating normal human emotions from a manual. That one made her cry. I apologized for it for 2 days. I didn't know then how close I was. The night it happened, I came home late. I was shaking from coffee and hunger, and whatever you call it when your whole life has just cracked open. I had done it. Not the final machine, obviously, but the math. The ugly part. The part everyone said was impossible. Star Drive. Faster than light. Whatever name you want. I don't know what they'll call it when they finally show you. If they ever do. I had it in my bag. Dina had dinner ready. That should have scared me right away because Dina did not cook when she was happy. She cooked when she was trying not to fall apart. There were candles on the table. Cheap ones. One had burned down into this sad little blob. Pasta, garlic, wine. She was wearing my shirt. Bare legs. Hair still wet from the shower. God, she was beautiful. That's the thing I hate most. Not that she lied. Not that I was just a chore. That I can still see her and want her. She said, "You're late." I said, "You're scary." She laughed, but not right. A little too late. You know how you learn someone? Not the big stuff, the tiny stuff. How they breathe when they're mad. How they say fine when it's absolutely not fine. How they kiss you when they want sex versus when they want forgiveness. That laugh was wrong, but I wanted to ignore it. I wanted dinner, and her, and that stupid little moment where I got to tell my wife I had done something impossible. So I ignored it. She came over and kissed me before I even put my bag down. Hard kiss. Teeth, wine, salt. Like she was mad at my mouth. Then there was a bitter taste. I said, "What the hell is that?" Or I tried to. My tongue got thick. My fingers went numb. The bag slid off my shoulder and hit the floor. Dina caught me. Caught me like I weighed nothing. That was another thing she forgot to hide. She lowered me down onto the kitchen tile. Gentle, careful, like I was drunk and she was embarrassed of me. I couldn't move. Not couldn't move like panic. Couldn't move like my body had been unplugged. I could breathe, barely. I could see. I could hear. I could feel the cold tile under my cheek. She sat on the floor and pulled my head into her lap. Then she wiped spit from my chin with her thumb. That almost broke me. I know that sounds pathetic, but when someone poisons you and still wipes your mouth because she can't stand seeing you like that, your brain doesn't know where to put it. She was crying by then. Quietly. Not movie crying. Ugly crying. Nose running. Shoulders shaking. Trying not to make noise. Which was very Dina. Because even then she didn't want to make it about her. And she explained. Just enough. Not everything. People in stories explain too much. Real people don't. Real people choke on half of it. And repeat themselves. She wasn't from here. Not from Earth. She had been sent because of me. Not because I was special, because I might become special. Her people had ways of knowing which humans were likely to open certain doors. My name came up. She was supposed to get close, slow me down, push me left when I should have gone right. And she did. For a while. The job I didn't take, the paper I gave up on. The nights she pulled me back to bed when I was close to something. The trip she begged me to take right before a deadline. The fights. Jesus, the fights. They had told her to kill me months earlier. She didn't betray them. She stalled. That was all her love was worth in the end. She said humans couldn't be allowed out there. We liked playing with fire too much. Not yet. Maybe not ever. We were too fast, too angry, too good at turning pain into tools. She said that part like she hated us. Then she touched my face like maybe she was hoping love had finally worn off. It should have been simple. Kill the husband, take the math, get on the ship. Hero of whatever hell she came from. Her people were coming for her before dawn. I would be dead. My lab would burn in a way that looked like my fault. Clean. The word made me want to laugh, but my mouth didn't work. Clean. My wife sat there holding me like she used to after panic attacks, except this time she was the reason I couldn't move. You're probably thinking I was a naive idiot. Some dead-eyed scientist who knew math, but not his own wife. Too busy chasing equations to notice what was sleeping next to him. I wasn't. I actually had known for months. Not known like I had a photo of her with antenna or whatever stupid thing you're imagining. I knew the way husbands know things, and then hate themselves for knowing. She was wrong in small places. The first real crack was a cut on her hand that closed while I was still reaching for a towel. She laughed it off and said I'd imagined how bad it was. The second was finding her barefoot in the yard at 3 a.m, whispering into the dark while every insect in the grass had gone silent. There were other things too. Small things. Things you can explain once, maybe twice, until explaining them starts to feel stupider than the truth. Eventually I called an old friend of my dad's. I didn't want to. I sat with the phone in my hand for almost an hour, because making that call meant admitting that the thing in my bed was not my wife in any normal sense. He didn't sound shocked. That scared me more than anything. He asked me 3 questions, very calmly, and by the third one I understood he already knew what she was. Then he said, "Do not confront her. Do not try to leave. If she thinks you know, you won't survive the night." That was when it landed properly. Dina wasn't a mystery anymore. She was a placement. She was there for me, for the work, and sooner or later, she was going to finish what she had been sent to do, which is exactly what happened. Then I met the others. Men and women with normal clothes and dead faces, asking questions nobody should know to ask. Not just about Dina, about our sex, our fights, her blood, her sleep. The words she used when she was angry, whether she ever got sick, whether animals acted strange around her, whether lights flickered when she touched them, whether I had ever woken up and found her watching me. Nobody looked shocked enough. That's when I learned they had been chasing this for years. Not aliens exactly. Traces, shadows, bad transmissions, burned bodies, missing scientists, houses cleaned too well, bodies found with organs that did not fail in any way human medicine understood. Nothing whole, nothing useful. They didn't need proof aliens existed. They needed one of them alive. But even that wasn't the real prize. The real prize was what came to pick them up. A ship, a working one. Not another fried transmitter, not a melted implant, not some dead thing on a table with all the useful parts burned out. A ship meant propulsion, shielding, power, navigation, alloys, control systems, the actual machinery of how they move through space. Not theory, not guesses. Hardware. So we made me bait. The breakthrough was real, but the timing was fake. The notebook was bait. The public lecture next week was bait. The little hints I dropped at work were bait. The house was the trap. The busted plumbing? Trap. The new water heater Dina hated because it made the closet smell like metal? Trap. The landscaping crew that tore up our backyard for 3 days while Dina complained they were killing her lavender? Trap. Under our house was enough human desperation to pull something impossible out of the sky, but only if she called them close. Only if she didn't just run. Only if she loved me enough to say goodbye. Do you get how disgusting that is? I used the thing I was angriest about. I used us. At some point she looked down and saw my face. Not my fear, not my pain, my guilt. Marriage is a curse. You can't hide in your own face. She stopped touching my hair. She whispered, no. That was all. Just no. Then, how long? I couldn't answer. She looked at the bag on the floor, the notebook, the candles, the windows, all of it. And she understood. I saw my wife die right there, without anyone shooting her. They didn't. Before anything fell from the sky, whatever she thought we had, whatever little piece of us she believed was clean, it broke. Our marriage was a big total sham. A trap with wedding photos on the wall and her hair in my shower drain. She was using me. I was using her. We both had our noble excuses, but when she put her hand on my face, it still felt like home. The lights went out. Not like a power outage, like the dark had weight. The windows filled with white. The whole house made this deep animal sound. Metal screamed inside the walls. My teeth hurt. Blood ran out of my nose onto the tile. Dina crawled off me and tried to stand. She was still trying to reach the back door when the sky tore open. I didn't see a ship, not clearly. I saw shapes where the stars should be. I saw the yard bending upward like it wanted to leave. I saw Dina in the white light, one hand on the door frame looking back at me. She could have killed me then. Then the world punched itself inside out. I woke up in a hospital with tubes in me and 2 government men pretending to be doctors. They got it. That's what they told me. Intact enough. I didn't care, really. They didn't tell me about Dina at first. I had to ask 3 times before one of them finally looked at the other and said, "She got out." I laughed because I thought he meant she had escaped the room. Then he said she had shed the human layer, like it was clothing, like my wife was something she could peel off and leave on the floor. The other one said, "You don't want to see what was underneath." I asked anyway. They told me what she looked like underneath. I could hear the disgust in their voices. "Sorry you had to live with that," one said. Something soft and deep and awful twisted inside my chest. When you were a kid, did you ever do something stupid or kind of mean to try and look cool in front of people you wanted to impress? Something you probably really regretted later on? I did. And now I really, really wish I hadn't. If I'd refused, then maybe. I'm getting ahead of myself. I grew up in a small town in the middle of the Midwest. It wasn't any place special. You've probably seen or driven through a couple hundred towns like it. It had a town hall, a church, a couple banks, a police station, a firehouse, a library, a doctor's office, a few dozen restaurants and shops, a movie theater, and a school. The school was the oldest building in town and probably one of the few things that could set my hometown apart from others. You see, there weren't separate buildings for an elementary school, middle, and high school. It was just one long building with different classrooms/areas meant for different students, other than occasionally getting refitted for modern safety standards. Like when they installed a new fire alarm system, no one saw a reason to change the building. This meant that the older and younger students tended to intermingle a lot. Most of the time, this wasn't a problem. A lot of kids, unless they saw a sibling or something, tended to stick to their age group. But sometimes, kids tried to step out of their comfort zone and hang with the upperclassmen. Most of the time, they got gently rejected, or laughed at. But once in a blue moon, the upperclassmen would allow an underclassman to join them. I was one of those lucky few, though if I'd known what I know now, I never would have tried. You see, I was homeschooled all through elementary school. My mother felt that public education wasn't good for a child's early development, and had my grandmother, a retired teacher herself, teach me. This went on until the summer I turned 11, when I begged my parents to let me attend public school. My dad agreed with me. He didn't think it was fair that I was being denied a chance to make friends. Finally, Mom relented and had me enrolled in the local school. Socializing had been hard at first, seeing as how I was the new kid. Some girls were nice, but most of them had been friends since kindergarten or earlier, and didn't trust an outsider. Thus, I had tried to reach out to the upperclassmen for friends. Unlike many other kids, I succeeded. My friends were both 2 grades ahead of me. Let's call them Rachel and Johnny. At 13, Rachel was 2 years older than me. I remembered I'd thought she was practically an adult because she wore makeup and had a cell phone. Her dad was the head of the most successful bank in town, making her family the most well-off. She was a little vain, but was usually nice. Her cousin Johnny was 14, having been held back a year for reasons I still don't know. He wore a leather jacket to school every day, regardless of weather, wore sunglasses whenever he walked outside, and flirted with every girl in his grade or higher. I don't actually know when or why they agreed to let me hang out with them. Maybe they took pity on me, but looking back, I wonder if it was because they thought I was enough of a pushover for them to make me play the mocking game. One of the benefits of going to such an old school is that there are numerous old spots and secrets that many of the newer teachers don't know about, places and secrets passed down to each generation of students. Most of them are things like where the best places are to best make out without being interrupted, where in the school library you can hide if you want to cut class, etc. But there were some secrets remembered only by a few. One of them was the tree house. Back in the 1950s, a group of students had built a massive treehouse in the forest behind the school. It wasn't a simple one-roomed shed in the branches, but instead a massive, 4-room structure with a waterproof roof, a permanent ladder, even a chimney. It had been a regular hangout for students back in the day, but only the upperclassmen. None of them were allowed to tell any underclassmen under threat of killing your social life. They were all seniors, so by the time the last of them graduated, knowledge of the treehouse faded away. At least until Rachel and Johnny found it, and came up with a new use for it. Well, a lot of people don't remember the treehouse. Rachel explained to me as we walked to the structure. It actually sits next to a well-used hiking trail in the park. Ghost Park? I'd asked, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. Even I knew the rumors about the local park being haunted. Both my older friends laughed. By the end of today, Johnny promised as we approached the treehouse, "You'll know why it's called that." After showing me the treehouse, which had held up remarkably well for something built over 50 years ago, the two had led me inside. I was startled to find, of all things, a bird in a cage. It wasn't a very well-kept bird. While there was a dish of water and pile of seeds on the bottom of its cage, neither looked like they'd been touched in a while, and it was missing quite a few feathers, many of them on the cage floor. My dad has an aviary of starlings in our backyard. Rachel commented as Johnny picked up the cage. He doesn't actually count them. Whenever one dies, he just goes to the pet store one town over and buys a new one. He never even notices when I take one. I blinked, confused. Johnny, snickering, told the bird, "Mocking game." Then, leaning out to the treehouse window, he tucked the bird's cage onto two especially thick tree branches. The foliage was so thick that you couldn't see the cage unless you were looking right at it, and even then it was a challenge. The bird flitted in its cage, agitated. Then it pulled one of its feathers out. "What are we doing exactly?" I finally asked. "Having some fun." Johnny grinned. It wasn't too long of a wait before someone walked up the trail. It was a woman dressed for jogging, a water bottle at her side. Rachel wiped off her lipstick, put her pinkies in her mouth, and gave a long, low whistle. The woman heard her and paused, looking confused. "Wait for it," Johnny whispered. Then from seemingly nowhere came a high-pitched voice. It sounded human mostly, but there was something off about it. It made a shiver slide up and down my spine. "So pretty, pretty, pretty." Startled, the woman took a step back, her head turning as she tried to see where the voice was coming from. "Pretty, pretty, come with me." The voice sounded a bit louder. Johnny and Rachel had their hands over their mouths, trying to stifle their giggles. The woman lost her composure and took off back the way she came. The jogging evidently paid off, because she was gone in seconds. Rachel and Johnny burst out laughing while I sat there stunned. "What just happened?" I asked. "Starlings are great at mimicking voices," Rachel chortled. "We used to just yell stuff into the woods in creepy voices. Then one day I thought I'd try using one of my dad's birds. We taught it what to say, hid it in the tree. It works great. The ghost park is called Ghost Park thanks to us." Johnny guffawed. For a moment, I wanted to leave. It was my new friend's primary form of entertainment was scaring innocent people. Then I doubted they were the kind of people I wanted as friends. But they were my only friends. I hadn't had any luck making friends with anyone else. In that age, feeling lonely sounded worse than feeling guilty. So I pulled up the corners of my mouth and faked a laugh. To keep from getting caught, Rachel, Johnny, and I didn't play the mocking game all the time. After all, do it too often and you're bound to get caught. Typically, we only went to the treehouse every 2 weeks or so, and during the winter, unless it was unusually warm, we didn't go at all. I never stopped feeling bad about scaring innocent people, but I thought that as long as we weren't actually hurting anyone, and didn't do it too often, then it wouldn't be too bad. Over the next 3 years, I kept hoping that Johnny and Rachel would eventually lose interest in the mocking game. Not just due to guilt, but because of how we played it. While the treehouse was meticulously built, something about it left me uneasy. As I spent more time there, I often wondered how it had stayed standing for so long, and in such good condition with no upkeep. Other things concerned me too. Why were there never bugs or animals in the house? Nor signs that they'd been there. How come rain never seemed to come into the windows? Or pine needles, for that matter. How could such a big treehouse not be seen from a trail that wasn't more than 20 feet from it? And then there were the starlings. The birds Johnny and Rachel used for the mocking game all dropped dead after only being used 4 or 5 times. Often, Rachel would leave the bird in the treehouse on her way to school so we could play the mocking game after. I even went with her a couple times. The bird was always reasonably calm and happy when it was left there, but by the time we got back, it would be a ball of nerves, with several feathers ripped out. "Why do you call it the mocking game?" I whispered to Rachel and Johnny at lunch one day. They paused, shared a look, then shrugged in sync. "We were just hanging out in the treehouse one day, and we came up with the idea of scaring people," Johnny explained. "The name for it just sort of came to us." That topic, unfortunately, led to their discussing their weekend plans with me. That year, they were both graduating. Their respective parents both wanted them to go on summer college tours, which meant they'd be far too busy to do any of their usual summer antics. So, that evening, they wanted to go play the mocking game one last time. I was torn. On one hand, if it was the last night of the game, then I'd never have to scare people or go to the creepy treehouse again. On the other hand, we never played it at night. But we don't have a bird, I whispered, hoping that I might talk them out of it. Rachel smirked. We didn't always use a bird. We can just make spooky noises. The park's reputation will do the rest. Come on, it'll be fun. I sighed. I'd been a pushover throughout my childhood, and they knew by then that it didn't take much encouragement to get me in on their schemes. After class that day, I stopped off at home long enough to stuff a flashlight, bottle of water, and snacks into my backpack. As I started to head out the door, I remembered something my dad, a forest ranger for the nearby national park, had said about bears being more active at night. Not wanting to risk facing a dangerous animal, I grabbed a can of my dad's bear spray and a box of matches from the garage. My parents weren't going to be in until much later that night. In the last few years, something weird had been happening in the nearby national park and at several neighboring farms. First, farmers had noticed chickens or ducks disappearing from their coops, then turkeys, then pigs, then sheep, then cows. Every couple weeks it seemed one or two animals would just vanish without a trace. When 3 weeks passed without any animals vanishing, the confused farmers hoped that was the end of it. That is, until hikers started disappearing. I made it to the meeting point on the school playground a little after 7. School had been closed for hours by then. Rachel and Johnny showed up a few minutes later, holding a bag of sandwiches. Here, Rachel chirped as she handed one to me. American cheese with mustard. Your favorite. I hate American cheese, and mustard makes my lips burn, but she thought it was my favorite, so I thanked her and took a bite of the sandwich. As we walked toward the treehouse, I spat out the bite I'd taken and tossed the sandwich into the trees. Rachel and Johnny didn't notice as they inhaled their sandwiches. By the time we got to the treehouse, the sun was gone. A few stars could be seen through the tree branches, but other than that, there was hardly any light. Do you think anyone's even going to come through here? I asked as the three of us turned on our flashlights. Johnny smirked. I might have started a rumor that girls think the forest at night is romantic. We're bound at least to get a few kids from school. Later, I would learn why he was wrong. Several of the more popular kids at school were hosting a barbecue for the senior class, though all students were welcome to attend. Time ticked by as we waited for someone. I think I'm the one who noticed something first. You see, in nature, there's this phenomena called the silence. Whenever a dangerous predator is in the area, every nearby animal will go completely quiet. No birds chirping, no squirrels chittering, nothing. Hunters, loggers, rangers, anyone who works outside can tell you that it's an eerie feeling. My dad says it's nature's way of telling you to watch your back. That night, it was a warm spring, the kind that tells you summer is coming quickly. The night birds were starting to call, cicadas were going crazy. There was the scrabbling of small animals in the undergrowth. Then suddenly it all stopped. No forewarning, no tapering off. It just cut off, like turning off a radio. Rachel and Johnny had been talking to each other and didn't realize what had happened, but they seemed to notice rather quickly that their voices suddenly seemed a lot louder than they'd been seconds before. "What's going on?" Johnny whispered to me. I peered out the treehouse window, looking into the forest. I froze, my voice dying in my throat. There was something standing in the tree line, staring right at us. It looked like a stick figure drawing of a man, long, stick-like limbs with no visible hands or feet, an impossible thin torso that stretched out at least 8 feet, and a round, lumpy head with 2 glowing red eyes. 2 eyes staring right at us. Johnny and Rachel still hadn't seen it, but they noticed I was shaking. "Hey, are you alright?" Rachel asked, her voice painfully loud in the silence. The creature's head ticked to the side. It heard us. "It's probably just drafty or something," Johnny flippantly responded. I wanted to scream to shut them up, but my throat was closed. My eyes were still locked onto the creature. "Pretty." Johnny and Rachel froze at the sound of the voice. I did too, but for a different reason. I'd watched the creature's mouth open. "Guys," I whispered to Johnny and Rachel, "did you ever actually see the starlings say those things?" Johnny's pupils shrank as Rachel's face paled. "Pretty, pretty, pretty. Pretty teach talk." As I watched, I noticed the creature was getting closer to the treehouse. "Turn off the flashlights," Johnny hissed as he scrambled for his light. Rachel, tears and mascara running down her face, struggled but got her and my flashlight off. "Pretty teach talk, pretty teach lure food, pretty good teach." Its voice was growing closer. There was a creak in the boards of the ladder, and then it was silent. We waited. A minute passed, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Johnny, sounding like a scared little boy, was the first to speak. "Maybe it's gone." Rachel turned on her flashlight and screamed bloody murder. The creature was in the window, its entire head the size of the frame. It was even more terrifying up close. The skin was a rotten orange-brown. Its mouth was filled with knife-like teeth. Its eyes were soulless, pupilless red orbs. A white rag of some sort was stuck in the side of its mouth. "Pretty good teach, pretty now food." Screaming, Johnny shoved Rachel aside and ran for the other window. Rachel, crying and screaming, tried to run after him. I was still on the floor, frozen, and she tripped over me. As the creature started to reach inside the house, Rachel got up, shoved me towards the monster, and darted after Johnny. I hadn't managed to regain my balance before something grabbed me around the middle, pinning my arms down. The monster's vine-like fingers dug into my skin. Trying not to cry or scream, I was forced to stare at the creature's face as it pulled me closer and closer to its gaping mouth. It sniffed. "Food giver. No eat food giver." It let me go immediately. I stood there in shock and noticed the rag sticking out of its mouth. It wasn't a rag, it was a wrapper. The wrapper from the sandwich I'd thrown away. "Must find pretty, pretty boy, pretty girl, must have pretty." With that, the monster's face removed itself from the window. I collapsed to the floor. I felt like laughing, crying, screaming, running away, and throwing up all at once. I debated leaving the treehouse, creepy as it was, but decided against it. As terrified as I was, I barely knew how to get back to the school from here during the day, let alone in the dark. With my dad's bear spray in my hands, I waited all night, barely daring to breathe. I didn't move, not even when I heard Rachel's agonizing screams, or Johnny's, which seemed to go on much longer than Rachel's had. Eventually, daylight started to creep through the woods, bringing warmth. That was a small comfort, though, compared to the sounds of morning birds calling. Birds wouldn't call if the creature was still there. The knowledge that I was truly safe helped me finally relax. Exhaustion started to take over, but I still managed to climb out of the treehouse. I was still wearing my backpack, but in my exhaustion, I forgot the matches and bear spray. It took a minute, but I made it back to the school. A police car was waiting there. My mother had noticed I wasn't home the night before and sounded the alarm. I was taken to the police station where I reunited with my parents. After giving us a few moments, a stern-looking deputy asked me to step aside and answer a few questions. Johnny and Rachel hadn't returned home either, and everyone knew I was one of their only friends. I told the truth. The realistic truth, anyway. Johnny and Rachel had been planning a prank in the woods, and I'd been roped into it. Some animal had appeared and scared them off, leaving me alone in the treehouse. When they decided I was telling the truth and did not know what had happened to Johnny and Rachel, I was free to leave with my parents. I noticed, however, that the deputies had looked troubled at my mentioning the old treehouse. The next night, my dad was called in to help with a fire in the woods behind the school. I was never told the exact details, and the newspapers were asked, bribed, or threatened not to publish anything. But the rumor mill couldn't be stopped. According to the neighborhood gossips, someone had found the old treehouse in the woods and either intentionally or accidentally set it ablaze. When they got it under control enough to go in, they found 2 sets of abandoned, blood-stained clothes. Johnny and Rachel's clothes, though the location of their bodies was still a mystery. The chief fireman said that a can of bear spray had been used to start the blaze, likely something left behind by a hiker. I don't know if that's truly what happened at the site of the fire. I may never know. What I do know, however, is that Johnny and Rachel's parents moved out of town that summer. Parents started insisting that their kids only go into the woods with an adult, and even some adults started avoiding the forest. For a year or so, it was all anyone could talk about. But as years passed, people forgot. The story of the two missing kids and the mysterious fire went from a rumor to an urban legend, then a campfire story. There are few people my age in this town who've forgotten the whole thing. But I didn't. I can't. I work in the next town and have to drive by the forest every day to get to my office. And this morning, as I drove near the forest behind the school, I heard a voice call out, "Pretty?" It was getting to the point where it's affecting my quality of life. I wasn't sure exactly where the source was, but I suddenly felt it deep inside of my torso. I remember I was clocking off of work when it started. A slight discomfort back then, a relief compared to what was awaiting. While keeping my eyes on the road, I moved my torso side to side to try to relieve myself, which fortunately worked. When I arrived home, I felt more exhausted than usual and went to bed early. The next day the itch came again, stronger but bearable. The lingering feeling was on the back of my mind, and in between busy moments of work I would twist and turn trying to get rid of that itch. Despite my efforts, it stayed persistent. When I got home that night, I had trouble sleeping. Closing my eyes seemed to amplify the feeling. I don't remember when I drifted off. On the third day, it became so bad I felt chills running down my legs. The moment I woke up, I found myself twitching erratically into strange positions to try and get rid of the itch. I even tried pinching, grabbing my skin in handfuls and stretching it around, and punching and slapping myself. Weirdly, I swore I felt something move, but no matter what I did, it just wouldn't go away. I decided I needed to go to the doctor to check this out. I called in sick to work and called my family doctor, who agreed this was a peculiar situation. After asking me a series of further questions, in which the entire time I was bouncing on my feet, she told me to schedule in for an ultrasound. The appointment was going to be late at night. I wanted to schedule the appointment as soon as possible, and it was the earliest time. I'll take what I can get. Trying my best to ignore it and moving on with my day, I made myself some breakfast. My brain protested, screaming for itch relief, but there was nothing I could do. It's not like I could grab a knife to cut myself open and scratch my insides or something. Along with that thought, I eyed the drawer the knives were in. I shook my head at myself. I wasn't that crazy. I just needed to endure a few more hours. After wading through an excruciating afternoon, it was finally time to leave. I grabbed the keys and bolted out the door, no longer able to sit still. When I arrived at the hospital, I was greeted by a doctor who led me to a room where I was to be changed into a gown, and then into the ultrasound room. The doctor rolled up my gown, using a towel to cover my groin, and put the cool device down onto my body. I could feel the gel spreading as she pressed towards the area of interest, which I informed her of moments before. She moved the device back and forth around the area, and then suddenly went still. "What's wrong?" I asked. I lifted my head to look at her. Her eyes were wide, eyebrows knitted together. Her expression was a mix of fear and confusion, probably the last thing I wanted to see in this situation. Did I have some disease? Was there something wrong with my body? She turned the ultrasound screen towards me. At first I couldn't make out anything but a giant shifting blob, but upon closer inspection, I could see the legs. Thousands. No, millions of them. Spiders. Tiny baby spiders overran my liver, crawling fast on top of each other, entirely covering my liver in a dark mass. To top it all, in the center was the biggest spider of all, splayed on top of the baby spiders with a size comparable to a large tarantula. I could no longer pull myself together. I was so itchy. I started thrashing and writhing on my bed. My doctor yelled something, and other doctors came rushing in. I begged them to do something. Anything. After they assessed me and the ultrasound, they put me to sleep. I woke up in a hospital bed, still groggy from the anesthesia. I looked around for a doctor while I tried to recall my memories. That's right. They had operated on me while I was asleep. I no longer felt the itch. I've never been so grateful to be itch-free in my life, thinking I've been taking everyday life for granted. A doctor came in and checked on my condition before informing me about what happened. He said he had never seen an anomaly like this in his life. I would be surprised if he had. 1,074 spiders. That's how many were removed from me. The number sent chills down my spine. The doctor must have read my unsettled expression and assured me that I was going to be all right. I thanked him for his hard work. I was discharged a few days later. Going back to my normal life wasn't as easy. Though I was fine physically, I didn't recover mentally. How could this anomaly even be possible? And why me? Eventually I went back to work and tried to forget about the experience, burying it deep where I would never think of it again. Until today. It's only been 2 weeks since I returned home, and when I woke up this morning I felt a familiar sensation, a slight itch. I think the fear I tried so hard to push away is coming true. A fear that, maybe during the operation, there was a slight possibility, that they missed one. I thought she needed help when I first saw her. It was my first time backpacking on my own. I had been on a handful of trips before with friends, but I decided it was time to challenge myself. Besides, it's so hard to coordinate scheduling with everyone, and now half of my friends are married. I thought it would be easier to go alone. I decided to take Dead Man's Loop, a trail local to my area. I was about 2 days into a 4-day trip when I saw her standing to the right in the tree line. Her clothes were tattered and she carried no pack. She was no hiker. The weirdest thing was her smile. Anywhere else it would have simply come off as polite, almost benign, but out here in the condition she was in was immediately unsettling. "Are you okay?" I asked her. She didn't say a word. She just kept smiling, then stepped towards me. I stepped back, but she kept coming. She reached her arms out towards me. I tripped back over a rock as she gripped my shirt, and it tore as I fell backwards into a small flowing creek. She stopped just short of the water. I stood up, my pants and the bottom of my pack now soaking wet. "What the hell is your problem, lady?" I stepped towards her, but something about her smile stopped me. It wasn't right. Then I noticed more figures in the trees behind her. More people, and they were smiling and just staring at me. I started to walk back and cross to the opposite side of the creek from them. None of them followed. I turned and started to run to put some distance between me and them. I ran so hard and so fast I was barely paying attention to what was in front of me when I almost ran into 2 more people walking on the trail. I barely stopped and they turned, startled, and my heart was racing. For a moment I thought it was more of them, but they were normal. They were a man and a woman who appeared close to me in age. I was actually relieved when I saw the upset looks on their faces. The man stepped between me and the woman and said, "Hey man, what's the matter with you?" I pointed back behind me trying to catch my breath. "There were people. They were smiling and they tried to attack me." "What the hell are you talking about?" "Kyle, maybe he needs help," the woman suggested. I hunched over and took a moment to catch my breath. "There are strange people in these woods. I saw them back before the creek. There's something wrong with them. I don't know how they all got out here." "Are you on something, man?" Kyle asked. "No, just listen. I think you might, or we might all be in danger." "I think you need to step back and leave us alone." The woman pointed her finger down the trail and asked, "Who is that?" I followed her hand and saw a man walk out onto the trail. I could see he had a slight grin on his face. He calmly set some kind of object down in the middle of the path, then disappeared back into the trees. We all slowly approached the object. Once we got closer, I could see it looked like a pair of eyeglasses. The woman gasped and hugged Kyle. "Jenny, what's wrong?" he asked. Jenny's voice quivered. "Those look like my old boyfriend's glasses." "Derek?" "Yes," she whispered. Then Kyle turned to me. "Is this some kind of prank, bro? How did your friend have Derek's glasses?" I sighed. I swear I don't know who that was or who Derek is. Why would I? "Derek's her late boyfriend," Kyle said. Just as he said that, a branch snapped at the tree line. Several more people with smiles were standing and staring at us. "Let's get out of here," Jenny pleaded. We began walking away from them. The couple reluctantly let me tag along with them. All I knew is I didn't want to be alone in that forest anymore. Eventually, we all stopped to regroup and discuss a plan. Kyle spoke first. "Maybe we should head back the way we came. We don't know what's ahead of us." "And run back into those people? Besides, there's more of them on the other side of the creek. We're better off pushing forward. I assume you guys parked at the trailhead like me. If we just stick together and finish this loop, we can all get out of here." "Don't tell us what to do, man. We don't know you. Why should we let you come with us?" Jenny interjected. "He's right, and he should come with us. There's strength in numbers." "Do either of you have any weapons?" I asked. "We may need them. Who knows what those people are capable of?" "I have some bear spray," Jenny said. "I have my pocket knife," Kyle added. Then I lifted my coat to reveal a handgun. "And I have my 9mm. Let's be ready for whatever happens." They eyed my gun but didn't say anything. Soon we were continuing on the trail. For some time we were silent. We didn't see any more of those people, and it almost felt like a normal hike again. The birds were singing, and there was a pleasant breeze blowing through the trees. I started to want to pretend we weren't in any danger. Eventually Jenny turned to me and said, "Hey, I think I recognize you. Did you go to Grandview High? Weren't you on the baseball team?" I smiled. I hadn't thought about that in some time. "Why, yes I was. I pitched. Did you go there?" "We both did, but we're class of 19. You're a little older, right?" "Yeah, I graduated in 17. I didn't really have any friends in the younger grades besides my teammates." Kyle interjected. "Baseball? That's kind of boring, isn't it?" "Some people think so, but I think it's fun." "Babe, shut up. You know I love baseball." Jenny laughed. "That doesn't make it any less boring." We all talked for a while, getting to know one another. We swapped stories about shared teachers, and Jenny asked me about the year we went to state. Kyle wasn't a very active participant in that part of the conversation. At some point we had to stop and make camp because the sun was starting to set and none of us wanted to take any risks getting lost in the woods at night. We found a nice flat spot that already had a built-up fire pit and plenty of firewood left by the previous people who passed through. I built a big, bright fire. I didn't know if it would ward anything off, but it comforted me. Soon we were sitting in silence consuming our dinners. I finished off the contents of a MRE, while they ate some pork and beans. We watched the woods for faces, but there were none. I hoped that we were out of the territory of those things, but deep down, I knew this was just the beginning. After we finished eating, we set up our tents. I crawled inside and listened. Crickets chirped and owls hooted, but I still had a hard time falling asleep. My knife and my gun served me as welcome bedmates, as I eventually drifted off to sleep. I woke to the sound of tapping on the fabric of my tent. I instantly sat up. My heart was racing and adrenaline surged through my veins. I quickly began unzipping my sleeping bag, and just as I got a light on, something tore through the tent. I cut a hole in the fabric on the opposite side, and quickly grabbed my gun as I rolled out. I held up the light and it crawled out of the hole I made. I stepped back and it stood and came right for me. It looked like a normal person, except the grin, which was the same as the rest. This one looked like a man. I held up my gun and fired 3 shots into its chest. It barely flinched. I backed right up to the other tent when I heard Kyle's voice. "What the hell?" He had finally peeked his head out of his tent. As soon as Kyle was present, that thing suddenly turned away from me and marched back into the forest. I shined my light around in the woods, and it seemed like that was the only one around. For now, at least. I looked down at the gun shaking in my hand. "It almost got me," I said. "It came right through my tent. When I shot it, it acted like it was nothing." I heard Jenny whisper, "How are we supposed to stop those things?" "We need to stick together." It turned tail the second Kyle came out of the tent. I spent the rest of the night in their tent. It was awkward and cramped, and Kyle kept his eyes on me, but nothing else bothered us. By the time the sun rose, I was still exhausted, and we still had at least one more night out there. There wasn't any sign of the one that attacked me the previous night, or any of the other ones. I didn't bother packing my tent as it was torn to shreds, and soon we were back on the trail again. We didn't bother with breakfast. I think all of us silently agreed that we'd rather be out of those woods sooner rather than later. We all talked very little. We never felt like we were alone. The sightings were gradual at first. We would see one occasionally walking in the distance, or hear a branch snap behind the brush, but for some time they kept their distance. Then they would stand in the tree line. They were almost like trail markers or road signs pointing the way. We tried our best to ignore them and stay close to each other. Kyle was always in the middle. After some time, we saw another standing in the middle of the path. This one appeared to be a young man close to us in age. Above its smile, it wore glasses, and it took me a moment to recognize, but they were the same glasses we had found on the trail on the first day since this started. Jenny immediately froze. Her voice was barely audible. "Derek?" Suddenly Kyle began stomping right towards it. His fist was balled, ready to hit it. "Get out of here, you freaks! Stay the hell away!" It started to step back into the woods as if inviting him to follow. I ran after Kyle, grabbing him by the shoulder in an attempt to stop him. All I received in return is an elbow to the nose. My eyes were watering, and for a moment my head was spinning. I could already feel blood pouring out of my nose. By the time I recovered enough to look up, I could see Jenny standing between Kyle and the false Derek. It stood grinning just a few feet behind her, but it was as still as a statue. There were tears in her eyes. "Please, Kyle, stop. I need you. I know that's not the real Derek. Please stay with me." Kyle looked at her, and slowly his fist began to unball. As he did that, the thing calmly retreated back into the woods. "I'm sorry. Just seeing it wearing his face makes me so angry. He was my best friend, too." Then he turned to me and said, "Oh, and sorry about your nose, man." I shrugged. We continued on. Kyle and Jenny held hands as we walked. Eventually, we stopped to have lunch. I sat close to them as I had to be, but was by myself as I ate. To my surprise, Kyle sat down in front of me. At first, he didn't say anything. He just watched me while I watched the forest. He broke the silence first. "Hey man, sorry I've been a bit of an a-hole. I swear I didn't mean to elbow you. I just get so defensive of Jenny. To be honest, sometimes I think she'll find someone better than me." It's all good. Don't worry about it, and I'm sure you two are great together." I didn't know what else to say, but he kept looking at me like he expected me to say more. Eventually, he spoke. "I remember you too. We actually had a class together. We both took Spanish together." I couldn't remember him for the life of me, but I said, "Oh yeah, Mr. Floor's class. That's right." He smiled. "Yeah, we sat in the same cluster. You were always talking to Melissa. Do you still talk to her?" I remembered Melissa, but she was about the only thing I remembered. Not since before she had her kid. That's too bad. Our conversation ended as Kyle noticed something behind me. "What is that?" he asked. I turned to face what he was looking at. Just underneath a rock on the trail was what looked like a photograph. He walked over and picked it up. "Hey man, what is it?" I asked. He didn't acknowledge me at all. He turned and beelined straight towards Jenny. There wasn't an ounce of affection for her on his face. He held up a Polaroid for her to see. Her face went pale, and I managed to see it over her shoulder. It was just a picture of Jenny in a bed with another man, and judging from her haircut, in the photo, it was recent. I don't know how... That isn't real, she sputtered. Kyle's eyes were wide. Don't lie to me. I knew there was something going on between you two. That guy wasn't even funny, and you laughed at everything he said. Then he dropped the photo into the dirt and turned away. Tears were flowing now. Please, Kyle, I love you. I'm sorry. You can find your own way out of here. You're not my problem anymore. He started to walk away, and I tried to grab him and stop him. He turned and grappled with me, then managed to land a heavy punch on my jaw. I let him go. He immediately began walking. We can't let him go, Jenny pleaded. If he wants to walk straight into those things, let him. I'm tired of getting hit in the face. She sniffed, but didn't say anything else. After we finished packing, we headed out on the trail. Kyle was nowhere to be seen. I could see his tracks for some time until they vanished suddenly, and completely in the middle of the trail. I did not mention this to Jenny. Jenny, for her part, wept as we walked and went on about Kyle. I can't believe I let him walk away like that. You don't believe I meant to hurt him, do you? What have I done? Her voice was an ambient buzz to me. My only goal was to get out of there alive, not to be a counselor for her relationship issues. Mostly I just let her talk while I watched the tree line. The sun was beginning to set as we crested one final hill overlooking the parking area at the start of the trailhead. There were 2 vehicles there, my truck and presumably Kyle and Jenny's car. The parking lot was separated from the trailhead by a narrow stream that flowed year-round. At this time of year, one could simply hop over the stream to avoid touching the water. At the bottom of the hill facing into the trees was a figure that looked unmistakably like Kyle from behind. Before I could say or do anything, Jenny was already scrambling down the hill. I shouted, "Jenny, wait!" She ignored me, and I watched helplessly as the figure turned around just as she reached it. It indeed looked like Kyle, remarkably so. At this distance, I could tell no difference, save for the calm grin plastered across its face. Jenny's reaction was too slow, and the figure grabbed Jenny in an iron grip and began dragging her into the forest. She screamed. I sprinted down the hill, but 3 more of them emerged from the forest, blocking my path. I stopped as they began advancing toward me. All the while, I could hear Jenny's screams move deeper and deeper into the trees. I took a step back, then felt something from behind grab my pack. I struggled for only a moment, as I unclipped the pack and ran towards the parking lot, avoiding the things in front of me. They moved with intention and purpose, but at a speed no faster than a brisk walk. I looked back only a moment, to see about a dozen of them coming after me. I sprinted and jumped across the stream and ran straight for my truck. As I turned to face them, I could see that they were all stopped just before the stream. Not one of them took a step further. I could still hear Jenny's screams ringing in my ears, but there were too many. I got into my truck, and for a moment my stomach dropped, as it struggled to turn over, but then the engine suddenly roared to life and I immediately peeled out onto the road. I didn't look back. I didn't slow down. I never stopped until I was out of those woods and back on pavement. I never told anyone in town what happened. Maybe I should have told the police, but I didn't see any point. I didn't think anyone would ever believe me, and I didn't want to be implicated in anything. I eventually heard about Kyle and Jenny's disappearance on the news. Their bodies were never found. I haven't been the same since. Every stranger's smile makes me shudder. I haven't been in the woods since, and I hate being alone. Worst of all, I see Kyle and Jenny's faces everywhere. In my thoughts, in my dreams, and sometimes in random crowds, but what I fear most is the day when I run out of places to go, and I see them with grins plastered on their faces. I'm not even supposed to be awake. It's a school night, and my dad would lose his mind if he knew I was still scrolling on TikTok at 2 a.m. But my brain wouldn't shut off. My room feels hot and itchy. I needed some water. The house was stupid quiet, not the peaceful type, the heavy kind. I pushed open the kitchen door and the floor squeaked under my heel, loud in the dark. I grabbed a glass and let the tap run, staring at that tiny reflection in the window. My eyes looked tired. Then I heard a crunch. then another, then two more. It kept going. Footsteps, slow and steady, rhythmic almost. I froze, holding my glass halfway to my mouth. Raccoons don't walk like that. Neither do deer. This was human. I killed the kitchen light so whoever it was wouldn't see me, then eased up on the blinds with 2 fingers. My stomach dropped straight through the floor. It was Darius, barefoot, walking towards the trees behind my house. He walked with purpose, almost like he was being pulled by a rope. His arms hung loose by his sides. His head didn't look around. Darius wasn't wearing a jacket, though it was cold enough to see my breath fog the window. In fact, he wasn't even shivering. He just walked, straight, silent, smooth, like he had rehearsed it hundreds of times. My mouth dried out. I didn't even think, just whispered, "Darius, what the hell are you doing?" He didn't stop. Though why would he? It's not like he could hear me. He just kept walking. I stepped outside, barefoot on the freezing cement, breath shaking in front of me. "Darius," I said again. "Dude, are you good?" Nothing. Not a single reaction. He reached the first line of trees and disappeared into the dark. I stood there for what seemed like hours waiting for him to come back out. He didn't. Eventually, I went inside, locked the door and laid in bed, staring at the ceiling until the moonlight faded to sunlight, feeling like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to. By the time I got to school, it felt like I'd been hit by a bus. No sleep and a looping mind. Made me feel like crap. I walked into first period and my heart actually skipped. Darius was already in his seat, wearing clean clothes, hair perfect, smiling at the worksheet in front of him. He couldn't actually be excited to be awake at this time. "Yo," I said as I slid into the desk next to him, voice low. "Where'd you go last night?" He looked up at me with a calm expression I'd never seen on him. Darius is usually twitchy, always tapping his pencil, bouncing his leg and cracking stupid jokes. But this version blinked once, really slow. "What do you mean?" he said. "I went to bed early." "You were outside my house," I said, "like at 2. He tilted his head like a confused dog. "I wasn't anywhere near your house, Malcolm." He said it so logically, so politely, I almost doubted myself. Almost. The weirdness didn't stop there. At lunch, this girl named Maya, who literally had a whole EpiPen situation because she's allergic to strawberries, sat down with a yogurt cup that had bright red chunks in it. Her friend said, "Maya, isn't that dangerous for you?" Maya just smiled with a distant look and said, "Are you calling me fat?" She said it jokingly. In my memory, she had never made a funny joke before. This was out of character. But then she ate it like nothing was wrong. In third period, my math teacher gave a whole explanation about linear quotations without blinking. Not once. I stared at her eyes the whole time. They stayed still, glass-like, terrifying. By the time the final bell rang, I felt like my brain was unspooling. My shirt felt too tight, my hands were shaking, my heart wouldn't slow down. I kept thinking about Darius disappearing into the woods and coming back out like nothing happened, like someone pressed reset on him. I ended the day whispering to myself, "What the hell is happening?" And for the first time in my entire life, other than when my uncle was staying over, I was scared to go home. I actually slept. Not great sleep, the kind where you wake up 10 times and your dreams feel like blurry static, but enough that my head wasn't pulsating anymore. When I opened my eyes, sunlight was leaking through my blinds in these soft yellow bars. I almost convinced myself that yesterday didn't happen, that maybe I was tired, hallucinating, being dramatic. But then I remembered how Darius walked, the bare feet, the blank face, and the weird things at school. It all piled into my chest. I needed answers. I couldn't sit in my room scrolling on TikTok all day, pretending nothing happened. So I got dressed, grabbed a hoodie, and decided to go back towards the woods. Not the spot behind my house. I didn't want to see Darius again. I went the other direction, deep, past the creek, then past the hiking trail, as far as my legs would take me. The woods felt corrupt the further I walked. Quiet, Dead quiet. No birds, no crunch of animals, just my own breathing and the wind brushing through branches. About 2 miles in I saw it, an old barn leaning sideways, too tired to stand straight. Red paint peeling off, rust on the metal roof, broken windows. It looked abandoned for years. I don't know why I felt pulled to it. It wasn't curiosity, but a feeling in my stomach dragging me to it, step by step. I opened the door. It groaned open slow. It was warning me. Inside the place smelled gross, dust, mold, and something else. Something putrid, rotten. It smelled like raw meat left out in the sun. The floorboards creaked underneath my shoes. Light leaked through the holes in the roof in skinny little beams. My foot hit a loose plank. I looked down. The board shifted and the smell got 10 times worse. I crouched down and pried it up with my fingers. Even though everything in my brain screamed stop, the wood broke surprisingly easily, like someone had opened it before. I lifted the plank, and I saw faces. People, stacked like trash bags, gray skin, twisted arms, half covered in dirt, eyes open on some, closed on others. I recognized some immediately. Maya, hair still in a bun, but her skin pale and sunken, her lips blue. Darius, the real Darius. Jaw slack, shirt torn, blood on his cheek. I stumbled back so fast I hit the wall behind me. My chest felt like it was collapsing. My eyes burned. I couldn't breathe. I vomited a lot. The truth hit me like my dad does. The Darius at school yesterday wasn't Darius. The Maya at lunch wasn't Maya. They were fakes. Copies. Something wearing their faces. I wanted to run, but before my body could move, footsteps right outside the barn. Heavy, slow. I froze. Someone was here. I dropped to the ground and crawled behind an old metal feeding trough. My heart was beating so loud I was convinced whoever it was could hear it. The barn door creaked open. A man walked in, tall, wearing dirty jeans, mud up his legs. His shoulders were hunched, head hung low, shaking slightly like he was trying to fight off a migraine. I didn't recognize him. He walked to the center of the barn, stood perfectly still, lifted his head toward the ceiling, reached into his jacket, and in an instant he held a gun in his hands. My hand was shaking so hard, it hit the trough with a tiny ding. The man turned in my direction. He spotted me instantly. We made eye contact. He put the gun to his temple, and with a tear rolling down his cheek, he collapsed. My ears rung. I slapped my hand over my mouth, tears filling my eyes. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't move, couldn't breathe because the worst part hadn't even started yet. The man's body twitched, at first just a little, then violently. Something was waking up beneath his skin. His chest expanded unnaturally, stretching the skin tight. His stomach started bulging upward. Then it grew. A mass, black red, wet, pulsating like a heart. It pushed up through his throat, through the hole in his skull and out of his mouth, out of his eyes, stretching them until they tore. I clamped both hands over my mouth to keep from gagging. The mass kept growing, then began to shift. Bones formed inside of it, snapping into place. Skin stretched into the new shape. Hair sprouted. Then, standing over the man's corpse was a perfect copy of him. Same height, same face, same haircut, same everything. Except its eyes. His eyes were so still, so clean like a baby's eyes straight out of the womb. The copy wiped a smear of blood from his cheek with mechanical calm. It undressed the corpse, replacing its naked body with the blood-stained clothes of the dead man. Then it grabbed the dead man by the wrists, dragged him to the hole in the floorboards, and shoved him inside, right next to Maya, next to Darius, next to the others. It pressed the plank back in place, then it turned, straightened its shirt, rolled its shoulders back into perfect posture, and walked out the barn like nothing happened. No rush, no nerves, just calm, smooth, practiced movement. I stayed hidden behind the trough long after its footsteps faded, shaking so hard my teeth clenched. The world wasn't what I thought it was anymore, and I knew without a doubt something is replacing people in my town. That's what caused me to post here. I need to know if it's just my town. If you can see this post, please let me know if my town is the only one. I'm scared the world will never be the same. I'll go ahead and start by saying I'm not a tattoo guy. I'm honestly not. I hate needles and I'm constantly paranoid of accidentally getting stuck by a dirty one. But that doesn't matter now because I have one. I don't want to, but I made a drunken mistake. And I'm paying for it. Something is very wrong with it. This started when my friend AJ met me at the bar last week. We'd both gotten out of work and I was already on my third beer for the night at McCarvey's when he slid into my booth with his sleeve rolled up. "Check it out," he said. I finally did it. I beer goggled his arm and missed entirely what he was talking about. "You got a new shirt?" "Lightweight," he said. "Dude, look at my arm." I was halfway through brushing him off when my eyes locked on what he was finally pointing at. He got a tattoo on his upper forearm of a swirling sun that had almost a primitive edge to it. It looked like something you'd see on old Greek pottery, though I couldn't say if I'd ever seen it somewhere before. "Congrats," I told him. "How interesting." "Come on, man," he said. "You always said I was too much of a wuss to get this done, and now, boom. What do you think?" The noise from the bar was starting to make my head pound, but I still tried to express some form of complex thought. "Neat." "Oh, screw you," he said. "You couldn't handle a needle, and I know you wouldn't." "I wouldn't want to," I told him. "They're dirty, carry disease, and cause infections, and I hate them, so no." "Baby." We both finished our drinks as AJ signaled our waitress for another round. I found my eyes drifting back to his tattoo and the swirling lines that made up the sun. I wondered why it hurt my eyes, but then I realized it wasn't just a plain outline. "Is your sun made up of snakes?" I asked. He grinned a little as he flexed his arm. "Yep, cool, right?" "It's creepy, dude," I said. "You work as a bank teller. Are you trying to give some old lady a heart attack?" "I found it online. Some blog posts from a conspiracy board." "Weird," I said. "What does it mean?" "I'm not entirely sure. This guy from the blog said he'd found it in a book he was translating from... I can't remember the language. Dutch? I don't know. The point is, he was saying it's from some Bronze Age pantheon. Can't remember quite for what." "I'm glad your replacement skin doodle has such a deep meaning." "Hey man, it's just my first one, okay?" He took a swig of his beer and wagged a finger at his temple, trying to spin some gear of thought. He wiped his hand on his tie, then said, "Why don't you finally get one?" he said. "We used to talk about it a lot." "Yeah, when we were in college." "Get one then, man." "No. Baby." We quietly sat there for a while, nursing our midlife crisis with lager, when one sip finally imparted a thought to my friend's head that I didn't consider the mischievousness of until later. "Shots?" I would like to clarify that I was 5 beers deep on a Friday night with no work the next day. I was not a paradigm of virtue, and I did not pretend to be. I remember taking 5 shots of rum before opening my bloodshot eyes to the light of my apartment window the following morning. Everything hurts. My head, my eyes, my back. AJ had apparently been sober enough to call me a cab and get me home, but not decent enough to get me into my bed. I was on the floor of my dining/living room, head on the carpet, and the rest of me on tile. My temples throbbed, and all I could really remember from the night before were images of the neon lights of the bar. Some girls who'd given me a more than disgusted look, and a big, burly man with a beard hunched over me like some kind of goblin. What made even less sense was that my shirt was on backwards. I pulled myself off the floor, made my way into my bathroom, and praise God I had the day off. I was getting ready to take a shower. and steam was starting to cake the mirror when I felt the ache in my back morph into something sharper. I was acutely aware of a stinging feeling on my top right shoulder blade, but couldn't twist enough to see what exactly it was. However, as anyone reading this had probably figured out, my answer became obvious. Using my shaving mirror to get the angle, my eyes locked on a swirling symbol of a sun, outlined with the thin forms of several writhing serpents. The center of the sun was pitch black, and the points of each sun flare were the end of a snake's tail. As you can imagine, I freaked the hell out, forgot about my shower, and was on the phone with AJ a minute later, cussing up a storm. AJ couldn't stop laughing and eventually fessed up. Apparently, after our little competition, we started arguing over who was the bigger wuss in our friendship, and that led to an argument about needles. Naturally, tattoos were brought up, and I fell for the whole "you're a loser if you don't" argument. I succumbed to peer pressure, failing every school counselor I'd ever had, and betraying the one solid principle I had outside of not missing Mass on Easter. I was mad at AJ for letting me go through with it, but even more upset with myself for being so willing after one drunken episode. I stared longer at the symbol on my shoulder, and freaked out some more at what my parents would say when they found out. "Relax, dude," AJ told me. "It's not like it's somewhere anyone can see it. Just don't go to the beach, and no one will ever know." I heard his point and even agreed with it, but couldn't stop staring at the symbol. The skin around the ink was puffy and pink, burning in the stale air of my bathroom. At a loss for anything else to say, I asked again what exactly it meant, and why he told the tattoo artist to draw this on me. He laughed again before giddily replying, "You know how we used to research conspiracies together in school?" I did, but I never called it research. We'd get wasted, watch scary videos on YouTube with our business major buddies, then piss ourselves making fun of how ridiculous they were. AJ, on the other hand, was way more into it than any of us, and now that obsession I had learned to accept as a quirky aspect of my best friend had resulted in something I could never erase. I was researching ancient languages one night and found an old blog from like 2011. This guy claimed he'd found a rare book he was translating from German, something to do with an archaeologist dig in Greece back in 1830. I saw that symbol in it and thought it was cool. "You don't even know what it means? Are you serious?" "Lay off, Tyler," he said. "The point is, I told him to give you the same one I had, so congrats. You're officially inked up." He asked me if I wanted to meet up later for a bit after work, but I told him I was probably just going to catch up on sleep. I hung up, showered, and poked at my ink-stained skin. I had a tattoo and I couldn't even remember it. In some ways I felt robbed of an experience I was entitled to. It's true I never planned on getting a tattoo. I come from a traditional family that looks down on that kind of stuff, so I've never really had the urge to get one. But I also figured that if I ever went through with it, I'd have some kind of say in what it'd be. Instead, I made a drunk decision and ended up with some potentially satanic crap. Not that it'd matter to my mom if she found out. Around lunchtime, I started feeling the sting. It had hurt before, but now it was almost burning, especially in the sunlight. It wasn't just the sting of a needle, but an actual burning sensation. It was like I had sunburn. Every drag my t-shirt made against my skin hurt, and it wasn't going away with time. I put some aloe on it to cool it off, but it didn't do much. I decided to continue with my day and ignore it, but the burn got worse. I got some intense burn cream from the drugstore near my place and decided that if it didn't work, I'd go to the doctor. It'd be just my luck if my drunk tattoo had some infection, but thankfully, the cream worked pretty well. My whole shoulder went numb, but hey, can't feel pain if you barely feel anything. I texted AJ that night and asked him if his tattoo still hurt. "A bit, lol," he said. "Does it burn?" He left me to read after that. I sent him another text, but he never responded. The next day I tried calling him, but couldn't reach him. I had work on Monday and decided it would be easiest to put him out of my mind and check in with him later. The bank where he worked often had his lunch lined up with mine, so we'd see each other in the food court on the 8th regularly. So I went about my Sunday, long and depressing as it was, and regularly soothed my new tattoo with burn cream. It was still puffy. but the cream was really helping, so I figured it would improve with time. However, that evening when I went to bed, something strange happened. I want to preface this part by saying I'm prone to sleep paralysis, and as anyone who's dealt with that before can tell you, you can see some weird stuff while you're lying there. When I was 15, I swear I saw some huge thin dog at the corner of my room that stared at me for the entire time I was under. Another time, when I was even younger, I saw a man with pale eyes leaning over my body, taking measurements for some unknown reason. I still see that guy sometimes when I have my episodes, but I say all of that to say this. I've seen horrific stuff before, and woke up from it hundreds of times. That time, though, was different. I was in bed for a while when the paralysis finally kicked in. My room was dark save for the faint glow of the city lights leaking from the window like ghostly fingers. I was sure I had fallen asleep at one point, but couldn't tell when. I was in some fugue state. My thoughts hardly made sense. My sight was fuzzy. My eyes darted around in the room in that same familiar panic I knew and hated. Then settled on a figure in the corner of the room. Near the window, standing on a small end table, was the hunched form of an old woman. She was completely nude, save for a dirty gray cloth around her waist and a black gauzy shawl that draped down her threadbare scalp. The shawl wrapped around her neck and almost glittered in the window's glow. My heart raced as she reached a long, gnarled finger out at me and said something in a language I didn't understand, but that buzzed in my head like a drone of a blown-out speaker. Apollos, I made out. Ophis. When she said that, I swear to God I felt something move in my back. I started to convulse wildly as the crone started creeping toward me. The shawl around her neck slinked and slid around her head and neck, becoming fuller and darker the closer it got. By the time she was at my bed, I realized why it moved the way it did. It was not a shawl, but a snake as thick as a man's leg. A dark, angled head appeared before me, and opened wide to flash a set of needle-like white teeth. It recoiled to strike, then closed in on me. I shot up immediately and struggled to breathe. The woman was gone, as was her monstrous snake, but my heart was still racing. I freaked out, drank a glass of water, then stood in front of the mirror of my bathroom for a solid hour checking myself for any kind of injury. I was paranoid. I knew there shouldn't be any mark on me. There couldn't be. It was impossible to get injured from a dream, but I couldn't help myself. I felt as if I was going crazy. I kept hearing those words over and over again. Apollos. Ophis. What was that? I asked for my reflection. It gave no response, but did move in a way I didn't expect. For a second, briefer than a wink, I thought I saw something pulse under the skin of my shoulder. I called in sick the next morning after trying and failing to sleep with the lights on. AJ still wouldn't pick up, so I went to the bank to confront him in person. By that point, I was convinced the tattoo was infected, or the ink was contaminated. Either way, something was causing me to hallucinate. I scanned the tellers, saw he wasn't in, then asked the manager if they'd seen him. No, she told me. He called in sick for the next few days. Didn't give much of a reason why, but he had the hours, so I didn't press. You think he's okay? I assured her he was, but clearly didn't say so convincingly. Her gaze grew more concerned as she looked at me. Are you good? You're not looking too well yourself. I peeled off to the bathroom without saying another word. My back was on fire. The bank restroom was empty, and I took full advantage. I ripped off my hoodie, pulled up my t-shirt, and instantly felt the pain of cool, sterile air on my hot skin. I was sweating all over, and my face was almost green. My back was sensitive to the touch, and I soon saw why. Boils. Hot and pus-filled. Poxed my upper back. My skin was pink and yellow from the heat, and my skin peeled like layers of a rotten onion. The pain was near unbearable, and heat radiated from the black serpentine sun on the corner of my back. I grabbed my bag and tried to apply more cream to the tattoo, but my hand shot away with pain. The cream sizzled like butter in a hot pan, and the fingers that tried to apply it now had third-degree burns. It was like my back was the top of an oven. Confused and panicked, I went to throw my shirt and hoodie back on, but my hand went through a set of holes that didn't exist before. Both of the back right shoulders had singed holes the size of hockey pucks. I threw them on anyway, and made my way out of the bank. I decided I needed to find AJ. We needed to figure out what the hell this was, and fast. I took the bus to his apartment, attracting stares. The rest of my skin was turning gray and greenish. I started coughing uncontrollably, creating a bubble around myself as fellow commuters gave me space. It was like having a fever and being stuck in a desert. I was delirious. As I left the bus, I could have sworn I saw that old woman again, sitting and stroking the snake that choked her. When I made it to AJ's apartment, I already knew something bad had happened. The door was unlocked and there was a foul, sweet smell in the air. AJ? I called out to him as I burst into his living room. AJ, we need to... I was left speechless by the sight before me, hunched in a dining room chair, shirtless, soaking wet, and steam rising from a plastic tub of water. AJ sat trembling with his arms submerged in the water and looked up at me with fear. Ice. Please, for the love of God, give me ice. I rushed in and went to pull his arm out, but he screamed, Tyler, for the love of God, ice, please. I started toward the fridge, but he redirected me. The bathroom. I did as he asked and ran into the other room. Everything was a mess. There were papers everywhere, along with food wrappers, soda cans, and towels that led in a path toward the bathtub. Piles of plastic ice bags were littered around the toilet, and his tub was full of ice. Atop the cubes was an empty plastic trash bin. I used it to quickly scoop up ice and ran back to my friend. The water around his arm was boiling out of the sides of the bin, but still he kept it submerged. I poured in the ice as he screamed and yelled at him. What the hell is this thing doing to us? Through gritted teeth and hissing breath, he relented. I don't know. It was just something off a website. It wasn't supposed to. This wasn't... It was then that I realized he had no skin up to his shoulder. I could see tendons and bone through the bubbling flesh of his elbow. Have you seen her too? My blood ran cold as I stared into his graying eyes. What? She tells me things in my sleep, things I don't understand. Apollos, he muttered. A yellow glow steamed under the ice water and AJ wailed. He pulled out his arm and started crying. His hand was crusted black like burnt toast, and flame rose from the serpent sun on his wrist. Its black center seemed almost hollow. As AJ's voice faded and he fell to the floor wrist up, the flames rose softly around his seared wrist, rising like tinder as smoke filled the room. She told me this would happen, he said with a croak. She'll tell you too. His body lurched, and beneath his skin from his legs to his chest and belly, tendrils convulsed and slithered, making their way to his burning arm. From the darkness of that sun came the head of a great snake, the same snake from my vision. It bore its teeth and hissed as the flames grew higher, and I ran as fast as I could from the apartment. I heard sirens not long after I left. I knew what they were for. I'm at my apartment now, at a loss writing this. I can feel the serpents under my skin. I think it's more than one, but I'm not sure why. My back is burning. I can't get enough ice from the fridge. I don't want to hurt anyone in my apartment complex. I don't want anyone to get hurt, but I don't know what to do. Please, does anyone know what any of this is? Can anyone help me? Does anyone know about the book this symbol is from? Please message quickly. Please. It's getting hotter. It took me about a half hour to drive to Mrs. Crabtree's house. I'm fine. Just get there. Since I've technically finished both of the supervised visits I'm required to do, I was voluntold to spearhead a solo shift. I can handle it. I looked through that binder Natalie gave me. Irregular breathing, glassy eyes, mottled discoloration on the feet and knees. The last few times Natalie and I worked Mrs. Crabtree's house, nothing of note even happened. I just doom-scrolled on my phone for most of the 12 hours I was there. Half the time, she's not lucid enough to acknowledge anyone in the room. For the most part, Natalie handles all the family stuff. I'm just there to be a sponge, take notes, go through the steps. Natalie called out today. We're already so understaffed as it is. She's my lifeline, as embarrassing as that is to admit. 10 minutes away now. I had to get gas on the way there. This always passes. I just have to ride it out and do my job. I skimmed that binder. I know I did. Every single page I flip through is sitting in my bag right now, and I can feel all of them. 5 minutes away now. I'm met at the door by a disheveled woman. Her eyes bloodshot, her nose runny. She's wearing the same pair of pajamas she was wearing a week ago. She managed to eat today. That's a better sign, right? I mean, it was only a bit of jello and chicken broth, but... Yes, that's a very good sign, I tell the woman. She thanks me anyway. Inside, the house looks no different than the last time I was here. Before I even start doing anything, I have to go through my notes and do some pre-charting. Diagnosis already filled in. Lewy body dementia. The brain degenerates. The body does what it wants. Code status. Do not resuscitate. Already documented. Oral intake, 1 jello cup and some chicken broth. Cognition status. Disoriented times 3. Mobility status. Bedbound. The woman told me she asked for food on her own today. First time since coming home from the hospital. I asked if she'd managed any full sentences since our last visit. She thought about it for a second. Not exactly, she said. Her mother would start talking, but it was like she was picking up a conversation from somewhere else. Days ago. Months. Maybe years. Like coming back to a video and it plays where you left off. In the living room, a man sits in a chair. Eyes locked on the screen, not really watching it. When my grandfather was passing, I locked myself in my room and didn't come out until it was time. I asked the woman if there's a specific pattern she noticed. Maybe a word. A particular subject she can't let go of. She says her mother has been narrating things out loud. Step by step, like she's teaching someone. Only her hands don't match what she's saying. She'll talk about folding towels, but her fingers just keep doing the same thing. Opening and closing. Opening and closing. Same motion every time. Like she's grabbing something that isn't there. Hours at a time. Only stopping when she finally falls asleep again. LBD patients do weird things with their hands. It's in the binder somewhere. So, how long? The man asks me. I tell him I won't know specifics until I go up there and check her vitals. When I checked on her this morning, she kind of recognized me, or at least seemed more aware of her surroundings, he says. I tell him that's a good sign, that any deviation from her dull, confused state is a small victory. His tone only barely shifts. But what are we celebrating? That she's one step closer to knowing what's about to happen? I continue up the stairs. I don't have a response. The last time I checked on her, she was sound asleep, he says. We make it to her room. I lightly knock and make my way in. At the edge of the bed, Mrs. Crabtree is sitting upright, eyes fixated forward, completely still. I open my bag, take blood pressure, then pulse ox, go through the list. She isn't moving no matter what I do, failing to react to anything. The man and the woman look worse than they did downstairs. The woman comes over, places a hand on her mother's shoulder, frantically trying to get her to react in any way. It's me. Hey, where do you think you're going? Can you hear me? Hey, Mom, tell me what's going on. You're supposed to be laying down. Still nothing. I managed to slip through the cuff in the gap between her shoulder and upper body and secure it to her arm. The man is still in the doorway, just standing still and watching, his grip on the door handle getting tighter as the scene unfolds. The woman turns to me. Why isn't she moving? Why isn't she reacting? What's happening to her? Blood pressure is done. 118/76. That can't be right. Her charts show a steady downward trend, consistent with decline. The last time I took a reading, it was hovering around 88/54. Before that, 94/60. The cuff must not be calibrated correctly. I take it off, hit the reset button, then try again. No change. The woman looks to me for answers. The cuff tightens. 118/76. Same reading. I tell the woman to step back a bit. She's still angry, justifiably so. I tell her it's okay. No, it's not. That I've seen this before. No, I haven't. That her blood pressure is about the same as it was last time. The woman moves aside as the man finally steps into the room. He convinces her to calm down, that I'm doing my job, to give me space. They leave the room and I hear their muffled conversation outside the door. Pulse ox is next. Remember the steps. Make sure you actually turn it on. I hold down the button. The lights flash. I hear the beep. It's working. O2 sat, 98%. Pulse rate, 80. That number is wrong. Take it again. No change. Probably because I got this one from the clearance aisle at CVS. Natalie gave me the one from the facility. Same numbers as before. No decrease or increase. I noted in the chart. When the next nurse gets here, I'll use theirs. It's fine. I begin my neurological assessment. Touching her shoulder yields nothing. Saying her name doesn't work either. Still not moving. I take out my pen light to check her pupils and see if she can track my movement. Eyes are still forward. Pupils are severely dilated. No constriction after shining the light either. I fight the urge to call Natalie. No, not on my first solo shift. It's fine. Autonomic dysfunction is common with LBD patients. Pupil abnormalities can happen. I wave the light back and forth again. No visual tracking. Too risky to try repositioning her. Fall risk patient found seated at edge of bed, unassisted, unable to move without risk of injury. Will continue to monitor. A few pillows behind her and to the side, and some to the front should suffice. Outside the door, the muffled conversation is barely audible, but still carries the same urgency it did when it first began. Heading downstairs, the woman was mid-sentence. Attention immediately focused on me. How is she? Did she move? Did she say anything? The answers come almost word for word from the chart, albeit a bit nicer and less clinical. She isn't having it. Before anything else is said, she's halfway up the stairs. My pace matches her urgency. At her room now, the door is wide open. The pillows are back in their original places. Mrs. Crabtree laying on her back, deep into sleep. The woman lets out a sigh of relief. She thanks God that her mother is okay, sleeping in bed as if the last 10 minutes never happened. She lowers her voice. Distant sounds of the TV make the quiet a bit more bearable. I stare at the pillows. Can't dwell on what we saw. Fall risk patient resting in bed. No signs of injury. Will continue monitoring. The next few hours drag on. Mrs. Crabtree has been sleeping since the last assessment. Her breathing patterns have become a bit more laborious. Not the exact kind to watch out for, but worth a mental note. The anxiety has calmed down a bit ever since the man and the woman also took it upon themselves to nap. Back to phone scrolling and occasional staring contests with the window. Nothing really interesting worth looking at. Rural Texas has trees, grass, and more trees, with the occasional bobcat or coyote making their way through both. The cell service is decent at least. One of the few small towns that actually has 5G towers, which is about as close to a compliment it's going to get. Feeling restless? I go downstairs to get a cup of coffee and find the TV on but the man absent, still asleep somewhere. Can't blame him. On my way back up, the unmistakable sound of an EAS warning blares. This is not a test. Shelter in place. Avoid windows. There's more warnings here than actual emergencies. You get used to tuning it out. Back in the room now, Mrs. Crabtree is still sleeping. Same routine as before. Scrolling, listening for changes, rinse and repeat. Her breathing is noticeably different now. Not the labored rhythm noted a few hours ago. Slower. The gaps between breaths are stretching. Exhale, silence. The stopwatch reads 15 seconds. Downstairs, the muffled conversation between the man and the woman is getting louder. They're awake now. Exhale, silence, 20 seconds. My urge to go tell them slowly building. No, have to make sure it's actually happening. Exhale, silence, 30 seconds. If only Natalie were here. Just keep counting. Exhale, silence, 45 seconds. I think about my own loss years ago and the similarities. Exhale, silence. Once you hear the death rattle, they go from days to hours. It's a checklist, she'd tell me. 15 years of watching people die the same way. Anything becomes clockwork. Staring at Mrs. Crabtree for any signs of life, I go from actively counting breaths to feeling for when the pulse finally stops. 2 fingers on her wrist. Still there. Slowing down now. The conversation downstairs getting louder in my head. Pulse is growing weaker, harder to place. Should I call Natalie? No, I can't. Don't have it in me. I could be wrong about it anyway. One more beat. Silence. Nothing. I just sit in the room. The time reads 3:28 p.m. Looking at the door I need to open feels paralyzing. Natalie is usually here to handle Annie and all family stuff. I'm just here to be the sponge, to write everything down, administer meds, help in any way I can without having to worry about saying the wrong thing. There's a man and a woman down there dreading the news I'm about to bring them. The time says 4:30 p.m. Mrs. Crabtree has been laying in the same position since I noted her last heartbeat. Walking over to her for one last check before I rip the band-aid off. I notice that her eyes are completely open, not partially closed, not closed at all, wide open. Not terribly uncommon with death. Perimortem muscle relaxation. It's in one of those binder sections, I'm sure. I grab my pen light and shine it on them. The pupils immediately contract. The time now reads 4:45 p.m. Grabbing my binder, I flip through the section on ocular nerves. Nothing is helping me. I have no frame of reference for this. Did I miscalculate the breaths? The pulse? What possible reason could there be for her eyes to be responsive now? I place my fingers on her wrist again. It's cold. Nothing beats under my fingers. Maybe a bad area of circulation. I try the other wrist. Nothing. Same temperature. Her neck next. Nothing. My final test is putting my head against her chest. Still nothing. Not one single heartbeat. Yet her pupils contract every time I shine the light on them. If there's any time for my pulse ox to actually work, now would be great. I get it out, reset it, place it on my finger. Working normally, 110 BPM, 95%. Taking it off, I reset it once more, and pry Mrs. Crabtree's finger off the side of the bed. Clipping it on, it gives a flat line for the BPM, but an oxygen level of 35%. Something can't have oxygen saturation without a heart to pump it. No rise and fall of the chest either. Taking the temperature now, I get a reading of 94.8 Fahrenheit. The thermostat by the door reads 72. I have to be wrong. Peripheral shutdown. Page 32A. Section D12. As the body declines, the veins on the arms get more visible. Pulse slows down. Body temperature fades. Consistent with my notes. A sudden knock on the door. The man and the woman must have heard the rapid shuffling of feet. And the time I thought I had to rationalize everything happening in their absence has come to an abrupt end. In front of me is a patient that defies explanation. Behind me is a family waiting for one. As the door opens, the old woman lay motionless in her bed, eyes now closed once again, no pulse to account for, no signs of life. I tell the woman in the doorway that her mother's vitals are about the same as when she took her nap earlier. She asks me if her mother said anything. I tell her no, that she's been quiet. The woman pauses and stares into me. I've seen that exact look. From Natalie. Without saying anything, she makes a beeline for her mother. She grabs her hand. It's cold, but she's always cold now. Stiff, but her arthritic hands haven't been any different. She looks over to me, teary-eyed, asking how much longer she has. I don't answer. The woman doesn't wait for one. She steps out. the sound of her feet descending the stairs once more. Alone in the room again. Her chest is rising and falling. Agonal breathing. Seen this many times in the ER, especially with cardiac arrest patients. The body hasn't caught up yet. Doesn't mean she's alive, but that happens when someone drops suddenly, not gradually. A heart attack, trauma, not someone who's been declining for months. Her heart didn't stop without warning. It wound down, not the same thing. Have to get back to charting. Patient resting comfortably, vitals obtained. Blood pressure unable to obtain due to patient positioning. Respirations shallow and irregular. Will continue monitoring. Just as I finish writing, one of her fingers is moving, tensing and flexing back and forth. Only one, the index finger on her right hand, the same one that gave me a flat line with an oxygen level of 35%. It happens on the other hand, index finger flexing back and forth. Her eyes are still closed. The chest has stopped moving again. The movement of her fingers on her right hand is now a fluttering motion, perfectly in sync with her left. 10 minutes pass. The fingers haven't stopped. Every time I glance at her, the motion is still there. Steady, synchronized. Can't dwell on it. Chart needs finishing. Fine motor tremors noticed in bilateral index fingers, consistent with LBD symptomatology. Fine motor tremor. No other changes noted. Will continue to monitor. Time for another neurological assessment. I grab my pen light to check the pupils again, expecting to have to lift her eyelids. Nope. Open. Constricting pupils just like before, but no other movement to note. Moving the light back and forth horizontally yields nothing. Still looking ahead. Moving the pen vertically is when the eyes lock on to the light. The time now reads 5:02 p.m. I don't know how long I've been standing here, or when exactly I put the pen light away, but it's now in the pocket of my binder. My first instinct is to open it, flip the page that has all the answers. The hum of the air conditioner is loud now. Looking down at the old woman again. Her eyes are still open, fixated on the area where the pen light was shining from. Eyes not moving. Checking her pupils again with the pen light. The vertical track from earlier. Gone. Not tracking vertically or horizontally now. Eyes still in the same general direction they were. Pupils are contracting again when the light hits. This time at the exact same rate. Both returning to the exact same size. Like watching two camera apertures synced together. Her fingers start back up, moving faster with both sets flexing and twitching in a choppy, glitch-like rhythm. Arms are motionless at her sides, the wrists turn toward me. I take a step back, my eyes watching her hands. I nearly trip on the chair behind me. She stops. Everything does. My phone vibrating cuts through the silence. Natalie. Hey, just checking in. My bad about today. I couldn't stop throwing up last night and I woke up with, like, a fever of 103. Throat is killing me too. How's Crabtree doing? She doing okay? Me. No, you're fine. It's been alright here. She's been very quiet. Not a whole lot changed since last time, lol. Oh, okay. Good to hear. How's Jake and Allison? Jake and Allison. I type back. They're coping in their own way, I think. Jake has been glued to the TV most of the day, and Allison has come up to check a few times, but she's been sleeping, so not a whole lot of back and forth conversation going on. And then she replies. She mention any changes before you got there? Or was she awake yet? Me. Just that she's been moving irregularly, muscle spasms, repeated hand motions, that sort of thing, consistent with LBD symptoms so far. Natalie. You notice anything weird about her breathing yet? Her heart rate? Me. Only slightly. When I took vitals earlier, everything was pretty normal. Heart rate a bit slower from time to time. About as normal as it can be for what's happening, I guess. Natalie. That fits. If you need anything, let me know, okay? I'm gonna try and get more sleep, but don't feel bad for waking me up if you have any questions. Also, be careful when you leave. The roads are backed up really bad right now. Me. Thanks a lot, and I will. Me. Do you know what happened? Huge pileup on I-35. Ambulance just swerved into oncoming traffic going like 90. Whoa. Right? I'm wondering if the dude had like a medical episode or something. Seizure, maybe? I don't know. I just saw a clip show up on my feed and instantly recognized the exit. Anyway, talk to you later. Good luck, you got this. Text me before you leave, or call. Will do, thanks. I put my phone down. Nothing. Well, not exactly nothing. Her head, it shifted, in the direction where I was standing. The time is now 5:15 p.m. I can see small muscle flexes in her cheek, a faint sound from her mouth, almost too quiet to hear. Teeth on teeth. Come to think of it, she's the only geriatric I've met that actually still has them. Had. At this point, the specifics betray everything I've ever known. I'm way too restless to deal with it right now. Being sedentary for this long is making my legs fall asleep, and I can hear the sounds of someone washing dishes and the faint beeps of a microwave keypad downstairs. Seems weird if I don't make an attempt to at least try and socialize with them. Downstairs, the man is in front of the sink, scraping grease off a very expensive-looking cast-iron skillet. The woman is on FaceTime with someone, sitting curled up on the couch, surrounded by empty water bottles and crumpled-up balls of tissue. I make my way into the kitchen. My dad has one just like that, I say to the man. He nearly took my head off when I told him I put it in the dishwasher. Oh, I would have been livid, he says, half laughing. What's the deal with that anyway? Does it render it completely unusable or something? Well, no. But the way cast iron works, you have to season it. It's like you spread a thin layer of oil on it and then put it in the oven so it forms this like non-stick coating that bakes onto the metal. Helps it not rust and stuff. So what does soap do? Removes the coating and makes it a pain in the butt to deal with. I'm not very versed on cookware, and the subject isn't particularly that interesting. But it's a good break from everything happening today. That makes sense. Yeah, and it usually takes like multiple times in the oven before it's done right anyway. Right. Where's y'all's bathroom at? Keeping a conversation going has also not been a strong suit of mine either. Through the living room, right as you get to the front, on the left. The woman, phone in hand, is now up from the couch, pacing back and forth in the living room. I can hear her talking about her mother, about how she's been, that her favorite hobbies are currently sleeping and staring at the wall. Her voice trails off as I shut the door. The stairs feel longer on the way up. I hear the woman talking. Her voice has an optimistic tone to it, or as much as I can discern from down here. She's speaking to her mother softly. I can't make out what she's saying. I'm halfway up the stairs, getting closer to the door. Hey, you going somewhere again? The old woman is standing next to the bed facing the doorway, gaze fixed in place. You can hear me, right, Mom? I'm right here. Mrs. Crabtree, what you doing, hun? Can you tell me what's going on? I know she can't, but it helps keep up appearances if I at least entertain the idea. She keeps turning her head every time I move around. Hasn't moved a muscle otherwise. Was she doing anything like this earlier? Where were you? I don't have a response. What are you looking at? Hey, Mom. The old woman's head snaps to look at her daughter, tracking her hand movement. Hey, look at me, okay? You're okay. Can you hear me? As soon as the woman's hand pulls away from her mother's cheek, the old woman grabs her wrist with both hands. Mom, hey, you're okay, what's... Before she can finish, the old woman's teeth dig into her daughter's wrist. She's frantic, swearing at the pain, trying to process what's happening. Get her off. I need to call someone now. I have to. She won't let go. Right now is when I'd have a security guard to flag down, a button to press to get immediate help. Allison, just stay right there. Don't move. I can't. Backing away now, I hear Jake downstairs still cleaning dishes. The sound of the pots and pans clanging must have covered it. I'm calling 911. You're okay. You're okay, I promise. Just try not to move her. She's locked in place. The old woman's grip on her wrist is not letting up. Blood is now pooling from the spot she's latched onto. I back away into the hallway, phone in hand. Type in the number. It rings. You have reached emergency services. All operators are currently busy. Please stay on the line and do not hang up. Your call will be answered in the order it was received. A few years ago, I lived in a quiet town where nothing much really ever happened. I worked at a local retail store, went out to a nearby bar to see my friends most evenings, and walked home the same way every night. Then one night I spotted a poster taped to a lamp post at the end of the road. The photo of a small, fluffy white dog on it caught my attention, and I stopped to take a closer look. It looked like a Bichon or something similar, with big dark eyes and clean fur. One of its ears didn't sit quite right, slightly folded, like it had healed that way, and its lower teeth poked out just slightly. Lost dog. Biscuit. Microchipped, no collar. Friendly, but please approach cautiously. He is afraid of men and loud sounds. If found, please call. A number at the bottom. By the end of the week, I saw many more of the same posters on lampposts down my street and the ones next to it. Whoever owned Biscuit clearly cared a lot. Having lost our family's golden retriever a few years ago, I couldn't help but feel for them. I was walking home from the bar and had just passed the local corner shop when I spotted her. A middle-aged woman, walking slowly down the opposite side of the street. She wore a long, dark, navy trench coat. Her hair was tucked in her collar, and she wore sunglasses, even though it was dark out. Walking beside her was that dog. Same fluffy coat, folded ear, lower teeth poking out slightly with its mouth closed. I blinked and glanced back as she kept walking. I debated following, but as she proceeded further down the street and out of view, I told myself I probably saw wrong and went home. After all, it was almost midnight, and I only saw the dog clearly for a moment under a street lamp. But the uneasy feeling persisted. A few nights later, I was walking down the same street when I stopped and did a double take. It was the same woman walking the dog as I passed the corner store. I stopped in my tracks and took a proper look this time. The dog was Biscuit. I was absolutely sure of it. "Hey," I called out, but she didn't respond. Just kept walking with her head slightly down, leash loose in her hand. I called a number as soon as I got inside, and it rang twice before a man answered. "Hello?" "Hi," I said quickly. "I think I might have just seen your dog." There was a pause. "Oh my God, are you serious?" The relief in his voice was immediate. "Yeah, I think I saw a woman was walking him about half an hour ago. Looked exactly like the one in the photo." Another pause. "Someone else called and told me that a few days ago, too," he said, his voice quieter now. "Was it near a corner shop?" Something about the way he said it made my stomach drop. "Yeah," I said. "Just past it." Okay. And did anyone else see her there?" "No, it was just me. I called out to her, but she kept on walking like she didn't hear me." I could hear him thinking. "God, that's suspicious. You walk past that place often?" "Couldn't agree more, and yeah. I walk past that shop most nights when I go home from the bar. I take the bus from there to Church Road, and walk past it on the way back." "All right. I'll be on the lookout in that area. If you see her again, do not approach her. Just drop me a text ASAP telling me where you saw her and where you think she's headed. If you don't mind. I'd appreciate that." "Of course. Thanks for calling. The police are crap with this sort of thing." "Yeah, I believe that." I sighed. He exhaled shakily. "Name's Matt, by the way. And you are?" "Sarah," I replied. "Well, thanks, Sarah. This is a huge help. Can't thank you enough. I can't promise a huge cash reward, but if I can just help me get him back, I'll do anything I can to repay you." No, honestly, Matt, it's fine. Glad to help." When I hung up, I remember feeling good, like I'd done something kind. I saw her again a few nights later. I'd just gotten off the bus outside of the library coming home from the bar, the street lights casting that dull orange glow over everything. I crossed the road, hands tucked into my coat, already thinking about getting home. Then I froze. Across the street, moving slowly past the row of parked cars, was the woman in the trench coat, walking Biscuit again. For a second, I just stood there watching. Then I fumbled my phone out of my pocket and typed quickly. Just saw her again, outside the library, heading east towards Waverly. I hit send. I hesitated, then started walking as I kept my eyes on her. Slowly at first, keeping a good distance, but she didn't look back. Just kept walking at that same steady pace, holding the leash. I typed again as I followed. She's just turned onto Maple, still heading down. No reply from Matt yet. I followed discreetly for a minute or two. I kept well back, my footsteps quiet against the pavement, my eyes fixed on her, trying not to lose sight of Biscuit. She turned down a road, then again down another a few moments later, a narrow road I no longer recognized, and then she slipped into an alleyway. It was long and dark, running between two rows of buildings, barely lit except for a flickering light at the far end. She didn't hesitate, just walked straight into it. I approached its entrance. She's gone into an alley off Maple. I'm right behind her. I pressed send and stepped in cautiously. My footsteps echoed faintly as I moved forward, and my eyes adjusted to the dim light. I could still see her, further ahead now. Her silhouette stretched long against the wall. She kept walking, but she was speeding up now. I took a few quicker steps, my heart starting to pound, but it wasn't long before she disappeared into the darkness. Dang it, I muttered to myself. I stood there for a few seconds, breathing unevenly, listening, then looked down at my phone. Still no reply from Matt. I swallowed, suddenly very aware of how alone I was, deep in the alleyway, hoping Matt would see the text in time to do something about it. I put the phone back in my pocket and turned to leave. That's when something grabbed me from behind. An arm wrapped around my upper body, yanking me backwards before I could even react. Another hand clamped over my mouth, cutting off the scream that tore out of me. Panic exploded through me as I thrashed, kicking, trying to wrench free, but the grip tightened instantly, strong and controlled around me. I tried to scream again, but it came out muffled against the hand as I was dragged towards a van parked further down the alley. My phone slipped in my grip slightly, then suddenly, light. The torch had switched on, bright and blinding. I didn't think, just twisted my wrist and shoved it back toward the attacker's face. The beam hit him directly. He flinched just enough for his grip to loosen. I elbowed him as hard as I could on his side and tore free. My feet pounded against the concrete as I sprinted down the alley, my breath coming in sharp, panicked bursts and sobs. I didn't look back. I just ran as fast as I could. When I reached the end, I finally glanced over my shoulder. Nothing. The alley behind me was empty, like it had never happened. I didn't stop running until I got home. Slamming the door behind me, I locked it with shaking hands, my chest heaving as I pressed my back against it. Then I sank to the floor, tears streaming down my face as I called the police. I gave them the details they asked for, and when I hung up, I checked my phone, scrolling up my notifications. Absolutely nothing from Matt. My blood ran cold when I saw the article a week later. Lost dog posters linked to attempted abductions. Police in Oregon are issuing a public warning following a call from a woman connected to fake lost dog posters. Investigators believe the posters featuring a small white dog and a contact number were used to identify and target individuals in specific neighborhoods. A similar incident was previously reported by a young woman in Colorado, prompting concerns that the method was used across multiple states. Police are advising residents, do not call numbers listed on unofficial posters, do not follow associated individuals, and report suspicious activity directly to authorities. I stared at the screen as everything began to fall into place. Only people living in my area would have seen those posters in the first place, a predictable radius. Then the woman. She was placed, walking the same route, at the same time every night. Only people out that late would notice, and she was dressed suspiciously, conspicuously enough to be noticed. Out of those people, only some were out late, predictably enough to see her more than once to be sure, predictably enough that no one would report them missing for hours. And out of those, Only some would care enough to call. People who liked dogs and felt bad. People who were easy. And then, it was just a case of picking out the voices belonging to young women, his target of choice. Did anyone else see her? At the time, it sounded normal, but it wasn't a question. It was a filter. Were you walking alone at night? Not only had I answered, I told him everything. Where I usually walked and where I'd seen her. I thought I was just being helpful. Well, he was mapping the route I took home, so he could place her along it, where I'd be sure to find her. Just drop me a text ASAP telling me where you saw her. Live updates, real-time tracking, and where you think she's headed. Of course I followed her. Not too far, just enough to step exactly where he needed me in the middle of that dark alley. I had wondered that night how there were hands on me out of nowhere, like he'd been standing there the whole time waiting. It was because he knew exactly where I was, and exactly where I'd be. There could have been no victim more perfect, and his system had been designed to select it. Thousands of people had walked by those posters, possibly hundreds caring enough to stop and notice, maybe a dozen of those calls. Then they were crossed off one by one, until there was only one left. I slowly lowered my phone, my fingers trembling. While I was looking for his lost dog, he had already found me. Her hair, her skin, her eyes, they were all perfect. Her teeth were set a little too deeply in her gums, a few degrees off from their normal angle. Her hair flowed in a clumsy motion, as if it was trying to escape casually. Her eyes... something was wrong with her eyes. Were they the wrong color? No. They were broken. Some people say the eyes are the windows into the soul. The soul that I was staring at through these windows was shattered. The only thing that remained were the fragments of who she once was. Where is he? I asked, pulling her from her chair. Who? My darling Richard? Oh, he won't be back until later. She said as she stared emptily at the picture frame sitting across from her. She was kept in the most secluded and darkest room in the apartment. The apartment reeked of chemicals and secrets. The lights were dim and the windows were all sealed off. I knew that I was not meant to see this place. I knew that Richard kept this place quiet, like that deep part in the back of your head. What was this all for? I thought to myself. The room was lit by a singular light. It stood over the table which held the picture frame, the one Molly couldn't take her eyes off of. I need you to come with me, I commanded her. Her broken eyes remained fixed on the picture in front of her. Come on, Molly, we have to leave. I pleaded, pulling her as she resisted. No, stop it. I can't make my little Ricky angry. She said with a strong defiance. Please just leave with me. I begged. She sat back down, her eyes still glued to that picture frame. I turned and looked at what had captured her attention. The room was filthy, but that table and frame were pristine. I approached it, seeing two figures embracing each other. I began to realize that it was not Molly and Richard in the picture. It was Richard and his ex, Chloe. Oh my God, I whispered under my breath. Bile floated up my throat as thoughts ran through my head. I approached Molly with a new sense of fragility. Her eyes remained unblinking. Her face seemed pristine from a distance, but slowly I could start to see scars. Hundreds of them on her face. Small and thin, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. They flowed down her jaw and sculpted her forehead. They dug deep caverns into her cheeks, making dimples I hadn't remembered her having the first time I had met her. The thickest line of them all was on her hairline. It was one long stroke following her hair around her skull. It appeared to be knitted together by loving hands, like a quilt made for a baby's birth. The night I had first met Molly was a good one. The whole friend group was relieved to hear that Richard had finally moved on from Chloe. He had spent years mourning their breakup, hoping to find a way to bring her back. Molly had been a breath of fresh air. She was the perfect match for Richard's moody persona. She was light and full. She also adored Richard. You could see that from the very beginning. Molly was short and slender with dark hair. She looked extremely similar to Chloe, but we all brushed this aside, just assuming that Richard had a type. Her eyes were the most similar thing about them. They both had striking blue eyes. They were like looking into the sun, except they shone a rich and royal blue. That blue had faded from her eyes when I looked into them tonight. They had turned almost gray, yet they still remained fixed upon the photo. I began searching the apartment for anything that I could use to lure her out. In the front room I found an old dentist chair, rusted and frayed with time. I could see fresh bandages and scalpels strewn across the floor. This is where he worked on her. The thought rang through my mind. I walked in and saw there were pictures of many sizes taped and strewn across the walls. All of them were of Chloe. Some were of Richard and her together, others felt different. Some were shots of her in the mall, going to shops and eating. Others were far more personal. She was standing in her room. The photographs were obviously taken from a hidden location. Some seemed as innocent as you can be with these sorts of pictures. Her smiling in the mirror, brushing her teeth, talking on the phone and such. Others were not so innocent. Her changing, her scarlet hair against her pale skin, her lying in bed doing the things she would only do in the privacy of her own home. As I looked, I saw more of these. She was in bed with a mystery man. There were so many of these kinds. It was as if, with every new night, the photographer grew closer and closer to her window. I could feel my skin crawl as I felt her space being invaded by an unwanted guest. The pictures began to become up close while she slept, and some were even of her feet as she hung them off the bed. The final picture was of just her red hair hanging off the bed. How could Richard do this? It made no sense. He couldn't hurt a fly. I knew it had hurt him to be left like that. He made sure to tell me in the nights after Chloe left. He seemed to think the world would never turn again, that his sun would never rise again. I would tell him, "Hey dummy, the sun rises every day." He would smile and agree, but I could see that he felt like his sun would never rise again. He lived with me for a couple of months after that. He seemed to be getting better as the days passed by, or maybe I had selfishly convinced myself that he had. In the nights I could hear him shuffling around restlessly. I could hear the empty dialing of a phone. I chose to ignore those facts. I chose to believe it was something else. It was even easier to ignore the facts when he finally told me he would be moving out. I had hoped he had moved on, and I decided to move on as well. My friend is fine now. Cured. The door opened with a quiet click. My skin tensed as I heard the old hinges swing open and close slowly. The footsteps were light and careful, like those of a cat stalking its prey. I rushed towards the closet in the room and closed it behind me, careful not to make any noise. The closet was full of tufts of hair. I could see the kitchen from the closet. Standing at the counter, I saw him. Richard. He looked just like my friend, but I saw him in a different light. His eyes were dark, and I could see a deep desire burning behind them. I had thought that was his desire to make a better life. I suppose he never told me he wanted a better life. It was the idea I had implanted into my own head, and made to be true. He placed the camera that was around his neck on the counter and washed his face at the sink. Once finished and dried, he called out, "Chloe, baby, I'm home." My stomach turned. "Oh yay, sweetie," a voice called from the back room. He walked into the back room, his eyes scanning the apartment as he did. I heard her embrace him with pursed lips. "I need a shower. Wait for me when I'm done, will ya, love?" Richard asked in a soft, pleasing way. "Of course, my love. Let me know if you need company," Molly said with a sensual undertone that turned my stomach. Once I was sure he was in the shower, I rushed into the room and found her sitting and staring just like before. "We have to go now," I whispered to Molly. "We can go to the police and they can take you far away from him." She slowly turned and looked at me, her eyes and smile wide. I could see where the cuts made her lips pull unnaturally against her teeth. Her teeth sat in near perfection, minus a slight change in angle. "I will never leave my little Ricky," she said with an iron tone. My guilt was immeasurable. I had heard this monster's birth and done nothing. I had ignored his pain just so I could get a full night's sleep. I had to end this. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife. I had to end this. The handle was cold, the tip was heavy, my legs felt like lead. The bathroom was steamy. Richard hummed as he washed his hair, unaware of my presence. I raised the knife above my head, heart pounding in my ears. A cold pain sifted its way through my side. I fell to the ground, caught by a pair of arms. A hand wrapped around my mouth to muffle the sounds of my pain. I had been dragged back into the room that held Molly. She had pulled me out, a bloody scalpel between her teeth. "You can't ruin this," she whispered in my ear. "I'm almost ready to be shown to the world." My heart sank. "I asked for this," she said, looking down at her newly shaped hands. "I always knew that my sister was perfect, and now he's making me perfect just like her," she said, looking deep into my eyes. Her glowing blue had returned. The water stopped and her head turned to see Richard exiting the shower. I took that moment and ran. I ran as far as my hurting body would take me. I moved as far away as I could. I erased everything I could from that night. I always ran from the real Richard. This was always my fault.
My wife Amelia and I met in high school. She was the popular, bubbly girl that everybody loved, and I was lucky to have anyone even give me a second glance. I honestly don't know how the hell I pulled it off, but after a chance encounter in the library, we became inseparable. Fast forward 4 years and we were married, ready to take on anything the world could throw at us together. At least, that's what the plan was. Ami was at the ripe old age of 24 when she began to experience severe headaches and frequent nosebleeds. When we got the news, I felt as though we had both been given the 8-month prognosis. I'll never forget the tears and sobbing, the cries of anguish that resounded through the doctor's office. That had all been from me. Amelia sat quietly, a faraway look in her green eyes. I took off extended time from work, and dedicated my hours to Ami, whether she was in the hospital or at home with me and her family, as she became more and more withered. I wouldn't help but to notice the looks her father and sister would give me. It was as though they blamed me somehow for their daughter's condition. The venom in their eyes seemed to hiss. "It should have been you." One night as Ami and I lay together in bed, the insignificant voices droning from the TV, she began to ask me about something we had never discussed before. In all our years together, "Do you think we go on in the afterlife?" The question hit me like a brick wall. I had never been religious, but what was I supposed to say to the love of my life, who was facing her own fading mortality? "Of course, baby, without a doubt in my mind. Your light is too bright to ever go out. I believe that it'll shine forever." She had looked into my eyes after that, as if examining me for dishonesty. Thankfully, she did not detect it. "Good. I'll be waiting for you. I'm sure it'll feel just like a few seconds or so. Time and suffering won't exist anymore." I should have let the conversation end, but playing up my lie even more, I said, "I want you to send me a sign, Ami. Send me a signal of some sort that you're thriving. Whether it's that old Madonna song you like, or a canary out on the porch, singing its heart out. Anything. Anything so that I can think of you." Amelia had wound herself even tighter into me at that point, a sad smile on her face. "I will." The doctors hadn't been quite right with their grim prediction. Amelia persisted for almost 10 months before that light of hers finally faded. I'm ashamed to say that, though I tried my damnedest to speak at her funeral, I broke down and couldn't do it. I was forced to sit and watch with red eyes as her family and friends told wonderful stories about the love of my life. My best friend, and I, her husband, had nothing to offer the congregation. Time seemed to slow down after she left me. My performance at work dipped. I began avoiding my own friends even more, and I picked up the bottle. There seemed to be a hole, deep and hollow, a black chasm that had formed deep within me, and it would never, ever be filled again. The first sign came 2 months after she had passed. I was sitting on my porch, drifting into sleep, the glass of whiskey in my hand slowly sliding out. There was a quick movement, and I jerked back to full consciousness. A white cat had darted out of nowhere, and was now sitting at the bottom step of my porch. I had a mind to shoo it away, but somehow my booze-addled brain was still able to recall the conversation that Ami and I had had all those eons ago. I sat forward, hardly believing it. The cat merely looked up at me with green eyes, and I could swear that it looked as though she was smiling. I began to smile myself, tears forming in my eyes. Then there was more movement. 2 coyotes sprung forward, faster than the cat had a chance to react. I, myself, fell to my knees, clumsily reaching out for her, but she had no chance. The 2 haggard animals ripped her apart. A flurry of white fur and red blood stabbed into my eyes and heart. The brief feeling of happiness that I had been snuffed out. One of the coyotes looked up at me, and this time there was no doubt. It was smiling. 2 weeks later, I had my old radio plugged in, listening to sad music. Yes, I have a phone and YouTube, but listening to the radio had always been something Ami and I had done. Going back to high school, I was again nearly asleep when I could hear Madonna's seductive voice over the airwaves. I could feel a sort of relief, though my cynicism wouldn't allow me to believe that this was actually my wife. It's just the radio. How many Madonna songs are played a day? I closed my eyes tight and turned over. But then suddenly there was a terrible static sound blaring from the radio, and amongst that static, what sounded like screams. Screams the likes of which I have never heard before, born from some place that should not exist. I sat up in bed, glancing at the old unit, but now there was only Madonna, singing a Spanish lullaby. I had to have been losing it. Either the liquor or the sadness it was supposed to be killing were finally getting to me. I had to do better for myself. For Amelia, I unplugged the radio, staggered down to the kitchen and poured out every single bottle of alcohol and can of beer in my kitchen. I had had enough. Ami wouldn't have wanted me to live like this, even if I didn't believe she was still out there somewhere, waiting for me. I went back to work with a new haircut, shave, and mindset. I was going to get back on track. My boss even complimented me during my shift, as I took phone calls from potential clients. I felt a lot better than I had in recent memory. 2 hours into my shift, I popped open a snack and drank some water to hydrate myself. As I answered my next call, I spat the water out as the low, scratchy voice whispered to me, "Life is terrible, but death is endless, my love." The voice wasn't Ami's. I fell over backwards in my chair, kicking over my keyboard and unplugging my headphones. I jumped up and looked at my phone, but the call had ended. There was no record of it when I attempted to do a redial. I've since bought more alcohol. Hell, even more than I had before. Whether I'm sitting on my porch, driving home, or even laying in a ball in my bed, I can't help but to notice the inherent cruelty in life, seemingly magnified twofold. But I asked for this. I did ask her to send me a sign, after all.
I grew up without siblings. Back then it was just me, my mom, and my dad in our home in the rural area around Detroit. My parents always tried their best to give me every opportunity, even though money was tight, and they did a pretty good job. I'm now the owner and founder of a fairly successful construction company, living my best life with my beautiful wife and our 2 daughters in a 2-story home. My father passed away a few years ago, so my mother had been living alone in the house where I grew up. As she got older, she began having more and more difficulty taking care of everything by herself. Since I couldn't always be there to help her, I finally convinced her to sell the house and move into a beautiful, highly rated retirement home in East Detroit. I thought I had made the right decision, Professionals could take care of her, and I could focus on my business and my family. But the day she moved in, her health began to decline rapidly. I started receiving calls from the nurses and doctors almost every week. They told me her mental state was worsening, that she refused to eat or take her medication. But the worst part, the part that made my stomach turn, was what they told me about her nights. Every morning, they didn't find her in her bed. They found her sitting inside her closet, awake, shaking, crying. When they asked her why she kept doing that, she always refused to answer. She would just tell them to leave her alone. So I went to visit her. When I asked her directly why she was getting into the closet every night, she looked at me with tears in her eyes and said my father wouldn't have wanted me to put her there, that she wanted to go back to her old house. Then she broke down crying and told me to leave. On the drive back, my thoughts were racing. One idea kept forcing its way to the front. What if the staff was mistreating her? It would explain everything. Her fear, her silence. So I did something I thought was justified at the time. I stopped at a Walmart and bought a baby monitor. Later that evening, while my mother was having dinner, I slipped into her apartment and set it up in the corner of her bedroom, aimed directly at her bed. Then I left, went home, had dinner with my family, and tried to get some work done. Around 9 p.m. I checked the monitor. Everything seemed normal. My mother got into bed, turned off the light, and went to sleep. Nothing unusual. I left the feed running in the background. About 2 hours later, something changed. My mother suddenly jolted awake. She didn't move at first, just lay there staring at the door, completely still. Then, without warning, she sprang out of bed. Not like someone waking up, like someone was forcing her. She rushed to the closet, climbed inside, and slammed it shut. I stared at the screen, my heart pounding. After a few seconds, I grabbed my keys and drove. The streets were empty. I got there fast. When I entered the building, the reception desk was empty. No staff in sight. I ran to her apartment, unlocked the door, and rushed straight into her bedroom. Then I went to the closet. I opened it. There she was, curled up, shaking, and crying. I asked her what was going on, what she was doing, why she was acting like this. She slowly raised her hand and pointed behind me to the bed. Only then I saw the pale and hairless humanoid creature sitting on her bed, looking at us. If you're reading this while sitting on a train, do me a favor. Put your phone down for a second and tell me what it smells like around you. If it smells like an old rotten rag from some damp basement, read this. My coworkers, my friends, even my own kids. Nobody's listening. Especially my youngest daughter. She's dead certain I'm just a cranky old geezer with a case of job brain. Jokes that I've got early onset senility. And tells me it's time to see a shrink or just pack it in and head to the nursing home. Look, I'm barely in my 50s. And I'm sure not ready for the rocking chair yet. Well, my gut has almost never steered me wrong, and right now, my gut is screaming. That's why I'm writing this before I leave. My job is to warn you. After that, do what you want. You've seen this new subculture, or whatever the hell they're calling it lately, right? The one spreading through the city like a rash. Look at them. I mean, really look at these kids. Let me explain. See, I work security for the subway, standing by the turnstiles, watching the scanners bark and seeing the same tired faces. My job is to keep an eye on the gates, making sure nobody hopped the turnstiles or brought anything through that didn't belong. It was only supposed to be a temporary job, something to ride out the crisis, but I just stayed. The time at the gate is only one part of my routine. We rotate. 1 hour you're on the frisk. Then you head to the back room to go blind staring at a grid of 30 cameras. Then you're out on patrol, back and forth, pounding the pavement. Whole day on your feet. By the time I get home, my soles are throbbing like a train ran over 'em. I've even got a ritual. Get home, first thing I do is shove my feet into a bucket of ice water. Without that, You ain't standing up the next morning. I buy expensive boots. I shove orthotic insoles in there. Never cheap out on that. But don't mind my whining. The pay is decent enough. I'm not gonna buy a gold toilet or something. But it covers life in this meat grinder. I even took my wife on a real vacation every year. She would have believed me. Or at least she'd have listened. She always listened. I still carry her old Polaroid around. She's always with me, even though she's been gone for many years. Nancy is watching me from above, keeping me safe. I know it. Anyway, I'm rambling again. Point is, there are perks to being stuck underground. You find them after a while, like the sounds and the smells that used to drive me nuts. I grew to love them. That cocktail of creosote and ozone, hot metal and the human soup. Cigarettes, sweat, perfume, cheap food, and all the rest. I learned to love the stink, even if I don't notice it much anymore. And I like people watching when I'm in the mood. Keeps me from dying of boredom. And hey, it's part of the job, noticing the little things. Like predators, I can spot them from a mile away. They try to blend in, acting casual, but I see what they're up to. I see the way they eye someone's bag, their pockets, or how tight a person is clutching their phone. They're looking for the soft spots. The office drones, too. They're exhausted, shoulders slumped, all wearing the same drab rags. Always in a rush. Their bosses, though? They've always got better shoes and this calmer air about them. They look at me like I'm a piece of furniture. If they look at all. Tourists and locals, I snap them like twigs. Especially, I like watching the kids. Even if I don't get them half the time. The fashion is weird, sure. I've watched the clothes and the hair change for years, but some things stay the same. They want to rebel, to show they're different. They think they won't be standing here 20 years from now with a bad back and shot legs. God willing, kid. God willing. The most consistent thing is seeing the little groups. You see a pair and you know. Yep, those two are in love. You can tell instantly. It's like the crowd and the stinking subway just vanish for them. Anyway, enough of the sappy stuff. I just wanted you to understand that I've been looking at crowds for 23 years. Every day. I know how to spot details. Even the tiny ones. Usually it's all quiet. Most people are just buried in their phones. Business as usual. But about 3 weeks ago, this kid caught my eye. Walked alone. I clocked him immediately. Mostly because of his threads. He was one of those alt types. Plenty of them around, but this kid, he looked like he'd fought a dumpster for his hoodie and lost. Filthy, covered in stains. Who knows what color it used to be. Gray, maybe. Hood up, greasy, matted hair sticking out. Hands buried in his pockets. A junkie, I figured. Dead ringer. His eyes were pitch black. Full-on sclera lenses covering the whites. Face was pale as a ghost. Covered in these bumpy piercings. I remember giving my youngest, Laura, hell for that kind of crap when she was little. Glad my girl grew out of that phase. Anyway, I marked the kid but didn't stop him. You see plenty of weirdos down here. Jump on every one of them and you're fast-tracking your own pink slip. When he hit the gate, I made my move. Just a casual stroll, like I'm doing my rounds. No bag on him, and his look wasn't like the usual threats I've seen. He was calm. Too calm. Walking steady, straight. As he passed, I took a sniff. None of that typical junky chemical funk. It was more like a basement smell, like the cellar at my cabin. Damp, moldy, with a hint of a dead rat somewhere under the floorboards. Pure rot. Garbage notes, too. Spoiled food. But here's the thing. The hair on the back of my neck stood straight up when he went by. No idea why. Kid passed. I tracked him on the cams. Sat down, rode his stop, got off. Normal. No incidents. I probably wouldn't have given him a second thought, if he was the only one. The second one, I remember her like it was this morning. Next day, early shift. She was wearing an office suit that didn't fit her rebel vibe, or those black scleras at all. She walked straight, looking straight ahead. Didn't glance at the crowd, just a steady, focused glare. No bag, no deep pockets. On her white blouse, there was this weird yellowish stain, like someone had puked a long time ago and tried to wipe it off. She was clutching a wilted rose with both hands. Her nails were incredibly long, probably manicured, grayish black. And that same trail followed her. I thought right then, are she and that kid hanging out in the same stinking basement? They were too similar to be a coincidence. And get this. When she was close, I started breaking down her perfume in my head. Rot, trash, dampness. And then that one note. My son has this stinking bizarre cologne. He calls it niche. Says I wouldn't understand. He spends half a paycheck on that crap. The perfume was called something stupid like Corpus Fluid Zero or whatever. You know the stuff. Smells like spit, urine, and milk, and all kinds of weird animal business. That's how she smelled. Like she'd climbed out of a cellar, dug through a dumpster, and then doused herself in that stuff. And no, it wasn't your regular homeless combo. It was really something else. Anyway, I couldn't let her pass. "You okay, miss?" I said, stepping into her path. She stopped and looked me in the eyes. God, I felt it then. Every hair on my body stood up. Every molecule was screaming at me to run. Just run. But I've been doing this a long time. I'm the law here. It's my duty. So I kept my cool and braced myself. The girl smiled, but just with her lips. A smile like she was wearing braces or something. She didn't answer. She just stood there, staring at me and smiling. Marcus was on shift with me. He's a cop, and he stepped up immediately to see why I'd stopped her. "Miss? Officer Marcus, Transit Police." Oh, how happy I was when Marcus caught the vibe and moved in. "My colleague here has a question. Are you alright? Do you know where you are?" The girl just kept standing there, smiling. Now she was drilling her eyes into Marcus. I had a good look at her then. Filthy blonde hair. Hadn't seen a shower in a long time. That stench she was wrapped in killed any appetite I had for lunch. And those weird bumps on her pale skin. I thought it was piercing work or something, because they were all the same size and perfectly round. Not acnes, but bumps under her skin. "Miss, I'm gonna need to see some ID." Marcus was already tapping something on his tablet. She pulled out a card. The plastic was chewed to hell, stained and yellowed. Marcus took it with 2 fingers, looking disgusted, and started punching it into his device. She just stood there, staring at him, clutching that rose in one hand while twirling a greasy lock of hair with the other. I saw Marcus's face twitch. A shiver. "Seems everything's in order, miss. Sorry for the trouble. Have a good day." She took her card back and shoved it into the pocket of her filthy, dusty, crumpled skirt. I was surprised, to say the least. She just started walking toward the escalator, steady, confident pace. I was a one giant goosebump with no reason, but at the same time I felt sorry for her. Even though my jaw was aching the whole time she was near me, I figured she was just some kid in a bad spot who needed help. I thought that right up until she stopped before stepping onto the escalator. She looked back at me one more time before vanishing into the crowd, and gave me this wide, wide smile. Those weren't braces. Not braces. It was several rows of sharp teeth, like a shark's, sticking out like jagged cliffs. I thought for sure I'd gone crazy right then, but Marcus saw it too. He was standing there, pale as a sheet. Said that formally everything was fine. ID checked out, but he felt exactly what I felt. That overwhelming urge to drop everything and run as far as his legs would carry him, and an urge to let her go. The cameras showed everything was fine. She got off at her stop, rode in a packed car, standing like a sardine. Nobody paid her any mind. Nobody had questions, except me and Marcus, who didn't want to talk about it after we checked the tapes. He didn't show up for work after that. Then it got worse. The next day I saw 2 more of them, dressed differently but all wrong. It's spring, but one of them was in a heavy winter parka. The clothes were okay, but totally out of season and old-fashioned. The second one was dressed like a food delivery courier. The only things they had in common were the black scleras, nails and pale skin with the bumps, the smell and no gadgets. The guy in the parka was holding a newspaper. The courier didn't have a bag. He was carrying a small metal lunchbox. We only stopped the courier because of the box, and because I insisted. Both passed the check and moved on. The duty cop didn't even care. When I asked him, like, "Don't you see how weird this is?" He just said something like, it's just the fashion these days. They're fine. The other guys on shift looked at me like I was a moron too, whenever I tried to bring up the weirdos, especially the younger ones. Chill out, man. There's freaks everywhere now. It's just a trend. Yeah, a trend. The guy with the lunchbox, there was a raw chicken leg in there. And that newspaper, it was a vintage original. From back when I was a toddler getting smacked by my mom for being picky and not eating my spinach. That's when I realized either I'd totally lost my mind, or everyone else had. And meanwhile, there was more of them every day. Groups of them now. I started calling those creeps basementers, because of the paleness and the stink. The basementers always walked with purpose, always carrying something weird or hiding their hands in their pockets. The men and women all had the same long nails and stuff, and that horrible feeling that was driving me crazy. Run, run. I took sick leave. I couldn't do it anymore. I called my kids, told them everything straight up. You know how they reacted. Said they'd drop by during the week to check on me. Told me I needed to rest or get my head examined by a professional. And I would have gone to a shrink right away, but then my coworker, my regular relief, messaged me. We don't talk much, but he tracked down my number somehow. Turned out he saw it all too. And it was driving him insane too. He said he quit because something inside him was screaming to get out of the city. He babbled about some prophetic dream. Said his grandma was some kind of seer and he's got the sight too. And his gut told him that whatever this thing is, it feeds on the big city. And it's spreading fast. Faster than that whole 2020 mess did. I was exhausted. I decided we were both crazy, me and my buddy. Felt relieved at the same time because I wasn't alone anymore. But in the end, I went to the shrink. And on the way there, I saw maybe 20 of those basementers in the crowd. I accidentally locked eyes with one of them. Usually they just look straight ahead if you don't touch them. They don't do anything and don't pay attention, but this one looked. I nearly messed my pants. He stopped, put a clawed finger to his lips in a shush gesture, and smiled with that jackal's mouth of his. And then I saw what he was holding. I ran. I made it to the doctor's office, and he prescribed me some sedatives. Said at least I wasn't hallucinating, 'cause he sees them too. The weird kids with the weird fashion. Said it's nothing to worry about. Fashions change and the city's always full of strange people. Well, at least I know there's no point in going to the cops. They'll just turn me away too. Besides, my instincts are screaming that I need to leave now. Time's running out. I don't know what's next. I've been blowing up my kids' and friends' phones. Some of them listened. Promised they'd at least head out to the country for the weekend if they can. My kids said they'd come too. We aren't that close, but they're my kids. If they don't show up, I don't even want to think about it. I'm finishing this message now. My bags are packed. I'm catching the first bus to my place in the countryside, and I suggest you do the same. Or if you still think I'm just some burnt-out fart losing his grip, at least take a good look at the people around you in the crowd. Even if they look perfectly normal, make an effort. Look closer. Take a sniff. See what they've got in their hands. Like that guy in the crowd when I was on my way to a dock. In his thin palm, with those long, black, sharp fingertips, he was holding an old Polaroid. The one that went missing from my uniform pocket a couple of days ago. The photo was of my old lady, rest her soul. The one I took when we were at the beach. That light beige dress. She was holding a rubber ring she used to take to the beach, posing, flashing me a peace sign with 2 fingers. Fingers looking like long black claws. Well, you know how it is. On that old photo, she looked very fashionable, very trendy for today. Take care of yourselves, guys, and seriously, get out of the city this weekend. My husband has always talked in his sleep. Nothing creepy at first, just random, half-formed sentences. Stuff about work, grocery lists. Once he sat up and said, "Don't forget the bananas," and then laid back down like nothing happened. It used to make me laugh. About 3 weeks ago, it changed. The first time I woke up around 2:30 in the morning because I heard him whispering. Not mumbling, whispering like he was trying not to be heard. I thought he was awake and on his phone, so I rolled over to tell him to keep it down. He was facing the wall, completely still. Still whispering. I couldn't make out everything, but I heard one sentence clearly. "She's not ready yet." I froze for a second, then nudged his shoulder. He stopped immediately, just silence. When I asked him what he was talking about, he sounded groggy and confused. "I wasn't talking," he said. I brushed it off. People say weird things in their sleep. But it kept happening. Every couple of nights I would wake up to him whispering again, always facing away from me, always too quiet to fully understand. Until last night, I woke up because I felt something. You know that feeling when someone is watching you? Not a sound, not movement, just this heavy awareness. My eyes opened slowly. The room was dark except for a bit of light coming from the hallway. My husband was sitting up in bed. He was facing me this time. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could tell his eyes were open. "Hey," I whispered. "Are you okay?" He didn't respond. He just kept staring at me. Then he tilted his head slightly, like he was listening to something. And that's when I heard it. A voice. Not his. It was faint, like it was coming from somewhere far away. I couldn't make out where. It wasn't in the room exactly, but it wasn't outside either. It sounded like it was right behind me. I held my breath and listened. "Can she hear me?" The voice was quiet, almost curious. My entire body went cold. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. My husband nodded. Slowly. "Yes," he whispered. My heart started pounding so hard I thought I was going to pass out. I hadn't said a word. The voice spoke again. "Does she know?" He shook his head this time. "No," he said. "Not yet." I couldn't take it anymore. I reached out and grabbed his arm. The second I touched him, he collapsed back onto the pillow like a puppet with its strings cut. Dead asleep. I turned on the lamp so fast I nearly knocked it over. He looked completely normal, breathing steady, eyes closed. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. This morning I asked him if he remembered anything. He laughed it off, said I probably had a nightmare. But here's the part I haven't told him yet. I checked the hallway camera this morning. We have one set up because of a break-in last year. At 2:37 a.m., right around when this happened, the camera recorded something. The hallway light flicked on by itself. And then for about 10 seconds, the audio picked up whispering. It wasn't my husband. It wasn't me. And right before the clip ends, you can hear him clearly, from inside the bedroom, answering it. "If she wakes up, you have to leave." It started with small things. Electronics would break a lot when he was around. I had to get my laptop fixed twice. My fridge went out once and I had to scramble to drive all the food to my parents' house. So it didn't go bad while I was getting it fixed. Arjun helped. My house's circuit breaker tripped one time too when he went to plug something in. I tested the same plug later when he was gone and it didn't trip that time. Arjun has always had really good hearing. Like, really good. I can't count the number of times he's heard me mumble something through a wall. I've tested it. I'll speak so quietly that even I can barely hear it, and he'll have caught it word for word from outside the closed door. A few times I caught his reflection in the mirror, and I could swear it was slightly out of sync, moving a little too slow or making the wrong expressions. The smile stretched too wide, or eyebrows furrowed when Arjun's clearly weren't. In the same vein, every now and then I'd see him glaring at me out of the corner of my eye, but when I looked at him directly, all I saw was the shaggy mess of black hair on the back of his head. It was easy enough to dismiss all this at the time. I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. It never happened with anyone else, just him. But I dismissed it. Until last week. I had driven over to his house, something I don't do often since we usually meet outside or at mine. It was supposed to be a quick stop by to give back some work papers. He'd forgotten at mine on Friday evening, so I didn't call ahead. As I approached the distinctive red front door that stood in contrast to the dull colors of the rest of the street, something felt different. I looked around. My surroundings were the same as always. Pristine, white house exterior, broken planters, and 3 slightly grimy steps leading up to the entrance. As I reached for the knocker, there was a tug at the back of my mind, like realizing you've forgotten something but you can't remember what it was. No one answered the first knock, or the second. To my surprise, when I tried the handle, the door gave way. My chest began to knot as I stared wide-eyed at the opening. Arjun wouldn't just leave it unlocked. Had there been a break-in? Was he okay? I inhaled shakily a few times, trying to break my heart rate down. I was getting ahead of myself. Maybe he'd just forgotten to lock it. Happens to the best of us. I let myself in, pushing the door further inward. As I stepped over the threshold, immediately I could feel my panic rising again. Arjun's house is pretty open plan, so from the living room, I was able to see most of the area downstairs. I called out for him. The house seemed empty. If Arjun was home, I'd have expected to hear movement, something cooking on the stove or at least a TV playing. It was silent. I checked all the rooms upstairs, but they seemed completely untouched. It would be uncharacteristic for a break-in, and if Arjun had up and left, which I was now considering as a possibility, wouldn't he take some of his things? All his clothes were still hanging in the large built-in closet next to the rucksack he always takes when we go backpacking. When I came back downstairs, I realized there was still one room I'd forgotten to check in my hurried sweep of the house. The kitchen. I quickly walked past the living room and rounded the corner. The kitchen is separate from the other room downstairs. You can't see into it from the living room, which is why I missed it initially. The door is made of stained wood with a black, round doorknob. It was closed. I listened, straining my ears to catch the slightest hint of sound coming from behind the door. Nothing. Now the rising panic was accompanied by a twisting feeling in my gut. I wanted to leave, though I couldn't quite put my finger on why. It was just a door, polished but old, with the wood splitting slightly in some places. More importantly, I still didn't know what had happened to Arjun. And now his phone was going straight to voicemail. This was the only place in the house I hadn't looked. Just as I plucked up the courage to reach out and grab the knob, I heard a noise from inside. It sounded like someone throwing up. No, it sounded like a cat coughing up a hairball. I held the black metal tight in my hand and twisted. The door swung open steadily, inviting me in. I'd sort of forgotten that Arjun's house had a basement. I'd never been down there, and the door always stayed closed and locked, so it was easy to let it fade into the wall. Maybe imagine it as some sort of food pantry instead of what it really was. A cold, concrete, windowless expanse hidden beneath our feet. I don't like basements. Yellow-orange light spilled out from the open basement door, illuminating the kitchen in a dingy fall sunset glow. Looking around, I realized why it seemed to be the only light source in the room. All the blinds were shut. I didn't even realize his kitchen had blinds. Arjun always leaves them open. I almost jumped out of my skin, heart thundering as the horrific,
hacking, puking sound echoed from the basement, louder now. The noise was wet and visceral. It grated against my eardrums, sending chills down my spine. I shivered. Whatever was in the basement retched again. This time the noise was accompanied by wet thudding, like it was puking up huge chunks of something. A moment of silence, and then it spoke. It was a harsh, raspy voice, like the thing was struggling to take in air, and I could barely make out the words through its wheezing. The voice was so inhuman, so alien to my ears, and yet I don't know what compelled me to walk forward. My memories of this part are hazy, but the best way I can describe it is like I was being tugged forward by an invisible string. Embedded deep within my chest, I stood in the basement doorway for a while, eyes following the narrow, wooden steps all the way down. They were walled off on both sides. They ended in concrete. I heard it clearer this time. It was rasping. "Screw them. I hope," it wheezed. "I hope they burn." The thing coughed, wet and loud, and I flinched. I still find it odd how even through the absolute, mind-numbing terror I was experiencing, I still felt a sense of morbid curiosity in that moment. What exactly was down there? The mere existence of this creature in the basement was making me reevaluate everything I thought I knew about, well, everything. It could talk. It even spoke like it felt emotions. It was angry at someone, and it sounded ill, very ill. The sounds of the creature struggling, its labored breath and lung-rending coughs, its quiet groans of pain that reverberated off the claustrophobic walls of the basement. They tugged at something tender, deep inside me. I wanted to help. I cast the thought out of my mind immediately. It sounded insane even to myself. What if that thing was hostile? Who knows what it would be capable of even in its current state? Maybe all of this was a ruse anyway, some kind of trap that targeted my empathy. The best course of action was just to leave, obviously. I didn't even have the slightest clue what that thing was. I still don't. I began to weigh my exit options. If I made a break for it, would I be able to outrun whatever was down there? I barely had time to mull it over before something at the bottom of the stairs drew my attention. A long, clawed hand, bruised black and green like decay, dripping with a clear, snot-like, liquidy gel that glistened in the lamplight. It scraped at the ground, nails digging into the grooves of the cement. I froze. God, I felt sick. My stomach churned horribly as I tried to process the gruesome sight I was confronted with. I felt like a snake was thrashing around my insides. It's a miracle how I managed not to puke right there and then. Instead, I remained deadly silent. I didn't even dare to breathe as I stood paralyzed in the doorway. My mind was blank and my vision began to swim. Whether from pure terror or lack of oxygen, I couldn't tell. I heard a scrape from below paired with a grunt as more of the arm appeared, coated in that slippery goo that oozed onto the surrounding concrete, staining it to dark gray. My heart dropped as I finally realized what it was doing. It was trying to pull itself forward. I ran. I've never run so fast in my life. It's been a week since then. Arjun texted me an hour after I left. It was regular, innocuous stuff at first. "Hey, what's up? I think I left some papers at your place. Yo, dude, are you asleep? You always text back so fast." I think that just made the whole thing so much worse. I couldn't bring myself to answer. I stopped checking my messages after a while. He started calling me, again and again and again. I blocked his number. He even came by my house a few times. I never answered. I kept my curtains shut after the first time. All of them. After everything I saw in that house, in that dingy hellhole of a basement, there's just one thing I can't get out of my head. It's the thing that's kept me awake every night since that day, tossing and turning in the sheets. It was Arjun's voice. When the creature spoke in that raspy, hellish, inhuman voice, underneath it all I heard Arjun. Same tone, same cadence, same voice. I can't explain it. I just know it was him.
I'm struggling to accept that what I witnessed down there is real. I can't. How am I supposed to accept that my friend, my best friend, is a monster? I've been friends with this girl I'll call Sarah since I can remember. Her and I were raised together, our families being good friends since before either of us were born. She's older than me, but only for 2 months, and that's helped us stay together even in school. Currently, we are both 21. Sarah has always been a really funny and charming girl. Between the two, she's the more outgoing and social, always wearing bright colors. Meanwhile, I could be considered somewhat opposite to her, being more reserved and choosing darker clothing. Still, differences in style and personality never forbid me from loving to spend time with her, and I often found myself tagging along in whatever escapades she came up with. Close to a year ago, everything about Sarah changed completely. She called me one day, and the moment I picked up the phone I knew something was up. "Hey Sarah, what's up?" I asked. The voice that came out the other line was definitely Sarah, and she didn't waste a second before starting to question me. "Hey, this might sound off, but you're OP, right?" I laughed to myself, thinking she was building up to some sort of prank at first. "Yes, this is OP." "Okay, that's good, that's good." She went silent for a bit, then continued. "Do you remember inviting me to hang out at the park last week?" "I recall you inviting me, yes." "Me? I invited you, not the other way around?" "No. Is something wrong, Sarah?" Sarah went silent for even longer. The way she was speaking prior lacked that energetic and contagious attitude I always expected from her, even in the most dire of situations. "Sarah, are you there?" "Sorry." After a short pause, she began asking yet another question. "Listen, do you remember—" "Do I remember what?" I pushed. "Do you remember Lucy being there?" "Lucy? What Lucy?" I asked, now trying to figure out the punchline of a joke that wasn't there. "Oh, no. Is this a prank? Come on, you know I'm not good at these." "Lucy, don't tell me you don't know who Lucy is. You're joking, right? Please tell me you're all messing with me." With that, Sarah began sobbing on the phone. I couldn't make much of what she was saying mid-cry, but after a little bit of me trying to calm her down, she said she'd talk to me tomorrow and hung up. After that, I tried calling her back, but she'd reject my calls every time, and eventually messaged me begging for me to leave her alone until the next day. In the end, I relented, still worried. I could barely sleep, and by the next day, I was powering through my shift early in the morning with only 3 hours of rest. An hour before work was over, Sarah texted me asking if I was free to talk. I replied that I'd be free after work, and her only reply was, "Wait, you have a job?" Later that afternoon, I went to visit her. Both her parents worked late, so it was only her and I. We sat in the living room, at first mostly in an awkward silence. She felt distant and cagey, very much unlike the Sarah I knew. She was wearing black sweatpants and a gray hoodie, a far cry from her usual reds and blues. She hugged both her legs and looked at me carefully, her gaze seemingly analyzing my every feature, as if she was trying to find anything out of the ordinary. A bit uncomfortable, I broke the ice. "So, Sarah, what was that yesterday? Did something happen?" After a moment's hesitation, she answered, "I think I'm not where I'm supposed to be." I tilted my head and squinted my eyes, thinking once again that this could be the build-up to some sort of elaborate prank. "What do you mean?" "Yesterday I had a nap. When I woke up, things were different. My room, my clothes, this house, everything. Everything was wrong." She shifted into a more comfortable position, still hugging her leg, her eyes now aimed at the floor. "Even you. You're healthy. Your hair is shorter and even your clothes are different too. It's like we switched wardrobes and it's driving me insane." The situation was so bizarre to me that I couldn't process what was happening. I couldn't really tell if she was trying to prank me or having some sort of mental health issue, so all I did was try to reassure her. Sarah, honey, it's alright. I'm here for you, okay? I don't know what's happening, but maybe we can talk to your parents and... Sarah interrupted me by raising her hand, motioning me to stop and speaking over me. No, 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 that won't work. They'll think I'm crazy. I can see even if you think I'm crazy. No, OP. I'm not having some sort of crisis or going insane. I don't know, but I think I woke up in a different reality. Different reality? What do you mean? You know the timeline shifting? Multiverse theory? I looked at her, puzzled. At this, she shouted impulsively. Jesus Christ, OP. We watched so many videos on the topic last summer. During her little outburst, I was left speechless. The Sarah I knew hated swearing with a passion, and I recalled we did something completely different the summer prior. Dude, we went to a beach resort with both our families. You were flirting with this Jamaican boy half the time. Of course. She gave her next question a little more thought. Okay, what about the Mandela effect? Oh, I know that one. It's when you remember things differently to how they were, right? Yes, something like that. So imagine you wake up one day and not one or two things are different, but everything in your life is. As she said this, she tightened her grip on her thighs to the point I could see them sinking into the folds made from pressing into the pants fabric. And you're saying that happened to you? Yes, a lot of things are different. Some are kind of the same, but even those have some differences in this world. I get the idea, but I need you to understand that you sound completely insane. OP, I want you to look me in the eyes and tell me I look insane. At her request, I looked into her eyes. I recognized that look, the one Sarah gave me when she was in trouble, despair, fear, insecurity all packaged into a singular look, something no one, save for me and her family, knew about. After that, I was able to believe her, if only a little. We began discussing the differences between my reality and hers. Things like the existence of Lucy, who apparently was the third best friend in our group, how another friend called Katie turned out to be our mortal enemy, or even darker stuff, like how Mr. Lanster, a well-liked teacher back in high school, was arrested for dating one of his students. Sarah asked me to explain what happened in this timeline, for her to know and try blending in. As the weeks passed, I kept hanging out with Sarah. Our time together felt both familiar and new. Her sudden change in tastes aligned with mine a lot more, so I felt a little guilty about the fact I was enjoying my new relationship with her more than the previous one. But then, things took a turn for the worse. She began getting sick often, and the more I saw her, the more her face was filled with dread and despair as an unknown disease took over her body. My routine changed to include daily visits to the hospital. As her health deteriorated, the amount of time I was allowed to see her was reduced as well. Last week was the last time I saw Sarah. She looked so frail I worried she'd pass away any second, but the poor girl was still able to have a conversation just fine. We had been talking for a bit. The time for me to leave was near. I have been cursed, she said all of a sudden, changing topics. What? I asked, taken aback by the sudden declaration. I found out the truth. I've been cursed to die here, in a reality that isn't my own. I never fully believed Sarah's story, but a part of me wanted to believe it was true. Gently I began asking questions of my own. How did you come to that conclusion? Yesterday, an old man came to visit. He had a kind look, and I think he was pitying me. An old man? One you didn't know? Yeah, he told me he knew about my situation, offered to help me, said I was cursed by someone back in my original reality, that this one can't sustain my form. As she told me this, she looked down at the white bed sheets covering her lower body. For some reason, she refused to meet my gaze. That's suspicious. Have you told other people about what happened? Only you. So it's weird, right? How did he offer to help? He said he could undo the curse, send me back before I die, but it has a cost I'm not sure I want to pay. A cost? What cost? I'll tell you later. I need to process things first. Something about what she said bothered me, but I didn't want to pressure her to speak. I figured that maybe she was having some sort of delusion, so after saying goodbye, I went home. Today I woke up in a room that's not my own. It's not where I'm supposed to be. I look the same, but my clothes are different. My room looks different. The house I live in should be the same, but the wallpaper is the wrong color, and there are pictures on the wall I don't remember taking. The living room has different couches. My email and usernames are different. I think I know what happened, and I don't belong here. I am not me. Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories as per usual. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's go for 1,400 likes on this one. I know that's a little bit high, but liking the video does help out immensely. So if you enjoy the video at any point, be sure to drop one. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. I do post content just like this as often as I can. Every day I am working on my next video. I wish I could post every single day. With the 2-hour videos, it's not quite possible to do that, but I do post as often as I can. Sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy the 2 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads, except for the ad break after this intro. There will not be any more after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Good night, everyone. The job is at an immense building in a forgotten corner of the world. Over the last century, the building has been used as a factory, an orphanage, a psychiatric ward, and even a prison. Each time, increasingly horrible things happened to the people in the building, and the landowner gave up trying to repurpose it. However, the area around the land developed rapidly, and the opportunity cost of leaving the land as is became too high. Thus, I was hired to evaluate and renovate the building. The first night after I accepted the job offer and signed the waiver, I walked in and grabbed a clipboard with a list of rules I must follow if I want to keep my life. You know how this goes. Rule 1, nobody you are interacting with is a living life form. Rule 2, when anyone calls and asks for Fred, you must convince them that Fred is not here. You may tell them anything, but you must never hang up. You are safe once the caller hangs up. Rule 3, remind the incense man that the morgue is in the basement, but do not show him the way, no matter how much he insists. Rule 4, if you hear a music box start to play, you must locate and close the box before the song ends. Rule 5, if a window opened by itself, toss salt out the window and wait until the hands release before closing it. Then move the wheelchair back to its original spot. Rule 6, when you see them, direct the twins to the experimentation room and tell them the doctor knows best. Smile back. Insert earplugs before the screaming starts. Rule 8, never, ever speak or write the number of the missing rule. Rule 9, every night at 9 p.m., mix rat poison with a bowl of dog food and place it out for Fluffy. If Fluffy finishes the whole bowl by 12 a.m., immediately vacate the premises. Rule 10, if you smell smoke, run up to the roof and hide behind the water reservoir tank until it starts to rain. Nowhere else is safe. And do not talk to Martin. Rule 11, do not look her in the eyes. Though my job was different, there had been contractors who worked in this building because there were generators in the basement that needed to be monitored and maintained. The rules had been passed from one contractor to the next, but I was probably the only person who laughed after reading them. Yes, I laughed. Rules, after all, are made by people who know almost nothing, for people who know even less. Let's say you got this job instead of me. You pocket the sweet advance, and you take in the rules. Every time the phone rings, you rack your brain for the most convincing lies of where Fred could be. He's on leave, he's with a client, he's in Timbuktu with his mistress. And sometimes you even yell until the caller hangs up. But will you ask why that's supposed to protect you? I can tell you. In the early 1930s, Fred was a sensation. He'd spearheaded an innovation that made the factory situated right here generate immense amounts of money and gave hundreds of women jobs. His products were simply divine, like they came from the next era. Everyone wanted at least one of his fancy watches with self-luminous paint. When women began falling dead with radiation poisoning, everyone also wanted answers. Must I remind you that Fred is no longer alive? Your callers are not amongst the living, and you're the one behind this desk now. As for why they're calling, it's because the weakest types of ghosts need directions and an invitation. Let me introduce myself. Properly this time. I am here for a job, but my job is not to follow silly rules made by ignorant humans trying to treat symptoms of a supernatural infestation while surviving to pay the bills. My job is to cleanse the factory and exorcise all the ghosts so my boss can use this land again. Evaluate and renovate, as I said. I started with the easiest task, building a trap for any ghost that wander in looking for Fred. It took almost half an hour to set it up, but I knew any ghost that needed an invitation would be weak and easy to snare. After my setup is complete, I created a new voicemail. Yes, Fred is here. 3rd room on the 2nd floor. Please visit at your earliest convenience. Then I took a suitcase, went down to an abandoned classroom, and spoke the forbidden word. 7. She emerged from behind some crates, dragging herself along the floor. Her legs were spread out in an unnatural angle behind her, like those of a dead amphibian. Her eyes were little black holes, and she was missing some of her fingers. Will you play with me? Her voice was soft, barely audible because of the black yarn pulled through her mouth. Her head, topped with a mess of tangled ginger hair, lolled side to side, and she slowly pulled herself forward towards me. I opened my suitcase. Will you play with me? She yelled at me, angry in a way only a child could be. She was suddenly right next to me. With a sudden burst of strength, she reached out for me. Will you play with me? I let her feel my hand. Her presence was clammy and wet, as if she'd taken her last breath in a pool. I'd love to, but I can't play with you. 7. I'm sorry. The black yarn pulling her lips together began to unravel as her scowl stretched into a grin, before her mouth deformed into something terrible. I added, He can, though. 7 pulled her hand back. Children, even dead ones, are curious creatures. They're easy to distract and trusting to the point where they appear gullible. She reached for my gift and gasped. Her little body radiated with joy as she ran her hands over the gift I brought her. Light returned to the little black holes that formed her eyes, and she giggled with happiness. I smiled as she read the name on the collar. She hugged her gift. I leaned down. Would you like to leave with Biscuit so he can play with you forever? Biscuit was a beloved pet whose body still radiated with spiritual warmth. His owner took him to be cremated, but could not resist handing him over when I offered to pass down words from her dead grandmother in exchange. 7 nodded, her eyes brimming with tears, and her presence began to fade. You are so nice. Nobody has ever played with me. Nobody has ever been nice to me before. But this is not a tale of how I easily broke all the rules of the building and emerged unscathed. I knew by the time I went down the same flight of stairs 20 times that the last spirit in the building was a powerful one. She was powerful enough to manipulate the world of the living without any invitation. Powerful enough to stay and haunt this ground for centuries. Powerful enough to kill and trap the hundreds here. For once in my life, I felt compelled to follow a rule. Rule 11. Do not look her in the eyes. But I can't. I can't not look her in the eyes because my vision for dead things does not work the same way your eyesight does. Even though my eyelids were firmly screwed over my eyes, I was looking directly in her eyes. Cold washed over me, and I knew she was testing me. How easily could she manipulate my body to shiver? She couldn't. A spirit cannot take from an unwilling human because the rules of life are stronger than the rules of death. But a spirit could manipulate you to give the advantage up. The strongest spirits often knew how to manipulate you until you thought that dying was the best choice you could ever make in your life. She murmured, Your life is not yours to take, I declared. You are living on borrowed time, she whispered. I know what you did that summer." She whispered threats, an auditory invasion of shrieks and wails. Nails dug into the side of my face as she spat out my darkest secrets and laughed at all my insecurities. She'd been here long before I was even born. She'd taken many men and women who were far stronger than me. She reminded me that I'd caused the death of everyone I loved. She reminded me I was destined to suffer alone until I passed my curse on to a willing prodigy. Calmly, I told her, "We know where your body is." The most powerful spirits usually derive their power from where their body had been buried. I cannot explain the rules, but if I moved her body or manipulated the environment of her body, she could find herself trapped in torment forever. She could not take anything from me unless I gave permission, but I could feel her longing. Her existence, even now, tormented her. She wanted to be freed, but she did not want to give up. Whatever happened in her life, she died with so much rage, sorrow, and regret that she was able to sustain her existence for centuries. She was the true source of all the horrible happenings of the building, starting when the land was merely a burial ground. "I have an eternity," she said, because I'd already entered her trap. She could keep me trapped in the never-ending stairwell while preventing me from manipulating her body. My mortal body will perish. "Do you?" I smiled. "Are you sure about that?" You see, I don't just waltz into haunted buildings because I could. I knew dozens of ways to repel ghosts, to reach into the spirit world and tear them apart. I chanted one of the most powerful spells I know. The coldness receded, her presence became less overpowering. Then one by one, my fingernails popped off. I silenced myself. Her presence sharpened again. A spirit typically cannot take from or harm an unwilling medium, but when I started my chant, I'd willingly established a connection with her. In my decades of dancing with the supernatural, I'd never met a spirit strong enough to resist an exorcism and attack me at the same time. I'd seen plenty of attacks on humans who unwittingly gave permission. There were endless ways you could invite the cursed energy in, but I was trained to resist. Glancing at my bloody fingers, I straightened my shoulder, took a seat on the floor and said, "An eternity, you say? So, how was your day?" My antics caught her off guard. She had an eternity, yes, but we both knew time was of no value to her. I was the last hope for the landowner. If I couldn't exercise his land, the land would simply be sealed off. I'd already sent away the hundreds of souls she'd accumulated over the centuries. Her eternity would become more damned than ever. Her presence stirred, as if she was settling down. We simply existed in the same place at the same time. My soul was already cursed. She could not trap me here even if she killed me here. She'd simply be alone, and, based on how many victims she collected in the last centuries, she was terrified of being alone. She responded, "I want you to listen to my story." So, she wanted validation and a witness to believe her as she shared the horrible ways her life unfolded before she met her end. A person dies a second time when somebody says their name for the last time. Whoever she was, she'd died so long ago that even my extensive research couldn't unearth her name. Despite how calm I was, I did not have a choice. "I can't do that." Then she hissed, "And after, I want to rip out your tongue." "I will permit nothing else, but I will permit you my tongue. You must promise to leave this world." She began. Her name was Kanawa. Hours later, exactly as the clock struck noon of the next day, I emerged from the large building with blood all over my shirt. True to her words, as she was bound, she left after she finished her life story and ripped out my tongue. Contrary to what you might have thought, being the only person in this world who knew her name, her pains, her deepest secrets, and how unfair her life had been, didn't make her more sympathetic towards me. I don't know if I could have negotiated and gotten away with a less damning injury, but she was certainly too powerful for me to remove by force. I texted the landowner to tell him that his building was now free of ghosts, and I threw the list of rules into the trash. I was starting to feel faint from the loss of blood. but I did take emergency medication for the bleeding, and the ambulance was already on its way. The police sirens were loud enough to wake the entire neighborhood. I heard them before I even opened my eyes. The overlapping echoes kept getting closer. My mom and dad were already out of bed by the time I stepped into the hallway. My sister right behind me. We all went outside together and saw that nearly every neighbor was doing the same thing, drawn down the sidewalk toward a cluster of flashing red and blue lights. As we got closer, I realized all of it was happening in front of the Dreadmore house. The house had been abandoned for as long as I could remember. The boarded windows, the sagging porch, the stories people told about it being haunted. Crime tape stretched across the yard as officers moved in and out. No one spoke a word. Then a stretcher came through the front door with a body bag strapped tightly on top of it. Someone gasped. I felt my mom's hand grip my shoulder. That was enough for my parents. They turned us around and made me and my sister go back inside. I didn't sleep after that. I just laid in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering what could have possibly happened in that house. The next morning, I went through my routine and headed to the bus stop like normal. I was standing there when I heard my name being shouted. I turned and saw my best friend Joshua running toward me along with Damien, who was right behind him. They were both out of breath, talking over each other so fast I couldn't understand a word. I told them to slow down. Joshua finally blurted it out. "Nick's dad is dead." I stared at him, waiting for him to laugh or take it back. When he didn't, I asked him to say it again. He did, but louder this time. Damien jumped in, explaining that someone had called the police the night before about screams coming from the Dreadmore house. Nick's dad, who was already working patrol, had gone inside to check it out. According to rumors, he just died. No explanation or struggle. He just collapsed. The bus showed up before any of us could say anything else, and when we stepped on, we noticed Nick wasn't on it. He wasn't at school either. Days passed, then weeks eventually. Missing person flyers with Nick's face started appearing on light poles, strip malls, bus stops, just about everywhere you can think of. I saw his mom out there almost every day, stapling them up for hours. Police cars even started stopping by her house regularly. One night I overheard my mom telling my dad that Nick's mom had started showing up to work drunk and getting sent home early. Then came the night that started it all. I couldn't sleep, so I got out of bed and pulled my telescope toward the window, aiming it at the moon like I'd done 100 times before. But when I opened the curtains, I noticed movement on the street. I adjusted the lens and felt my chest tighten. It was Nick's mom. She was walking slowly like she wasn't fully awake. I followed her with the telescope as she moved down the block. She was heading straight for the Dreadmore house. I watched as she reached the porch and lifted her hand toward the doorknob. Then she stopped for a second. Everything was still. Then her head turned slowly. Too slowly. She looked straight at my window. My breath caught in my throat as I adjusted the focus. Her face filled the lens, and her skin was pale in a way that didn't look human anymore. It was stretched tight like all the blood had been drained out of it. Her eyes were the worst part, though, as they sunk deep into her face, completely black, not reflecting a single trace of light. She just stared with her mouth hung slightly open, as if she was trying to remember how to speak. I dropped the telescope and stumbled backward, screaming. My parents came rushing into my room, my mom flipping on the lights while my dad stood in the doorway, already annoyed. "What's going on?" my mom asked. "Why are you screaming?" I was shaking as I tried to explain, words tumbling over each other. I told them about the telescope, about Nick's mom and her face, the way she looked right at me. My dad sighed before I even finished. "You were half asleep," he said. "You probably dreamed it." "I wasn't asleep," I said. "I was wide awake. I saw her." My mom exchanged a look with him. "You've been hearing a lot of scary things lately," she said gently. with Nick and his dad. Your mind is filling in gaps. I know what I saw, I said, my voice cracking. That's enough, my dad said. Go back to bed. The light flicked off and they left. I lay there in the dark, wishing I hadn't looked through that telescope at all. The next day, I went to Joshua's house and told him and Damien everything. We sat on the floor in his room with the door shut, like we were planning something illegal. Damien laughed after I finished explaining. So you're saying she turned into a ghost now? He said. Come on. She didn't look normal, I said. I'm telling you, something's wrong. Joshua didn't laugh. He just sat there, quiet, staring at the carpet. He knew me too well to think I'd make something like that up. Damien rolled his eyes and suggested we should go and investigate ourselves. No, Joshua and I said at the same time. Later that day, we went outside to walk the neighborhood and saw police cars parked in front of Nick's mom's house. Damien asked one of the officers what was going on, but the cop brushed him off. As we walked away, we heard another officer say, her coworkers say she didn't show up this morning. I stopped walking. My heart pounded as I turned to them. I told you, I said quietly. We ran back to Joshua's house and talked it over. If she went to the Dreadmore house, and Nick was missing too, then maybe that's where he is. We should tell our parents, Damien said. So we did. They asked a lot of questions, but none of them sounded worried, just confused or annoyed. My parents were more upset that I'd been awake late than anything else. Later that night, lying awake in Joshua's room, I finally said what I'd been thinking all day. No one's going to help, I said. If Nick's still alive, he needs us. Joshua sat up in his sleeping bag. You're talking about going inside that house. I know, I said. I don't want to, but we can't just do nothing. Damien didn't say anything at first. He stared at the wall, jaw clenched. Then he nodded. Joshua looked at him, then at me. Let's do it, they both said. And that was the moment I would soon regret. After Joshua's parents finally fell asleep, we quietly got dressed, grabbed our flashlights and climbed out his bedroom window. We dropped into the bushes below, branches snapping and scratching at our arms as we landed. None of us laughed, none of us spoke. We moved quickly, cutting through backyards and hopping fences until we reached Wicked Lane. The Dreadmore house waited at the end of the street. We approached the house and stood there for a moment, staring at it. The house looked bigger than usual, like it was leaning forward, watching us. Maybe this wasn't the best idea, Damien whispered. We should head back. Before I could answer, Joshua shook his head. No, he said. We're going inside. We're finding Nick and his mom. But what if they're dead? Damien asked. Joshua swallowed. Then at least we'll know, he said, and we'll tell the police where to find them. He stepped onto the porch. We followed. The front door was already slightly open, so Joshua pushed it and it creaked open. We were greeted with darkness until we turned on our flashlights and stepped into a living room frozen in time with old furniture from the 50s or 60s. Thick dust coating everything, cobwebs hanging in the corners. My light drifted upward and stopped on a large portrait above the fireplace. In the painting was a family of 5. A mother, a father, and 3 children. Something about their eyes made my skin crawl because as I looked closely, I realized they didn't look painted. They looked aware. This has to be the Dreadmores, I said. Joshua nodded. You remember the story, right? I asked him to tell it again. He said, the family moved in decades ago after making a deal that was too good to be true. The real estate agent promised them the house for almost nothing. For weeks, everything seemed fine until the youngest daughter, Rebecca, started talking about the red door. Upstairs, at the end of a long hallway, was a single door painted red. No one could open it. The agent claimed it was just a storage space, but whispers came from behind it along with loud sounds of scratching. Soon, the family started seeing things and hearing voices. Eventually, paranoia set in. Then one night, They left everything behind and vanished. Joshua finished the story just as something shuffled above us. We froze. Slowly we moved towards the staircase. Every step creaked under our weight. When we reached the top, we turned to our left and there it was. The red door. "Nick and his mom have to be behind that door," Damien whispered. None of us answered. We just slowly moved down the hallway with every step carrying an impending sense of doom. But we abruptly stopped as we started to smell smoke. I looked over the railing only to see the entire downstairs on fire. Flames climbed the walls, roaring upward. Panic took over as we ran from door to door, yanking handles, screaming for help, but none of them would open. The fire crawled up the stairs. Then, to our surprise, the red door creaked open. We didn't hesitate to sprint towards it. Joshua ran through. Damien followed. I was right behind them when the door slammed shut so hard in my face that my ears rang. When the ringing stopped, I turned around. The fire was gone. The house was filled with silence. I rushed to the railing. The downstairs was untouched. No flames, no smoke, no heat. Just darkness. Joshua and Damien were gone. I ran to the red door and yanked the knob. I pounded on it until my hand swelled, until my throat was raw from screaming eventually. All I could do was sit there and cry. The police would search the Dreadmore house from top to bottom after I told them everything. They said they never found a red door. They questioned me for hours, going over the same details again and again, trying to make sense of something they couldn't explain and something I couldn't prove. Months passed. Life kept moving, even though I felt stuck. Sometimes, late at night, I feel the urge to set up my telescope and aim it at the house. I tell myself it's a bad idea, that my imagination is looking for patterns that aren't there, but every time I look, I swear I see the same thing. 2 small figures standing in the window on the far left side of the house, watching me. So if you take anything from this story, whatever you do, never go inside anywhere you have no business being. I'll start by saying I'm not a superstitious person. I spent 11 years staring at spreadsheets in a Chicago office on the 14th floor. Numbers, deadlines, the same coffee machine that always burned the bottom of the pot. I was good at my job. I was miserable at my life. So I turned 34 and my doctor told me my blood pressure was that of a 60-year-old. I did something my coworkers thought was insane. I quit. I sold my apartment. I bought 40 acres in a Harlan County, Kentucky, and I moved into a farmhouse that smelled like old wood and something I couldn't name. I wanted soil. I wanted silence. I wanted to grow something with my hands for once instead of just moving numbers around. For the first 2 weeks, it was everything I imagined. Quiet mornings, hard work, falling asleep before 10 p.m. I felt like a different person. Then I found the marks. They were carved into the ground at the edge of the east field. Not scratched, carved. Deep and deliberate, like someone had taken their time. Symbols I didn't recognize arranged in a pattern that almost looked like it meant something. I took pictures and posted them on a local Facebook group, asking if anyone knew what they were. One woman said kids probably did it. One man said it was probably an old property marker. Nobody seemed concerned. I told myself they were right, and went back to work. 3 days later, the corn in that field was already 6 inches tall. I'd planted it less than 2 weeks before. I'm not an experienced farmer, but I did my research. I knew what the growth rate was supposed to look like. This wasn't it. I walked the rows every morning, and every morning it was taller than it should have been. I called the guy I bought the property from and asked if the soil had been treated with anything. He laughed and said that field hadn't grown anything in 15 years. I started hearing it in the 3rd week. Not a sound, exactly. More like the absence of sound moving. Like something was walking through the field at night, and the crickets going quiet wherever it passed. I'd sit on the porch and watch the silence move between the rows, a line of nothing cutting through the noise. I bought a trail camera and set it up facing the east field. The next morning I checked the footage. 8 hours of recording. The timestamp was correct, but the footage from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. was just white. Not corrupted, not dark. White. Like something had been directly in front of the lens producing light, but there was nothing there when I checked in the morning. I showed my neighbor Earl. He's 67, been farming in Harlan his whole life. He looked at the footage for a long time without saying anything. Then he handed my phone back and told me to plant something else in that field. I asked him why. He said some ground remembers things. I didn't know what that meant, and he didn't explain further. On a Tuesday morning in the 4th week, I walked out to the field and found my dog at the edge of it. She wasn't moving. I found the others throughout the day. 3 rabbits, 2 birds, a deer, all of them arranged in a perfect circle around a single point near the center of the field. Not scattered, not random. Placed. Every animal facing outward from the center, like they were guarding something, or presenting it. I called the county animal control. They came out, looked around, took some notes, and told me it was probably coyotes. I didn't argue, but I stood there after they left and looked at that circle for a long time. Coyotes don't make circles. Coyotes don't arrange things. That night, I didn't sleep. I went to the center of the circle the next morning with a shovel. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe nothing. Maybe I was hoping to find nothing and finally convince myself that I'd made a mistake moving here, and that everything had a rational explanation, and I could go back to being a boring accountant who thought the most terrifying thing in the world was a quarterly audit. I dug for maybe 20 minutes before the shovel hit something that wasn't soil. I cleared the dirt away with my hands. It was a woman. She was wrapped in leaves from the corn, the same corn that had grown too fast in the wrong soil in the field that hadn't produced anything in 15 years. The leaves were woven around her like someone had taken time with it, like it meant something. She looked like she was sleeping except for the fact that she was clearly gone. Her skin was the color of the soil, her hands were folded across her chest, and she was smiling. Not the slack expression of someone who died peacefully. A smile, deliberate, like whatever she saw last was something she had been waiting a long time to see. She was wearing a jacket with a target tag still on the sleeve. The police came. They taped off the field. They asked me questions for hours and then asked me to stay in the county while they investigated. That was 6 days ago. They haven't told me who she is. They haven't told me how long she was down there. What they don't know, because I didn't tell them, is that last night I went through my trail camera footage again. All of it, from the beginning. In the very first recording, the night after I planted the east field, before the marks, before everything, there is a moment at 3 a.m. where the camera shifts slightly, just a degree, like something bumped it gently, and in the corner of the frame, just barely visible is a hand, pressed flat against the soil. From underneath, I'm not going back to that field. I don't think it matters. This morning I found marks carved into the wood of my porch steps. I recognized them this time. They're the same ones I found in the east field. They weren't there yesterday. Update. Several people have asked me about the symbols. I've been trying to upload the photos, but my phone keeps freezing every time I open that specific folder. I'll keep trying. Also, Earl won't answer my calls anymore. When I was a little girl, I heard the soft hoot of an owl nearby. I got out of bed and made a run to the window in the living room, where I presumed I would have the best chance of seeing the owl. I grabbed the curtain, but before I could open it, my mother stopped me, awakened by my loud steps. "You can't do that," my mother said in a gentle but strict voice. "Sorry," I answered, avoiding my mother's eyes. "It's fine, but just remember you can't open the curtains at night because you might catch the attention of the witches." She reminded me as she walked me back to my room and tucked me in. I can't remember if I gave her an answer, but I do remember her holding me tightly, and at some point I fell asleep. There is a well-known story in my town. Owls are witches in disguise. They transform at night and fly around the neighborhood searching for their next victim. Once they choose someone, they will stand on the roof of a house and tell the resident of the impending death. Sometimes death isn't immediate, but on this occasion it was. 2 houses away from mine, a couple's newborn baby had passed away in his sleep. The news spread quickly. Medically speaking, the baby boy died from SIDS, but we all knew what had really happened. A witch had stolen his soul. A few months later, everything had calmed down again. The couple that had lost their baby had moved away, and a new couple moved in. No one had heard an owl in those same months, and finally everyone slept in peace. One morning I went outside to our backyard to search for ladybugs. Finding them meant I would have good luck. "Good morning, birdies." I waved to the budgies inside the cage. I love seeing them fly around the large cage my father had built for them. But that day, I was on a mission and quickly ran towards the garden to find as many ladybugs as possible. Every time I found a ladybug, I would count how many spots they had and then place them on my hand in the hope they would become my friend. I laughed as they tickled me with their small feet. Every time one flew away, I felt a little sad, but quickly recovered and went back to my search. The chirping of the budgies had become my background music. An hour passed, or maybe 2, or maybe it had just been 10 minutes when the budgies' usual clatter became terrified screams. I quickly turned around to see an owl trying to reach for the cage. I forgot my task at hand and ran towards the cage and the owl. Once closer, I realized the owl was injured. There was some bleeding on her left wing. It took me a moment to realize the budgies had quieted down and the owl was staring directly at me. "It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." I tried to reassure the owl. The owl continued to stare at me, giving the cage occasional glances. "Let me get you some band-aids and then I can give you some food. Please stay," I yelled at the owl as I ran back inside. I ran to my room and grabbed several band-aids just in case the owl had a large cut. I always felt better when my mom would put a band-aid on me. I hoped I could do the same for the owl. She still stood by the cage when I came back. I approached slowly, trying not to scare her away. I touched her head and marveled at the softness of her feathers. "This will hurt a little, but I promise you will feel better soon," I told the owl as I lifted her wing and placed 2 pink band-aids. The owl didn't move. She stared at me the whole time, but never tried to bite. Then another thought occurred to me. She was probably hungry and that's why she was standing by the cage. She wanted seeds. I didn't know at the time that owls were carnivores. I thought all birds ate seeds. I grabbed the bag of seeds under the cage and placed a handful of them in my hand. I offered them to her, hoping that if she ate, she would feel better. The owl looked at me for a long time. I couldn't tell what she was thinking, but I still held out my hand in the hope she would eat and feel better. As if making up her mind, the owl took a bite of the seeds, but with it, she bit my hand. "Ouch!" I cried as I moved my hand away. The owl stood there, watching me. I felt tears welling up in my eyes. I had been bitten by the budgies before, but I had never bled from it. I told myself this was probably an accident, and while I didn't want to get bitten again, I still extended my hand to the owl in the hope she would eat more. The owl took one more glance at me and took it upon herself to finish the seeds that were left on my hand. Once she ate all the seeds, even the bloodied ones, she left without a warning. I'm not sure why I lied to my parents about how I cut my hand. I told them I had tripped and had caught my hand on some sharp rock. After they made sure I didn't need stitches, they put some band-aids on and just told me to be more careful. A few nights later, I heard the owl's warning of impending death. Remembering my mother's warning, I didn't go check on the window. Instead, I prayed the owl wasn't at my neighbor's house because Don Cristobal made the best tortillas and I wanted to go ask for some in the morning. That night, the owl was particularly busy. Usually we would hear hoots for a few minutes and then she would be gone. This time her warnings continued through the night until the sun broke the night. The next morning, nothing happened. With my parents' permission, I went next door and ate some of the best tortillas I've had in my life. The neighbors whispered about the occurrence of the previous night, wondering who would be next to die. The fear of death dwindled in the next few days as nothing had happened. Maybe this time the owl had been wrong. Maybe this particular owl wasn't a witch. Maybe. And then it happened. I was sitting outside with my parents having sandwiches when I saw the owl I had fed. The bandages were still stuck on her wing. As I was about to point her out to my parents, the ground began to shake. My parents tried to reach out to me. I tried to get up and run towards them, but it was impossible. In my desperate attempt to reach my parents, I hadn't realized the owl was heading towards me. When I saw her, I was confused. I saw her grow. She became big, almost as big as my parents. She swooped down and extended her wings over me, covering me. I could hear my parents' screams, the houses around me falling and the cracking of the ground. When it finally stopped, everything was silent. The owl removed her protective wings and without warning she flew away. Everything around me was destroyed. The whole neighborhood was gone. I would later be told I was the sole survivor. My story of being saved by the witch owl was dismissed as a child's way of coping with the unimaginable. I know what I saw. I still see her flying by my house from time to time. I carry the scar she left on my left hand from that feeding. And I know that one day, she will stand on my roof to announce my death. I work at a funeral home in a small town on the Washington coast called Gravesend, and I can't keep it to myself anymore. This place is different, not in the way people usually mean when they say haunted or creepy, but in a quieter, stranger way that settles under your skin if you spend too much time here. Things happen at this funeral home that don't make sense. It was small things at first, like a misplaced file, an odd sound in the preparation room, or flowers arranged differently than I remembered. Then there's the bigger things that make me question whether the dead are actually staying where we put them. I've started writing these stories down. Maybe it's to keep track before I forget, or maybe it's to prove that I'm not imagining it at all. If you haven't heard of Gravesend, that's normal. Most people haven't. The town sits on a thin stretch of land between the ocean and the ocean cliffside where the highway eventually runs out and turns to gravel. If you keep driving past that point long enough, the road narrows, the fog gets thicker, and eventually you are here whether you meant to be or not. The funeral home sits at the very edge of town, which is fitting, I guess. Most people only end up there once. People imagine funeral homes are unsettling places, but the truth is they're usually very calm. The dead don't cause problems. The living do that well enough on their own. I started working here just 3 years ago after moving back to my hometown, and sometimes I think about my old roommate, Elsie, back in my college dorm building, daring me to see what was behind locked doors and forgotten rooms. I laugh now because the only doors I open are to preparation rooms and mausoleum crypts, and the things I find are far stranger than anything she could have imagined. My boss, Martin, has owned the place for decades, and mostly lets me handle the day-to-day stuff like the paperwork and preparation room, and whatever other odd jobs need doing when families aren't around. It's quiet, predictable work, save for the few odd things here and there. A fog rolled in early that afternoon, the kind that drifts all the way up the cliffside from the water and settles over the town until the streets look like they're fading into nothing about 50 yards ahead of you. By sunset, the whole place felt muted and gray, like the world had been wrapped in cotton. The body arrived just after sunset, a man in his late 50s who died in the hospital about 20 miles inland. The hearse pulled in just after 7. I stepped outside to help unload the body bag, the damp air carrying that familiar smell of salt and wet leaves from the forest behind the building. The driver handed me the paperwork while we wheeled the stretcher inside, through the preparation room doors. Heart attack, according to the paperwork. That part wasn't unusual. What was unusual was the name because I recognized it immediately. The pen stopped moving in my hand. You see, Gravesend is a small enough town that you eventually learn most of the names that come through the doors, and some of them stick with you longer than others, especially when you're the one who helped bury them. The man's name was Daniel Crow, and just last year I stood beside the grave when Daniel was lowered into the ground. I remember it clearly because it was my first funeral that I had a small hand in arranging, and it rained the entire time. Cold, steady rain that soaked through my coat while the priest rushed through the service and the family huddled under umbrellas that kept turning inside out with the wind. I remember the coffin with its dark wood and brass handles, heavy enough that the pallbearers nearly slipped on the wet grass, and I remember standing beside Martin, watching the lid disappear beneath the edge of the grave. So when I saw the name on the paperwork, my first instinct was that there had to be some kind of mistake. Gravesend isn't large, but coincidences aren't impossible. Most of the time when a family name appears on a death certificate, it belongs to someone you've seen around town for years. A neighbor, a former teacher, the owner of the grocery store you've been shopping at since childhood. But the odds of two men with the same name, the exact same birth date, and the exact same hometown both ending up on our preparation table seemed unlikely enough that my stomach began to tighten almost immediately. Still, paperwork gets mixed up. Hospitals make clerical errors. It wouldn't have been the strangest administrative mistake I'd ever seen. I stood there for a while looking at him. He looked ordinary, pale, still, and a little thinner than I remembered. Maybe. But time does that. Eventually I went upstairs to check our files. We keep physical records going back almost 50 years in a narrow room behind the chapel. It took me about 10 minutes of sifting through the dusty binders and yellowing paperwork to find it. Crow Daniel. A year ago, buried at North Briar Cemetery, plot C14. Everything was in order: his death certificate, service documentation, burial permit. I carried the folder downstairs to Martin, and he read through it slowly while I stood beside him, trying not to let my hands tremble. He glanced up at the body on the preparation table and finally said in his usual calm, measured voice, "I thought he looked familiar." "You remember him?" I asked. "That was the rainy service," he replied. I swallowed hard. I checked the records. He was buried in Section C last year. Martin rubbed his forehead. "Maybe the family moved him." I offered, hoping for the mundane explanation to be true. "No request ever came through here," he said. We went through with the viewing as scheduled. The family didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary, though I caught myself glancing at the urns and caskets as if one might suddenly vanish before my eyes. And when the burial came, the rain had started again, heavy and gray. The grave chosen for Daniel Crow lay in Section C, and I instinctively knew where his original grave was, only 20 feet away. My heart thudded as we approached, the fresh soil dark against the green grass. The headstone from a year ago stood silently, granite slick with water, and the engraving was exactly as I remembered: Daniel Crow. I tried not to focus on it, on the fact that it looked untouched, exactly as it had been when we first buried him. The pallbearers lowered the coffin into the new grave while the priest murmured the short service, and I felt an irrational sense of wrongness settle over me, like watching a duplicate layer of reality overlap the one I had accepted. After the family left, when the fog had thickened and the cemetery gates had closed, Martin suggested we check the original grave. I followed him through the mist, the path barely visible, the trees looming overhead. Digging was slow work, the soil soft but tangled with roots and stones. My fingers ached, but worse was the creeping sense that the night was watching, that some quiet awareness in the town itself had noticed our intrusion. When the coffin surfaced, I saw what I had feared. Empty. No body, no clothes, no bones. Only a thin layer of soil that had fallen through the seams, disturbed by nothing we had done. The faint scent of earth and decay, and the sound of rain on the trees filled the silence around us. Martin leaned on his shovel and let the lid fall back into place. Neither of us spoke for a long time. Finally, he looked toward the freshly dug up grave, then to the fresh grave from earlier in the day and mumbled, "Well, I suppose we'll find out soon enough." I shivered, wet and cold, thinking not just about the body but of everything I'd come to notice about Gravesend in the years since returning. The fog that settles over town and seems to hide more than just the ocean of the cliffside. The quiet insistence of the town that some things remained undisturbed. The subtle way residents always seem to know more than they say. "Find out what?" I asked. Martin's gaze lingered on the new grave. "Whether he plans on staying put this time," he said. I stood there feeling the weight of it, the creeping certainty that Gravesend has rules, and even when you follow them perfectly, the dead might still have their own plans. And I thought back briefly of Elsie at my old college apartment, and how she used to dare me to explore abandoned places with her. Somehow, being here in the fog, surrounded by graves, I realized Gravesend itself was the kind of place even she wouldn't have dared to enter. I don't know what's happening here, or why some of the dead don't stay buried, but I do know that I can't ignore it anymore. Every day the funeral home brings something new, something that doesn't fit with what we understand about death and burial. I'm just trying to make sense of what's happening here in Gravesend, and maybe writing it down will keep me safe, or at least sane. Either way, I'll keep writing down my stories and sharing the strange things that happen behind the doors of this funeral home, at the edge of the world. I grew up in a house tucked into the woods not far from Seattle, close enough to a main road that you could still hear the world if you listened, but far enough that the trees felt like they were alive and watching. It was quiet in a way that didn't feel empty, just watchful. Our house sat there with the forest pressing in around it, like it had been placed in the middle of something older. I lived there with my dad, my mom, and my older brother. We had 3 dogs, Blue, Daisy, and Pete, so the house was never really still. There was always movement, always noise, something grounding you in the fact that you weren't alone. At least, that is how it was at first. I was young, around 5 when everything started. At that age, I didn't know anything about ghosts or the paranormal or anything like that. There wasn't some idea planted in my head that made me expect things to happen. Whatever I experienced it without context, just as something real. And for a while, it was small things. Little moments that didn't make sense but were easy to brush off. A quick tug at the back of my shirt when no one was there. Movement in the corner of my eye that disappeared the second I tried to focus on it. The kind of things you notice for a second, then forget, until they start happening again and again. At the time, none of it had a name. It was just something. Then my mom passed away. After that, the house didn't feel the same. Not in a way I could explain back then, but something shifted. The quiet felt heavier, the nights felt longer, and the small things stopped being small. It seemed worse at night. Everything didn't all at once, not in some dramatic way, but enough that I began to notice a pattern. The house would settle into silence, the kind that fills your ears when everything else is gone. My room was always the center of it. That was where it felt the strongest. One night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, coming from the left side of my bed. Not in the hallway, not somewhere distant, but inside the room with me. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe right. I just pulled the blanket over my head and stayed there, trying to disappear under it, using it as a false sense of protection. Then it happened. A roar, loud and sudden, right in my ear. Close enough that it felt like whatever made it was right next to my face. I didn't think. I just ran. I bolted out of my room, down the hallway and straight into my brother's room. I didn't even knock, just burst in and climbed into his bed. I remember being terrified of looking back into the hallway, especially at his open doorway when the lights were off. It always felt like something could be standing there if I looked too long. After that, it didn't stop. Some nights when I was under the covers, I would feel the end of my bed move. Not slightly, not like something settling, but like weight pressing down, then lifting, like something was sitting there or bouncing lightly. I never checked, I never looked. I stayed still and waited for it to stop. During the day, things were quieter, but not gone. I would hear voices sometimes, coming from behind closed doors when no one else was home. Not loud, not clear enough to understand, but enough to know they were there. Other times I would catch movement where there wouldn't be any. Something shifting just out of sight. And then there were the dreams. They didn't feel like normal dreams. They felt close, like they were happening just on the other side of being awake. Sometimes I would see glowing red eyes at the end of the hallway, staring back at me before I woke up. Other times, things would look normal at first and then something would be wrong. One time I woke up and walked into the living room. From there I could see straight into the kitchen. My mom was there standing at the stove, cooking like nothing had ever happened. I remember walking closer, not questioning it, just accepting it. Then I looked outside. Pete was in the yard, but he wasn't right. His body looked wrong, stretched and uneven, like something had tried to shape him and didn't get it quite right. He turned and looked at me. That's when I woke up. Even outside, it didn't fully go away. There were times I would look out toward the edge of the forest and see figures standing there, just far enough that I couldn't make out details. Sometimes they looked like people, sometimes they would wave. I never waved back. And then there was the one time that almost went further. There were people over that day, my brother's friends. Everyone was outside, talking, messing around, not really paying attention. I wandered off without anyone noticing, moving toward the tree line like I had done before. That's when I heard it, a voice calling my name. It sounded exactly like my dad's girlfriend, familiar, clear, and close enough that I didn't question it. It came from the woods just beyond where the trees started, calling again and again, steady, patient. I started walking toward it, closer to the trees, closer to the voice, and I probably would have kept going if something hadn't interrupted it. I heard a dirt bike getting louder, cutting through everything else. One of my brother's friends came up fast, stopped, and pulled me onto the back before I could go any further. He took me back to the house. When I got there, I asked where my dad's girlfriend was. They told me she wasn't there. She had never been there. Edit. I remembered a few more things about the house I talked about before, and the more I think about it, the more certain details stand out. First, the layout. If you walked out of my room, there was a hallway. On the left side were two doors. The first was the bathroom, and the second was the washroom. On the right side was my brother's room, and then my parents' room further down. At the very end of the hallway, on the left side, was the side door that led outside. That door led directly to the area I mentioned before, where the old flower bed was. It was only about 5 feet from the door. I was told it had already been there before we moved in, and neither my brother nor I ever really questioned it at the time, but looking back, both of us had the same thought about it. We both believed it might have been a grave, not based on anything concrete, just a feeling we both had. Another thing I realize is that I don't remember ever seeing any of our dogs near that flower bed. Not once. They never dug at it, never laid near it, nothing. It just kind of existed there, untouched. There was also the staircase my dad had uncovered on that same side of the house. It was made of what looked like old stone or cobble, leading down toward the backyard since the front of the house was elevated. I never thought much of it at the time, but now it feels strange that something like that was just buried there. When I think about everything together, the layout, the side door, the flower bed, the staircase, and the fact that most of the things I experienced happened around my room in that hallway, it all feels a lot more connected than I realized as a kid. I'm still trying to piece together what was actually happening, versus what I might have just imagined at that age. But the details don't feel random anymore. During my youth, I lived in a small town in Oklahoma named Panama. I stayed in a tiny, wooden house with my dad where the floorboards creaked and the house rattled with every step. Our house, like all of Panama, was surrounded by miles of forest with nothing else in sight. Every year, dozens of people go missing in that woody maze. During one summer, as I was laying in bed, my dad came in my room and told me to get out of the house for a while. "You're 14 now, Mike. I trust you to play in the woods alone. Just don't go too far. Never let the house leave your sight." I usually just spent my summers in my room reading. It was a small town, and I was too shy to make friends with the few kids that lived around there. I found a tall oak tree to sit under, and was in the middle of picking at the grass when I heard a sound in some bushes a few feet in front of me. I jumped at first, but relaxed when I noticed it was just a dog. I was surprised. Not many stray dogs could be found this far out in the woods, but that thought left my mind when I really looked at it. It was an older, female dog of medium height. She had blue eyes and a short, black coat of fur that covered her slender body. However, she had small, gray lumps on her skin that looked fleshy and pale. I assumed it was some kind of tumor, but she seemed to be in fine health. In fact, her eyes had some sort of intelligence about them that I'd never seen in a dog. She walked slowly towards me and wagged her tail, and I smiled knowing I had found a friend for the summer. We spent the next month chasing each other through the woods and swimming in the small pond behind my house. I knew my dad would never let me keep a dog, but she seemed fine out there. She never ate the food I snuck her, or drank the water from the pond, but she remained perfectly healthy. I named her Luna, and she became my best friend. One night, I woke up to howling in the woods. It sounded like Luna, but she never cried like this. The only noise she made was quiet, gentle barks. I slipped on my shoes and started sneaking out of the house. I knew the right floorboards to step on and left my house without making a sound. I hesitated before entering the woods. I'd never been out here alone in the dark. The trees that I knew so well towered over me like dark giants, glaring down from above. Nervously, I entered the woods and began walking towards the sound. As the cries grew louder, I began to run. I ran until I could no longer see the house, and I was surrounded by nothing but darkness and those cries that were now so loud that I wondered how a dog could ever sound like that. Eventually, after running for at least a mile, I found where Luna had gone. There was a wide hole beneath a tree that went down in a slant like the side of a triangle. Inside the hole, I heard the shouts of Luna that were getting quieter as she went further inside. I yelled her name over and over again, praying she would come out, but eventually her cries faded completely. After taking a deep breath, I got on my knees and crawled inside the hole, determined to find my friend. After crawling a few feet into the hole, I was in complete darkness. The faint moonlight could no longer reach me, and I felt so alone. However, I kept crawling on. What felt like hours passed, and the once spacious hole began to narrow. I had to duck my head down and then press my limbs tight against each other before finally resorting to laying like a worm and inching down that hole. Fear started to creep up on me. How would I turn around and get out? And how did this hole in the woods go down so deep? But I simply kept going. I felt a sharp pain in my scalp as my head dug into the sharp rocks above. My elbows were rubbed raw by the tunnel walls that somehow kept getting narrower. I cried out in pain, and tried to press against the walls with all my strength, but I couldn't move them an inch. I have no idea how far down I crawled, but it felt as if I was trapped in a coffin 1,000 feet below the earth. Yet, despite this, there was enough room for me to continue inching forward. It was strange. I felt like this tunnel was almost made for me. I thought about trying to turn back multiple times, but every time I tried, I could hear the faint sound of Luna's cry, and I would continue my crawl down the tunnel. All of a sudden, the tunnel widened by a few feet, and I almost shouted in happiness. It widened and widened until I could stand up. I began walking forward until my head smacked into the wall. I expected the blow to hurt and to deepen the cut on my head that was already feeling warm with blood, but instead it felt soft. The wall was muddy and felt cool against my skin. Worried about Luna being trapped in a muddy prison, I pressed myself inside and walked forward, one step at a time. It felt like I was traveling through icy cold jello. However, movement was getting easier, and the mud started to feel good. It grew warmer until it felt like I was taking a nice bath. Eventually, the mud gave way to what felt like water, allowing me to swim through it. I dived down into the dark abyss, my lungs never crying for air despite the fact that I should have long since drowned by now. An overwhelming peace filled my mind. I no longer thought about leaving or finding Luna, just about going deeper into the earth. I never opened my eyes. A voice in my head that didn't seem like my own told me that would ruin the profound peace that I felt now. I never wanted to leave. This was heaven for me. That wasn't until a small drop of blood from the cut on my scalp dripped into my eye, and I woke up from the trance. Immediately a smell of rot entered my nose. It wasn't like the rot I had smelt from dead animals or bad meat, but something infinitely worse. It's really hard to explain. The smell felt impossible. It was like something had been rotting for generations without ever fully decaying. I instinctively started gagging, but stopped when the water that now felt harsh and cold entered my mouth. The taste was infinitely worse than the smell, and I began to cry as I choked down that rotten liquid. Despite the taste, it looked perfectly clear, yet I could tell there was something unnatural about it. I could breathe it like air, and it filled me with strength. Something in my mind still screamed out, telling me not to open my eyes. It was like an interloper had hacked into my brain, but despite the protest, I looked up and opened them. The first thing I noticed was the eyes. Thousands of eyeballs stared at me. Some of the eyes had a faint glimmer of humanity, while others looked like those of wild beasts. Gray, fleshy limbs spread across the walls like the roots of an ancient tree, branching outward in thin, twisted lines. Bodies had been stretched so tightly into the stone that their arms, legs, and torsos split away from one another. Where one body ended, another began. Their limbs molded together like they were made of clay. The thin bodies bent in every direction like creatures with no spine. But I knew that wasn't true because I could see bones protruding through the gray, tortured flesh. The limbs thrashed against each other, rotten teeth and unkempt nails attacking anything in sight, but nothing died. No matter how much they suffered, life never escaped those eyes. I felt a primal fear that I had never experienced before that moment. There are stories from mythology of impossible, terrifying creatures that could drive men to insanity just by looking at them. Now, in this moment, I understood how those imaginary people must have felt. There are some things that the mind simply can't comprehend. The voice in my head was screaming now, telling me to close my eyes and keep swimming down. As the tunnel went deeper into the earth, it had slowly narrowed without me noticing. Because of this, I could see the entire creature that lay at the bottom of the hole. It was a massive clump of gray, pale flesh that pushed tight against the walls. The sides of the creature were red and bloody, as if its massive body was forced into that small space. A sea of limbs covered the monster, and I saw a fleshy tentacle molding them into shapes before adding them to the wall. Sometimes it took a body down to rearrange it before putting it back, like a child playing with Play-Doh. However, its movement was confined to the edge of the wall, almost like it was part of the earth. I never took a clear look at the center of the monster, but from the corner of my eye, I could see what looked like the start of a wrinkly smile, like the mouth of a newborn baby. All of this took place in the span of a few seconds, and suddenly my fear caught up to me. Despite the fact that my limbs were tired and sore, the sight of that thing gave me newfound strength. I swam up hard, going as fast as my small body could take me. Instantly, the thousands of mouths along the wall rang out in a cry. It was loud and almost unbearable. I could tell the creature was trying to sound desperate, to make me feel pity, but it couldn't hide the malice in its voice. As I swam, I heard thousands of different cries, but one stuck out in my mind. It was the bark of a dog. I looked around and noticed the figure of Luna, now taking her place against the wall. The gray spot that I thought was a tumor had overtaken her body, until I could barely see her jet-black coat. I held in my tears and swam upwards. However, I didn't pay attention to how close I was getting to one of the tunnel walls. A gray hand grabbed onto my knee, and I barely fought it off before I continued swimming. Eventually I found a tunnel that was different from mine. It was much bigger, and after some hours, I managed to climb back to the surface. Upon exiting the hole, I noticed the orange glow of the sunrise illuminating the woods. I collapsed on the ground and passed out for what had to be hours. When I woke up, I wandered the forest in an attempt to find my house. My clothes were soaked with mud and the weird water that filled the tunnel. I smelled like death, but I knew that even if I took off my clothes, the rotten liquid would still remain on my skin. Eventually, I recognized the road and walked for 3 miles back to town. A police car noticed me and picked me up as my dad had already reported me missing that morning. I never told them what happened. I just couldn't. I said I woke up in the middle of the woods and that I had no idea where the mud and smell came from. Years went by and that experience never faded from my mind. I left that town as soon as I could and moved out to California, where I lived alone in a crappy apartment. I was content with that life until one morning when I saw a small gray lump on my knee. I cut it off, but it kept coming back. More appeared and they eventually started covering the entirety of my legs and back, no matter how many times I cut them off. That same voice entered my mind from before. At first it was only a whisper at the edge of my thoughts. Then it began speaking over them, drowning out every attempt at reason. Now when I try to think, all I hear is that voice, and mine feels like just a distant echo fading deeper into nothingness. I'm writing this from a motel in Panama on my laptop. I can't fight it anymore. The only thing I want is to go back and feel the warm embrace of that liquid within the tunnel. I'm ready to play with Luna again. It's been years, but I know she'll still be there. I still remember the route to my house, and I'm not waiting another second. I'm going now. I'll join the symphony of gray flesh as the newest root, and I hope Luna will be next to me. I'm going to post this online before I leave. Maybe someone will see it. Here's a final message to my readers. If you ever find yourself in Panama, Oklahoma, take a stroll through the woods. The creature there will give you everlasting peace. Come see me and Luna. We'll be waiting. We met on Craigslist of all places. It might seem like a strange way to meet a new friend, but my band was looking for a singer, and that's where he found us. His audition was a surreal experience. He can't sing for anything, but it turns out we're into a lot of the same kinds of books. So he didn't join the band, but we hit it off in a different way. He lives in a fancy gated community on the edge of town. These days I go there once a week for a sort of 2-person book club. We're working through Backer's Aspect Emperor series right now, but that's irrelevant, other than the fact that I sometimes think he likes it for the wrong reasons. And maybe that was an early warning. We almost never discuss our day jobs, or night job, in my case. I'm a guard, but he's a dentist, and he loves it. It's not that weird to love your job, right? I'm sure lots of dentists love their jobs. But the other week I got to his house, and he opened the door all smiling and said, "Got to pull some teeth today. A college girl needed 4 teeth pulled." "Okay," I said. She hated it. Even with all the laughing gas, she was squirming as all those teeth came out, and she said she was going to have nightmares. What? Never mind. How was your week? The rest of that meetup went as usual. No more talk of pulling teeth, no more talk of that poor girl. After we discussed that week's chapters, we played pool. He has a pool table in his basement, and he's almost unbelievably good at it. A week ago, I showed up for another regular hangout. My friend opened his massive front door like normal, and greeted me like normal. "What's up? Anything interesting this week?" etc. I told him about a weird gig the band had. He's never had a problem with me talking about the band, even though he didn't make the cut. As he puts it, auditioning was just some strange whim. My real passion is dentistry. And that day, oh god, did he talk about dentistry. I had asked him in return, "Anything interesting in your week?"
To which he laughed. An old wrinkly grandpa needed 6 teeth pulled, and he was not happy about it. Huh? My friend laughed harder, but I was. You have to understand. In every way other than this weird teeth business, he is a good friend. Someone important to me died recently, and to be honest, I don't know if I'd still be here if it weren't for his friendship. So he tried to keep going about this old grandpa whose teeth he pulled, apparently with no laughing gas or nothing, and I just did my best to steer him toward the books. The last he said on the old grandpa was, I think he went to hell and back. He was talking about demons and stuff, man. Demons and stuff. Right. Speaking of going to hell and back, it was finally warm enough to swim in his pool that day. He has a damn water slide. Imagine. I'll get to the point. At first, it seemed like any other day. He seemed, at first, uninterested in monologuing about teeth. I told him about a date I went on. He acted genuinely interested, and gave me some legitimate good advice. We discussed a horrid chapter in the book, and spent half the discussion laughing maniacally at jokes that would take too long to explain. Eventually he got out his chessboard, and I saw that closet had so many games in it. We got through 5 tense games of chess with no issue, but halfway through the 6th game, he interrupted something I was saying to say, a middle-aged fat guy needed all his teeth pulled. Excuse me? All of them. I took out all of his teeth. I tried to let that slide. The 6th chess game kept going, almost like nothing happened. My friend muttered something about a fairy and the devil, and it was frustrating how easily he beat me. He threw me off balance with all that teeth business, but he didn't gloat. He is never a sore winner. He simply said, I'll be back, which is what he always says when the bathroom's about to smell, and I'll have to wait a bit. However, while I waited, I couldn't sit still. When he had opened his board game closet to get the chessboard, I saw he had a lot of different games. I was curious, is all. I opened the same closet. I thought it was the same one. You know those butterfly things that some people have on their walls? The hanging frames with all the dead butterflies inside them? This closet had dozens of the things, and each contained, instead of butterflies, dozens of human teeth. Was this where he keeps them? It was hundreds of teeth in total. I vomited in my mouth. Then I heard the toilet flush, so I closed that horrible closet, everything as I left it, and went back to sit at the chessboard. My friend came back into the room and said, Oh, I forgot to mention, a date's coming to pick me up tonight, so I'll need you to leave a little early. Oh, really? Nice. Alright. When? I was having trouble acting normal. He frowned. You know what? Now. Now is good. He walked me out. Bye, I said. See you next week. How many chapters? Yeah, bye. He said, almost uninterested. The door closed and I was outside in the dark, alone. Does he know I saw it? What did I see? Who is he? God, I can't sleep.